Jiang Tiecheng has been reborn. After drawing lots to replace his father's job, he finds himself burdened with supporting his mother and younger siblings for life, all while feeling indebted to his second brother. As he selflessly manages the family's needs, marrying the woman his mother prefers, he soon discovers the shocking truth about his child not being his own. Despite his sacrifices, the child he raised ultimately turns against him for inheritance. In a twist of fate, he wakes up back on the day of the draw. This time, he refuses to play the fool and will not accept the fate that was forced upon him. Tiecheng, your father has been gone for nearly half a year, and the work position remains unfilled. The street director informed me that one of our family must go to the countryside to become a Jiang. The average person hearing this would instinctively sense an underlying implication. Upon hearing these familiar words, Jiang Tiecheng momentarily fell into a state of bewilderment. In our family, the only ones of suitable age are you and the second child. Mother is not biased. You two will draw lots. Whoever draws the long stick will work in the factory, and whoever draws the short one will go to the countryside as a Jiang. Such considerate and transparent words. Jiang Tiecheng gazed at the hand extended toward him, holding 2 bamboo sticks. A sardonic smile curled at the corners of his lips. When he first heard this, he too believed his mother was genuinely impartial. Eldest brother, second brother, do not quarrel or fight. Whoever draws which stick is determined by fate. You must accept your destiny. Lu Tzu, standing before him with a benevolent expression, declared, Eldest brother, you are the oldest. You draw first. At that instant, the second brother Jiang Tiecheng sprang up, exclaiming, Mother, why let eldest brother draw first? That's unfair. I should go first since I am the younger brother. You should let me have this. Jiang Tiecheng, with a gentle demeanor, gestured for him to go ahead. Second brother, you draw first. Lu Tzu, seeing her younger son's outstretched hand, slapped it down forcefully. With a stern face, she said, What are you doing? You always fight and scramble. Your elder brother has always let you have your way. This time, he draws first. Mother, that hurt. How can you treat me like this? You always say I am your and father's favorite son, yet you treat me this way? My elder brother doesn't complain, and you still meddle. Jiang Tiecheng glared defiantly at his mother, who had always indulged him in this family. Lu Tzu shot a fierce glare at Jiang Tiecheng. It is precisely because I have indulged you too much that you have become this way. This time it is not permissible. Let your elder brother draw first. Turning back, Lu Tzu quickly donned a smile, one so kind it sent shivers down the spine. The hand holding the bamboo sticks swiftly reached Jiang Tiecheng. Eldest brother, do not mind him, just draw. Jiang Tiecheng shrugged helplessly. All right, I will draw. As he reached for the bamboo sticks, Lu Tzu's heart was filled with excitement. Once the eldest drew one of the sticks, the matter would be settled. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tiecheng snatched both sticks from Lu Tzu's grasp. Observing the 2 sticks of identical length, Jiang Tiecheng curiously inquired, Mother, why are both sticks the same length? How can we determine who drew the long stick and who the short? Jiang Tiecheng immediately rushed forward, snatching both sticks from his elder brother. Indeed, both sticks were the same length. Jiang Tiecheng exploded with fury, pointing at Lu Tzu. Mother, no wonder you wanted eldest brother to draw first. You intend for him to take father's place at work. Are you truly my mother? Am I not your biological child? Why are you giving the job to eldest brother? Eldest brother, third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother. See, I am not wronging our mother. She is cheating here. Favoritism. The third brother Jiang Yinping, the fourth brother Jiang Tongcheng, and the fifth brother Jiang Yuping quickly gathered around. Upon seeing the 2 sticks of identical length, they immediately understood that whoever drew the long stick would no longer care whether the remaining stick was long or short. The 3 of them turned their gaze toward Lu Tzu. Mother, you favor eldest brother. Mother, I want to support you. Second brother is too pitiful. Mother, is this how you always play tricks? Faced with the suspicious gazes of her 4 children, Lu Tzu felt a surge of helplessness. She had not anticipated that her eldest would suddenly snatch both sticks from her hand. With a forced smile, she stated, I only wish what is best for your elder brother. He has never been one to fight or scramble and has not worked in the fields. It is fitting for him to take your father's place at the factory. Mother, your reasoning is flawed. Father favored the second brother most. If he were still here, he would certainly wish for the second brother to take over his job. Second brother, do not take mother's words to heart. You should take father's place and work in the factory. I will go to the countryside. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiecheng leaped 3 feet high. unable to contain his excitement as an 18-year-old boy. "Brother, you are the best to me, unlike our mother who is trying to deceive me." Jiang Tiecheng had long since stopped attending school and had nearly grown wild at home. Securing a factory job was something worth boasting about to his peers. Lu Tsuea frantically waved her hands. No, let the eldest take the job," Jiang Tiecheng scowled. "Mother, what do you mean by that? My elder brother has already said I should take the job, yet you are here acting as an obstruction. I am telling you, I will not relent. I am going to handle the paperwork right now." Fearing that Jiang Tiecheng might change his mind, he hurriedly rummaged through the house for the household registration book and dashed outside. Lu Tsuea was unable to stop him. Jiang Tiecheng chuckled as he chased after him. "Do not run so fast. I also need the household registration book. You go with me to the street to register your name for the countryside, and then you can sign up for the factory." Hearing this, Jiang Tiecheng's eyes sparkled with mischief as he affectionately draped his arm over Jiang Tiecheng's shoulder, saying, "Eldest brother, I will accompany you to register." He wanted to ensure that his elder brother's name was on the list for Ji Qing, thus no one could change it. Lu Tsuea anxiously attempted to pull them back, but the two brothers swiftly raced toward the street. Lu Tsuea stomped her feet in distress. That foolish second brother had ruined her plans. After registering at the street, Jiang Tiecheng confirmed that he had truly been reborn. In his past life, he had drawn the long stick, assuming his father's job at the factory, while Jiang Tiecheng had gone to a distant farm as a Ji Qing. Because he had secured a stable job, his mother incessantly brainwashed him, compelling him to toil for the entire family. As the eldest brother, you must take care of your younger siblings. As the eldest brother, you enjoy the comforts of city life while your younger brother suffers in the countryside. You should look after his family. Your younger siblings need money for school. You should marry Guizhi. You are of considerable age, and Guizhi does not mind. You must treat her well, as she will suffer alongside you for life. Though this child is not yours, you have raised him thus far. Even a pet cat or dog evokes affection. How much more so a human being? You should continue raising him. Does it truly matter whether one is a biological child? Indeed, the son, who had been raised with tireless devotion, ultimately removed his own oxygen mask, thereby consuming his family's fortune. It was only at the moment of his demise, while lying on the hospital bed, that he heard the heartfelt confession of his mother, revealing that he was not the biological offspring of his father. His parents, unable to conceive, had taken him from the streets, and shortly thereafter, they began to bear their own flesh and blood, resolutely deciding that he would be the one to toil endlessly for the entire family. Even the wife they compelled him to marry was, in reality, the daughter of his maternal uncle and cousin. He was undoubtedly a classic example of a supportive brother, and despite being unmarried, she became pregnant, essentially making him a mere pawn in a game of familial obligation. Such a mockery of a life, where the foolish willingly play the role of the victim. In any case, I shall no longer partake in this farce. Chapter 2. Capturing the rogue. As Jiang Tiecheng stepped out of the alley, lost in thought, he collided head-on with a person coming from the opposite direction. He instinctively reached out to steady the other party, exclaiming, "I'm sorry, comrade." The young girl softly apologized, her voice as melodious and crisp as a lark. In that moment, a chime echoed in Jiang Tiecheng's mind, triggering the unfortunate panel system. The unfortunate individual, Chun Ruishua, was about to lose 32.5 yuan from her wallet on the number 10 bus. A task was initiated. If Chun Ruishua avoided the financial loss, the host would earn 32.5 yuan. Realizing that the tall man who had been holding her arm had not yet released his grip, Chun Ruishua felt a rush of embarrassment and anger. What was he doing? Was he taking advantage of her? His warm hand felt as though it were welded to her arm. Just as she prepared to shake him off, she noticed he had already let go. With a cold expression, Chun Ruishua hurried towards the bus stop, anxious to catch the number 11 bus. Jiang Tiecheng stroked his chin, pondering this unexpected fortune. If he could help her avoid a loss, he would receive the same reward. What serendipity! With only 2.5 yuan to his name, he needed to acquire some essentials before heading to the countryside. It was a dream to expect Lu Tsuehua, who treated him like a mere beast of burden, to provide for him. Indeed, rebirth came with a golden finger. 32.5, I am coming. Jiang Tiecheng briskly followed in the footsteps of the girl ahead, his gaze fixated not on her back, but on the fortune she represented. Chun Ruishua, standing at the number 11 bus stop, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the man from earlier who had bumped into her. A wave of anxiety washed over her. What did this stranger want? He had held on to her for far too long, and he certainly did not seem like a good person. Could she have encountered a rogue? Chun Ruishua clenched her teeth, determined not to be a pushover. If this man dared to act improperly, she would make him regret it. As the bus arrived, a swarm of people surged towards the entrance. In this day and age, there was no concept of queuing. Boarding was a matter of sheer force. Jiang Tiecheng noticed Chun Ruishua pushing towards the back door and quickly positioned himself protectively behind her, fearing that a thief might seize the opportunity to pick her pocket. The girl seemed oblivious, her army green bag casually slung on her back. Should a thief strike, he could easily take advantage. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the military green backpack. At that moment, the crowd's pressure caused Jiang Tiecheng to stumble forward, instinctively shielding the bag with his body, inadvertently pressing closely against Chun Ruishua. In that instant, he spotted a hand reaching into her backpack, rummaging through it. Reacting swiftly, he seized the hand just as it was about to withdraw. At the same time, he felt a sharp sting on his face. "Rogue!" Chun Ruishua shouted as she yanked Jiang Tiecheng's collar. The sound of her slap echoed sharply, drawing the attention of everyone around. Jiang Tiecheng winced, the sting still fresh on his cheek. Before he could utter a word, the girl confronted him fiercely. "What do you think you're doing? When we bumped into each other earlier, you had ill intentions and have been tailing me onto the bus," crowding closer. "Someone, please alert the police. We have a rogue here. Who knows how many people he has harmed before? Look how comfortable he is. This can't be his first time." Chun Ruishua was infuriated. The young man before her was quite handsome, and truthfully, he did not appear the part of a rogue. Jiang Tiecheng's name did not match his appearance. He was robustly named, but bore a face that could only be described as delicate. With sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a high nose, and full lips, his complexion was even fairer than many young girls. Standing at approximately 185 meters, he towered above the crowd in this era. An apt descriptor would be statuesque. Upon hearing her words, the crowd began to voice their discontent. "Oh, young man, you look so refined. How could you engage in such behavior? In broad daylight, acting like a rogue. Why not pursue legitimate affairs, like marrying a woman? How disgraceful." One woman declared, "I've already sent my son to call the police. Everyone, keep a close watch on him. Don't let him escape." The onlookers were resolute in their desire to uphold justice. In the midst of this, the young man who had been caught by Jiang Tiecheng suddenly seized Jiang's wrist. "You rogue! I saw you with ill intentions towards this girl. Indeed, I caught you red-handed. Miss, he is a thief." "I am merely apprehending a thief." Jiang Tiecheng managed to squeeze out a few words, never imagining such a twist in events. Chun Ruishua sneered. "Now that I have you, you claim to be catching a thief? Who are you trying to fool? You need not attempt to deceive me. I have been aware of your presence all along, following me closely." The thief's eyes sparkled with cunning. "Miss, I saw him tailing you, clearly intending to cause you harm. That is why I intervened. This man is a rogue. I will testify against him." This assertion would seal the rogue's fate. Did he not know that the eyes of justice were watching? Chun Ruishua expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, comrade, for your courageous act." The crowd erupted with renewed indignation. "Capture the rogue. Such individuals deserve to be imprisoned, eating their meals behind bars. They may appear refined, but their actions are far from honorable." Jiang Tiecheng furrowed his brow, a hint of impatience flickering in his eyes. He was never eloquent with words, and engaging in this verbal exchange felt like a waste of time. Suddenly, he acted with lightning speed, grabbing the young thief by the waistband with one hand while seizing the collar of his shirt with the other. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the thief was effortlessly lifted off the ground by Jiang Tiecheng. With a vigorous shake, it felt as though he was merely toying with a small object. Suddenly, a cacophony of clattering erupted as the thief dropped an array of wallets, watches, and various denominations of cash. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chun Ruishua immediately recognized her own wallet among the fallen items. "This is my wallet." The rightful owners of the scattered belongings began to identify their possessions. "This is my watch. This is my money, wrapped in the new handkerchief I just purchased. This is my wallet." Two police officers, panting and striving through the throng, urged everyone to step aside. "Where's the rogue?" The crowd fell silent. Jiang Tiecheng handed the thief over to the officers, clapped his hands, and departed with purposeful strides. A sound echoed in his mind, a notification of 32.5 yuan credited to his account. Jiang Tiecheng could hardly resist the urge to check if he indeed had an extra 32.5 yuan in his pocket. Just then, a voice called from behind, "Comrade, wait a moment." Irritated, Jiang Tiecheng turned to see the young woman who had slapped him earlier, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Do you need something?" he inquired. Chun Ruishua, filled with remorse, struggled to articulate her feelings. She had mistakenly identified this fine young man as a rogue. "Comrade Jiang Tiecheng, my name is Chun Ruishua. I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding. Please refrain from resorting to violence in the future." Jiang Tiecheng's jaw throbbed. Her slap had been quite forceful. He muttered a remark and swiftly turned away, reflecting on the truth that it is indeed challenging to nurture relationships with petty individuals and women alike. What a commendable comrade. Chun Ruishua mused as she watched Jiang Tiecheng's retreating figure. Chapter 3. The golden cicada sheds its shell. Jiang Tiecheng hastily departed, rummaging through his pockets. Indeed, he discovered 32.5 yuan in his jacket pocket, a mixture of bills and coins. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Ah, how delightful it is to possess such a golden touch. After returning the money to his pocket, Jiang Tiecheng hummed a tune as he entered his home. Lu Chuiyi lay on the bed with a damp towel draped over her forehead. Mumbling softly, she cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Tiecheng as he entered, her murmurs rising in pitch by several degrees. Oh dear! To her surprise, her eldest son, who usually showed great concern for her, did not approach her as he typically would. Instead, he turned and retreated to his own room. Annoyed, Lu Chuiyi removed the towel and sat up, slapping the edge of the bed with force. What has happened to my eldest? If he truly ventures to the countryside, what shall become of our family? No, I cannot allow him to go. During dinner, Jiang Tiecheng wore a smug expression, having completed all his reporting procedures. No one could thwart his aspirations to become a worker. Jiang Tiecheng spoke directly. "Mother, I shall be leaving the day after tomorrow. Please provide me with some money and food tickets so I may purchase a few items." In his past life, he had always been considerate, never voicing his struggles to anyone. "Son, your father left in haste, and our family is quite impoverished. We have had no income for the past 6 months, Lu Chuiyi lamented, her expression troubled. "I shall go borrow some money shortly." She awaited Jiang Tiecheng's response, but after a prolonged silence of several seconds, she looked up in slight bewilderment. Jiang Tiecheng, savoring his meal, met her gaze with a bashful smile. Upon witnessing her astonished expression, he feigned enlightenment. "Mother." Lu Chuiyi's lips curled into an encouraging smile, her heart swelling with pride at her eldest son. "Quickly tell me you do not wish for your mother to borrow money." Jiang Tiecheng replied earnestly. "Mother, just tell our neighbors that we will repay them once my younger brother receives his salary. In the future, my younger brother shall become the pillar of this family. As for me, I will strive to avoid causing our family any trouble. I have heard that life in the countryside can be quite harsh. Younger brother, from now on, I shall rely on you for support." At these words, Jiang Tiecheng beamed with pride, thumping his chest and declaring, "Elder brother, do not worry. You shall endure hardships for our family, and when challenges arise, I will surely assist you." Lu Chuiyi shot a fierce glare at her foolish son, but refrained from saying anything further in front of the children. After dinner, under the pretense of borrowing money, she left for a considerable time. When Lu Chuiyi returned, she bore a smile, astonishingly having secured 80 yuan and 100 jin of food tickets for Jiang Tiecheng. "Eldest son, this is the maximum amount I could borrow. It is wise to have something on hand as a safeguard. Life in the countryside is tough, and you've never farmed before. I cannot bear to see you suffer." Jiang Tiecheng grasped the money and food tickets, his eyes flickering. Had he not known his true origins from his past life, he might have been swayed by Lu Chuiyi's maternal affection. "Mother, I too am reluctant to leave you, but as the eldest son, if I do not face hardship, who will? It is my duty. In the future, let my younger siblings honor you, and I shall not be unfilial. Who cannot feign filial piety?" Early the next morning, Lu Chuiyi reminded Jiang Tiecheng, "Eldest son, the cotton quilt and bedding I made for you are at your uncle's house. Please retrieve them." Jiang Tiecheng nodded, and, shouldering his worn military green bag, stepped out the door. He waited at the alley entrance for 10 minutes before intercepting Jiang Tiecheng on his bicycle. "Brother, I have some matters to attend to. Please help me fetch the bedding from our uncle's house," he said. Jiang Tiecheng appeared reluctant. "Brother, I have plans with my friends." Jiang Tiecheng's expression hardened. "I do not wish to go to the countryside. I will ask the street director if I can switch places." Startled, Jiang Tiecheng quickly replied, "Elder brother, no. I will go get the bedding. Is that acceptable?" Jiang Tiecheng turned his bicycle towards their uncle's alley, and Jiang Tiecheng, without looking back, made his way straight to the train station. When he had registered the previous day, The street director mentioned that there were 2 trains for the youth sent to the countryside. Although he had only mentioned the train for the following day, he had already resolved to leave early. Lu Chui was determined to secure him as a laborer. But he had no intention of believing her words. Whatever challenges lay ahead, he would let Jiang Tiecheng face them. Arriving at the train station with his letter of introduction, Jiang Tiecheng was promptly assigned to a designated carriage for those heading to the countryside. He settled into a window seat with his bag. As the train began to rumble to life, his heart finally settled. Those ungrateful wretches, he would not see them again in this lifetime. Meanwhile, Lu Chui was at home, washing clothes while anxiously awaiting news from her son. As time passed without any word, her anxiety deepened. What if something has happened? Just then, Lu Sanner rushed into the yard, flustered. Chui, you must hurry and see. Your son Jiancheng has had his legs broken. He has already been taken to the hospital. The clothes Lu Chui was wringing fell into the basin with a splash, soaking the ground. Pale, she asked. What did you say? Who has had their legs broken? Auntie, your son Jiancheng has had his legs broken. You must come with me. Lu Chui's eyes rolled back, and she collapsed to the ground. How could it be Jiancheng? The words she uttered before losing consciousness left Lu Sanner bewildered, who then carried her to the hospital. Upon awakening, Lu Chui learned that her son had suffered broken legs, nearly causing her to faint again. She seized the visiting street director and inquired desperately. Director, please call my husband Tiecheng. Ah, Chui, I understand that there is much turmoil at home, and your heart is heavy with worry. Your husband Tiecheng departed on the train to the countryside today. You must remain strong, for there are 4 children at home awaiting your care. Lu Chui suddenly collapsed to the ground. Jiang Tiecheng has left. The Jiang family's world has completely crumbled. Lu Chui wept inconsolably. Old Jiang, why did you not take me with you? Why must I be left here to endure this suffering alone? Eldest brother, how could you abandon me along with your younger siblings? The crowd looked on with expressions of profound sympathy. Chapter 4. Life and Death at High Speed. Jiang Tiecheng sat on the train, feeling a twinge of regret. Lu Chui had pressed him too hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have found himself boarding the train today empty-handed, without even a cup of water. It was no wonder that the people around him regarded him with peculiar glances. Who among them wasn't burdened with bags and bedding, carrying a multitude of belongings? He alone possessed nothing but a military green shoulder bag. Especially with his patched-up clothing, onlookers might have assumed his family was destitute. If the 20-year-old Jiang Tiecheng were in such a predicament, he might have felt somewhat embarrassed. However, the lifetime of experience he carried rendered him indifferent to such stares. At that moment, a familiar voice broke through his reverie. Comrade, hello. I'm sitting over there. Let's switch seats. This is my friend. A young man beside him, flushed with embarrassment, hurriedly rose to his feet. In his haste, he accidentally bumped into Jiang Tiecheng's leg. It's fine, Jiang Tiecheng replied, lifting his gaze to meet the radiant smile of Chun Ruishua. Clad in a deep blue labor uniform, she promptly settled into the seat beside him. Jiang Tiecheng, where are you headed? This is the educated youth carriage. Are you going to the countryside too? As Jiang Tiecheng gazed into the girl's beaming eyes, he felt a sense of predestined entanglement. For a chilling reminder echoed in his mind. Target 1. Lu Jiqiang, who would meet his demise in a train explosion 3 hours hence. Target 2. Chun Ruishua, destined for the same fate. Jiang Tiecheng's eyes widened in disbelief. He stood frozen, akin to a wooden statue. He was certain that the young man had made contact with him, and thus, he had confirmed the identity of the individual as Chun Jiqiang. Both Chun Jiqiang and the present Chun Ruishua were fated to perish in the explosion 3 hours later. What about him? This was a long-distance train. Surely his destination was the terminal, and with these two meeting their tragic end, he could not possibly escape unscathed. Jiang Tiecheng. Chun Ruishua observed his dazed expression with a hint of disappointment. She had anticipated a spark of surprise upon seeing a familiar face, but was instead met with a look of sheer shock. She had not expected to encounter Jiang Tiecheng on the train. Suddenly, Jiang Tiecheng snapped back to reality, shaking his head vigorously. The only flaw in his unique ability was its capacity to detect the impending misfortunes of others, while leaving his own fate shrouded in mystery. He could foresee the calamities that awaited everyone else. Yet he remained oblivious to his own. It seemed unfair that after being reborn, he would face death just 3 days later on this train. Was this the fate of a protagonist? Who among the reborn lived such a fleeting existence, far inferior to their previous life? At least he had reached the age of 60 in his last life. The caution of rebirth was indeed warranted. 3 hours? He needed to ascertain why the train would explode in 3 hours. Otherwise, he would have to disembark. Would the explosion be confined to their carriage, or would the entire train succumb to destruction? Just then, a voice resonated in his mind. Saving all individuals in the explosive carriage who are on the brink of death will grant you 10 exchange qualifications. Please complete the task promptly. Jiang Tiecheng leaped to his feet. The nature of this exchange task was inconsequential. What truly mattered was his ignorance regarding the potential rewards. Yet, from the essence of the task presented, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Clearly, the fatalities would not be limited to 1 or 2 individuals. Unable to remain seated, Jiang Tiecheng felt an urgent need to act swiftly. He had to uncover the reason behind the impending explosion. If he could find a solution, the task would naturally need to be fulfilled. Witnessing the tragic fate of others was something no one could bear. The notion of altruism and letting things unfold naturally was undoubtedly a falsehood. Jiang Tiecheng held steadfast values. He had performed numerous acts of kindness in his previous life. If he was to be labeled a saint, then so be it. However, ensuring his own survival did not equate to indifference toward the demise of others. His previous accumulation of wealth stemmed from the goodwill he had extended to many. Jiang Tiecheng glanced at the time, but alas, he possessed no watch, and there was none to be found in the carriage. Turning his head, he caught sight of Chun Ruixue's wrist adorned with a lady's Meihua watch. Looking earnestly at her, he asked, "Chun Ruixue, could I borrow your watch for a moment?" Chun Ruixue was taken aback. The request felt exceedingly abrupt. As expected, upon hearing this, the individuals seated across from them and beside them cast disdainful glances at Jiang Tiecheng. A couple sitting opposite reacted, with the girl scoffing, "Some people truly have no shame. Asking to borrow a girl's watch on a first meeting? What kind of person is this? Has he lost his mind?" The young man beside her hastily tugged at her arm. "Don't provoke me. I've never liked this guy." It was one thing to be poor, but boarding a train without any luggage, burdened only by a tattered bag, was another matter entirely. Poverty was not disgraceful. What was disgraceful was asking a girl to lend him her watch. Jiang Tiecheng turned sharply, his piercing gaze causing the girl to flinch. Her words had been sharp, yet she had never encountered such a fierce look before. It was as if his eyes were sharp daggers, nearly blinding her. Chun Ruixue was momentarily taken aback. In the wake of the girl's remarks, she quickly removed her watch and handed it to Jiang Tiecheng. "Comrade, please don't misunderstand. I know him, he is my friend." She wished to prevent any misinterpretation of Jiang Tiecheng, recalling her own previous misunderstanding of him on the train. He was not the type to act recklessly or take advantage of others. Since he had chosen to do so, there must have been a valid reason. Upon hearing her words, the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances. After all, the two appeared entirely mismatched in terms of attire and demeanor. Yet, since Chun Ruixue had spoken in his defense, who could challenge their connection? Jiang Tiecheng affixed the lady's watch onto his wrist and glanced at the time. It was now 8:15 in the morning. According to his earlier calculations, it meant that the ultimate deadline was 11:15. Within the span of 3 hours, there was only one station to be traversed. This station would be reached in 2 hours. Thus, the time left for him was quite limited. He needed to either uncover the reason behind the impending train explosion and avert the catastrophe within 2 hours, or ensure that all passengers disembarked at the next station when the time came. Accomplishing either of these tasks would prove to be extraordinarily challenging. Chapter 5: The Missing Little Girl. 15 minutes later, Jiang Tiecheng found himself in the train aisle, panting heavily and feeling utterly disheveled. When did he become burdened with such a grave mission? This was a life-or-death endeavor. He had traversed from the first carriage to the last, inadvertently encountering every passenger along the way. The consensus he reached was alarming. Each individual would meet their demise within 3 hours. Moreover, the cause of death was uniformly attributed to an explosion on the train. Jiang Tiecheng deduced that the issue was not confined to a single carriage, but rather that the entire train was at risk of annihilation. This was no longer a matter involving just a handful of people. It was a catastrophe that could claim the lives of everyone aboard. He could not idly stand by as such a tragedy unfolded. However, what actions could he take? Jiang Tiecheng felt as frantic as an ant on a hot stove, grappling with the fact that the cause of the impending explosion eluded him. This was his greatest dilemma. Even if he sought assistance, he needed a plausible reason to do so. What could he possibly say? Setting aside whether anyone would believe him, he feared being perceived as insane and locked away. In such a scenario, he might very well perish on this train. Frustrated, he rubbed his temples, lamenting that in his previous life, He had struggled through hardship, only to become adept at business with no genius akin to that of a detective like Conan. In fact, he had scarcely watched any episodes of that animated series, incapable of activating the intelligence that lay dormant within him. Never mind, he resolved to seek help. Setting aside other considerations, reaching out to the train conductor would surely be prudent, regardless of whether the conductor believed him. He had to ask for assistance at least once. If the conductor dismissed his claims, and he could think of no other recourse, he would have no choice but to disembark at the next station. In that case, he could not be blamed for his inaction. With this thought in mind, Jiang Tiecheng made his way toward the staff compartment, where he encountered the conductor being accosted by a distressed man in his 40s. "Comrade conductor, please, help me find my daughter. She is only 3 years old, and I turned around for just a moment and lost sight of her." The conductor, a middle-aged man of around 50, responded with a gentle demeanor, embodying the ideal of public service. "Please remain calm. Is it possible your child wandered into another carriage to play? Our train has not stopped. Perhaps you should search the other carriages first? I have already searched everywhere. I've checked each carriage and every seat 3 times, the desperate father insisted, gripping the conductor's hand. "Please, I beg you, help me. Calm down for a moment. If you could provide me with your seat number, I'll look for her and notify you if I find anything," the conductor assured him. At that moment, Jiang Tiecheng stepped forward. "Comrade conductor, Initially, he intended to approach the distressed father to avoid being overheard discussing his alarming revelation, so he had intentionally sought out the conductor. Yet, unexpectedly, he encountered the target individual, numbered 2096, Wu Weigua, who would suffer a double leg fracture from jumping out of the window in 2 hours and 35 minutes. Could Jiang Tiecheng not be taken aback? Throughout his interactions with all the passengers, including the crew, he had found that everyone was destined for a fatal explosion, with the sole exception of the man before him who was fated to sustain injuries from jumping off the train. This was the only individual who would not die in the explosion. With the entire train's occupants facing death, who would believe such a claim? Moreover, he was set to jump just 5 minutes before the explosion. Jiang Tiecheng could not help but entertain conspiracy theories. If this explosion were the result of foul play, it would not be plausible for mechanical failure to result in the total demise of all passengers. In the event of a collision or derailment, while some might perish, others would inevitably survive. Yet, his findings indicated that all would perish in the explosion. This suggested that unless the explosion was a deliberate act with an extraordinarily powerful explosive, it was unlikely that everyone on board would be lost. If someone had planted an explosive device, that individual would not wish to perish alongside their victims. Jumping from the train 5 minutes prior to the explosion seemed a logical course of action. "What do you wish to convey to me?" The conductor scrutinized Jiang Tiecheng with a look of curiosity. I merely intended to discuss." Jiang Tiecheng's mind raced as he sought a reasonable explanation. This man's daughter was missing, and he had already inquired in several carriages. "I came to report this matter. The missing child is of great concern, and I implore you to assist in locating her." Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Jiang Tiecheng felt fortunate for his quick thinking. Upon hearing his words, Wu Weigua's lips curled into a slight smile, recognizing Jiang Tiecheng as a meddlesome Good Samaritan. "Comrade, thank you for your assistance in finding the conductor," the grateful father said, grasping Jiang Tiecheng's hand in sincere appreciation. The target individual, numbered 986, Su Qingming, would lose his daughter, Su Xiaowei, to a timed explosion 2 hours and 40 minutes from now, while he himself would perish in the train's explosion. Jiang Tiecheng's eyes widened in shock. "Not at all. It's the least I could do. When did your child go missing? Anyone would assist in such a situation, and I am here to help you find your daughter. You truly are a kind soul. Here is a picture of my daughter. She is 3 years old, about this tall, with 2 little braids, wearing a red plaid top and floral pants. She has round eyes and 2 dimples when she smiles. Her name is Su Xiaowei, and she loves sweets." The anxious father hastily produced the photograph, urging Jiang Tiecheng to examine it closely. Jiang Tiecheng scrutinized the weathered black and white image. Few photography studios offered color prints at that time. The little girl was indeed charming. Wu Weigua, witnessing the exchange, pursed his lips and suggested, "Comrades, why don't you return to your carriage? Perhaps it would be best to continue searching there. I shall seek out the conductor, and together we shall endeavor to search each compartment once more. Should there be any news, we will inform you promptly. Comrade officer, perhaps it would be prudent for you to allow this individual to clarify how the child went missing and in which specific carriage this incident occurred." Jiang Tiecheng grasped Su Qingming and made his way directly to the conductor's seat. This child was found in conjunction with an explosive device, indicating that the child may have inadvertently discovered the device. Consequently, the assailants took decisive action, confining both the child and the explosive device together. He surmised that the explosive device might be located within the conductor's resting area. In any case, it was imperative to inspect the conductor's resting quarters. Chapter 6. Skill Redemption. As soon as Wu Weiguo noticed the two individuals approaching his seat, he hurriedly followed them. "Let us discuss this here," he suggested. Jiang Tiecheng remained composed, as if grasping the handle of the conductor's compartment door. "Comrade, look at how agitated this individual is. He is trembling all over, unable to stand. Allow him to sit and speak." With that, he swung the compartment door wide open. Wu Weiguo, seeing the door ajar, calmly stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. "It is entirely my fault. I failed to consider this aspect. Come, let us step inside and talk." Jiang Tiecheng supported Su Qingming and entered the carriage. The interior of the carriage was clearly visible at a glance, featuring upper and lower berths akin to a sleeper carriage. Wu Weiguo likely resided in the lower berth. The bedding was impeccably arranged, and a leather suitcase rested beneath it. On the small table before them lay neatly stacked newspapers, books, a lunchbox, and a thermos. In every regard, the place exuded orderliness. While listening to Su Weiming recount the circumstances of the child's disappearance, Wu Weiguo's gaze inadvertently lingered on Jiang Tiecheng. Sensing the scrutiny, Jiang Tiecheng quickly averted his eyes. "Comrade, this is how the child went missing," Jiang remarked. "I am already aware of what you are saying. Therefore, you should accompany me and the conductor to search together." Wu Weiguo calmly closed his notebook and, after escorting the two out, breathed a sigh of relief. He securely locked the office door, placing the key in his pocket before turning to leave. 5 minutes later, Jiang Tiecheng stealthily returned to the staff carriage. He had just witnessed Wu Weiguo and the conductor searching each seat in the adjoining carriage, which gave him the courage to enter. It was now evident that Wu Weiguo was a prime suspect. Due to the time constraints earlier, he had not been able to inspect everyone in the carriage, but he was certain that 80 of the occupants would perish in the event of a train explosion. Wu Weiguo's compartment was particularly suspect. The suitcase appeared to be an ideal concealment for a person or an explosive device. Jiang Tiecheng extracted a piece of wire from his pocket, recalling the skills he had learned in a previous life regarding stealthy maneuvers. With great effort, he managed to unlock the door. At the moment the lock clicked open, he finally felt a sense of relief. He cautiously scanned the corridor, finding it empty before quickly slipping inside and shutting the door behind him. The atmosphere within was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence or sound. Jiang Tiecheng glanced at the suitcase beneath the lower berth, gently pulling it out. Indeed, the suitcase was quite heavy. Clothing alone could not account for such weight. He examined the lock on the suitcase. Manipulating the wire to unfasten it, he hesitated before lifting the lid, his throat tightening with anticipation. He both hoped and dreaded what he might find. With a sudden motion, he opened the suitcase, revealing a firmly secured object at the bottom. The item was wrapped in such a manner that its shape was indiscernible, yet a timer was visibly ticking away. There was no sign of the little girl within the suitcase. Rather, its interior was reinforced with bricks and tape. The rationale behind such a precaution was unclear, heightening Jiang Tiecheng's anxiety. What did this signify? It indicated that there was an explosive device on the train. Su Xiaowei was somehow linked to a timed explosive mechanism, and now he had discovered another in the conductor's compartment. How many bombs were aboard this train? Grinding his teeth, Jiang Tiecheng resolved to neutralize any explosive he encountered, but he was uncertain how to proceed, as he lacked knowledge of bomb disposal. Ding! The first explosive device had been located, mitigating the crisis by 25. He was awarded 2 redemption opportunities. Should he redeem them now? As he opened the redemption marketplace, he was astonished to find it illuminated, previously dull and gray. The marketplace was filled with an array of skill books and enhancements for physical and intellectual prowess. With 2 opportunities available, he could exchange them for 2 beneficial skills. What he required now was bomb disposal expertise. To his surprise, he found it. However, the basic bomb disposal skill required 1 redemption point, while the advanced skill required 2. Glancing at his meager 2 points, he thought, "All right, I shall redeem it." There was no time for further deliberation. Upon completing the redemption, a flood of knowledge surged into his mind, as if forcibly implanted. In an instant, he acquired a wealth of technical understanding pertaining to various explosives. Jiang Tiecheng chuckled to himself. realizing that with the aid of this interface, he might just become a formidable operative. Regrettably, he was not destined for military service, but rather rural duty. He began his task. The bomb before him had transformed in his perception. The structure of the device and the approach to disarm the timer seemed almost trivial. Within 2 minutes, he successfully dismantled the mechanism, watching as the timer ceased its relentless ticking. Finally, he exhaled in relief. He closed the suitcase, secured the lock, and placed it back in its original position. Time was of the essence. He needed to locate the next bomb. He speculated that there were likely 4 devices. Otherwise, he would not have received a 25 reduction in crisis risk upon finding the first. Of course, this was merely conjecture. The true number could only be determined through discovery. Jiang Tiecheng cautiously opened the door and peered into the corridor, confirming its emptiness before swiftly exiting and closing the door behind him. He retrieved the wire once more, twisting it to restore the lock to its original state. If anyone were to discover a bomb, it would spell disaster. While he was engaged in his task, he suddenly heard footsteps and voices outside the corridor. "We have yet to find it." "Yes, I will return to the carriage to retrieve the notebook. We will search thoroughly. Conductor, rest assured, we will exert every effort in our search." Jiang Tiecheng's face turned pale in an instant. He had never encountered such a moment of intense tension in his life. Once the train officer appeared before him, everything would be exposed. Most crucially, no one would believe his accusations against the other party. The identity of the other party was inherently aligned with justice. If the individual claimed that he was a thief or used this pretext to detain him within the carriage, it would be entirely feasible. At that point, it would be a dead end. What to do? What to do? Chapter 7. Do you believe in Joey? As soon as Jiang Tiecheng restored the lock to its original state and turned around, a figure suddenly leaped into his embrace. With a warm grip on his arm, she exclaimed, "You are far too enthusiastic. If you are helping someone find their child, you cannot just abandon me. How could you leave me all alone in my seat? I'm hungry. Hurry and take me to eat. What are you two doing here?" Wu Weiguo's expression darkened as he observed the intimate pair before him, casting a wary glance at the door behind Jiang Tiecheng. He strode forward, pushing Jiang aside and grasping the doorknob, though he did not turn it, letting out a sigh of relief instead. "What are you two doing here? This is a staff compartment. No unauthorized persons are allowed." Wu Weiguo fixed his gaze on Jiang Tiecheng, a person he recognized from earlier when he had come to find him. "Why are you being so aggressive, comrade? My friend is also here to assist you in finding someone. He didn't come specifically to seek you out. We have searched several compartments without locating the child. I merely wanted to communicate with you and inquire if the child had been found. To my surprise, there is no one here. And you are treating us as if we are thieves. What do you mean? Do you suspect us of sneaking into your compartment to steal something?" Chen Ruishua's assertive demeanor caused Wu Weiguo to take a step back. Her attire suggested she was no ordinary person. The conductor hurried forward, apologizing. "Miss, I am truly sorry for the misunderstanding. I sincerely apologize. The child has not yet been found, and we still require your assistance in searching." "Now that's more like it. That is how one should speak," Chen Ruishua remarked, pulling Jiang Tiecheng toward the dining car. "Come, return to our seats. Look at you, helping others and yet being treated like a thief. Your incessant eagerness to assist others is unnecessary. If you have such a good heart, help me first. I am starving," she chided while tightly grasping Jiang Tiecheng's hand. Wu Weiguo watched the pair depart, then opened the compartment door. Seeing that everything remained in its original place, he finally relaxed. Jiang Tiecheng obediently followed Chen Ruishua until they reached the dining car. The car was empty, save for a lone chef dozing behind the counter. After placing their order, Chen Ruishua pulled Jiang Tiecheng into a seat and lowered her voice, saying, "If it weren't for me, you would have been caught just now. What were you sneaking around for in someone else's compartment? Don't think I didn't see you trying to pry open the door." Chen Ruishua was bewildered by Jiang Tiecheng's actions. She knew he was a good person, yet his current behavior resembled that of a thief. "Comrade Chen Ruishua, what I am about to say may seem implausible, but I hope you will believe me and assist me." In the brief moments while they conversed, his mind was in turmoil. His own capabilities were evidently limited. Half an hour had already elapsed. If his deductions were correct, if the remaining 3 bombs were not located within the next hour and a half, none of the passengers would survive. "You mean there are bombs on the train?" Chen Ruishua gasped in shock. She glanced around cautiously and whispered, "Are you out of your mind? How do you know there are bombs on the train? Do you realize that if someone overhears you, they'll think you're insane?" "I know, of course I know. If I didn't know, why would I be so anxious?" I have already located the first bomb. There are a total of 4 bombs on the train, and I have only found one. I have no idea where the other 3 are. The bombs are set to detonate in 2.5 hours. If they explode, no one on this train will survive. Despite her shock, Chen Ruixue remained composed, her gaze steady on Jiang Tiecheng. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Could she be one of the conspirators? No, he had just encountered her. Chen Ruixue was also destined to be among the victims when the explosion occurred 3 hours later. If that were the case, they had to locate the remaining 3 bombs within the next 2.5 hours. Do you have any leads? Jiang Tiecheng was too preoccupied with the urgency of the situation to ponder why Chen Ruixue was so calmly accepting his words. He briefly recounted the situation, stating, I currently have no leads. I can confirm that the device is a timer, and the explosives are definitely not carelessly placed. They must be concealed within a suitcase or a bag. One of the explosive devices is associated with a little girl. Are you referring to the missing little girl? Chen Ruixue asked, her voice trembling. Indeed, it is Su Xiaohui. Chen Ruixue nodded calmly. Do you have a plan? Jiang Tiecheng hesitated to speak of his unique ability. Could he reveal that he possessed a special insight? That by merely touching each person, he could discern their fate? Setting aside the absurdity of such a claim, he wondered if Chen Ruixue would believe him. Even if she did, revealing his secret to anyone was hardly prudent. After contemplating, he devised a plan. I have some knowledge of Zhou. If I am given the chance to make simple contact with each person, I can deduce whether they are connected to the explosives. His words, though absurd even to himself, seemed less ridiculous in the face of the imminent danger. Chen Ruixue regarded him with disbelief. You mean you intend to read fortunes for everyone? Comrade Jiang Tiecheng, we have already dispelled superstitions. Do you truly expect me to believe you? Trust me, I am not jesting. Very well, even if I believe you, how will you manage to touch everyone? Chen Ruixue struggled to maintain her composure, attempting to place faith in Jiang Tiecheng's words. I find myself at a loss, which is precisely why I sought your counsel. Chen Ruixue momentarily closed her eyes, reflecting on how she had become such a person. One who could believe that a stranger could predict, through divination, that a bus full of people would meet a tragic fate. Yet, inexplicably, she felt an overwhelming sense of trust towards the individual before her. A minute later, Chen Ruixue abruptly opened her eyes. I have a solution. She stood up and approached the master chef of the dining car directly. Chapter 8. Oh dear. Jiang Tiecheng pushed the food cart, accompanied by Chen Ruixue. Dear passengers, a little girl has gone missing from the train. We kindly ask for your cooperation in providing clues to the railway police. Help a heartbroken father find his child. As a token of appreciation, we have prepared a large meat bun for each passenger. We hope everyone will enthusiastically offer any information they might have. 1 bun per person. No need to fight or scramble. Upon hearing this, the entire carriage erupted in excitement. The prospect of receiving free meat buns was indeed a delightful surprise. In these times, many families were tightening their belts, especially after the recent natural disasters, which left households struggling to make ends meet. Dizziness from hunger clouded their minds and made their steps unsteady. The notion of free meat buns was akin to a pie falling from the sky. Some passengers rushed to line up, only to be sent back, as it was announced that they would serve each seat in turn to prevent anyone from taking advantage. Passengers seated had to present their tickets to receive a bun. Immediately, travelers began to pull out their tickets. Jiang Tiecheng diligently handed a bun to each passenger. After distributing in the first carriage, he moved on to the second. By the time he finished the entire train, he had a rough idea in his mind. In the 5th carriage, a young man in military green sat in seat 6, with a green bag resting beneath his seat. In the 9th carriage, a tall, burly man with a scar over his eye sat next to the aisle, with a woven box under his seat. In the 15th carriage, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit had a black leather suitcase beneath his lower bunk. Inside that suitcase was the little girl, Su Xiaohui. Upon hearing Jiang Tiecheng's words, Chen Ruixue felt troubled. The two had deliberated for quite some time before arriving at this plan. However, apprehending these 3 individuals would prove challenging for Jiang Tiecheng alone. Capturing even one would risk alarming the others. This was the crux of their dilemma. The two stood at the connecting door of the carriage, staring blankly at each other. With the 3 suspects so dispersed, and with a railway policeman in collusion with them, any slight movement could easily attract attention. Jiang Tiecheng also felt conflicted. This was not a test of intelligence, but rather a lack of assistance. Just then, they heard a voice from the aisle, filled with despair. Xiaohui, where have you gone? Brother, please don't act this way. If sister-in-law finds out, she will be heartbroken. It's my fault. The three of us brought the child on this journey, thinking nothing would happen, yet in the blink of an eye, she vanished. Who could be so vile as to take a child? We've searched this entire carriage several times. No one admits to having taken her, and I can't fathom where she could possibly be hidden. If I catch that scoundrel, I will make him pay dearly. Jiang Tiecheng and Chun Ruishue exchanged a glance. Their eyes sparkling with realization. Help had arrived. Jiang Tiecheng leaned out to see the three brothers leaning against the carriage, wiping their tears. Upon spotting Jiang Tiecheng, Su Qingming quickly dried his tears and stepped forward, grasping Jiang Tiecheng's hand. Comrade, thank you. You have gone to such lengths to help us find our child. You are truly a good person. We three brothers will never be able to repay your kindness. Jiang Tiecheng pulled him to his side. He then motioned to the other two brothers. Come, join us. The three brothers looked at Jiang Tiecheng, somewhat puzzled. Chun Ruishue, ever perceptive, stepped out of the position to stand in the aisle, keeping a watchful eye on the comings and goings of passengers. Comrade Su, do you wish to find Xiaohui? This statement struck like lightning. What did you say? Comrade Jiang, do you know where my daughter is? Su Qingming grasped Jiang Tiecheng's wrist tightly, causing a bruise to form. In a hushed tone, Jiang Tiecheng replied, if you want to save your daughter, do not make a scene. If anyone asks, you haven't found her. Moreover, you must follow my lead. Su Qingming was momentarily taken aback. Comrade Jiang, where is my child? As long as I can rescue my daughter, I am willing to face any peril. I will heed your every command. Very well. You three must listen to me. Next, we will do this, and this. After whispering instructions for some time, the three brothers looked somewhat bewildered but nodded in agreement. Just then, Chun Ruishue cleared her throat loudly twice. Jiang Tiecheng immediately leaned back against the carriage, lighting a cigarette and exhaling smoke. At that moment, Wu Weigua and a train attendant approached, engaged in conversation. As they passed by, they immediately noticed Jiang Tiecheng and Su Qingming, inspecting them with keen eyes. Comrade Jiang, what brings you here? Has Comrade Su found his child? No, Su Qingming interjected. Comrade, I beg you, I still have not found my child. I do not know if she is alive or dead. Please, help me search once more. Wu Weigua nodded, offering a reassuring smile. Do not fret, the train has not yet arrived at its destination. The child must still be on board. Let us conduct a thorough search. Sometimes children hide in secluded corners that we may overlook. Comrade Railway Police, I implore you to search again. Please, I beg you, help me. We must search each carriage meticulously. Wu Weigua sighed helplessly. Comrade Su, it is not that I do not want to assist you, but we have already searched twice. Without any effective leads, continuing to search will disturb the other passengers. Perhaps you should return to your carriage and wait for news. If I discover any useful information, I will notify you at once. Upon hearing this, Su Qingming became insistent, crying out, Comrade, how can you say that? This is my child. I am frantic with worry over her disappearance, and you want me to wait for your news? Have you managed to locate the child thus far? Relying on your assistance seems futile. Since this is not your own child, you naturally lack the concern. I understand that you find me bothersome and my requests excessive. Very well, I shall not burden you any longer. I will search for him myself. Su Qingming, filled with indignation, turned away with his two brothers. Before departing, he forcefully pushed past Wu Weigua, nearly causing him to stumble. Jiang Tiecheng hastily supported Wu Weigua and remarked with a smile, Comrade, do not take it to heart. He is genuinely frantic. Losing a child is a dire matter. It is understandable that his words may seem irrational in such distress. Wu Weigua dusted off his clothes and replied, I know. I certainly do not hold it against him. However, we have our responsibilities and cannot continuously assist him in his search for the child. Please advise him that we have done our utmost. What if the child inadvertently jumped out of the window? With that, Wu Weigua turned and walked away, no longer willing to engage. After all, the passengers on this journey are unlikely to survive. Why should he concern himself with their opinions of him? Chapter 9. Methodically breaking through, Wu Weigua returned directly to the carriage, plopping down onto his seat and glancing beneath at the box below. Calmly, he picked up a teacup and began sipping the tea, checking his wristwatch. A young man in the fifth carriage was leisurely humming a tune while perusing a newspaper. Suddenly, a man appeared before him. Brother, could you possibly swap seats with me? My brother has lost his child and is nearly in tears. It would be distressing for him to remain in that sleeper carriage, as it might evoke painful memories. Comrade, please consider helping us. You can lie down and rest in the sleeper while we take this hard seat. What do you say? Upon hearing this, The young man's eyes lit up. Although he was about to disembark soon, lying in the sleeper was far more comfortable than sitting here. Furthermore, it would be easier to jump out from the sleeper carriage. All right, I understand your distress over losing a child. I will certainly assist you. The Su brothers eagerly clasped the young man's hand, expressing their gratitude. Thank you, thank you. You are truly a kind-hearted person. The young man reached for the bag beneath the seat, but the Su brothers swiftly snatched it up first, holding it in their hands. One of them linked arms with the young man, saying, "Brother, let me carry that for you. It's a trivial matter. You shouldn't burden yourself." With a nervous glimmer in his eyes, the young man immediately grabbed the bag back, insisting, "Let me handle it." The Su brother placed a hand on his shoulder and replied, "Brother, you are too polite. You have helped us immensely. Let me do this little task for you." As they walked, the Su brother continued, "Truly, you are a good person. You have no idea how hard I searched for several seats along the way, and no one was willing to swap. Why is it so difficult to exchange a sleeper for a hard seat? My brother is sitting in the sleeper, watching my little niece's school bag as she cries endlessly. We are truly at a loss. Brother, you are a real good Samaritan." The young man felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, "What a bunch of fools. That little girl is the one we captured. It was her own fault for rummaging through their box. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so frantic. They even thank me. How utterly foolish." Feeling a sense of smugness, the young man's nostrils flared in triumph. As they approached the restroom, the door suddenly wouldn't budge, and someone quickly pulled the young man inside. The speed was so swift that no one noticed the scene. The restroom door was firmly shut from the inside. The Su brothers breathed a sigh of relief and immediately headed towards their next target in the adjacent carriage. Inside the restroom, Su Qingming and Jiang Tiecheng worked together to cover the young man's mouth and bind him securely, stuffing a rag tightly into his mouth. They tossed him into a corner after restraining him thoroughly. Jiang Tiecheng snatched the bag from the young man's grasp, and as he opened it, Su Qingming gasped, Your daughter is in the 15th carriage. She must have inadvertently discovered the secret within the box, prompting the others to hide the child there without hesitation. What should we do?" Su Qingming felt his legs weaken, forcing himself to grip the handrail against the wall to prevent himself from collapsing. He was just an ordinary official from a relatively well-off family, and had never encountered such a situation. Even he could comprehend that this was a matter of life and death. Seeing Jiang Tiecheng make a shushing gesture with his finger, he instructed, "Don't make a sound. Give me 2 minutes." Jiang Tiecheng focused intently on the timer that continued to tick away. He used scissors to cut the tape that enveloped the device, revealing the wires inside. The young man began to struggle fiercely, emitting muffled cries. Jiang Tiecheng glanced at Su Qingming, warning him, "Don't let him make any noise. If we lose focus, we will all perish." Su Qingming quickly covered the man's mouth, pressing him firmly against the wall, his fierce demeanor whispering a warning, "If you dare to move again, don't blame me for what happens next. If you want my daughter and everyone on this train to die, I will take you down first." In that moment, adrenaline surged through Su Qingming, bringing an unexpected calmness. Anyone could die, but he absolutely could not allow his daughter to perish here. The desire to survive overtook him, and the young man, nearly out of breath from being silenced, ceased his struggles. Jiang Tiecheng severed the silver wire, watching the timer come to a halt. He whispered in triumph, "All right, that's taken care of." Su Qingming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, asking, "What now? Can't you lock the restroom door?" Su Qingming nodded in realization. "I know how to lock it. I also have the key for this carriage's restroom. I work for the railway, though I don't usually travel with the train." "Good. Lock the door, and take this bag to your bunk. Make sure your brother keeps a close watch on it. This is a deadly item. If it falls into the wrong hands, none of us will survive." No wonder Jiang Tiecheng entrusted such a crucial task to Su Qingming. The lives of Su Qingming's family of 4 were at stake on this train. At this moment, Su Qingming was more determined than ever. He clenched his teeth, calmly cradling the bag, although his fingers trembled slightly. "Rest assured, I will take care of it. I will wait in the next restroom for good news from you." The two parted ways. As Jiang Tiecheng passed by Chen Ruishue, he whispered, "One has been taken care of." Chen Ruishue hurriedly followed him towards the next carriage. An hour later, all 3 of the targets were dealt with. 3 restrooms on the train had been locked from the inside. When they opened the woven suitcase, they found a young girl bound tightly like a rice dumpling, a rag stuffed in her mouth, her eyes rolling back from lack of oxygen, prompting Su Qingming to feel overwhelming sorrow. Desperately, he untied the ropes binding his daughter and removed the cloth from her mouth. "Xiaohui, Daddy is here. Just then, a large hand swiftly covered her mouth to stifle her cries. Jiang Tiecheng spoke with a composed gaze. Xiao Hui, you must not cry out, for otherwise those evildoers will come looking for us. Xiao Hui, both startled and frightened, nodded and then shook her head. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from the corridor outside. Comrade Chun. What brings you here? Wu Weigua. Comrade Wu, I was just looking for you. I have a matter I need your assistance with. What is it? Well, Comrade Wu, my grandfather has a heart condition, and I forgot to remind my father to give him his heart medication. Could we possibly use the train's phone? No problem. Come, I shall take you to the conductor's office. There is a radio telephone there. As the voices of the two gradually faded away, the three individuals in the restroom finally exhaled in relief. Chapter 10 Lousy desires to live another century. When the last timer was removed, Jiang Tiecheng's back was drenched in sweat. He collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. Su Qingming tightly held on to Xiao Hui with one hand while covering his daughter's mouth with the other. Comrade Jiang, how are things now? It's fine. Remember, you and your three brothers must safeguard these 3 bags and boxes. The lives of everyone on this train depend on you. Su Qingming trembled as he lifted the box from the ground. Rest assured, I would rather die than let my daughter perish on this train. He turned and left with his daughter. Wu Weigua watched as Chun Ruishua entered the train conductor's carriage, standing outside, and felt an unsettling sense of wrongness in his mind, though he could not pinpoint its source. At that moment, a frantic call came through his radio. Old Wu, hurry. There is someone locked in the toilet of the 5th carriage, and they are tightly bound. Wu Weigua's heart sank. The 5th carriage? What kind of person? A young man dressed in military green. This is bad. Wu Weigua quickly glanced at his watch. They had set a time limit of 1 hour and 5 minutes, and the train was about to arrive at the station. Had someone discovered the situation? He immediately recalled the young man who had always made him feel anxious and uneasy. Just then, the radio crackled again. Old Wu, this is serious. There's actually someone locked in the toilet of the 9th carriage. I just managed to open the door, and it's a middle-aged man. He claims someone stole his luggage. Wu Weigua's mind buzzed. He turned and dashed back to his own carriage. Bursting into the carriage, he saw the box still securely in place and swiftly pulled it out. Just as he was about to open it, a thunderous voice boomed from outside the carriage door. There's a bomb in the passenger police seat. This sentence was like a bomb itself, nearly knocking Wu Weigua off his feet. Fortunately, he had undergone training and understood the desperate actions of a cornered animal. He immediately clutched the box tightly to his chest. Wu Weigua. The train conductor, Chun Ruishua, and Jiang Tiecheng rushed over, standing at his compartment door. Don't come in. If you do, I will shoot. At that moment, the conductor noticed the barrel of a gun protruding from beneath Wu Weigua's box. Just as he reached for his weapon, a gunshot rang out, and the conductor collapsed to the ground, warm liquid splattering onto Jiang Tiecheng. I told you not to come closer. Did you think I was joking? Wu Weigua coldly aimed the gun at the nearest Chun Ruishua. Jiang Tiecheng instinctively stepped in front of Chun Ruishua. If there's any trouble, come at me. Don't bully a girl. She knows nothing. He gave Chun Ruishua a look. You need to leave quickly. Chun Ruishua was about to shake her head when Jiang Tiecheng suddenly pushed her out of the way. What are you doing? Wu Weigua, alert, kept his gun trained on Jiang Tiecheng. Jiang Tiecheng raised his hands, a smile on his face. Comrade Wu, please don't be like this. I have no weapons on me. I'm just an ordinary person. You have the advantage with that. It's you. You spoiled my plans. How did you know there was a bomb here? Wu Weigua could not fathom how Jiang Tiecheng knew their secrets, despite their meticulous planning. He did not recognize this Jiang Tiecheng. How could he possibly know their details and identify his accomplices? It was inconceivable. The only explanation Wu Weigua could muster was that there was a traitor among them. For him, a loyal servant to foreign masters, this was an unbearable disgrace. Had it not been to discover who the traitor was, he would have long since eliminated Jiang Tiecheng. Comrade Wu, not only do I know there's a bomb here, but I also know where the other 3 bombs are located. The 5th carriage, the 9th carriage, and the 15th carriage. Am I right? Wu Weigua's gaze burned with madness as he stared at Jiang Tiecheng. It was old Lu who tipped you off, wasn't he? A person was found in the 5th carriage's toilet, and another in the 9th. So old Lu must be the only one who managed to escape. Who are you people? Why are you opposing us? Jiang Tiecheng's eyes were fixed on the gun in Wu Weigua's hand, a contemptuous smile gracing his features. Old Wu, did you truly believe your plans were flawless? I have known for a long time. Can you feel it? The train is slowing down. We are about to arrive at the station. As soon as the train halts on the platform, the police will have already sealed it off. None of you will escape. Old Liu is indeed one of us. You wish to cause chaos, to sacrifice the lives of everyone in this carriage. You are utterly deranged. What deep-seated enmity drives you to such extremes? The passengers on this train have done you no wrong. Why do this? Jiang Tiecheng could not comprehend. No enmity. I am insane. It is my boss's command. You have no grievances against me. What does it matter? Only when you are dead will those above notice this all. Will they understand that we are still alive, that we still exist among you? Your lives are the banner we hold high. Your blood will awaken the fervor of my comrades. Suddenly, Jiang Tiecheng lunged forward. He had been calculating the distance between himself and Wu Weiguo. From 5 steps away initially, to 4, then 3. He was not afraid of the box itself. He feared that if the other party shot at the box, it would explode. Though not all passengers would perish, at least 3 or 5 carriages would suffer disastrous consequences. Jiang Tiecheng had only recently been reborn. Having barely lived for 3 days, he would never allow his life to fall into the hands of such a person. I still wish to live for another 80 years. Now you want my life? I can only fight you to the end. His movements were as swift as a specter. With one hand, he seized the gun's trigger held by the opponent, positioning his grip precisely at the trigger point. He firmly pressed down on Wu Weiguo's fingers, rendering him unable to pull the trigger. He then kneed the opponent's groin, a sudden assault that caught the man completely off guard, causing him to double over in pain. The box he held fell to the ground. Jiang Tiecheng kicked the box aside, sending it directly beneath the seat. With one hand, he arched 2 fingers and struck fiercely at Wu Weiguo's throat. Chapter 11. The train came to a halt at the platform, surrounded by armed police and public security officials. Both on and off the train, law enforcement personnel were present. Each passenger was escorted individually to a train compartment for questioning. At that moment, Jiang Tiecheng found himself seated across from Wu Weiguo, a man he had personally delivered to the authorities. In this instance, Jiang Tiecheng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, as he had never before experienced such heart-stopping tension in his previous life. Indeed, with the fate of a protagonist comes the burden of responsibility. It appeared that reincarnation was not as simple as one might think. The public security officers separated the 2 men, leading them to different rooms for interrogation. At the moment of their parting, Jiang Tiecheng heard Wu Weiguo's manic laughter, a sound laced with a hint of madness and frenzied desperation. Ha ha. Do you think you've won? I assure you, this isn't over. Ultimately, blood will be shed to cleanse all of this. Time is running out. Prepare for your demise. Jiang Tiecheng turned abruptly, only to see Wu Weiguo being escorted into a room across from him. In a surge of determination, he rushed forward, seizing Wu Weiguo by the collar and forcing him to the ground, gripping his throat in a desperate attempt to extract information. What do you mean? Is there a bomb on the train? Guess, Wu Weiguo taunted, his defiance unwavering even as Jiang Tiecheng choked him. Why don't you find all the bombs yourself, if you're so capable? Despite struggling to breathe, Wu Weiguo's arrogant gaze remained fixed on Jiang Tiecheng. The public security officers quickly intervened, separating the 2 men. Once freed, Wu Weiguo coughed repeatedly, yet he continued to laugh maniacally. Jiang Tiecheng was then taken to a nearby room by 2 officers. Comrade, please remain calm. He is a criminal, but if you harm him, you will face legal consequences. Let us handle this, one officer urged. Jiang Tiecheng quickly glanced at his watch. 20 minutes had already passed since the train had arrived and the officers boarded. Due to the need to clear the entire carriage, passengers had been evacuated. Only a few remained. While a large contingent of armed police and public security personnel conducted thorough inspections of the train, Jiang Tiecheng suddenly leapt to his feet and grasped the nearest officer, realizing this was the most effective approach. Indeed, before him, the panel clearly displayed that the 2 young officers would perish in a train explosion in 40 minutes. Breaking free, he dashed out, aware that he had altered the fate of those on the train, yet countless lives remained at stake. As he stumbled and was forcibly restrained by the officers, he felt the weight of several individuals pinning him to the ground, twisting his arms and holding down his legs. In his mind flashed the panels of each person around him. Target 3, Qi Jiefeng, will die in 39 minutes due to train explosion. Target 4, Zhang Xiaoshu, will die in 39 minutes due to train explosion. Target 5, will die in 39 minutes due to train explosion. Target 6. Confused, the officers cuffed Jiang Tiecheng's hands behind his back. Since receiving the task regarding a bomb on the train, everyone had been on edge, leaving no room for oversight. Evacuate. Everyone evacuate. There are bombs on the train. Jiang Tiecheng did not shout wildly. Rather, he calmly articulated the situation, which only heightened the palpable fear in the air. The atmosphere became instantly charged. The team leader arrived swiftly. Hanyu, upon seeing the young man, was momentarily perplexed about his identity. This is Jiang Tiecheng. He just broke free from our grasp and shouted that there are bombs on the train. Jiang Tiecheng, confess honestly. Where are the bombs? The leader pressed. I am offering you an opportunity to make a contribution. If you cooperate and tell me where the bombs are, I can help mitigate your punishment. The sharpness in his gaze, fixated on Jiang Tiecheng, elicited a bemused reaction from him. Leader, I am not a villain. I was the first to discover these 4 bombs and organize the passengers to help locate them. Surprise rippled through the crowd. What is happening? Hanyu scrutinized the nearby officers, their expressions shifting from tension to disbelief, all eyes glued to Jiang Tiecheng's face. If you are not the perpetrator, why did you run? Your flight prompted us to capture you. At that moment, 2 officers who had been with Jiang Tiecheng awkwardly squeezed through the crowd. Team leader, we apologize. This comrade became overly agitated and dashed out before we could react, prompting us to shout for his capture. This led to the misunderstanding that Jiang Tiecheng is indeed a hero who apprehended the bombers. Hanyu cast a glance at his team. 6 officers immediately lowered their heads, shocked by the unforeseen blunder. Leader, may I be released now? The mastermind I captured claimed there are still bombs on the train, so please, I urge you to have all personnel evacuate immediately to prevent further casualties. Yu nodded, knowing that he would have taken action regardless of Jiang Tiecheng's plea. He could not allow his comrades to be sacrificed. Within minutes, everyone had evacuated the train. Jiang Tiecheng, Yu, and Captain Zhang of the armed police stood together on the platform, watching as the train remained. With personnel now at least a kilometer away, a safe distance. However, inspecting every carriage would require more than just 2 or 3 people. Completing the task within 20 minutes was an impossible feat. Both commanders felt the weight of the dilemma. Captain Zhang resolutely stated, "We cannot allow the risk of an explosion to linger here. Who knows how many trains might arrive? An explosion here could lead to significant civilian casualties." I dispatched my personnel, assigning 1 individual to each train carriage to conduct inspections within a span of 20 minutes. Should the examination prove inconclusive within this time frame, they are to withdraw. This necessitates that 20 individuals must board the train to inspect all 20 carriages. Once assembled, the 20 individuals promptly lined up on the platform. Jiang Tiecheng approached Captain Zhang with purposeful strides. "Comrade, I wish to join everyone aboard to search for the bomb." Meanwhile, the public security officers had already escorted 4 handcuffed criminals off the train, accompanied by 4 daunting bombs. It cannot be ruled out that the adversary has only 4 accomplices. Thus, the public security must perform a thorough investigation, and all passengers have been detained. Chapter 12. The elusive fish. Captain Zhang found it impossible to refuse Jiang Tiecheng. The more significant reason was that Jiang Tiecheng had personally discovered 4 bombs, which provided a compelling basis for Captain Zhang to concede. Approaching the last of the 20 comrades, Jiang Tiecheng extended his hand in a friendly manner to the closest comrade. "Hello, comrade. My name is Jiang Tiecheng, but you can call me Xiao Jiang." "Hello, I am Wang Dazhuang." A chime sounded. Target number 7, Wang Dazhuang, was destined to perish in the impending train explosion in 20 minutes. Indeed, the information had changed. Wang Dazhuang was to inspect the first car. Jiang Tiecheng enthusiastically greeted each individual, and everyone was obliged to shake his hand. By the time he reached the 4th person, his demeanor had shifted. From the 4th individual onward, the display indicated that the target would sustain severe injuries in the explosion. By the 10th individual, the display had changed to light injuries, and by the 15th, it indicated merely superficial wounds. Captain Zhang did not cast a glance towards Jiang Tiecheng. His impression of him was far from positive. He perceived Jiang Tiecheng as somewhat oily and insincere, overly eager to greet everyone. "Well, our mission is of utmost significance. We bear the heavy responsibility of safeguarding the public, and I implore everyone to conduct thorough inspections. We must not overlook any corner or crevice. To protect the lives and property of the people, we must act swiftly and accurately. Now, everyone, board the train." Jiang Tiecheng followed the team onto the train, swiftly passing a row of comrades and entering the first car. According to the information received, the 3 comrades who would perish were concentrated in cars 1, 2, and 3, while the 4th comrade would suffer severe injuries. It was evident to anyone with a modicum of intelligence that the explosive device must be situated between cars 1, 2, or possibly even within the first car. Had it been in the third car, the fourth comrade would have been killed, not severely injured. Jiang Tiecheng inferred that the explosive device was likely located between the first and second cars. He searched meticulously, yet even with his swift actions, 10 minutes passed, and he had found nothing in both cars. Jiang Tiecheng and Wang Dazhuang were now breathless, seated and surveying their surroundings. They had thoroughly inspected every possible area in the first car. Wang Dazhuang, being more professional and having undergone specialized training, was adept at ensuring no corner went unchecked. Nothing. Jiang Tiecheng's mind raced as he glanced at his wristwatch. There were only 10 minutes remaining, specifically 9 minutes and 20 seconds. Even if they found the explosive now, they would need to allocate time for defusing it, meaning they had to locate it within 4 minutes. However, he had already searched both the first and second cars, and there was nothing, absolutely nothing. Where could this bomb be hidden to cause a catastrophic explosion in cars 1, 2, and 3? Jiang Tiecheng suddenly raised his head and turned towards the front of the train. Wang Dazhuang, drawn by Jiang Tiecheng's movement, immediately shifted his gaze there as well and abruptly stood up. We completely forgot about the front. The driver's compartment is still there. They dashed inside, Jiang Tiecheng and Wang Dazhuang entering the driver's compartment in quick succession. The space was exceedingly rudimentary. Aside from a burning coal stove, there were merely instruments for steering and speed control. The two began searching rapidly. Jiang Tiecheng's mind was racing. He was pleasantly surprised to see that his display had changed. Upon touching the boiler before him, the display revealed text, target item, an old, rusty train boiler, will shatter into fragments in the explosion. Target item, a damaged shovel, will be projected out of the window and land in the woods beside the railway. Jiang Tiecheng quickly explored every corner and item in the driver's compartment. At that moment, Wang Dazhuang looked up and saw Jiang Tiecheng behaving erratically, frantically searching the room. Rather than carefully inspecting each corner, he was carelessly brushing his hand over items and moving on. Wang Dazhuang sighed, increasing his own pace. Being trained, he had no complaints about the lack of diligence from the ordinary citizens. Just then, a voice called out, "Wang Dazhuang, come here." At that moment, Wang Dazhuang realized there was a metal ladder welded next to the boiler. This ladder led up to the top of the boiler, which was nearly at the train's ceiling, leaving only a narrow gap. He glanced at the gap, which was so slim that only one hand could fit through. It seemed impossible to conceal an explosive device there, so he did not climb up to investigate. However, Jiang Tiecheng naturally reached the top of the ladder and managed to push open the iron plate of the upper compartment. Wang Dazhuang hurriedly followed, quickly climbing up. Upon pushing open the upper iron plate, they discovered the train's roof. Once atop, they found a bomb secured with tape on the roof. The timer was ticking ominously, with only 4 minutes and 50 seconds remaining. Wang Dazhuang exclaimed, "You stay here, I'll go get help." He swiftly turned and leapt down the ladder, breathlessly summoning the captain, who quickly brought the bomb disposal team to the scene. When they ascended to the top of the train, they witnessed a horrifying sight. Jiang Tiecheng held a pair of scissors. As they shouted in unison, he snipped the detonation wire before them. "Jiang Tiecheng, no?" Everyone gazed at the bomb in despair, bracing for the impending explosion. They had steeled themselves for sacrifice. In the moment Captain Zhang closed his eyes, he regretted bringing Jiang Tiecheng along, believing that had he not, this calamity would not have occurred. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. There was no reaction at all. As the crowd finally opened their eyes, they beheld Jiang Tiecheng, who was smiling as he gently shook the now inactive timer in his hand. "Fear not, it has been disassembled." A wave of unease washed over everyone, their legs feeling weak as they stood on the ladder, as if they could plummet at any moment. At the moment Jiang Tiecheng descended from above, carrying the explosive device, Captain Zhang refrained from uttering any harsh words. Even the most skilled bomb disposal experts in their team would find it impossible to dismantle a timer in such a brief span of time. Just moments ago, they had all glanced at the clock. A mere 1 minute and 59 seconds had elapsed since Wang Dazhuang discovered the explosive. In under 2 minutes, this individual had neutralized the bomb. It was a feat that none could believe was accomplished by anyone other than an expert. Not even a combat engineer could achieve such swiftness. Chapter 13. The hero's moment of weakness as Captain Zhang finally exhaled, relieved after retrieving the explosives from Jiang Tiecheng's grasp. His countenance swiftly shifted to one of ire. "What on earth were you thinking? Do you realize this is a bomb?" Your actions have jeopardized everyone's safety. How can you be so disorganized and undisciplined, acting on personal whims and indulging in heroism? Captain, Comrade Jiang is not one of our team, interjected Wang Dazhuang, unable to bear the reprimand. Jiang Tiecheng is merely a well-meaning citizen, not a member of our armed police unit. The lack of organization and discipline cannot be attributed to him. Captain Zhang, fervently criticizing, found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He quickly recognized that Jiang Tiecheng was not under his command. A thought flashed through his mind. This young man was undoubtedly a promising talent, especially useful for their armed police unit when faced with perilous missions. Having someone like him in their ranks would greatly enhance their efficacy and potentially minimize the sacrifices of his comrades. With an impending assignment in Yunnan to clear buried landmines, bringing Jiang Tiecheng along would significantly bolster their chances of success. Alas, Jiang Tiecheng was merely a civilian. Realizing this, Captain Zhang paused, while Jiang Tiecheng promptly offered a sincere apology. Captain, I acted out of concern that time might run out and you wouldn't be able to defuse it in time. I assure you, there will not be a next time. I will strictly adhere to the role of a civilian and refrain from any further displays of personal heroism. Captain Zhang felt a twinge of awkwardness at his earlier outburst. Here was Jiang Tiecheng, acknowledging his mistake with such earnestness. It seemed inappropriate to continue reprimanding him if he desired to recruit Jiang into his team. At this moment, Jiang Tiecheng felt a wave of relief wash over him as he glanced at his watch, noting that precisely 3 hours had elapsed. A notification chimed in his mind. The missions to rescue the explosive-laden train had been completed, earning him 10 reward exchanges and 1 lucky draw. In a fleeting moment, joy surged within him. The rewards could be exchanged for numerous skills or useful items, significantly enhancing his resources. Whether for skills, medicines, or weapons, it was akin to amassing a treasure trove of supplies. The notion of a lucky draw was entirely new to him, and he was uncertain of what it might yield, yet anything would be preferable to his current lack of resources. Indeed, he was destined for greatness. Having accomplished a significant task, Jiang Tiecheng was directly escorted by the enthusiastic armed police officer, Xiao Wang, to the lounge where he would join the other civilians. Everyone had been uniformly arranged, given that they were all headed to the same destination and would temporarily rest here until the next train was arranged. Xiao Jiang, please rest here for a moment. I'll bring you something to eat shortly. Everyone will receive complimentary meals soon. If you need anything, do not hesitate to ask. Xiao Wang said kindly. While the others had their baggage piled around them, Jiang Tiecheng possessed nothing but a small olive-green satchel. Xiao Wang immediately understood the implications. Jiang, coming from a less fortunate background, had little in the way of personal belongings. This train was filled with youth being sent to the countryside, and most brought bedding and supplies, while he had nothing at all. Wang Dazhuang promptly departed, heading straight to Captain Zhang. Captain, if it weren't for Comrade Jiang, we would not have located the explosives so swiftly. Had he not intervened, we might still be searching aimlessly, and who knows what could have gone wrong by now. What do you mean by that? Captain Zhang replied, his mind clouded with frustration as he contemplated how to retain Jiang Tiecheng within their ranks. Yet the challenge lay in the fact that Jiang was a sent-down youth. Such individuals had designated receiving units. They could not simply remain wherever they pleased. Transferring a youth across provinces to their armed unit was not a task for the average person to accomplish, especially given Captain Zhang's current authority. Captain, Jiang has saved so many lives, and you must understand how impoverished he is. He came here with nothing but that small satchel, there isn't even a teacup to be seen. His clothes are patched up multiple times. We cannot allow a hero to suffer. We must not be ungrateful. Jiang may not care about saving the people, but he has saved our lives. We ought to show our gratitude in some way. You little rascal, why didn't you mention this sooner? All right, go find Deputy Captain Lin and have him announce a collection. Every member of our armed police unit will contribute to provide Comrade Jiang with some proper attire. Captain Zhang realized that securing Jiang Tiecheng's presence would not be a swift process. Before anything else, he needed to leave a favorable impression on him. After all, Jiang Tiecheng had indeed saved his life. Seated in the service lounge, Jiang Tiecheng found himself surrounded by people, forcing him to sit against the wall. Fatigue and hunger overwhelmed him. Suddenly, someone sat beside him, offering a large meat bun. Here, eat this, I know you're hungry. Chun Ruishua said, pressing the bun into his hand while retrieving a lunchbox from her bag. I'm fortunate I saved some buns from the train. Who would have thought they'd come in handy now? Hurry up and eat. Chun Ruishua quickly devoured a bun, drawing the attention of everyone around them, who had been tense and anxious, now visibly hungry. Jiang Tiecheng, feeling no need for formality, consumed 5 buns in rapid succession, finally feeling revitalized. Chen Ruishua then offered him her teacup. "Have some water." Jiang Tiecheng, not one to stand on ceremony, eagerly drank from the cup, savoring the aroma of the snowflake cream lingering on it. At this moment, having truly indulged in a satisfying meal, Jiang Tiecheng leaned against the wall and closed his eyes. Chen Ruishua, upon hearing his gentle snores, couldn't help but chuckle softly. This man was indeed one who regarded the heavens as his blanket and the earth as his bed, exhibiting no hint of disdain. Silently, she retrieved her outer garment and draped it over Jiang Tiecheng's form. 3 hours later, Jiang Tiecheng, still in a dazed state, was roused from his slumber to find that everyone had been gathered together. Arrangements had already been made for their train journey. As the crowd formed a line to collect their tickets and approached the entrance of the lounge, they spotted Captain Jiang. Accompanied by 2 soldiers, one of whom was Wang Dezhuang, they carried a multitude of belongings, 2 large bags, an additional piece of luggage, and 2 bundles. Chapter 14. The kindness of strangers. Jiang Tiecheng cast a glance at Captain Jiang, pondering the magnitude of his recent achievement and the lack of any acknowledgement from the captain. Shouldn't there be some recognition? After all, he had been around for 60 years. The people of this era were sincere and pure, and someone like him, who acted heroically, surely deserved commendation. It wasn't as though he coveted any monetary rewards, at the very least. A formal recognition would grant him certain privileges upon returning to the city after his time as a sent-down youth. With his innocent and earnest gaze fixed on Captain Jiang, the latter felt an inexplicable sense of unease. What did Jiang Tiecheng mean by staring at him so intently? Did he suspect Jiang's inner thoughts? Surely, this young man was not a mind reader. With a smile, Captain Jiang patted Jiang Tiecheng on the shoulder, expressing his gratitude. "We will ensure that your commendation reaches your brigade shortly." Captain Jiang had already devised a plan. Along with the reward would come his transfer orders, which he intended to persuade the brigade leader to approve. Jiang Tiecheng's smile broadened, becoming even more genuine. "Captain Jiang, I do not concern myself with rewards. The safety of the masses is paramount." Such polite pleasantries were naturally expected, and indeed, Captain Jiang found himself even more impressed by the integrity and willingness to serve demonstrated by this young man. Feeling a sense of relief, Jiang Tiecheng proceeded to board the train. Upon finding his assigned seat, he was pleasantly surprised to discover it was a lower bunk in a sleeper car. Comfortably lying down on the bedding, he disregarded the bustling passengers around him and quickly fell asleep, thankful for the respite from the arduous journey. Surely, the fruits of his labor would alleviate the discomfort of enduring 2 more days and nights in hard seats, which would have left him utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, Wang Dezhuang was earnestly advising Chen Ruishua. "Comrade Chen, I know you are quite close with Comrade Jiang Tiecheng. Without your assistance, the bomb disposal mission on the train would not have been so successful. We have prepared a token of our appreciation for Jiang Tiecheng, but we are aware he may be reluctant to accept it. Therefore, we shall leave these items here for you to present to him once we disembark." Though Chen Ruishua initially wished to decline, a glance at Jiang Tiecheng reminded her of his humble circumstances. That evening, Jiang Tiecheng finally opened his eyes after a long slumber, feeling hunger pangs stirring within him. In this era, a few large buns barely sufficed to quell his hunger. To his surprise, he was met with the bright, gleaming eyes of Chen Ruishua, who greeted him with a smile. "What are you doing here?" he exclaimed. "Why can't I be here? You, the great hero, deserve special treatment. And as your humble assistant, I should benefit from your glory too. Are you hungry?" Chen Ruishua stood up and pushed 2 cloth bags across the table toward him. "What is this?" he asked, bewildered. "How would I know what belongs to you?" "Of course it's yours. This was specifically entrusted to me by Comrade Wang before we got off the train. They want you to accept their heartfelt gesture." "Really? I have nothing but my little green military bag under my pillow." "Indeed, it is yours. Look under your seat. The 2 green military bags and the bundles, along with these cloth bags, are all for you. The net bag overhead also contains your belongings." Jiang Tiecheng was momentarily stunned, recalling Wang Dezhuang's kindness. He opened the 2 cloth bags to discover an array of provisions, packaged snacks, canned goods, and an assortment of meals, including buns, scallion pancakes, braised meat, and stir-fried potatoes. There were even 20 eggs and an assortment of fruits, rare commodities in these times, particularly in this northern city, where such luxuries were typically reserved for special distribution. Bending down, he felt the 2 bags, knowing they likely contained clothing and other essentials. The large military green bundle held 3 thick blankets and 2 military quilts, all of the highest quality. The net bag held toiletries, including a basin, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and soap. It was clear that they had thought of everything he might need. Jiang Tiecheng felt a lump in his throat, his eyes misting with emotion. In his 2 lifetimes, he had seldom encountered such kindness. He had always been seen as a sacrificial offering, burning himself out for others. Yet, here were strangers bestowing such generosity upon him, a stark contrast to the indifference of those who were supposed to be family. Silently, he pushed a meal box toward Chen Ruishue. Let us share this bounty. I cannot possibly finish all this alone. I owe you for the meals I've taken from you along the way. Otherwise, I might have fainted from hunger and been unable to perform my duties. Chen Ruishue, showing no hesitation, replied warmly, Sure. This saves me from spending money on food. You had my buns earlier, and now I get to enjoy your braised meat. What a fortunate exchange. As the 2 individuals joyfully savored their meal, a peculiar and sarcastic voice emanated from the upper bunk, as if an extraordinary feat had been accomplished. It was utterly baffling that such people could be so oblivious. Clearly, it was the collective effort of everyone in the carriage that brought about such results. Why should it be attributed solely to him? Truly, it was a case of blindness. What entitled them to occupy the lower bunk? Jiang Tiecheng raised his head, his piercing gaze locking onto the young man resting in the middle bunk. What gives? Just because I dismantled 5 bombs. If you wish to claim the lower bunk, prove your worth by dismantling bombs, rather than spouting idle remarks here. The young man, unprepared for such direct confrontation, unlike the usual timid souls who would shy away from conflict, found himself at a loss. His face flushed with embarrassment, he shrank back, turning away to present Jiang Tiecheng with his back. Chapter 15. Everyone get down. Jiang Tiecheng observed Chen Ruishue's mischievous gaze fixed upon him and instinctively rubbed his nose. It felt somewhat inappropriate for such a beautiful girl to witness his rather audacious demeanor. However, having been bullied throughout his previous life and having lived as a spineless coward, he had vowed in this reincarnation never to allow himself to be mistreated again. He would rather succumb to madness than permit internal strife. He preferred the suffering of others to his own silent grievances. Chen Ruishue couldn't help but chuckle. She never expected Jiang, her comrade, to be so eloquent. Reflecting on their last encounter, where she had boldly slapped him, it seemed like sheer luck. It was evident that he was somewhat lenient towards women. Jiang Tiecheng laughed heartily as they both recalled that comical incident. The journey ahead promised to be considerably simpler, with their days consisting merely of eating and sleeping. As Jiang Tiecheng reclined there, he fiddled with his panel maul for quite a while. He had already utilized his ability to exchange twice and was left with only 8 exchange points. After much deliberation, he still hesitated to make a decision, primarily uncertain of its future utility. He feared that a hasty exchange might lead to wastefulness. Moreover, he realized that, similar to bomb disposal techniques, the higher the level of expertise required, the greater the exchange points needed. At present, he was utterly clueless about what skills would be necessary for his rural assignment, so conserving his points seemed the wisest course of action. However, he was particularly intrigued by the lottery. The prizes displayed on the lottery panel were all blind boxes. This system certainly knew how to entice. Yet, it would be remiss not to seize the opportunity for a lottery draw. He clicked to draw, and indeed, the entire panel began to spin wildly, eventually halting at a specific point. A golden box immediately appeared on the panel. Congratulations on completing the draw, the host may check at their convenience. Jiang Tiecheng hurriedly opened it, feeling a flash of golden light. He had drawn a 300 strength increase. As the golden light flickered, the item vanished swiftly, leaving him with an invigorating sensation. Although slightly disappointed with the strength enhancement, it was not entirely negative. His natural strength was already considerable, and a 300 increase could prove advantageous. Well, there would be many more opportunities for draws in the future. Soon, the bus arrived at its final destination, and the group of 500 educated youth disembarked, having seen several others exit along the way. The cold wind made the group shiver. Logically, they should have felt the warmth of autumn in their city, with only the mornings and evenings being a bit chilly. However, it was evident that the temperature had significantly dropped. They arrived around dawn, and surprisingly, the sky remained dark. As they exited the station, they were greeted by a bustling scene outside, with horse-drawn carriages lined up. Some drivers, clad in coats and hats, stood beside their carts, while others, holding small notebooks, approached them immediately. "You must be the new educated youth, right?" We are from the Hongqi Brigade. We are from the Heishui Brigade. We are from the Fengming Brigade. We are from the Jiefang Brigade. We will call out names, and those mentioned will follow us. You have been assigned to our brigade." Before long, Jiang Tiecheng heard his name being called, and he hurriedly approached the brigade leader before him. Brigade leader Huang Yuqing scrutinized the noisy young men and women before him, his brow furrowing as if he could crush a mosquito with it. These were clearly city-bred young masters and mistresses. Just look at them, each with delicate skin, their faces pale as if they had stepped out of a magazine. And the attire, what were they even wearing? Some donned thin shirts, others woolen coats, and a few even wore down jackets. Such clothing would be unheard of in their brigade. Huang Yuqing cleared his throat. "All right. Those whose names I called, come with me. Our brigade has 10 carriages waiting outside." A raucous group followed Huang Yuqing, but soon discontented murmurs arose from behind. "Why is it just you coming to greet us? There aren't even enough of you here. What will happen to our luggage? If you're here to pick us up, why not arrange a truck? What good is a horse-drawn carriage? In this freezing weather, we'll surely freeze to death sitting in one of those." The complaints echoed as many began to load their luggage onto the carriages. Jiang Tiecheng paused. Although he had never been to the countryside, he had watched numerous dramas about educated youth. In those stories, horse-drawn carriages were meant for luggage, not for people. Even if they were to carry people, they could never accommodate so many. With 150 individuals split among 10 carriages, averaging 15 per carriage, plus their luggage, how could a single horse manage that? It was well known that livestock were considered more precious than laborers in the brigade. Jiang Tiecheng made a swift decision, gripping his luggage and choosing not to board the carriage. He turned back to see Chen Ruishue. "Oh, it seems we've been assigned to the same brigade." Chen Ruishue, struggling with her belongings, had finally squeezed her way to Jiang Tiecheng's side. "Why aren't you getting on the carriage?" She was about to place her large suitcase onto the carriage when Jiang Tiecheng discreetly pulled her back, creating space for others to pass. "Wait a moment." Chen Ruishue was already exhausted, having to carry not only a suitcase, but also a bedding roll and 2 bags. It was quite burdensome. Just as she was about to protest, a loud voice rang out from the front. "Everyone get down." Instantly, silence fell over the crowd, for that furious command was imbued with overwhelming wrath. Everyone remained motionless, only to witness Huang Yuqing draw the horsewhip from his waist. He pointed it at the individuals in the carriage and declared, "Get down at once. Do you not comprehend human speech? Is this carriage meant for you? What do you think you are? Some precious entity that necessitates the horses of our team to haul you? The carriage is intended for transporting your luggage." The occupants of the carriage were utterly terrified, reluctantly dismounting while muttering under their breath, "Captain, to have the carriage come for luggage instead of people, this is simply absurd." Chapter 16. Ankle twist. Amidst a cacophony of idle chatter, I admonished them, proclaiming that their purpose in coming to the countryside was to learn from the diligence of the ordinary laborers, not to indulge in leisure at our collective's expense. Those who seek comfort should depart, as I harbor no tolerance for idlers or the indolent. A life of ease and sloth holds no value here, and I possess ample means to address your shortcomings. Furthermore, refrain from excessive prattle. My word is law in this matter. This impassioned tirade silenced the crowd, as they came to realize that their urban education and philosophies held no currency in this setting. The team leader, speaking in a thick dialect, eschewed reason, ruling with an iron fist. His booming voice echoed like cannon fire, instilling a palpable fear in all present. Stunned into silence, the assembly was at a loss for how to respond. At that moment, Jiang Tiecheng seized Chen Ruishue's hand, leading her directly to the cart and placing their belongings atop it before standing resolutely beside it. The crowd gasped. They recognized Jiang Tiecheng as a hero who had saved their lives. Incredibly, despite the leader's scathing reprimand, he audaciously placed his luggage on the cart. Many gazed at the leader with a newfound sense of pride, eager to witness the confrontation between the leader and this celebrated figure. To their surprise, Huang Yuqing's expression softened. "This comrade shows promise. Learn from him. Follow my orders without hesitation. We shall depart in 2 minutes, and anyone failing to stow their belongings on the cart shall carry them on foot." The realization dawned upon the crowd, prompting them to hastily load their luggage onto the cart. They understood that when Huang stated 2 minutes, he meant it. The cart began to roll forward, while they trudged alongside, their faces drawn with fatigue. Chen Ruishue, lowering her voice, inquired, "How did you know we couldn't place our things on the cart?" Jiang Tiecheng replied, "I heard that the livestock in this village are quite precious. Be it cattle or horses, they are the backbone of labor here. far superior to mere humans. When plowing the fields, the animals exert tremendous strength. Given their value, why would they be utilized to carry us? With 15 of us and our luggage. Do you think that frail horse could manage? Indeed, as they observed, the horse pulling their cart appeared weak, trembling with each step, a clear indication of hunger. While they had also experienced hunger in the city, it was evident that conditions in the village were scarcely better. As they walked, a disquieting realization set in. The dirt path stretched endlessly, and after 3 hours, hope remained elusive. Dust coated their faces, and sweat soaked their garments, forming rivulets on their brows, rendering them akin to ragged bandits. Many struggled to keep pace. The once orderly procession now fragmented as the distance between individuals widened. Huang Yuqing, seated atop the cart, puffed on his dry tobacco. Upon glancing back at the weary train of travelers, frustration bubbled within him, prompting him to leap down. Look at yourselves. Without your burdens, you can barely manage this distance. You resemble beggars on the street. Let me be clear. If you continue at this pace, you will not reach our collective before nightfall. The roads here are treacherous. As darkness falls, wolves and leopards will emerge. Do not say I failed to warn you. At the mention of predators, a shiver coursed through the crowd, revitalizing their spirits as they pressed on with renewed determination. Huang Yuqing climbed back onto the cart, observing Jiang Tiecheng and the young woman beside him. He nodded approvingly. Of all the individuals he had scrutinized, this young man appeared to possess a semblance of character. The young woman, drenched in sweat, looked weary, yet Jiang Tiecheng maintained an air of composure, clearly a soul hardened by hardship. This ordeal was intentional. The village had tractors, yet they opted for oxen and horse-drawn carts to instill a sense of humility in these urban youths. Otherwise, their egos might soar sky-high. After a while, a cry of distress pierced the air. Chun Ruishua, her face contorted in pain, collapsed, clutching her ankle. She had stumbled over an unseen stone, twisting her foot in the process. Jiang Tiecheng knelt beside her, grasping her injured foot. What are you doing? She protested. I need to examine your ankle. Rolling up her pant leg, he discovered it was quickly swelling and turning red. He gently pressed the injured area, causing her to wince and shed tears. Jiang Tiecheng, you scoundrel. You've twisted it quite badly. You won't be able to walk for a while. Huang Yuqing had already dismounted from the cart. Chun Ruishua's expression darkened. She hadn't anticipated being injured so soon after arriving at the farm. Do not concern yourself with my injury. The cart does not carry passengers. Huang Yuqing turned away and continued walking. The other youths silently passed by, indifferent to her plight, all too exhausted to offer assistance. Chun Ruishua felt tears of frustration welling up. Do not worry about me. You go ahead. I will rest for a moment and see if I can catch up. Deep down, she knew walking was futile. Each time her foot touched the ground, pain shot through her. Yet the leader forbade her from riding in the cart, even in her injured state. It was an unfeeling and harsh decree. Others would not intervene. She could not burden Jiang Tiecheng. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Tiecheng crouched beside her, saying, Come, I will carry you. Regardless of the assistance Chun Ruishua has provided, and had it not been for her, he would have found himself famished on the train, lacking the capacity to undertake significant endeavors. Even if he were to repay Chun Ruishua, she momentarily lost her train of thought as she gazed at his broad back, and could not help but exclaim, No. We do not yet know how long this journey will take. With such a long distance ahead, you would be utterly exhausted walking alone, let alone carrying me. She did not wish to become a burden to anyone. At this moment, she herself felt as though her bones were about to crumble. Although Jiang Tiecheng was stronger than her, he was still an ordinary person. Chapter 17. D. Wozu enough, stop dawdling. I do not wish to stray from the group for too long. In the event that wolves or tigers appear, we would surely become their prey. Jiang Tiecheng patted his shoulder, and after a moment of hesitation, Chun Ruishua resolutely wrapped her arms around his neck. With his strong hands, Jiang Tiecheng effortlessly lifted her by the backs of her knees, hoisting her onto his back. The girl was so slender that it felt as if he were carrying nothing more than a feather. Striding forward with great strides, he quickly made his way back to the wagon where their belongings were. Huang Yuqing sat at the front of the cart, puffing out rings of smoke. Upon spotting the familiar pair, he broke into a grin, recognizing them as a couple. This lad was indeed an honest man, steadfastly devoted to his partner. After nearly 5 hours of travel, the group finally arrived at a village nestled at the foot of a great mountain. Thin wisps of smoke curled upward, and as they walked, Everyone was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. The houses here were not built of bricks and tiles, but rather of mud bricks. Many rooftops were thatched with straw. They had anticipated the poverty of the countryside, but were taken aback by its severity. Not a single brick house could be seen. For a moment, a sense of despondency washed over everyone as they pondered what awaited them. The cart soon passed through the village, where several villagers stood at their doorways, their hands tucked into their sleeves, gazing at the newcomers. Each person appeared gaunt and emaciated. Some were at a loss for words. They had heard tales of the harsh conditions in the northwest, where sandstorms were fierce, water scarce, and temperature fluctuations extreme. Summer could scorch the living, while winter could freeze them to death. Yet, they had never anticipated that this place would also be plagued by famine. As they exited the village, reaching a clearing at the base of the mountain, everyone was taken aback, for what lay before them was not a house at all. Huang Yuqing jumped down from the cart and pointed at what resembled small mounds of earth. Look no further. This is Di Wozu. Our village lacks the resources to construct proper houses for you. This was once the dwelling of workers from the forest farm on the mountain. Now that the farm has relocated, no one lives here temporarily. You may choose and allocate among these. Should you require any assistance or have needs, feel free to find me at the village committee. As for your grain supply, you must resolve that yourselves. You should be aware that our village has also suffered calamity. Our surrounding hundreds of villages have been affected, and no household is prosperous. The county has not distributed any grain to us, so you shall have none. For water, there is a river at the village entrance, which you saw on your way here. You will fetch your drinking water from there. Firewood can be gathered from the mountains. We have an abundance of it. With that, Huang Yuqing instructed them to take their belongings and drove the cart and oxen back to the village, leaving them behind without further ado. The group stood dumbfounded before the Di Wozu. Many of the younger generation had never encountered such a sight. Di Wozu referred to a pit dug into the ground, not exceeding a height of 1.8 meters at its tallest, and at its shortest, only 1.5 meters. Wooden beams were laid across the top of the pit, upon which woven mats served as the roof. This was then coated with yellow mud. In more fortunate circumstances, a piece of glass might be placed atop the roof, providing the only light within the Di Wozu. The entrance was accessible via a set of carved steps. Generally, one had to stoop to stand inside, making life in a Di Wozu a rather uncomfortable and stifling experience. The city dwellers had never before witnessed such conditions. Even in poverty, they had at least resided in houses. As they stood there in a daze, a young man boldly strode toward the Di Wozu, his luggage in hand. This was, of course, Jiang Tiecheng, who had been forewarned by Jiang Tiecheng of the hardships of rural life before his departure. We are here to endure hardships. What is there to fear? The others quickly responded with sarcasm. Oh, the great hero is not afraid of hardship or toil. Perhaps it is our vision that is too narrow. I never anticipated that our experience as educated youth in the countryside would be met with such treatment. Surely we should at least be afforded a proper house. Even a mud brick one would be preferable to this. Is this truly a place for habitation? It is even worse than a pigsty. I refuse to stay here. I absolutely refuse. If that Captain Huang has the audacity to disregard us, let him face the consequences if anything happens to us tonight. Some were venting their frustrations. Chen Ruishue, upon seeing Jiang Tiecheng moving toward the Di Wozu, hesitated for a moment. She quickly recalled that throughout their journey, Jiang Tiecheng had proven to be a pragmatic individual. Working alongside someone like him was undoubtedly a wise choice. After all, a man skilled in defusing bombs would have little to fear in such an abode. With a slight limp, she prepared to retrieve her luggage, only to have Jiang Tiecheng gesture for her to wait. In a brief moment, he returned empty-handed, taking Chen Ruishue's belongings and guiding her directly to the Di Wozu. I have inspected it. I shall reside in the adjacent one. This Di Wozu is relatively clean, standing at a height of 1.8 meters. For you, comrade Chen Ruishue, this height should suffice. This chamber is quite satisfactory, and the roof does not leak significantly. Since we are here, we must make ourselves comfortable, he added. As Chen Ruishue was assisted into the Di Wozu, a musty odor overwhelmed her, causing her to cough. Jiang Tiecheng promptly set her luggage down and rolled up the bamboo curtain at the entrance. You will need to modify this curtain, adding a layer of fabric, otherwise it will be quite cold in winter. Take your time to settle in. I shall attend to matters next door. Should you need anything, please send someone to call for me. Jiang Tiecheng believed he had acted with sufficient kindness, feeling he had done his part in returning the favor. After finishing his explanation, he returned directly to the adjacent earthen dwelling. This humble abode could comfortably accommodate 2 individuals. However, upon his recent inspection, he noted that approximately 200 similar structures surrounded him. Each was occupied by a solitary resident, leaving an additional 50 uninhabited. Thus, he decided to regard this space as his personal sanctuary, as he had no intention of inviting others to share it. The earthen dwelling featured a clay bed against the wall, with several small cubbyholes carved into the wall above, suitable for oil lamps, books, and even everyday necessities. This dwelling served as a resting place, while the cooking area, located near the entrance, doubled as a space for both culinary endeavors and slumber. At the entrance of the dwelling, beneath the steps, there were narrow patches of ground on either side. One side was strewn with scattered firewood, while the other bore the remnants of a water tank. Chapter 18. The power of adaptability. Upon a brief observation, Jiang Tiecheng realized there were several necessities he lacked. For instance, the earthen kong should ideally be covered with a mat. Otherwise, placing bedding directly on it would result in it becoming soiled with yellow dust. Furthermore, a water tank was essential. He needed to gather firewood and, while at it, visit the village to inquire about where he might procure some grains. Lacking tools such as a yoke for fetching water and buckets, he would undoubtedly need assistance from the team leader. Regardless, a trip to the village was imperative. Jiang Tiecheng piled his belongings onto the kong and rummaged through them, unearthing a package containing both brown and white sugar. One had to admit that Wang Dazhuang was indeed meticulous. In these times, such provisions were scarce and not guaranteed in cooperatives or general stores. Brown sugar could only be obtained in hospitals. After a moment of contemplation, he found an oil paper package and allocated approximately an ounce of brown sugar into it, mindful not to give too much, lest it inflate the team leader's expectations. Even this small amount was likely not readily available for purchase in the village. He tucked the brown sugar into his pocket alongside a pack of cigarettes, then secured his dwelling with twisted iron wire. With no lock available, he relied on sheer strength to twist the wire into a knot, creating a formidable barrier. Jiang Tiecheng strode confidently toward the village. Before long, he returned to the Knowledge Youth Station, carrying 2 rolls of bamboo matting and a large water tank. Other educated youths had begun selecting their own dwellings, and those who lingered outside were now scarce. Witnessing Jiang Tiecheng's strength, many were taken aback. They had never seen someone so robust, especially considering the weight of the water tank. Concurrently, they quickly realized the necessity of a water tank for fetching water. It was impractical to trek to the river multiple times a day for water. He placed the water tank inside the dwelling, leaning it against the stove. After some thought, he decided it would require a wooden cover to prevent dust accumulation. This time, his visit to the team leader proved fruitful. Upon offering the brown sugar and mentioning the lack of essential items, the leader's eyes lit up. However, he assured Jiang Tiecheng that he could speak to the village artisans, but purchases would require payment. The exact amounts were to be discussed with the cooperative members. Fortunately, with Huang Youcheng's intervention, the process would be significantly smoother. Furthermore, the mention of compensation and grain tickets was met with eagerness. Jiang Tiecheng brought back only a portion of what he needed: the water tank, buckets, yoke, 2 rolls of matting, as well as a firewood axe and hatchet. Items like tables and chairs would need to wait for the carpenter to cut wood, which would take at least 3 days. Candles and oil lamps would require him to make a trip to the county supply store in a couple of days. In summary, this place lacked water and electricity. And with limited land, it was still among the most favorable farms in the vicinity due to its abundant mountains, water, and trees. After tidying up his dwelling, Jiang Tiecheng promptly delivered the extra matting to Chun Ruishue, believing she would find it useful. Indeed, upon receiving the mat, Chun Ruishue expressed her gratitude profusely, hastily offering money to Jiang Tiecheng. He accepted without hesitation, pocketing the money before heading up the mountain to gather firewood. By the time others realized they needed to find the team leader in the village, Jiang Tiecheng had already returned with a substantial bundle of firewood, towering over him. He shared half of it with Chun Ruishue, while neatly stacking the other half at his doorstep. Chun Ruishue was immensely grateful, well aware that without Jiang Tiecheng's assistance, she would be in a precarious situation given her current condition. Before night fell, Jiang Tiecheng had successfully drawn water. The stove was lit, filling the dwelling with warmth. Thankfully, Wang Dazhuang had generously provided him with a hefty bag of noodles weighing 10 pounds, which now proved invaluable. Jiang Tiecheng even offered a bowl to Chun Ruishue, and the two shared a modest meal. In this place, darkness signified the absence of electricity, necessitating the use of oil lamps. With neither lamps nor candles available, they closed the doors and retired to bed before nightfall. Jiang Tiecheng reclined comfortably on the Kong, stretching his limbs. Indeed, when one is unencumbered by the expectations of others, life can be profoundly enjoyable. In his previous life, he had toiled relentlessly in a factory, returning home only to assist his mother with household chores. She would frequently complain of ailments, leaving him to manage laundry, cooking, and repairs. Their household, often labeled as the children of the poor, had younger siblings who were utterly dependent. Yet now, he relished the satisfaction of being the sole provider for his family. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother had finally awakened, sitting on the Kong, tears streaming down her face. How could the eldest son treat her this way? Did he harbor such resentment? To leave without even informing his mother was unthinkable. Eldest, how could you be so heartless? Abandoning this entire family and walking away. Jiang Tiecheng, already exasperated, lay in pain after having returned from the hospital with a broken leg. Mother, if my elder brother is gone, he is gone. Whether he leaves early or late, he must go. Why do you fret over him when there are pressing matters concerning me? I am your son, and my leg is broken. Do you realize that if I do not return to work, I will lose my job? You show concern for him while neglecting me. Please, do not be so biased. Jiang's mother nearly fainted from the shock. The second son was oblivious to her struggles, yet the sight of his injured leg filled her with sorrow. How could one's own younger brother act so ruthlessly? She had completely forgotten that it was she who had conspired with her brother to ensure that the group would break Jiang Tiecheng's legs, rendering him unable to return to the countryside, thus allowing the matter to be buried. Enough of this. Do not concern yourself with work. Tomorrow, I shall speak to the factory on your behalf. After all, you have suffered an injury. The factory cannot simply disregard your plight. The remaining two children looked up at Jiang Mu with pleading eyes. Mother, we are hungry. Please prepare a meal. With the eldest gone, you seem to have lost your spirit. Are you trying to starve us? Eat, eat, eat. All you think about is food. Do you not realize? Our family is on the brink of starvation. Jiang Mu, feeling overwhelmed, made her way to the kitchen. With the eldest gone, there was no way to bind him to her side again, no matter the circumstances. Chapter 19. My will, my delight. The following day, upon opening his eyes, Jiang Tiecheng was greeted by a cacophony from outside. Stepping out of his humble abode, he was immediately taken aback by the sight of snow blanketing the ground. The temperature had dropped several degrees since yesterday, and he could clearly feel the chill as people outside shivered uncontrollably. Many were stamping their feet in frustration, as yesterday, numerous individuals had dawdled, and some had failed to venture into the mountains to gather firewood. Now, they were naturally left to endure the biting cold. Jiang Tiecheng glanced at the disgruntled crowd outside, pondering the relatively light snowfall. It was evident that he needed to gather more firewood. After all, one could never predict when heavy snow would render the mountains inaccessible. Additionally, water supplies needed replenishing. Although the river had not yet frozen over, ice was forming around its edges. If the river were to freeze entirely, it would pose a significant inconvenience. Candles and oil lamps also required preparation. One could not simply resign to slumber at dusk every day. Furthermore, food supplies warranted attention. While yesterday he had managed with some noodles, it was impractical to rely solely on them for sustenance. He might very well be residing here for the next 10 to 20 years, so the issue of food needed prompt resolution. Thus, Jiang Tiecheng quickly returned indoors to boil some water, wash his face, and brush his teeth, while also reheating the remaining buns. After finishing breakfast, he stepped outside, axe and rope in hand, ready to ascend the mountain once again. At that moment, two young female intellectuals approached him. Comrade Xiao Jiang, are you going to chop wood in the mountains? Observing the two girls, wrapped in scarves and fidgeting awkwardly, Jiang Tiecheng found their intentions perplexing. Indeed, if they did not hasten to gather firewood, they would surely succumb to the cold. Yesterday, we had no axe and lacked strength. We went without firewood last night, and our abode felt like an ice cellar, they lamented, their wide, expressive eyes fixed on him. Realizing their plight, Jiang Tiecheng's expression darkened. They deserved it. The two female intellectuals were taken aback by his harsh words. They had assumed that after witnessing Jiang Tiecheng's gallant efforts for Chun Ruishue the previous day, he would be easily swayed to assist them as well. After all, Jiang had become a hero in the eyes of everyone during the train journey. Such heroes typically cared about their reputation and would feel uncomfortable refusing a request. Comrade Jiang Tiecheng, how can you speak to us like that? We froze all night and are on the verge of catching a cold. Instead of offering assistance, you resort to insults. Your lack of decency is appalling. The two young women, now exasperated, were unprepared for the cold indifference displayed by someone who had previously shown such enthusiasm for helping Chen Ruixue. Their frustration was compounded by the realization that, despite their own attractiveness, they could not compete with Chen Ruixue's beauty. Am I mistaken? Are you not just being lazy? Jiang replied. You found a multitude of excuses for your inaction. It is only fitting that those who are idle suffer the consequences of their choices. Who are you to label us as lazy? We worked tirelessly yesterday. They retorted, their cheeks flushing, whether from embarrassment or the cold, was unclear. Is my statement inaccurate? You are indeed lazy. While I, a man, managed to tidy the house, fetch water, and chop wood, what prevents you from doing the same? Are we not all human, endowed with hands, eyes, and mouths? How dare you speak to us in such a manner? They exclaimed. Indeed, we share 2 arms and legs, yet we are women. You helped Chen Ruixue. Why can you not extend the same courtesy to us? Is it merely her beauty that compels your assistance? Chen Ruixue comes from a privileged family, and you are nothing but a sycophant, trailing behind her like a lapdog. Do you truly believe that someone of her stature would ever look your way? It is vital to recognize one's own place. In their indignation, the 2 young women resorted to personal attacks. Yes, I am fond of Chen Ruixue, and I willingly assist her. If she does not appreciate my efforts, it matters not. I find joy in it, and you cannot dictate my actions. Your envy is futile. I will not lend you a hand. Typically, a man confronted with such words would feel humiliated and might even sever ties with Chen Ruixue. Yet, to their astonishment, the seemingly righteous Jiang Tiecheng responded with a brazen nonchalance. Stop your lamentations and pretensions of victimhood. Everyone here endures hardships. When you cannot counter an argument, resorting to personal attacks is futile. Do you think I care about your opinions? Who are you? Do you believe anyone bears the obligation to assist you? Your pitiful demeanor is merely a tactic to elicit my help in chopping wood. Why should I? I have made it clear. I choose to help Chen Ruixue because we share a bond forged in adversity. What are you to me? You expect assistance without any reciprocal effort? I possess no sympathy for you. Do not assume that your gender will shield you from my ire. Keep your distance from me. With that, Jiang Tiecheng slung the rope over his shoulder and, axe in hand, strode towards the mountain, prompting laughter from a group of male intellectuals nearby. The 2 young women, feeling both humiliated and enraged, were left speechless. What are you looking at? One of them snapped. We are merely enjoying the spectacle. What of it? Our eyes are our own, and we shall look as we please. Who can dictate the gaze of another? Some individuals are simply unaware of their own limitations. Already, several male intellectuals had joined Jiang Tiecheng, armed with ropes and axes, following in his footsteps. Xiao Jiang, let us ascend the mountain together to gather firewood. It is certainly safer to travel in companionship, for there are rumors of wild beasts lurking in these hills. Soon, several men linked arms, engaging in light-hearted banter as they made their way up the mountain. Jiang Tiecheng arrived at the small grove from the previous day, where each person chose a spot and diligently began chopping wood. Today, Jiang Tiecheng managed to gather twice the amount of firewood compared to yesterday, contemplating that the snow might deepen in the days to come, given the current frigid temperatures. The demand for firewood will undoubtedly increase. Furthermore, Chen Ruixue has injured her foot and will be unable to ascend the mountain for the time being. Chapter 20. Serious Matters. A group of young men, who were perhaps strangers yesterday, had become quite familiar after a day of chopping firewood. The 4 of them discussed their predicament and resolved to seek out the production team leader in the village, as the issue of food supply needed urgent attention. They contemplated whether they could purchase some grain from the villagers, at the very least to survive the winter. Alternatively, they could venture to the county to buy food, but they all understood that such a task required 2 permits, which, given their current circumstances, made it nearly impossible. Observing Jiang Tiecheng carrying an impressive load of firewood, the other 3 young men could not help but feel a sense of admiration and envy. Xiao Jiang, you are quite remarkable to be able to carry such a high pile of firewood. I can barely manage this small amount without gasping for breath. Lu Junka pointed to the firewood on his shoulder, which was only as tall as he was. Standing beside Jiang Tiecheng, he appeared diminutive, akin to a child standing next to a giant. The others roared with laughter. I have always been strong since childhood. This is merely a trivial task, Jiang Tiecheng chuckled, acknowledging that he did not come here to boast. At the very least, he needed a few friends, and these 3 young men seemed quite agreeable. As long as they did not seek to take advantage of him, forming a friendship was entirely feasible. As the four young men made their way back, laden with firewood, they encountered other youths ascending the mountain to gather more. Among them were the two young women who had just been rebuffed by Jiang Tiecheng, now fully equipped with axes and determined to join the others. Upon seeing the firewood on Jiang Tiecheng's back, they felt a pang of resentment. It was evident that he possessed the strength to assist them in gathering firewood, yet he chose not to, which they deemed selfish. They had already resolved to discreetly rally other youths to isolate Jiang Tiecheng, believing that such an undisciplined and self-serving individual deserved a lesson. However, some young people gazed at Jiang Tiecheng with envy. Recognizing that he alone could carry such a substantial amount of firewood, enough to last at least 4 days upon returning home. As he reached his doorstep, he keenly noticed that a layer of firewood was missing from his pile. The recent snowfall should have left a thick blanket upon it, yet only a few scattered flakes remained atop his firewood. This was an undeniable fact, and no amount of uproar would compel anyone to admit wrongdoing. Did they believe that such tactics would force him into submission? Jiang Tiecheng chuckled softly. Bringing the firewood indoors was simply not feasible due to the cramped quarters. The small room barely accommodated 2 people, and with a water tank already inside, there would be no space left for firewood. Understanding this, many were confident that Jiang Tiecheng had no recourse against them. Such issues, lacking concrete evidence, would only serve as fodder for ridicule should they come to light. Jiang Tiecheng divided the firewood he had collected, as he did the previous day, into 2 portions. One half was cut into manageable lengths and kept for himself, while the other half was delivered to Chun Ruishue. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Chun Ruishue inquired eagerly, "Is that you, Brother Jiang?" She had overheard Jiang Tiecheng arguing earlier that morning and felt an overwhelming urge to assist him. However, her injured ankle, which had swollen overnight, rendered her unable to move about freely. She felt a pang of guilt. Had it not been for her predicament, Jiang Tiecheng would not have had to burden himself with her needs. "It's me. How is your foot?" Jiang Tiecheng asked casually, his fondness for Chun Ruishue evident. This sentiment was not born from romantic notions. He had been deeply hurt by women in his past and was cautious in his interactions. Chun Ruishue's character, however, inspired his trust. She had risked her own safety for others during a perilous situation on the train and had willingly offered her savings to aid the collective. "Much better, Brother Jiang. You needn't worry about gathering so much firewood for me. In a couple of days, when my foot feels better, I will go up the mountain myself," she replied. Jiang Tiecheng arranged the firewood outside and knocked on the door, asking, "May I come in?" "Yes," she replied. Upon entering, he felt the chill of the room and glanced curiously at Chun Ruishue. "Has the fire gone out?" he asked. Chun Ruishue struggled to shift closer to the edge of the bed. "What happened to your foot?" Jiang Tiecheng's expression darkened as he noticed her difficulty in moving. Though she had limped about the previous day, today she seemed unable to get out of bed. Gritting her teeth, Chun Ruishue's face flushed slightly, knowing she could not hide the truth. After a night on the heated Kong, her ankle had swelled painfully, resembling a steamed bun by morning. Jiang Tiecheng stepped forward and grasped her ankle, eliciting a startled gasp from her. "Let me see your foot," he insisted, pulling up her pant leg to reveal her swollen ankle, which was indeed as plump as a bun. His brows furrowed as he realized that she had not treated the injury after twisting it, and had spent the night on the heated Kong. He lamented, "It's my fault for not reminding you that you shouldn't sleep on the Kong after getting hurt. The fire is out. I will go get some snow. You need to ice that ankle. Fortunately, it has not been a full 24 hours. You should apply an ice pack for a while, and it will gradually improve." At this moment, there are no medications or ointments like Honghua oil that the youth volunteers could possibly bring. Before long, Jiang Tiecheng returned with a substantial, square block of snow, which he had solidly compressed into a lump of ice. He then asked Chun Ruishue to find a towel to wrap it up and placed it on her ankle. "Do not fear the cold. It is essential to endure the chill for a while. If you feel the ice block beginning to melt, simply call for me, and I shall fetch you another. Let us refrain from heating the Kong today." Chapter 21 Partnership. "Brother Jiang, I feel like I've become a burden to you. Please disregard their words. I never thought of you that way. I know the kind of person you are." Chun Ruishue was concerned that Jiang Tiecheng might be bothered by the remarks of the 2 young women. "Are you foolish? Knowing what kind of person I am, why would you say such things? What kind of bond do we share? Would I harbor any resentment towards you based on the words of others? Our friendship is as solid as life itself." Jiang Tiecheng laughed heartily. Chun Ruishue found herself amused as well. "Brother Jiang, I truly mean it. You have helped me tremendously. I don't even know how to repay you." Come now, do I expect anything in return? If I were seeking repayment, I would not have assisted you in the first place. I despise trouble. Remember, do not pay heed to the gossip of others. We are friends, and our revolutionary camaraderie is unlike any other. I only assist those whom I consider friends. If it were someone else, you would see whether I would even bother with them. I have no fear of what others might say. Reputation holds no value for me. Moral coercion will never succeed. I live for my own enjoyment and freedom. Let them speak as they wish. Hearing Brother Jiang's words, Chen Ruishue felt reassured. She had feared that he might grow distant because of this. Chen Ruishue, being a straightforward person, was uplifted by his response. Enough of that. Do not overthink it. I do not have a sister, so I regard you as one. Now, take care of yourself while I tidy up a bit. By the way, since you cannot cook these days, let us share meals. I will prepare our food and bring it over. Jiang Tiecheng smiled. He genuinely liked this girl, and his affection was devoid of any romantic inclinations. It stemmed from her warmth, enthusiasm, and sincerity. Brother Jiang, please do not leave just yet. Chen Ruishue was taken aback by how attentive Jiang Tiecheng was, despite his seemingly carefree demeanor. What is it? There is a bag on my cabinet. Could you please open it and bring it to your place? Jiang Tiecheng approached, opened the bag, and was surprised to find it filled with 10 pounds of noodles. I have noodles. Those comrades from my side brought me 10 pounds of them. Brother Jiang, although we share a good relationship, we must maintain fairness. It is because we are friends that I do not wish to take advantage of you. Under equitable circumstances, our friendship can flourish indefinitely. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed consuming your provisions. That would create an imbalance, and we must respect one another. All right. I cannot argue with you. I will take the noodles over, Jiang Tiecheng conceded, realizing that resources were scarce in these times. Besides, he had yet to procure any food, and those 10 pounds of noodles could last him 3 months. However, if shared between them, it might only last a month and a half. Brother Jiang, I have something else to discuss with you. If each of us cooks separately, we waste firewood and effort. How about we share meals? We can pool our resources, and since we are friends, it will be easier to manage. Jiang Tiecheng paused. That may not be advisable. After all, we are a male and female youth, and sharing meals might draw unwanted attention. Though he was unbothered by gossip, he worried about Chen Ruishue, as female comrades faced different scrutiny than males. He had lived a full life and was indifferent to such matters, but Chen Ruishue was in a different position. Brother Jiang, to be frank, I have my own motives. I simply cannot cook at home. The meal I prepare would hardly be fit for pigs. Jiang Tiecheng chuckled at her admission. In these times, even urban children rarely lacked the ability to cook. Those who could not were exceedingly rare, especially girls, who typically mastered household chores. It was uncommon for someone like Chen Ruishue to honestly confess her culinary ineptitude. Now I see. You must be from a privileged family, as you cannot cook at all. Not at all. I have 5 older brothers, and my mother dotes on me, being her only daughter. All household duties fall to my brothers, and they are all proficient in cooking. Thus, I have not had to do anything. Chen Ruishue felt a touch of shame, having been spoiled by her brothers. You have 5 brothers, yet you were still sent to the countryside? Jiang Tiecheng found it hard to believe. Actually, I applied to go to the countryside secretly. My family situation is not ideal, and I overheard that our family was being urged to provide a quota. My brothers already had jobs, and they insisted on protecting me from going. But it was only a matter of time before something happened, and I did not want to burden my family. After analyzing the situation, I decided to take matters into my own hands and came to the countryside. Jiang Tiecheng nodded, understanding that some families could easily be scrutinized due to their background. If the children did not go to the countryside, it could lead to significant repercussions, especially in the early 60s. Many were compelled to go to set an example. Who would willingly send their child to the countryside? The children of many officials were sent, let alone those from ordinary families. Well, since you feel this way, let us share meals. However, let me clarify. I can cook, but the washing of dishes and cleaning up afterward will be your responsibility. Jiang Tiecheng believed in setting clear boundaries. He would not provide unconditional care just because Chen Ruishue was a girl. He had no intentions of pursuing her romantically, so as friends, certain matters must be addressed straightforwardly. Moreover, he vowed never to be a sycophant. Chen Ruishue was pleased to hear this. Brother Jiang, I was also thinking the same thing. Let us divide the tasks. That way, I won't feel guilty. You cook, and I will clean up. By the way, Brother Jiang, it's inconvenient for me today. Could you help me buy a water tank as well? There is no water at home, and it's quite troublesome. Also, How much grain do you plan to purchase? I can contribute the same amount of money and grain tickets. This way, neither of us will bear the burden of meals. Listening to the girl, Jiang Tiecheng nodded. It seemed he had not misjudged her character. Very well, there is indeed a supply in Shui Gang village. If I am to procure grain for you, I must consult the captain. I inquired about the village's circumstances yesterday, and it appears the situation is dire, with every household struggling to make ends meet. Whether it is possible to acquire grain remains uncertain. We shall discuss that matter later. Jiang Tiecheng's concern was the grain supply, as they had arrived at the end of September. There remained a considerable stretch of time before spring arrived next year. Moreover, this place differed from his previous impressions. The dawn broke quite late, around 9 o'clock, likely due to the winter season, which enveloped the nights in darkness much earlier. However, it was said that in summer, the sun would only begin to set past 10 o'clock. They had much to acclimatize to and explore gradually. Chapter 22. A path forward. After reaching an agreement, Jiang Tiecheng stepped outside. He cast a glance at the pile of firewood at his doorstep and pondered for a moment before tinkering with it for a considerable duration. Upon returning indoors, he prepared a simple bowl of noodle soup. Minimal oil, scant salt, and few vegetables, just enough to suffice. In truth, Jiang Tiecheng possessed remarkable culinary skills. In his previous life, after marrying Lu Yumei, he devoted himself to learning to cook, especially since their son had a delicate stomach and was quite picky about food. He had always believed that the child was his own, and to encourage him to eat more, he diligently honed his cooking abilities. Looking back now, he found it rather amusing. Although lacking in seasonings, this plain noodle soup was already of a much higher quality than what others could muster, especially considering that everyone was currently struggling with food shortages. It was certain that each person had stashed away some provisions, be it peach crisp or noodles. Everyone had something to eat. However, addressing the issue of meals was imperative. Just as Jiang Tiecheng finished tidying up, he heard someone calling for him from outside. Jiang Gu, Jiang Gu. He locked the door and walked towards the village with the 3 individuals he had gathered firewood with that morning. Lu Junkai sniffed the air. Jiang Gu, you smell of noodles. It's delightful. Jiang Tiecheng shot him a glance. You reek of peach crisp. Look at your greasy lips. Lu Junkai burst into laughter. Oh, I regret not asking my parents to bring me some noodles. They only brought a few packs of peach crisp and cookies. While they are delicious, they do not substitute for a proper meal. Wu Dajong chuckled. My mother made me stone cakes. Those hard cakes can last 2 to 3 months without spoiling. If they seem too hard, just soak them in hot water. My cooking skills are subpar. If I had been given grain, it would have been wasted, he lamented. Alas, my mother did send me 5 pounds of cornmeal, but all I managed to make was a sticky porridge that stuck to the bottom of the pot. You wouldn't believe how bitter that bowl of cornmeal porridge was. Like drinking medicinal broth. Among the group, the eldest male educated youth, He Junsheng, who appeared to be in his late 20s, joined the conversation. They continued to jest and laugh as they made their way into the village, familiar with the route leading to the production team leader's home. Upon knocking on the courtyard door, the production team leader was already aware of their arrival, having received several visitors since morning. His wife scolded while dusting off the dirt from her apron. What are you lot doing here at this hour? We do not produce grain. Huang Yuqing emerged from the house, holding his pipe as usual. What are you nagging about? Go back inside. He approached the group, and upon seeing Jiang Tiecheng, his expression softened slightly. Xiao Jiang, I know why you're here. It's about grain. I've already made it very clear. Our village is impoverished and has suffered from disaster this year. We cannot provide any grain. I'll be honest, buying grain here is utterly impossible. Each household is eating just 1 meal a day, staying indoors as much as possible. That's the reality. Even I, the production team leader, am visibly malnourished, he continued. Huang team leader, since we cannot buy grain in the village, could you point us in the right direction to obtain some? Jiang Tiecheng inquired. You know that a person is like iron, and food is like steel. Going without a meal is unbearable. Though we brought some supplies, they won't last 2 days, let alone get us through the winter. We cannot allow all of us educated youth to starve. The others nodded in agreement, primarily anxious about the lack of food. Huang Yuqing remained calm. I understand why you're asking this. There is indeed a path. Although our village lacks grain, there is a system in place. Every winter, we organize the village's young and strong laborers to repair irrigation ditches or build houses and roads. Tomorrow morning, a truck will come to gather workers. If you want to participate, be at the village entrance at 6 o'clock a.m. sharp. While there is no pay, you will be provided with 2 hearty meals a day, and at the end of the month, you will receive 18 pounds of cornmeal. It's up to you to decide. If you wish for food, this is the only option. You need not go to the county, for villagers here do not possess county residency and cannot purchase grain. Moreover, the county is also facing shortages. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiecheng felt a glimmer of hope. This could indeed be a viable option. Without further ado, he went to the village to buy a water tank. Remarkably, Huang was correct. There was not a soul in sight on the village roads. As he purchased the water tank, he found the entire household lounging on their kong. Alas, the weather was unforgiving, bringing calamity. Though it was the last year, there were still challenges to endure. Even as spring approached, the harvest would be scant due to the anticipated drought. Thus, the work of repairing roads and irrigation ditches was essential. Observing Jiang Tiecheng effortlessly carrying a large water tank as if it were a mere pebble, many felt envious. Lu Junkai sighed. Jiang Ge, what are your plans? Will you go for the irrigation work? Of course. If not, what shall we eat? There is no grain to be found here. If we don't go to repair the irrigation ditches, we'll surely starve, Jiang Tiecheng resolutely declared, determined to participate the following day. He Junsheng hesitated, being older and possessing a somewhat scholarly demeanor. Wearing a pair of black-rimmed glasses, which were held together with tape, he spoke cautiously. I've heard that the work here, repairing roads, houses, and dams, is particularly exhausting, relying entirely on manual labor. I've heard that some have collapsed from exhaustion. Given his lack of physical stamina, He Junsheng naturally felt apprehensive. Lu Junkai widened his eyes upon hearing this. The physical labor they could handle in the city was quite limited, primarily fetching water for the household. The other two also appeared to waver. Jiang Tiecheng chuckled. There is no hardship that cannot be borne, only blessings that cannot be enjoyed. Consider this. Compared to starving, what kind of hardship is this? If we do not go to work, shall we truly wait here to starve? It is essential to recognize that we will still have to toil in the fields next year. The labor in the fields is indeed arduous, as you can see the vast expanse of yellow sand surrounding us. The work is far from easy. Since we have chosen to come here, we must find our peace in this situation. If we do not adapt promptly, who will cater to our needs? They are not our parents. I am resolutely determined to go. I intend to gather some provisions during this winter. By the time spring arrives next year, I will have acclimatized to the rigors of physical labor, ensuring that when the time comes to work in the fields, I will not be reduced to tears. Brother Jiang, you speak with great wisdom. Lu Junkai has always held Jiang Tiecheng in high esteem, and upon hearing these words, his eyes sparkled with admiration. Wu Dejiang, with a silly grin, immediately nodded in agreement, proclaiming that he was unafraid of work, for he does everything at home. He Junsheng adjusted his glasses, his gaze revealing a hint of melancholy. Chapter 23. The consequences of turning against one another. It has come to my attention that the educated youth sent to the countryside are to receive provisions from the village. Captain Huang's actions seem to be a blatant attempt to compel us into repairing the irrigation canals. I have also heard that tasks such as road and canal construction are assigned to specific villages, with each village allotted a certain quota. I suspect that Captain Huang is deliberately forcing us into this labor. He Junsheng perceives himself as an intellectual. Had it not been for the circumstances of this era, he would have surely been a university student by now. His current assignment in the countryside is one of compulsion. He sees those around him as mere simpletons, devoid of intellect, particularly Jiang Tiecheng, who holds significant sway among this group. This is largely due to the heroic image he garnered from the incident on the train, which naturally incites admiration from others. Despite He Junsheng's cultured demeanor, he harbors lofty ambitions. He aspires to establish his own authority among the educated youth at this site, and gradually ascend to a leadership role. Initially, he partnered with Jiang Tiecheng to gather firewood, hoping to win him over as a loyal ally. However, he soon realized that Jiang appeared to overshadow him. Old He, who is known for not suppressing local leaders, finds himself at a loss. Even if Captain Huang is acting with malice, what recourse do we have? Jiang's words ring true. We must adhere to the authority imposed upon us, especially since our tenure here is not a fleeting one. It may extend for a decade or more. Though Jiang is not one to shy away from conflict, he sees no reason to create strife for himself. Moreover, old Huang has treated him reasonably well. If we choose not to work today, we will inevitably have to labor in the future. What options do we truly have? We could seek out county officials. Surely someone must oversee our affairs. As educated youth, it is improbable that we are entirely overlooked. If we raise a ruckus, we are bound to secure provisions, and Captain Huang would think twice before acting against us again, allowing for a more comfortable existence here moving forward. He Junsheng harbors his intentions. He desires to emerge as the leader in the eyes of all educated youth at this site. However, Jiang Tiecheng counters, questioning the wisdom of such a disruption. Even if you succeed in your protest, I ask, how will we continue to live under Captain Huang's authority in the village? All tasks are coordinated through him. After your uproar, how will we survive? Do you truly believe he would not retaliate? Jiang Tiecheng regards He Junsheng's assumptions as naive. What is there to fear? If he dares to retaliate, I shall rally the others and continue our protest. As long as we, the educated youth, stand united, there is nothing we cannot achieve. He Junsheng's expression hardens, his voice rising with conviction. All of you will accompany me. We shall gather the other educated youth and confront the county leaders. Will you join me? He Junsheng's hopeful gaze rests upon Jiang Tiecheng. If he agrees to join, it could persuade at least 80 of the youth to follow suit. Lu Junkai and Wu Dajiang look to Jiang Tiecheng, uncertain of what to do. I do not support this course of action, old he. If you insist on causing a stir, do not involve me. I shall not go. I have firewood to gather and water barrels to fill. Jiang Tiecheng dismisses the conversation with a curt remark and turns to leave. He refuses to engage in such matters. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he is not blind to He Junsheng's ulterior motives. He seeks to gain notoriety from this incident, yet he should not drag others down with him. Jiang, how can you behave this way? You were a hero on the train. How have you become so cowardly? We, the educated youth, must unite to safeguard our interests. Your current demeanor is that of a pitiful coward, and it brings me disdain. He Junsheng's frustration mounts. He had believed that aligning with Jiang Tiecheng would lead to success, only to be met with resistance. As He Junsheng's agitation escalates, Jiang Tiecheng swiftly approaches him and delivers a powerful slap, sending He Junsheng sprawling to the ground. Are you still not finished? You dim-witted fool. Do you not understand that my silence signifies disinterest? How dare you call me a coward here? If I were a coward, I would have let you all perish on that train. If I were a coward, would you be standing here now berating me? You are an ungrateful wretch, feasting while cursing me. How dare you strike me? He Junsheng clutches his face, feeling as though half his teeth have loosened. What of it? You have a sharp tongue. I warn you, do not let me hear another unkind word from you, or I shall strike you again. Jiang Tiecheng picks up his water barrel and departs in haste. Lu Junkai and Wu Dajiang shake their heads in disbelief. Old he, you must come to your senses. Why would you provoke Brother Jiang? You know what he is capable of. He managed to subdue numerous bandits on the train, and you think he fears you? Why choose to antagonize him? You must have become foolish from all that studying. The two hasten to follow Jiang Tiecheng, while He Junsheng remains behind, rubbing his sore jaw, feeling his face swell. He glares venomously at Jiang Tiecheng's retreating figure. Jiang Tiecheng, wait. This matter is far from over. Upon returning to his humble abode, Jiang Tiecheng delivers the water barrel to Chun Ruishue, only to discover that Wu Dajiang and Lu Junkai have not yet departed. What are you two still doing here? Brother Jiang, do not take old he's words to heart. He is merely a scholar, and his intellect has rendered him somewhat foolish. Brother Jiang, from now on, we shall follow you. If you say we should repair the irrigation channels, then we shall embark on that task. Lu Junkai and Wu Dajiang were just discussing on the road that aligning with Jiang Tiecheng is undoubtedly the right choice. You need not feel obliged to follow me. Each individual possesses their own thoughts. He Junsheng may wish to stir up trouble, and that is his prerogative, while my desire for tranquility is equally valid. I simply wish to lead a peaceful life, avoiding unnecessary conflicts. Brother Jiang, we truly believe you are right. The two eagerly conveyed their intentions. These young men are perceptive. They have long set their sights on Jiang Tiecheng and are resolute in their commitment to share both fortunes and misfortunes with him. Very well, let us gather at the village entrance tomorrow morning. Jiang Tiecheng does not reject companionship. He is willing to forge friendships. In a harmonious society, he cannot afford to be a lone wolf. Chapter 24. Learning from our farmer brothers, Jiang Tiecheng filled Chun Ruishue's water tank with a shoulder pole. Brother Jiang, what were you discussing earlier? What are you going to do at the village entrance tomorrow morning? The production team leader mentioned that there was no food in the village, nor in the county, and urged us to go to the irrigation site early tomorrow to receive meals. We would be compensated with 18 jin of cornmeal for a month. Chun Ruishue, slightly frustrated, pounded her leg. If only my foot were not so troublesome, I would join you. Even if it were, you couldn't go. They only require male youth. Jiang Tiecheng chuckled, relieved to see that the swelling in her ankle had indeed reduced a little. You'll need at least 2 or 3 days to recover. Just stay home and rest, he advised. Chun Ruexiu sighed, pondering the fate of the female youth. If the male youth can earn food, what about us? We can't just wait to starve. There must be regulations in the village. I refuse to believe the county's youth office is neglecting us. Your thoughts are quite similar to He Juanqing's, Jiang Tiecheng replied. You need to think clearly. Since we are in the countryside now, the so-called strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Unless your parents can watch over you for a lifetime, you'll find it difficult to leave if they hold onto your file. Remember, even if we want to buy a train ticket, we need a letter of introduction from the village. Crossing the production team leader will yield no benefits for us. Chun Ruexiu contemplated this, realizing the truth in his words. I understand. I will stay home and tend to my injury, considering I cannot go out in my current state. Jiang Tiecheng smiled, surprised by her agreeable nature, which made him more inclined to look after her. When He Juanqing visited Chun Ruexiu later to share his ideas, she helplessly revealed her swollen leg. Comrade He, look at my leg. It's so swollen, I can't possibly go. I have the will, but lack the strength. Disappointed, He Juanqing returned, but managed to contact around 70 to 80 male youth. They agreed not to go to the irrigation site the next day and decided to collectively seek the leadership at the youth office in the county. Among them, there were 150 youth, with 100 being male and 50 female. Utilizing his eloquence, He Juanqing successfully swayed most of them. The next day, only a handful of youth showed up at the village entrance to repair the irrigation channel, about 12 males and 8 females. Many among them were from impoverished backgrounds, lacking even sufficient provisions for the journey. They had endured much and knew that if they did not repair the irrigation channel, starvation awaited them. Some held their own opinions, wishing to avoid trouble and refrain from participating in such matters. Nevertheless, the 20 youth gathered together to wait for transportation. Jiang Tiecheng initially believed that female youth would not be required, only to realize his mistake upon arrival. Women were quite capable, so why should they be excluded from repairing the irrigation channel? As dusk settled, the chilling wind howled, and the group shivered in uncertainty. Soon, the sound of a truck approached. The villagers emerged from their homes, clearly more attuned to the annual irrigation schedule than the youth. About 70 to 80 villagers gathered, and when they saw only 20 youth had shown up, many of them scoffed. Look at these city folk, they can't endure hardship. They should be embarrassed, especially those who come from workers' families. They can't compare to us farmers. How many do you think will last this time? Undoubtedly, after one irrigation repair, they'll be howling for their families. This food isn't something everyone can earn. A group of older women laughed heartily, dismissing the youth as they critiqued them. The youth huddled together, their expressions unyielding, many with lowered heads, feeling out of place. In contrast, Jiang Tiecheng sat beside a middle-aged man who appeared rugged, his face darkened from labor, with thick calluses on his hands. Unlike others who were emaciated, this man seemed robust, suggesting he had some means of sustenance. Associating with him would surely impart valuable skills. Jiang Tiecheng had long contemplated that merely toiling as a laborer would be insufficient. One must be resourceful and find the right path. He struck up a conversation with the middle-aged man. A few cigarettes transformed the surrounding older farmers' demeanor, making them amiable towards him. Thanks to Wu Dazhuang's foresight in bringing a significant amount of cigarettes, his efforts proved beneficial. Jiang Tiecheng's gentle demeanor and insightful remarks stood in stark contrast to the other youth, who either cowered in silence or glared at the villagers. Consequently, within an hour, Jiang Tiecheng had integrated himself into the Red Flag Brigade. When the truck came to a halt and the youth disembarked, he had already learned the names of several villagers, recalling them effortlessly. In this brief time, the villagers recognized that Jiang Tiecheng was indeed different from the others. Wu Xiangqian whispered, "Stick with me. We want to be sorting sand or stones. Most likely, we'll be handling stones, which requires physical strength. I know the team leader for the irrigation project. I can arrange an easier task for you. You've never done this before. And jumping in suddenly will be tough." Jiang Tiecheng shook his head. "Brother Wu, that won't do. Having arrived in the countryside, I have embraced the intention of learning skills, thriftiness, and the value of hard work from our farmer brethren. How could I possibly indulge in idleness? Whatever task you undertake, I shall also partake in, without the need for any light duties to be assigned. As long as you can accomplish it, I am resolute that I can as well. I will persevere through gritted teeth." Learning from my fellow farmers, my fervent declaration was met with resounding applause from the crowd. Upon reaching the construction site, the entire group found themselves momentarily taken aback by the scene before them. Chapter 25. Rudimentary tools. Is this not for the purpose of repairing the waterway? Upon observing the situation, Jiang Tiecheng felt an unsettling unease. To be precise, even he could discern that this did not resemble the task of waterway construction. Greetings, everyone. This year, we embark once again on our winter assignment. Many comrades here may find this scene familiar. Indeed, this year we are not repairing the waterway, but rather constructing houses. A comrade clad in work attire stood atop a truck, holding a loudspeaker. This is our team leader for the winter work, Zhao Jia. A decent individual, though somewhat quick-tempered. If one does not comply, he might resort to direct action. However, as long as you perform your duties diligently, Zhao Jia generally does not make things difficult for anyone. Wu Xiangqian whispered to Jiang Tiecheng. Comrades, you are not mistaken. We are to build a military district camp here, which has been officially approved as the first agricultural reclamation district. In the future, we, as a united military and civilian force, must transform this place into an oasis, cultivating the most abundant grains and finest fruits for our motherland. Do you have confidence? A collective shout of affirmation arose, resounding with fervor. This spirited atmosphere was hard to resist. However, soon someone jested, Captain Zhao, this time, will our rations be reduced because of the house construction? Everyone present was motivated by the prospect of receiving their meager monthly rations. Observing that building houses would surely be easier than repairing the waterway, many harbored concerns. Yet it must not be so. This time, we are tasked with establishing an agricultural reclamation area, thus the number of houses to be constructed is considerable, and we must complete them by the end of winter. Nevertheless, we face a significant challenge. We are to construct a camp for 50,000 individuals, and it must be finished before the spring festival. Time is of the essence, and the workload is substantial. Furthermore, due to the heavy demands, not only will our rations remain at 36 gen of grain per month, but it will also be fine flour, not cornmeal. Comrades, as long as we meet the deadline, I assure you that no one will be deprived. Many immediately erupted in cheers. After all, receiving 36 gen of fine flour a month is more than even city officials receive, who often do not have access to such rations. Upon hearing the enthusiastic cheers, Captain Zhao smiled. All right, I will not waste words. You all have experience and are familiar with the procedures. Do not hesitate to consult your team leaders from last year. New comrades, please report to me for team assignments. He waved his hand, aware that many young intellectuals dispatched to the countryside would undoubtedly come to work. Each village typically requires around 200 strong laborers for such tasks. However, due to the inevitable presence of the elderly, women, and children, coupled with the recent years of disaster, many are unable to find sufficient food. Numerous individuals in frail health cannot manage such strenuous labor. In the past, it was easy to gather 200 strong laborers from a village. However, that is no longer the case. Thus, this batch of young scholars would surely be closely monitored by various villages. Zhao Jia jumped down from the truck, while others dispersed, leaving the young intellectuals from each village huddled together. Zhao Jia assessed the situation and began to register names from the roster. Uncertain of how many would arrive, he registered on site. After counting, he noted that the number of young intellectuals from each village was not substantial. It was rumored that each brigade sent down at least 200 young people, with a total of around 20,000 expected. Yet, the current assembly amounted to only about 500 individuals. One could surmise that these young scholars were reluctant to engage in labor. Those who volunteered likely had endured hardship at home. Nonetheless, this was advantageous, as it spared resources and prevented idleness. Zhao Jia wasted no time and promptly assigned them to their tasks. Male young intellectuals were grouped together, while the females were assigned to shovel sand. Jiang Tiecheng followed the other male young intellectuals to their designated team leader. Zhao Jia was the brigade leader, while there were another 20 squad leaders beneath him. Jiang Tiecheng found himself in front of a middle-aged man, whose surname was Ren. He was commonly referred to as Ren Laoqi. Ren Laoqi scrutinized the young intellectuals with a dismissive look. Enough with the pleasantries. Our team is primarily responsible for carrying stones. I do not care how you achieve this. If you have a wheelbarrow, use it. If not, resort to baskets. Otherwise, you will have to carry them on your shoulders. Each person must transport 500 gen of stones daily. Should you fail to meet this requirement, do not blame me for deducting your rations. Ren team leader, where are we supposed to find wheelbarrows and baskets? Our tools are not abundantly available here. We must arrive early each day to claim them. These items are unclaimed. First come, first served. For instance, if you arrived late today, everything would have been taken. Find a solution for yourselves. Over there are ropes. Each of you may take one. Regardless, I will be inspecting for 500 gene of stones, so do not attempt to slack off. With that, Ren Laoqi turned and walked away, leaving the group of young male intellectuals in bewilderment. Jiang Tiecheng had never performed this task before, yet he understood that transporting 500 gene of stones in a single day was no trivial endeavor. They then realized why many villagers were unable to come. The elderly, women, and children, with their frail bodies, could not possibly carry such a load. Gritting his teeth, Jiang Tiecheng resolved to take action and walked directly towards the hanging ropes. He took down one rope, pondering how to use it to transport stones. Even with some experience, he could not fathom the solution. Approaching the group of individuals carrying stones, he noticed someone pushing a wheelbarrow filled to the brim with stones. This wheelbarrow was also challenging to maneuver. Others were using baskets and shoulder poles to carry the load. No one was using ropes to carry stones. Those who did employed wooden boards, with the ropes tied around the edges, allowing the stones to be slung onto the boards. Thus, they could carry the stones using the rope. Upon reaching the scene, Jiang Tiecheng realized that the stones varied in size, and many were attempting to select the smaller ones, as even a single wheelbarrow could not accommodate the larger stones. Strong men were needed to break the stones apart. In essence, this job required not only the transportation of stones, but also the task of breaking them. Many toil away in silence, some casting a fleeting glance at them before disdainfully averting their gaze, clearly aware that these Jiqing are incapable of accomplishing any significant tasks. The male Jiqing, emulating Jiang Tiecheng, grasped a rope, yet none spoke as they regarded it. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Tiecheng slung the rope over his shoulder and stepped forward. Approaching the pile of stones, he identified a piece of moderate size and lifted it. In an instant, he found it surprisingly light and easily manageable. Realizing that his robust strength was more than sufficient for the task, he promptly returned the rope to the wire. The onlookers, puzzled by his actions, were suddenly taken aback by the shocking sight of Jiang Tiecheng effortlessly lifting a stone barehanded and shouldering it as he walked away. Chapter 26. The strong man Zhao Jie noticed a group of people gathered, pointing and whispering amongst themselves. He strode over angrily, demanding, "What are you all doing? Why are you standing around gossiping instead of working?" "Captain Zhao, look. A strong man has arrived today. Just see how capable he is," someone replied, gesturing towards the direction of their gaze. Zhao Jie blinked in disbelief, momentarily questioning the clarity of his vision. Before him stood a tall young man, effortlessly balancing an enormous stone on his shoulder. The stone appeared to weigh no less than 180 gene, and if he were carrying a sack, he could easily manage 200 to 300 gene. However, this was a stone, rough and angular, making it far more challenging to carry than a simple sack. Yet, the young man not only bore the stone upon his shoulder but did so with remarkable ease, suggesting he had not yet reached his limits. Zhao Jie's eyes lit up. It was rare to encounter such a young man with such immense strength. He surveyed the crowd, and under his piercing gaze, everyone quickly returned to their tasks. Once the crowd dispersed, Zhao Jie hurriedly followed the young man, who walked lightly and swiftly, soon placing the large stone onto the scale. The scorekeeper nodded, announcing, 92 gene. "Jiang Tiecheng, you are impressive. This is only your third attempt, and you've already lifted 400 gene. One more lift, and you will complete your morning's quota. If your captain knew how capable you are, he would surely feel he missed a great opportunity," Zhao Jie remarked. Jiang Tiecheng chuckled modestly. "It's nothing. I simply have a bit of strength at home." Zhao Jie stepped closer. "Your name is Jiang Tiecheng?" Upon realizing it was Captain Zhao, Jiang Tiecheng smiled knowingly. He understood Zhao Jie was interested in his strength, replying, "Yes, Captain Zhao, you can call me Xiao Jiang." Zhao Jie squeezed the young man's arm. Not particularly muscular, but he wondered where such power came from. "Well, I'll get back to work now." "You're busy," Jiang Tiecheng said, turning to leave, showing no intent to engage further. Zhao Jie, feeling anxious, called out, "Xiao Jiang, don't go." "What is it, Captain?" Jiang Tiecheng asked with a slight smirk. "I actually have a proposition for you. With your strength, you're wasting your potential here. Come with me, and I'll arrange a new task for you that will surely be more worthwhile." Zhao Jie insisted, pulling Jiang Tiecheng along for about a meter until they arrived at another area, which was distinctly different from where they were constructing buildings. This area was designated for laying foundations, including the installation of underground pipelines. The cement pipes here were thick and substantial. A person could easily stand inside one. Importantly, the height was sufficient for 2 or 3 individuals to comfortably fit within. Zhao Jie observed workers in pairs, using shoulder poles to transport the pipes to their destination. Each of these thick pipes required 8 to 10 workers, all strong men, to lift. On such a cold day, each man was bare-chested, glistening with sweat, which spoke volumes about the weight of the pipes. As Zhao Jie approached, he noticed a robust man whistling to coordinate the workers' movements. At the sound of his whistle, everyone advanced in unison, ensuring the pipes moved swiftly. Upon seeing Zhao Jie, the burly man clapped the young man beside him on the shoulder and approached. "Old Zhao, what brings you here? Aren't you busy with your own tasks? Why come here to cause a ruckus?" Zhao Jie introduced Jiang Tiecheng. "I've brought you someone." "Who is this?" "This kid?" The man inquired. "What's the matter? He's strong, right? If he can lift, he's more than welcome to join us." The burly man assessed Jiang Tiecheng closely. "How much can you lift at once, kid?" Jiang Tiecheng glanced at the pipe, still uncertain of the precise measure of his 300 strength. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Captain, I'm not entirely sure. Perhaps I should give it a try." "Well, you're confident. Go ahead and try," the burly man encouraged. A crowd quickly gathered, eager to witness the contest of strength. A tall, imposing man stepped forward, boasting, "Kid, this is our strongest worker. If you can outlift him, you'll become our captain." Zhao Jie chuckled. "Indeed, he speaks the truth. Here, the strongest worker calls the shots. And that's how our team leaders are chosen. On this site, strength matters. I should mention, if you become a team leader, it's not just about the monthly 36 jin of flour. You'll also earn a salary of 28.5 yuan and receive 50 jin of grain tickets. Think about it." Zhao Jie mused, eager to see the young man's capabilities. Jiang Tiecheng approached the cement pipe, which was relatively short and narrow. 4 strong men could easily carry it. With everyone watching, murmurs filled the air. What does this kid intend to do? Is he really going to lift that pipe alone? Has he lost his mind? That pipe may look narrow, but it weighs 800 jin. It requires at least 4 men to lift it together. Can he truly manage it alone? As Jiang Tiecheng positioned himself before the pipe, he stretched out his arms, assessing the best way to lift it. Realizing he couldn't lift it horizontally, he moved to the opposite end. Grasping the pipe's wall with one hand and weighing it with the other, he realized that 800 jin was indeed quite heavy. This is certainly no jest. Although lifting 800 jin is considerably more challenging than the previous stone, it is not insurmountable. Jiang Tiecheng firmly planted his feet on the ground and exerted his strength, unexpectedly managing to hoist the cement pipe with one hand. With the aid of his other hand, he astonishingly lifted the pipe with both hands. The onlookers fell into a profound silence, for the earlier boasts about their prowess now echoed harshly against the stark reality. They watched in awe as Jiang Tiecheng single-handedly carried the cement pipe forward, his steps steady despite the evident strain. Chapter 27. Where is your home? During lunchtime at the cafeteria, Jiang Tiecheng squeezed in with a group of workers. It was his first visit to the cafeteria, and immediately after being transferred to the pipeline handling team, he experienced a shift in treatment. This cafeteria catered to the construction site and came in 2 varieties. One was for the ordinary laborers repairing the water channels, who typically ate steamed buns made from a mix of white flour and cornmeal, often accompanied by a stew that lacked meat. The other was the employees' cafeteria. Besides the villagers and educated youth from the countryside, a significant number of individuals working on the site were employees of the construction company. As formal employees, their dining options were naturally superior to those of the regular villagers. They enjoyed steamed white buns and hearty stews, which occasionally contained a few glistening slices of fatty meat. It was evident that the treatment was distinctly different here. Jiang Tiecheng had now become the team leader of the 6th handling group. Although not a formal worker, he received the wages of one. It would be a waste to let such a capable individual remain idle outside. Transferring jobs was out of the question. In these times, securing a position as a worker was akin to obtaining a solid iron rice bowl, making it improbable for someone like Jiang Tiecheng, an educated youth sent to the countryside, to casually acquire employment. Most importantly, as the group leader, he was responsible for overseeing 16 individuals, whose daily workload involved handling more than 20 cement pipes. He had accompanied his team to the cafeteria, but it was clear to him that his position as group leader was somewhat dubious. Although he had been appointed due to his strength, the former group leader had worked with the team for many years, and Zhang's arrival had usurped that role. causing resentment among the formal workers. As he entered the cafeteria, his subordinates dispersed without acknowledging him, and no one greeted him after they received their meals. Jiang Tiecheng understood well that their displeasure was evident on their faces, and they made no effort to hide it. This was a veiled show of power, and he realized he was in a precarious position. He had not intended to take anyone's place, but having done so, he could not ignore the situation. After all, earning a salary and dining in the employees' cafeteria was certainly a significant improvement from his previous circumstances. His primary objective here was to survive, especially during this year of hardship. He had no intention of going hungry. Approaching the serving window with his lunchbox, the chef looked at him, empty-handed. "Where's your meal ticket?" "We only serve food with a meal ticket here." "Your ticket?" Jiang Tiecheng then realized that access to the employees' cafeteria was not granted to anyone who wished to eat there. Feeling embarrassed, he inquired, "Chef, I just started today. I am unaware of the meal ticket process. Could you please inform me where I can obtain one?" The chef was about to respond when an abrupt voice interjected, "Hey, comrade, step aside if you're not here to get food. Don't block others from being served." With only half an hour for lunch, Jiang had to move aside, and the chef shook his head. A young man squeezed in, presenting his lunchbox and meal ticket. "Old Jiang, don't be so naive. Some people are quite something. Today is their first day, and they've already taken over as the leader of our 6th group, replacing our own Wang group leader, reducing him to a mere laborer. How could someone like that not know where to get a meal ticket? Don't waste your kindness on the blind." The chef looked at Jiang Tiecheng with surprise, and his brows furrowed. Clearly, they had worked together for many years and were quite familiar with one another. All the diners in the vicinity subtly directed their attention toward Jiang Tiecheng, having heard the exchange. Each gaze bore the weight of scrutiny. If he failed to secure a meal today, or if he had to slink away to the other cafeteria for food, Jiang would find it nearly impossible to maintain authority over his 16 subordinates. The strangers around him watched with a hint of amusement, as the atmosphere in the cafeteria was charged with hostility, for in the eyes of many, Jiang Tiecheng had intruded into their space and taken their jobs. Looking around, Jiang's gaze settled on a table at the entrance where a middle-aged man sat. He approached the table with his lunchbox and addressed the man, "Comrade, I am a new temporary worker assigned to the 6th group. Is the meal ticket obtained from you?" The man behind the table regarded Jiang with indifference, raising an eyebrow as he assessed him. With a cold snort, he replied, "The meal tickets for today have all been distributed. Come back tomorrow." This response elicited uproarious laughter from those nearby, clearly mocking Jiang Tiecheng. "Comrade, work is demanding, and I need sustenance to perform my duties. If I do not receive my meal ticket today, I will be unable to eat. If I were to work on an empty stomach and an accident were to occur, I wonder if you would be willing to bear the responsibility?" The middle-aged man scoffed at this remark. "If an accident happens, it's none of my business. I'm merely in charge of the cafeteria and the distribution of meal tickets. I am not responsible for anything else. Don't try to pin blame on me." As Jiang observed the man preparing to leave with his ledger, he swiftly placed his hand on the man's red ledger just as it was about to be lifted. In that instant, the man's expression shifted. This was the only target Jiang could see at that moment. Jiang's expression changed slightly. The middle-aged man, with a dismissive grunt, forcefully yanked his ledger back from Jiang's grasp. "Comrade, do not overreach. When I say there are no meal tickets, I mean precisely that. Your attempts to obstruct my path are futile, and I implore you not to behave like a shrew ready to create a scene. I am not swayed by such tactics. Comrade, where is your dormitory?" Jiang Tiecheng's voice grew serious. The middle-aged man sneered. "Are you attempting to threaten me? If you dare lay a finger on my wife or children, I assure you, you will regret it." "Oh dear, Lao Zhang has encountered a tough adversary this time. Just tell him where your dormitory is. We shall see what he dares to do under the broad daylight. If he lays a hand on you, we will not let the matter rest." Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the crowd, provoked by these words. The man known as Lao Zhang retorted with anger, "I reside in the last unit of the dormitory area next to the cafeteria. What do you intend to do about it?" Chapter 28. The confrontation with Lao Zhang. As the crowd awaited the inevitable outburst from Jiang Tiecheng, he unexpectedly turned and dashed away, moving as swiftly as the wind. "Hey, don't run. What are you up to?" Lao Zhang exclaimed, suddenly alarmed that this audacious youth was indeed making a move. Without hesitation, he pursued Jiang Tiecheng, while the onlookers in the cafeteria exchanged bewildered glances, some hastily abandoning their meals. "Can you believe it? He really dares to go through with it," they murmured. "If he lays a finger on Lao Zhang's family, he is declaring war on all of us workers. Brothers, grab your tools. The young laborers, unable to contain their fury, rolled up their sleeves and followed suit. Lao Zhang, breathless, chased after Jiang Tiecheng, who was rapidly distancing himself. "Jiang Tiecheng, if you dare to harm my family, I will not let this go," he shouted in desperation. "You better not hurt anyone, or you'll face the consequences." Despite Lao Zhang's frantic cries, Jiang Tiecheng continued to sprint until he reached the last household in the alley. The gate stood ajar, and from within the courtyard came the anguished wails of a woman. "Debeo, Debeo, what has happened to you?" she cried. Beside her, several neighboring women shouted anxiously, "Chui Fun, the child has no breath left. Look at his face, it's already turning purple. Stop crying and go call your husband back." The woman collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Jiang Tiecheng then noticed the boy on the ground, appearing to be around 14 or 15, completely lifeless, his face a ghastly shade of purple. Just then, Lao Zhang burst in, unaware of Jiang Tiecheng's intentions. He stood frozen as a neighbor shouted, "Lao Zhang, you're finally back. Your Debeo just passed away, and your wife Chui Fan has fainted." Lao Zhang was taken aback, pushing Jiang Tiecheng aside to rush forward, only to find his son lying lifeless on the ground, his daughter-in-law unconscious beside him, her eyes tightly shut. In a panic, he scooped up his son, but the child's body felt limp. Checking for breath, he found none. Lao Zhang felt the world spinning around him. The child slipped from his arms to the floor. How could this happen? How could he be dead? He was fine when I left this morning. Who can I blame for this? Chui Fan gave him some peanuts. And now look at what has happened. Lao Zhang, you must stay strong. Chui Fan is waiting for you, and the child needs you to arrange a proper burial. We need to find a coffin quickly. At that moment, a figure rushed in, snatching the child from Lao Zhang's grasp. Lao Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief as he saw Jiang Tiecheng holding his son in a peculiar manner, both arms wrapped around him as if he were squeezing a sack. It was evident that Jiang Tiecheng was treating the lifeless body with utter disrespect. Lao Zhang's eyes turned bloodshot as he staggered to his feet. "How dare you? Jiang Tiecheng, you are inhuman. My son is dead, and you continue to torment him. Whatever grievances you have, take them out on me, not on a child." However, the unfolding events were too overwhelming for Lao Zhang, leaving him weak and trembling. The neighbors echoed his outrage. "What kind of person are you? This child is already gone. Why torment him further? Death is paramount. Can't you let bygones be bygones?" The workers who had followed were horrified at the scene. Jiang Tiecheng was beyond redemption. They clamored to confront him, but suddenly, a cough erupted from the child in Jiang Tiecheng's arms, followed by a peanut being expelled onto the ground. The boy began to cough violently. Jiang Tiecheng gently released the child, helping him sit on the ground. Astonishingly, the boy, who had moments ago been breathless, revived. Lao Zhang and the stunned onlookers stood frozen in shock. Lao Zhang rushed forward, clutching his son tightly, tears streaming down the boy's face as he regained color. "Debeo, my dear Debeo. Are you all right?" "Dad, I almost died." The child sobbed. "What just happened? How did that young man manage to bring him back?" The crowd marveled. Yes, we all witnessed Debeo's lifeless state. How could he suddenly come back to life? They gazed at Jiang Tiecheng in awe. Calmly, Jiang Tiecheng explained, the child was not dead. He had merely choked on a peanut and lost consciousness. What I performed was a first aid technique known as the Heimlich maneuver, specifically designed to help both adults and children who are choking. Had I arrived even a moment later, it would have been too late. Upon witnessing the miraculous revival, Lao Zhang's wife, who had just regained consciousness, cried out in relief at the sight of her son. She knelt before Jiang Tiecheng, repeatedly bowing her head. Thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have wanted to die myself." Jiang Tiecheng quickly helped her to her feet. "Sister, please don't do this. Anyone would act in such a situation." The surrounding workers, initially ready to confront Jiang Tiecheng, were now at a loss for words, realizing he had come to save a life. Lao Zhang, regaining composure, handed his son to his wife and shook Jiang Tiecheng's hand, expressing deep gratitude. "Jiang Tiecheng, thank you, thank you. If it weren't for you, my child would have been lost. My beloved and I have painstakingly nurtured this one child. If we were to lose him, our family of 3 could not possibly endure. You have not merely saved the life of the child, you have preserved the very existence of our entire family." As Lao Zhang reflected on how he had previously made things difficult for Jiang Tiecheng, an overwhelming sense of guilt washed over him. He hurriedly retrieved his red flag booklet from his trouser pocket and presented 30 meal tickets to Jiang Tiecheng. "Comrade Xiao Jiang, these are 30 days' worth of meal tickets. Here, we receive our tickets on a monthly basis. Please take them for now. As for the remaining grain tickets and subsidies, come to me later this afternoon when it's time for meals. Jiang Tiecheng accepted them with a smile, patting Lao Zhang on the shoulder as he said, Lao Zhang. The child's throat is injured from the peanuts, so for the next few days, he should consume light porridge to aid in his recovery. With that, he turned and pushed through the crowd, leaving Lao Zhang to reflect on his own actions. He struck himself hard across the face, realizing that despite having made things difficult for Jiang Tiecheng, he bore no resentment. Such a magnanimous individual made Lao Zhang feel utterly inadequate. Addressing the surrounding workers, he declared, "From now on, if anyone dares to trouble Jiang Tiecheng, they will have to answer to me, Lao Zhang. Consider your actions wisely." The crowd dispersed awkwardly. Chapter 29 Treatment. As Jiang Tiecheng and the workers returned to the cafeteria, the news had already spread throughout the hall. Everyone cast him peculiar glances. At the moment the incident occurred, everyone was aware that the primary enigma lay in how Jiang Tiecheng had known about old Jiang's son's mishap. If it were a scheme devised by Jiang Tiecheng, it would be unrealistic, as he did not even know old Jiang. He had inquired about old Jiang's address directly. Otherwise, he would have been none the wiser. Yet, against all odds, Jiang Tiecheng had rescued the child, albeit in a rather unconventional manner. He had genuinely brought back to life a child who had ceased to breathe. Everyone felt a chill at the thought that had the child not been revived, they might have mistaken him for a corpse, leading to a burial that would have sealed his fate. That was a life at stake, and in the present circumstances, no one could have fathomed that the child was still salvageable. The notion of rushing to the hospital was unfathomable, as the nearest medical facility was a daunting 300 miles away. Often, those who fell gravely ill on construction sites faced a grim wait for death. With poor road conditions, even if a vehicle were dispatched from the site, it would take an entire day to reach help. This explained why the onlookers urged old Jiang to act, yet none advocated for a trip to the hospital. Without Jiang Tiecheng, the child would have indeed faced burial. This was a life that could have been mistakenly interred as that of the deceased. The gazes directed at Jiang Tiecheng shifted from anger, hostility, suspicion, and disdain to a gradual transformation. Initially perceived as merely a strong brute, he was now recognized as a man of both courage and intellect. Approaching the counter, Jiang Tiecheng encountered the same head chef as before. He handed over a meal ticket, which the chef accepted. The ladle dipped into the pot, and after shaking it thrice, it was evident that little remained in the spoon. Jiang Tiecheng felt a sense of resignation. It seemed that the entrenched customs of the cafeteria would not be easily overturned. He had to concede that although the portions were scant, at least the staple food was sufficient. Just as he was about to take his lunchbox, a short and stout man ambled over and seized it. The chef's expression shifted instantly. With a forced smile, he exclaimed, "Director Zhang, what brings you here?" Old Liu, having been a chef for many years, knew everyone well. "What do you mean by this? Is 3 shakes of the ladle not enough? Must you shake it vigorously?" Old Liu whispered, "Director Zhang has driven away team leader Wang. This is what the 6th group has been saying to me. He is merely a temporary worker." The implication was abundantly clear. They, the regular workers, were aligned together. Director Zhang pushed past old Liu and adeptly ladled several servings from the pot. His skill was evident as he stirred the bottom before scooping, ensuring that only the finest morsels were retrieved. A generous heap of sumptuous stew filled the lunchbox, with several thick slices of fatty meat prominently visible. A few onlookers couldn't help but feel envious as Director Zhang scooped yet another ladleful, filling the box to the brim. "Let me make this clear to everyone working in the cafeteria. All of you are under my supervision. What is my relationship with old Jiang? You all know well. He is my own brother. Jiang Tiecheng saved my nephew, making him a benefactor to my family. I do not care what grievances you harbor in private. If you have the ability, confront him directly. If you can best him in a fair fight, then so be it. I, old Jiang, will have nothing to say. However, if anyone attempts to conspire with the cafeteria staff to create trouble for him, do not blame me for being unkind." This declaration was directed simultaneously at the chefs, cafeteria staff, and the workers present. Gasps of astonishment echoed as they realized Jiang Tiecheng had cleverly secured a powerful ally, who was unaware that Director Zhang was fiercely protective of his own. With Director Zhang's backing, any further attempts to harass Jiang Tiecheng would require considerable skill. Director Zhang, with a beaming smile, handed over the lunchbox. "Eat well. If you're still hungry, come back for more. Our cafeteria's motto is to ensure everyone is well fed." Although he spoke little, the message was unmistakable. In the future, he would look out for Jiang Tiecheng. Understood, Director Zhang. Jiang Tiecheng refrained from further chatter, picking up the lunchbox and placing 5 large steamed buns atop the lid. Glancing around, he realized it was mealtime, and the cafeteria was bustling with patrons. He did not seek preferential treatment, for he believed that saving a life did not entitle him to expect admiration. Every individual deserved to be appreciated in their own right. Carrying his meal, Jiang Tiecheng proceeded outside. Nearby, against the wall, lay a disorganized heap of stones, deliberately scattered. Villagers and young volunteers assisting would sit on these stones as the cafeteria lacked tables and chairs. Everyone simply squatted down to eat. As Jiang Tiecheng surveyed the area, contemplating where to settle, he heard someone call out, Xiao Jiang, over here." Lu Junkai and Wu Dehe waved excitedly. Jiang Tiecheng hurried over to them and placed his lunchbox on a stone. He glanced at their meals and momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Their stew was the same, yet contained only cabbage, radish, and vermicelli, with perhaps a smattering of oil floating atop. More importantly, their stew barely covered the bottom of their lunchbox. The buns were of coarser flour. In contrast, his own box brimmed with an abundance of ingredients, including not just cabbage, vermicelli, and tofu, but also meat, potatoes, and radishes, nearly overflowing to the point of spilling. Lu Junkai and Wu Dehe gasped at the sight of Jiang Tiecheng's meal. "Xiao Jiang, impressive indeed. How come the food in your cafeteria is so exceptional?" Although they were envious, they would never dream of taking advantage. One must be mindful of propriety. Jiang Tiecheng paused for a moment, realizing that he could not face this challenge alone. Although he held no certainty that he could unify these two individuals with his own aspirations, winning their hearts was indeed a necessary endeavor. The canteen's chief Zhang was genuinely kind, as evidenced by the generous 2 large ladles he had served him. "Here, let me share half of this with you," he insisted, as he scooped a portion from his own lunchbox into theirs. "Old Jiang, this simply won't do. This is your meal, and we cannot impose upon you," Lu Junkai and Wu Dehe protested anxiously. Who could be unaware that this meal was a privilege bestowed upon him? In these times when food was scarce, such a portion of stew could sustain an entire family. "Just eat, and stop the fussing," he urged them. Chapter 30. Sudden accident. Observing Jiang Tiecheng devour his mantu with remarkable speed, the 2 companions felt a warmth stir within them. They were acutely aware that in these times, few would willingly share their provisions. After a morning of strenuous labor, they were already famished, their stomachs pressing against their backs. The simple fare of mantu and a hearty stew was consumed ravenously. However, to their astonishment, Jiang Tiecheng's portion of stew contained meat, tofu, and meatballs, all rich in protein. A pang of emotion welled up in their eyes, and their noses tingled. They both harbored a singular thought: following Lao Jiang would surely lead to a life of abundance. Regrettably, Lao Jiang was not in their group, and they lamented that they could not assist him with the workload. Contemplating Lao Jiang's remarkable strength, they felt a sense of melancholy. They wished to help, yet felt powerless. They owed him a significant debt of gratitude, yet had not found the opportunity to repay it. Having consumed 5 mantu without satiation, Jiang Tiecheng returned for another 5. To his surprise, the master chef, upon seeing him, filled his lunchbox to the brim with stew. Such treatment was reserved solely for Jiang Tiecheng in the cafeteria, where a rule dictated that each person received but a single scoop of vegetables, and the main dish was meant to fill one's stomach. Only those with an exceptionally close rapport with the chef might receive a second scoop, and such generosity was rare indeed. Jiang Tiecheng's direct allocation was unprecedented. Amid the envious gazes of others, Jiang Tiecheng stepped out to share half of his stew with the 2 men, realizing he could not consume it all alone. Satisfied and nourished, he returned to the worksite. 16 workers ambled back, sluggish and lethargic. Upon hearing the whistle, Jiang Tiecheng knew it was time to commence work. He stood up, clapped his hands, and encouraged everyone to begin. As the team leader, his responsibility was to direct the rhythm of the work, allowing others to lift the cement pipes to their designated positions without bearing the burden himself. The workers rose with a languid slowness, their movements resembling a slow-motion film, as they clearly allowed their emotions to infiltrate their tasks. Jiang Tiecheng had reviewed the work log and noted they had only lifted 5 pipes that morning, leaving 15 more to complete in the afternoon. As the team leader, he bore the weight of this responsibility. Failure to meet the day's quota would result in criticism directed at him. The workers were evidently aware of this and chose to deliberately dawdle. Jiang Tiecheng observed as they took 10 minutes merely to secure the rope, followed by another 10 to position the carrying pole on their shoulders. They continued to meander, adjusting their belts and rolling up their sleeves, consuming yet another 10 minutes. Meanwhile, other teams had already transported a pipe, while they had yet to even set off. The workers anticipated Jiang Tiecheng's outburst, yet to their surprise, he remained silent, patiently waiting for them. Internally, they berated him as weak, and their movements grew increasingly sluggish. Finally lifting the pipe, they began to move forward at Jiang Tiecheng's whistle. However, they had previously conspired. They doubted their feeble tactics could oust Jiang Tiecheng. Hence they resolved to employ a more drastic measure to displace their leader. The two at the front readied themselves, planning to feign a stumble over a stone, causing the pipe to drop and prompting the others to loosen their grip. One would pretend to be injured, placing the blame on Jiang Tiecheng for inadequate supervision. Such a significant safety hazard would be a burden he could not bear, and he would surely face consequences. As the two exchanged glances, they approached the stone, ready to trip. At the moment their feet were about to collide with the stone, an unexpected foot swept the stone aside. Unprepared for this, the two struggling to maintain their grip on the pipe exerted too much force. The sudden increase in pressure caused the back six workers, anticipating the pipe would fall, to loosen their hold. This resulted in the back six using the opportunity to relieve their burden, while the two in front were still exerting effort. The entire weight of the cement pipe crashed down upon them. The six workers, realizing the impending danger, gasped in alarm. "Let go of the pole," they cried, but it was too late. The heavy pipe slammed into the muddy ground, causing the front pipe to tilt precariously. The two still bearing the weight of the pole were struck with terror as they saw the pipe rising ominously before them, like a small mountain, and then it began to topple toward them. Paralyzed with fear, they felt they could not flee, realizing that should the pipe fall, they would be crushed. The anticipated agony, however, never came. Instead, they heard a chorus of gasps around them. Upon opening their eyes, they witnessed a startling scene. Jiang Tiecheng had braced himself under the pipe, his feet sinking into the earth, his face turning a shade of purple. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help," he shouted. Awakened to the urgency of the moment, the two called out for assistance. The remaining six, suddenly enlightened, rushed over, joining forces with makeshift tools to stabilize the pipe. Jiang Tiecheng finally extricated himself from beneath the pipe, placing it down gently. Breathless and exhausted, the 8 workers exchanged glances filled with shame as they regarded Jiang Tiecheng. Moments ago, they nearly claimed the life of Jiang Tiecheng. Had it not been for Jiang Tiecheng's steadfast grip on the cement pipe, both of them would have faced either death or serious injury. If it were not for Jiang Tiecheng's extraordinary strength, the outcome of today would be unfathomable. Should Jiang Tiecheng have met his demise, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of guilt, for there exists no deep-seated animosity among them. 8 individuals gathered around. "Team Leader Jiang, how are you? Perhaps you should visit the medical office." "Team Leader Jiang, how do you feel?" A visit to the medical office would be futile. Today, Xiao Lu from the medical office has gone to the county for training, leaving the office completely unattended. Chapter 31. Punishment. Jiang Tiecheng rubbed his arm and rolled up his sleeves, revealing that due to excessive exertion, the muscles in his arm displayed an abnormal shade of purple and blue. One arm had clearly become deformed, indicating a fracture. In that moment, had Jiang not intervened, those 2 individuals would have faced certain death. Originally, Jiang intended merely to teach them a lesson, having discerned their petty schemes. Hence, he had deliberately kicked a stone aside. But the unfortunate accident occurred with uncanny timing. While he wished to discipline them, he never intended to take their lives. Jiang Tiecheng was not so ruthless as to demand lives for mere disobedience. However, when he acted to save them, the falling concrete pipe exceeded his strength. It weighed 800 pounds, and upon impact, its force doubled. Had he not urgently exchanged his power value to double his own strength, the pipe would have crushed him on that day. Even with his enhanced strength, the gravity of the pipe still inflicted injury on Jiang Tiecheng. The team leader had sustained a fracture. The 8 individuals felt overwhelming guilt. Wang Ergu quickly stood up, exclaiming, "I will find Captain Zhao. He can set the bone." They recognized their mistakes and were eager to make amends. Some wished to stop Wang Ergu, but upon realizing the gravity of the situation, they understood that if Captain Zhao learned of their misdeeds, they might be dismissed. Anxiety filled their hearts, for they were aware that if Jiang Tiecheng did not receive medical attention, and if he were to suffer internal injuries or worse, they would live with the guilt for the rest of their lives. As Zhao Jie approached Wang Ergu, he muttered angrily, "How did he manage to fracture a bone? Is it possible for a mere whistle to cause such an injury? I thought Jiang Tiecheng was competent. On his first day of work, he causes this chaos. What is he trying to do? I must have been blind to appoint him as the leader of your 6th team. If I had known, I would have preferred him to carry concrete pipes instead." No one dared to speak up. Upon reaching Jiang Tiecheng, Zhao Jie beheld his twisted arm and momentarily rubbed his forehead in disbelief. He hastily tore a strip from his clothing while searching for a small wooden board nearby. "What happened to you? Your arm is broken in 3 places. Don't you value your own limbs?" Seeing the severity of the fracture startled Zhao Jie. He glanced at the concrete pipe on the ground, and his expression turned grave as he surveyed the 8 individuals, who all averted their gazes in shame. As he set Jiang Tiecheng's bone, Zhao Jie noticed the cold sweat pouring from Jiang's forehead and inquired, "What exactly transpired? As the leader of the 6th team, what actions led to such a grave incident? Were your subordinates meddling again? Speak up, and I will ensure justice is served. We do not tolerate bullying on this construction site, especially not when lives are at stake." His words were stern, laden with palpable gravity. Jiang Tiecheng gritted his teeth and exhaled, observing Zhao Jie binding the splint with rope. "Captain Zhao, it's nothing serious. It was my mistake in issuing commands. I miscalculated the rhythm of the whistle, which nearly caused an accident. I accept full responsibility for this incident." The 8 individuals, who had been bracing for Jiang to report them, suddenly lifted their heads in disbelief. They understood there was no camaraderie between them and Jiang Tiecheng. They owed him, but he owed them nothing. If Jiang were to utter a word against them, Zhao Jie would immediately dismiss all 8. Their misdeeds were too egregious. Their petty schemes had nearly cost their comrade his life. This was an unforgivable blunder. In past instances of such misconduct, Zhao Jie had directly dismissed offenders and reported them, ensuring the entire team was aware of the incident. Yet, Jiang Tiecheng, with no obligation to do so, willingly took on the responsibility. Each of them felt a pang of remorse. Humanity is inherently compassionate. They were not malevolent individuals. Is what your leader said true? Zhao Jie scrutinized the 8 individuals, fully aware that Jiang Tiecheng was not fabricating tales. He would not tolerate such transgressions among his subordinates. The 8 hesitated, not out of cowardice, but due to the heavy burden of potential dismissal, an outcome they could not bear. Their families could suffer irreparable harm because of this incident. "Speak up," Zhao Jie demanded. "Captain, the fault lies with me. If you wish to reprimand or dismiss anyone, let it be directed at me. This incident has nothing to do with them." Zhao Jie cast a frustrated glance at Jiang Tiecheng, muttering under his breath about meddling in affairs that did not concern him. "I warn you, if such severe accidents occur again, your 6th team will be dismissed entirely. Furthermore, due to today's grave incident, each member of your 6th team will have 1 month's salary deducted as punishment. Take this to heart. We cannot afford any mistakes while working here, nor can we entertain any petty schemes. Any error could cost lives. I must uphold my duty to your families, to your friends, and to your own lives. Let this not happen again." With that, Zhao Jie turned to leave. Since Jiang Tiecheng was willing to shoulder the blame, Zhao Jie would not intervene further. He understood that for Jiang to earn the respect of his colleagues would not be an easy task. These seasoned workers were likely to challenge him. Once Zhao Jie departed, the 8 individuals approached Jiang Tiecheng, their expressions filled with gratitude. "Leader Jiang, thank you for not revealing the truth. We will ensure that your salary for this month is shared among us. We acknowledge that we have crossed a line. Leader Jiang, we appreciate your magnanimity. From now on, we will work diligently and refrain from any further mischief." Jiang Tiecheng waved his hand dismissively. "All right, let us get back to work. My hand is fractured, yet it does not hinder my ability to blow the whistle. No one is permitted to shirk their responsibilities. Rise and attend to your duties promptly. Did you not hear Captain Zhao's directive? Should we fail to perform our tasks adequately, repercussions will be felt from top to bottom. Do not jeopardize the opportunity for the wages I have so painstakingly earned." Jiang Tiecheng refrained from discussing the matter further, simply rising to grasp his whistle once more. Indeed, following this incident, the 8 individuals present were filled with genuine admiration for Jiang Tiecheng, along with the remaining 8 who had merely spectated. Few possess the fortitude to rescue others with such composure, and even fewer can repay malice with kindness. Chapter 32 Unexpected Redemption. Throughout the afternoon, the 6th group appeared invigorated, as if energized by some unseen force. Just before dinner, they successfully transported 18 sets of cement pipes. After dinner, they planned to work for another 2 hours, with their shift ending at 8 in the evening. Completing 2 more sets of pipes within that time would ensure they finished ahead of schedule. Jiang Tiecheng experienced considerable pain in his arm. The rudimentary method of treating his fracture, without plaster or medication, inevitably caused distress. Despite not working that afternoon, he appeared somewhat listless. When mealtime arrived, the atmosphere had shifted, unlike the earlier hours when no one paid attention to him. Now Wang Ergo and the other 7 members surrounded him. "Leader, you must be tired. Come on, let us go to the canteen. You sit while I fetch your meal." Wang Ergo, one of the 2 responsible for the recent mishap, seemed somewhat servile, perhaps feeling grateful for Jiang Tiecheng's life-saving intervention. Li Fan, noticing Wang Ergo's demeanor, kicked him lightly. "No need for you to say that, leader. You first get him water, I will get the food. From now on, we'll take care of all your tasks. It's our duty." Turning to Jiang Tiecheng, Li Fan continued, "Leader, we may have overdone it today. We won't let it happen again. Take care of yourself. This injury is because of us, and you need to recover well, or it could lead to lingering issues. Today's misfortune was our doing." Though Jiang Yang had little connection with them, the day's events had forged a deeper bond among the group. Jiang Tiecheng gritted his teeth and said, "All right, let us leave this matter behind. No need to dwell on it. There's no need for men to keep mentioning it." As they reached the canteen, a voice exclaimed, "Old Jiang, what happened to you?" Lu Junkai and Wu Dai were taken aback upon seeing Jiang Tiecheng's condition. They hurried forward. "It's nothing, just a minor injury," Jiang Tiecheng reassured them. "A minor injury? Your arm is broken, isn't it? On your first day at work, and you've already broken your arm. What happened?" The 8 men felt a pang of shame at the inquiry. "It was my own carelessness, so let us not make a fuss about it." As Lu Junkai and Wu Dai were about to press further, they noticed Jiang Tiecheng's reluctance and quelled their curiosity. Upon realizing they were friends of the leader, Wang Ergo quickly invited them. "You 2 are the leader's friends, so let us go in together." Lu Junkai and Wu Dai swiftly shook their heads. No, this is the staff canteen. We're sent-down youth and cannot eat here." With expressions of reluctance, they added, "You take care of your leader, we'll go eat. Old Jiang, see you later." They couldn't help but wonder how someone could sustain such a severe injury on their first day. Once inside the canteen, Jiang Tiecheng attracted curious glances from many. Wang Ergo fetched a cup of boiled water, which Jiang Tiecheng drank in one go. After all, he had been using his voice all afternoon. Even whistling took its toll on the throat. Dinner was simple: millet porridge, pickled vegetables, and steamed buns. Although there were no stewed dishes, the staple food was still filling. Jiang Tiecheng consumed a large bowl of millet porridge and 5 steamed buns. Observing his appetite, Wang Ergo packed another 5 buns into Jiang Tiecheng's container, placing it in the cloth bag he had brought. "What are you doing?" Jiang Tiecheng asked. "Leader, seeing how much you eat, I know 5 buns won't suffice. By midnight, you'll surely be hungry. Here, we always take extra buns home when dinner ends. If you're not eating them yourself, they can feed your family. It's an unwritten rule, nobody mentions it. You can bake the buns dry on the stove, or heat them up for breakfast tomorrow." Everyone around nodded, recognizing the practice as a norm. Despite the food scarcity, the laborers at the construction site engaged in strenuous physical work, so there were no restrictions on food. Jiang Tiecheng remained silent, reflecting on how Chun Ruishua probably hadn't eaten all day and wondering about her foot. If necessary, these buns might last her 2 days. He was suddenly surprised at the thought of including Chun Ruishua within his sphere of concern, realizing he was once again becoming the kind-hearted person he had been in his previous life, always considering others. After finishing their meal, they hurried to complete their work. With just over an hour remaining, they gathered to smoke and chat. This scene was commonplace, and no one raised objections. At the end of the day, while the workers returned to their dormitories to rest, Jiang Tiecheng rode the same truck that had brought them from the village back to the village entrance. After disembarking, he carried his lunchbox, his arm hanging limply, finally returning to his humble abode. The pain in his arm was intense, a discomfort that would overwhelm most. Jiang Tiecheng felt increasingly agitated. He realized he needed to redeem something from the marketplace. Enduring this pain was unbearable. After searching for a while, he discovered an item that could be exchanged for health recovery points. He spent 4 points to redeem a mid-level body recovery. Instantly, he felt a refreshing sensation spreading within him, with a warm current flowing toward the wound on his fractured arm. Soon, the surge of warmth continued to wash over his wounds, and in no time, he felt an itch and numbness emanating from the injury. After merely a handful of minutes, Jiang Tiecheng realized that the pain in his arm had subsided. Remarkably, he could distinctly sense the limb. Although the fracture had yet to heal entirely, the discomfort had undoubtedly vanished. A brief examination revealed that the broken bone had indeed recovered by 80. This indicated that the bone had nearly mended, though it lacked firmness. With a bit more time, it would be fully restored. Jiang Tiecheng was elated, never expecting that a simple bowl of noodles would bring him such unexpected delight. The silver lining was that he had now accumulated an additional exchange point, evidently earned by assisting the child from the Laozhang family earlier that day. It was a challenging endeavor to earn a point through saving a life. Chapter 33. Chun Ruishue's brother. The pain in his arm had dissipated, leaving Jiang Tiecheng feeling rejuvenated. As he held a steamed bun, he was about to head next door when he heard a voice call out, "Comrade, comrade, could you please tell me where Chun Ruishue resides?" Looking up, Jiang Tiecheng noticed a young man standing in front of the earthen dwelling, dressed in a uniform that bore 4 pockets, unmistakably indicating his status as an urban official. He appeared quite youthful and carried a large bundle while balancing a sack of grain over his shoulder. "Chun Ruishue? She lives in the earthen dwelling next to mine. Allow me to escort you there," Jiang Tiecheng replied without hesitation, leading the man directly to Chun Ruishue's home as he knocked on the door. "Comrade Xiao Chun, someone is looking for you." The door opened to reveal Chun Ruishue, her face lighting up with a smile upon seeing Jiang Tiecheng. "Xiao Jiang, you have finally returned. I nearly starved to death today. If it weren't for the 2 packs of peach crisps, I wouldn't have lasted until your return." With an affectionate grip on Jiang Tiecheng's arm, her eyes sparkled at the sight of the food he held. "I knew my elder brother wouldn't abandon me. Quickly, what did you bring? Is it steamed buns or dumplings? Even cornbread would suffice. I am not picky." At that moment, a cough interrupted them. "Xiao Wu," Chun Ruishue exclaimed, startled yet delighted, as she recognized the familiar voice and met the eyes of her 4th brother, Chun Ruijun. "When did you arrive?" Chun Ruijun shot a meaningful glance at Jiang Tiecheng before saying, "Aren't you going to let me in? I'm carrying quite a load here." Realizing her oversight, Chun Ruishue quickly stepped back to allow him entry. He placed the sack of flour on a cabinet near the stove, taking a moment to survey the dimly lit room. Standing at over 6 feet tall, he found himself having to stoop slightly in the low-ceiling space. With darkness enveloping the room, the only light came from the flickering flames of the stove. "Have you not yet been electrified here?" "4th brother, we have not received electricity. They say it will be available in the latter half of the year, but that seems unlikely at the moment. I twisted my ankle and have not had time to buy candles or oil lamps," Chun Ruishue replied, her demeanor shifting to that of a little girl, playfully pleading. "4th brother, you must find a way to get me some oil lamps and candles. Otherwise, the nights are unbearably dark. I am so hungry," she continued. Chun Ruijun sighed. "I cannot cook, but I brought you some steamed cake, peach crisps, and biscuits. Would you settle for those?" Their mother had often remarked on Chun Ruishue's lack of culinary skills, yet she was determined to venture into the countryside. Seeing his sister in such a difficult situation tugged at Chun Ruijun's heartstrings. He had always sheltered her from hardship. He had anticipated many challenges, yet he had overlooked her inability to cook. "Well, what is there to enjoy in biscuits and peach crisps? They are dry and will only leave you parched." Chun Ruishue turned her gaze toward Jiang Tiecheng, her eyes pleading. "Elder brother Jiang, please cook for me. I crave noodle soup. I feel parched from a day without food. Have you eaten yet? If not, please make more." Realizing his sister had finally remembered him, Chun Ruijun felt a pang of protectiveness, akin to a cabbage being nibbled by a pig. "Comrade Jiang, my sister is rather unrefined. It is inappropriate for her to trouble you." Jiang Tiecheng replied with a smile, "It is no trouble at all. I brought steamed buns in my lunchbox. I will prepare some cornmeal porridge and pickled vegetables for you to share." Handing over the lunchbox, he returned to his own dwelling to prepare the meal. Cooking here was inconvenient, as he was unsure where Chun Ruishue kept her utensils. Once Jiang Tiecheng left, Chun Ruijun closed the door and quietly inquired, "Who is this? You seem quite familiar with him." Chun Ruishue recounted her encounters with Jiang Tiecheng, and upon hearing of the dangers she had faced, Chun Ruijun's heart raced with fear. He poked her forehead admonishingly. "Have you lost your mind? You, a girl, charging into such perilous situations? What were you thinking? If our parents knew, they would never allow you to leave the house again. Jiang Tiecheng appears to be a decent fellow, a hero of sorts, yet you must keep your distance. Remember, our parents have entrusted you to return to the city, so do not entangle yourself in any romantic affairs. If you cannot return one day, they will undoubtedly blame me." As he spoke, he helped his sister store the sack of flour in the cabinet and opened his own large bundle, filled with provisions for her, cured meats, dried chicken, and fried rice for her convenience, along with 2 large jars of beef chili sauce prepared by their mother, and a variety of snacks such as biscuits, peach crisps, chocolate, white sugar, and red sugar, all neatly placed in the cabinet. Brother, what nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Ge has no ulterior motives. He merely cared for me during our journey. Chen Ruishue's cheeks flushed at her brother's insinuations, her thoughts drifting to Jiang Tiecheng's tall and handsome figure. Standing at over 6 feet, he towered half a head above Chen Ruiyuan, with a strikingly chiseled face that exuded a rugged charm, yet his fair complexion lent him an almost delicate allure. This combination was paradoxical, creating an irresistible danger. She recalled how Jiang Tiecheng had held her leg while carrying her all the way, causing her heart to flutter with excitement and a smile to grace her lips. Upon encountering Chen Ruiyuan, a sense of unease washed over him. His sister's demeanor unmistakably suggested the stirrings of youthful infatuation. Xiao Wu, did you hear what I said? Maintain a distance from Jiang Tiecheng. What are you talking about, brother? How can I keep my distance from Jiang Tiecheng? We are friends, and he has been looking after me. You know I cannot cook. If it weren't for Jiang Tiecheng preparing meals for me these past few days, I would surely be left to starve. Surely, it is unreasonable to expect him to cook for me and then, after dining, to sever all ties and keep a distance. Is this what a decent person would do? Chen Ruiyuan fell silent, realizing the truth in his sister's words. She was incapable of cooking and required care. If he were to insist on maintaining distance, whom could he trust to look after her? Chapter 34. A warm invitation. Although the recovery of his arm had reached 80%, he still refrained from exerting too much strength. However, preparing a cornmeal porridge posed no significant challenge. After delivering the porridge, Jiang Tiecheng promptly turned to take his leave. After all, the siblings surely had matters to discuss amongst themselves. His presence here felt somewhat out of place. He and Chen Ruishue were merely friends, devoid of any deeper connection, rendering the occasion inappropriate for lingering. After a long day of labor, he was indeed quite exhausted. One might assume that physical strength equates to endurance, but the depletion of energy is not solely contingent upon one's strength. Upon returning home, he washed his feet and face briefly before collapsing onto the kong, drifting into a deep slumber. Chen Ruiyuan observed that Jiang Tiecheng was a man of integrity, a commendable character. He prepared the cornmeal porridge and delivered it without hesitation, leaving promptly without attempting to ingratiate himself. He was clearly someone who understood the nuances of social interaction. Reflecting on his earlier thoughts, Chen Ruiyuan realized he had harbored unfounded suspicions about Jiang Tiecheng's intentions towards his sister, merely based on her beauty and her distance from home. It seemed prudent to bestow some measure of goodwill upon Jiang Tiecheng before his next visit. Considering he was both honest and kind, willing to look after his sister, it was essential not to alienate such a person. When Jiang Tiecheng awoke, though dawn had not yet broken, he instinctively roused himself at the appointed hour. Realizing it was time to prepare for the meal boxes at the village entrance, he suddenly remembered he had left his meal containers with Chen Ruishue. It was too early for her to be awake, and it would be inappropriate for him to intrude upon a young lady's dwelling. Thus, he rummaged through his belongings and retrieved 2 meal boxes. Comrade Wu Dazhuang was indeed a good man. Those 5 large meal boxes he had given Jiang Tiecheng were proving to be quite useful. He had already devised a plan. Since he could prepare steamed buns, he could also make some porridge. With a little porridge, buns, and pickled vegetables, he could provide a full day's meals for Chen Ruishue, and perhaps even bring back some extra dishes for lunch. Arriving at the village entrance with 2 meal boxes in hand, he was surprised to find they were not greeted by a truck, but rather by a horse cart from their village. Upon seeing the production team leader, everyone greeted him with smiles. Huang Yuqing, noticing Jiang Tiecheng's injured arm, inquired about his condition, only to discover that Jiang Tiecheng had sustained a fracture on his very first day. Although he felt inclined to suggest Jiang Tiecheng take a break, the latter was unwilling to rest, leaving Huang Yuqing, an outsider, with little to say. Jiang Tiecheng sat behind Huang Yuqing in the cart. Compared to the previous day's truck, this one was far less comfortable. Through casual conversation, he learned that the truck had broken down, necessitating Huang Yuqing to use the village cart for transport during these days. Upon reaching the worksite, breakfast was rather simple: white rice porridge and baked flatbreads. One should not envision scallion pancakes, for in these times, oil was quite precious. During the frigid winter months, where would one find scallions? Hence, They primarily consumed dry flatbreads, akin to naan, accompanied by homemade sauerkraut. The meal was quite delightful and refreshing. Jiang Tiecheng consumed a substantial meal box of porridge and devoured 3 flatbreads in one go. After finishing his meal, he returned to the worksite with his comrades. It was evident that following the events of the previous day, the entire 6th team had united with Jiang Tiecheng, forging a strong collective spirit. Unlike the atmosphere of the previous day, laughter and chatter filled the air, coupled with Jiang Tiecheng's rhythmic whistle. The work progress surpassed that of the previous day by half. By mid-morning, they had already transported 12 pipes. As the afternoon progressed toward dinner, they were nearing the completion of their tasks for the day. Everyone was elated. Initially, they had perceived Jiang Tiecheng as merely a man of brute strength, yet they were pleasantly surprised to discover his attentiveness and diligence. Particularly in his whistling, one should not underestimate its simplicity. Jiang Tiecheng began to sing, performing popular songs of the future, such as those by Fengwang Chuanqi and Kuizi Xiongdi. It was evident that the spirited rhythms of these melodies would energize the square dance enthusiasts of tomorrow. Indeed, as he sang, the morale of their small team soared, even inspiring neighboring teams to accelerate their progress by 20%. This camaraderie solidified their bond, and Jiang Tiecheng became fully integrated into the 6th team. Though his arm was nearly healed, Jiang Tiecheng continued to keep it in a sling to avoid revealing the truth too soon. After all, who would believe that a fracture could heal in just one day? Such an assertion would render him a subject of skepticism. At noon, he arrived at the cafeteria. Wang Ergu and Li Fan were both exceedingly eager, having become Jiang Tiecheng's trusted aides. Upon entering the cafeteria, Jiang Tiecheng spotted Lao Zhang, who immediately recognized him and warmly detained him. "Xiao Jiang, I have been waiting for you. It is a rare pleasure to see you. I intended to thank you yesterday, but I was delayed taking my child to the health team for an examination. Xiao Jiang, I sincerely thank you once again. My wife has prepared a feast this evening, eagerly awaiting your visit to our home. You must agree to this request, otherwise my wife will not allow me to enter our home." Jiang Tiecheng chuckled, replying, "Lao Zhang, there is no need for such formality. Who wouldn't lend a hand when a child is in trouble? It was merely a small act." Lao Zhang's eyes glistened with gratitude. "Xiao Jiang, you are a good person. I am a narrow-minded elder. Despite my behavior yesterday, you still chose to save my son. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude. Rest assured, if you do not join us for dinner tonight, there will be consequences. My wife insists that if I do not bring you home, I shall not be allowed entry." "All right, Lao Zhang, I shall certainly join you for dinner tonight after work. Is that agreeable?" Yes, as long as you agree, that is sufficient. I will inform the production team leader, and afterward, I will ride my bicycle to escort you home. If necessary, you may stay with us for the night to avoid the hassle of traveling back and forth." Lao Zhang's hospitality was indeed hard to refuse. For lunch that day, they were served steamed buns. The steamed buns come in 2 varieties, one filled with carrot and lamb, and the other with pickled cabbage and vermicelli. The carrot and lamb variety is offered in limited quantities, with each person allowed only 2, while the pickled cabbage and vermicelli can be indulged in without restriction. Although they are referred to as buns, they are, in fact, baked. Encased in a crisp exterior, the filling is not round, but rather square, resembling a stuffed bread. Nonetheless, they are truly delectable. There is a saying from Jiang Tiecheng that upon arriving in Jiang Tiecheng, he was unexpectedly given an additional 4 carrot and lamb buns. In this day and age, when everyone struggles to find meat, such a gift is nothing short of a dream come true. Jiang Tiecheng savored too, and to his surprise, the flavor of the baked buns was genuinely delightful. He saved 2 of the carrot and lamb buns for Chun Ruishua, while the remaining ones were filled with pickled cabbage and vermicelli. Ultimately, his lunchbox contained 4 pickled cabbage and vermicelli buns and 2 carrot and lamb buns, which could be considered a treat for Chun Ruishua. Chapter 35. A grateful return after a busy afternoon. Jiang Tiecheng arrived at the cafeteria, where Lao Zhang had already been waiting for him on his bicycle. The two made their way to Lao Zhang's home, where his wife, Cui Fun, was bustling about in the kitchen. Upon hearing the noise at the door, she rushed out, her eyes immediately welling up with tears upon seeing Jiang Tiecheng. "Xiao Jiang, our great benefactor, you have finally arrived. I have been eagerly awaiting your return," she exclaimed, clasping his hand tightly. "Sister-in-law, please do not be this way. Your tears only tug at my heartstrings," Jiang Tiecheng replied, acknowledging his own emotional vulnerability. He could not help but feel softness in his heart when confronted with a woman's tears. However, Cui Fan was unlike the ungrateful relatives from his past life. She embodied the essence of gratitude and loyalty. Jiang's motives were driven by a blend of altruism and a burgeoning sense of justice, but her steadfast remembrance of kindness was a rarity among people. Lao Zhang, observing the emotional scene, admonished Cui Fan, "What are you doing? Xiao Jiang has come to our home for a meal. Your tears are only making him uncomfortable." Cui Fan quickly wiped her tears and smiled, saying, No, I am simply overwhelmed with joy. Having a benefactor dine at our home is better than anything else. Come, Xiao Jiang, take a seat inside. Call me sister-in-law, and I shall not stand on ceremony. From now on, consider this your home, and us your elder brother and sister-in-law. Should you encounter any difficulties, come directly to us. We are family, and there are many of us Zhangs here who can assist you. And if those brats dare to defy you, just let your brother take care of them. Seeing Cui Fan's straightforwardness, Jiang Tiecheng smiled. Sister-in-law, no one is troubling me. Lao Zhang hurriedly pulled back the curtain, and Cui Fan's gaze fell upon Jiang Tiecheng's injured arm, prompting her surprise. Xiao Jiang, what happened to your arm? As they walked into the room, Jiang Tiecheng chuckled. Sister-in-law, it's nothing serious. I just sustained a minor injury yesterday afternoon. Lao Zhang exchanged knowing glances. Having already learned about the incident and how the boys had nearly caused trouble, he had privately gathered Wang Ergu and Li Fan, giving them a stern lesson. They were the ringleaders, and after much pleading, they promised to ensure Jiang Tiecheng would not be bothered again. Cui Fan returned to her kitchen duties, while Lao Zhang invited Jiang Tiecheng to sit down. At that moment, their three sons, Xiao, Sen Xiao, and Dabao, came rushing out. Dabao, the eldest at 14, along with his younger brothers, who appeared to be 2 to 3 years younger. In these times, families were not restrained in their desire to have children. Lao Zhang cheerfully beckoned. Come, quickly bow to your benefactor uncle. If it weren't for him, your little life would have already been buried by your father. Dabao, a bashful boy, approached and knelt, preparing to bow his head. Jiang Tiecheng quickly intervened. Lao Zhang, please. Let's not go through this ritual. If you continue, I might just leave. Although Dabao was shy, he was perceptive enough to sense the situation, opting for a deep bow instead. Uncle Jiang, thank you for saving me yesterday. I won't offer empty words of gratitude. Rest assured, I will repay your kindness, for you have given me a second chance at life. From now on, you shall be my true uncle. Jiang Tiecheng halted him. All is well. You are a good boy. I do not seek repayment. The younger two boys curiously assessed Jiang Tiecheng, unaware of the events surrounding their brother's rescue, as they had been playing outside at the time. Before long, dinner was served, a sumptuous spread of dishes, including scrambled eggs with scallions, stir-fried lamb, a plate of peanuts, 2 salted eggs, and a large serving of sauerkraut stir-fried with noodles. In this cold weather, fresh vegetables were scarce, making this meal quite a feast. They even had white flour noodles, known here as la tiaozi. Jiang Tiecheng understood that this meal represented the highest standard, one that should not be measured against the comforts of later times, as people in this era often struggled with hunger and lack of resources. The ability to present such a meal was due to Lao Zhang's good standing in the cafeteria, a privilege not even afforded to many families during the new year. After sharing a few drinks, Lao Zhang suddenly recalled something and lowered his voice to ask, Xiao Jiang, there has been something on my mind that I've wanted to ask you, and it seems several others wish to know as well. I am unsure if it is appropriate to speak of it. What is it? Your words have made me somewhat apprehensive. Is there something you cannot ask? Jiang Tiecheng feigned ignorance, well aware of the question at hand. It's about how you knew my Dabao was in danger yesterday, arriving just in time. Many people are saying, well, no matter what others say, I certainly believe you. Lao Zhang's expression revealed his internal struggle. The villagers had once spoken of an old sage who possessed the ability to foresee events. Yet it was said that revealing such knowledge brought divine retribution. The sage had only lived to 56, passing away in a single night. If it were not for this, no one could fathom how Jiang Tiecheng had foreseen the peril that awaited his son. It was truly incomprehensible. Jiang Tiecheng whispered something to old Zhang, and old Zhang's eyes brightened with understanding. Brother, you need not say anything. I comprehend. This matter will remain strictly confidential. It was astonishing that this young man was indeed a remarkable figure. Only he had truly grasped the profound sensations of the previous day, while the others merely acted as spectators, unable to fathom the heart-stopping 2 minutes. Although the ensuing conversation did not revolve around this topic, it was evident that the bond between old Zhang and Jiang Tiecheng was growing ever closer. After finishing their meal, Jiang Tiecheng made preparations to return home. But old Jiang insisted vehemently that he stay. Reluctantly, Jiang Tiecheng spent the night at old Jiang's residence, grateful that he had arranged for someone to return his lunchbox to Chen Ruishue. Otherwise, Comrade Ruishue would likely have gone hungry for yet another day. Chapter 36. Blisters. Chen Ruishue had been waiting at the underground dwelling for quite some time. When she heard someone knocking at the door, she felt a surge of excitement and trepidation as she rushed to open it. "Brother Jiang, you are back." Today, her foot had improved significantly. During the day, she had approached the production team leader, contemplating signing up to work at the construction site. She felt a sense of embarrassment. It was unreasonable for her to rely on Jiang Tiecheng to bring her meals constantly. She was not Jiang Tiecheng's equal, so why should she burden him? As an idealistic, educated young woman, she believed in enduring hardships to rise above others. However, upon opening the door, she was met with Lu Junkai's face, and a hint of disappointment flickered in her expression. "What brings you here, Lu Jicheng?" Lu Junkai noticed the beauty before him, yet he felt completely overlooked. A wave of disappointment washed over him. Yet, considering Chen Ruishue's close relationship with Jiang Tiecheng, a man of striking appearance among the male-educated youth, he reconciled himself to the fact that being overshadowed by such a man was not a disgrace. With a smile, he extended a food container, saying, "Jiang Jicheng has something to attend to today and cannot return. This is for you." Chen Ruishue's lips curled into a gentle smile. "Thank you. Don't mention it." Lu Junkai was about to turn and leave when Chen Ruishue called out to him hurriedly, "Lu Jicheng, could you please call for me tomorrow when you set off?" Given her tendency to oversleep, if no one reminded her, she might genuinely miss the opportunity to go to work. "Are you going to work at the construction site as well?" Chen Ruishue nodded. "Yes, if I don't go, how will I get food?" Many educated youth are on the brink of starvation. Those who protested yesterday have returned, looking dejected. They spent the whole day making a fuss in the county, but no one paid them any attention. They've gone to protest again today and have yet to come back. Many have already given up. After all, without food in their bellies, they lack the strength to cause a ruckus. "All right, I will call for you early tomorrow." The following morning, Chen Ruishue accompanied Lu Junkai and the others to the construction site. Upon seeing the conditions, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Given her petite frame, she had never engaged in such laborious work. Female educated youth were generally assigned to shovel sand. Chen Ruishue arrived late, and all she was assigned was to carry sand. With a shoulder pole, each end bore a basket, each weighing around 50 to 60 pounds. Chen Ruishue steeled herself for the task, but the pole soon chafed her shoulders, causing painful blisters. By noon, tears welled in her eyes from the agony. She had not anticipated that carrying the pole would be so arduous, as the basket swung uncontrollably at either end. Despite frequently switching shoulders, the friction left her skin raw and blistered. Gritting her teeth, her eyes reddened, she persevered until lunchtime. Once everyone had taken a break to eat, she collapsed onto a stone. After the crowd dispersed, she sat there quietly, tears streaming down her face. Lifting her shirt, she discovered that despite wearing an autumn shirt and a sweater beneath, her skin had been severely chafed. The fluid from the blisters had adhered her clothing to the wounds. "It hurts. Have you bled?" A familiar voice inquired. Chen Ruishue looked up abruptly to meet Jiang Tiecheng's broad face. Her eyes immediately filled with tears, feeling wronged. Seeing Jiang Tiecheng was like encountering a family member. "Brother Jiang, what brings you here? I heard from Lu Junkai that you actually signed up to repair the irrigation ditch. I thought you had never experienced hardship and wouldn't be able to handle such labor. Look at you, seeking your own suffering." Jiang Tiecheng had a clear understanding of Chen Ruishue's background. Her family circumstances were undoubtedly different. He had observed the commanding presence of her brother when he visited. It was evident that he held a significant position. Deep down, Jiang Tiecheng believed that Chen Ruishue would not need to toil away repairing ditches. Given her brother's capabilities, it was likely she would soon be reassigned to a position in the county, perhaps in a factory, hospital, or kindergarten. Anywhere but here, sparing her from such hardship. However, he was taken aback by her naivety in genuinely signing up for the irrigation work. "Brother Jiang, please don't say that. Since I have come to the countryside, I can endure the same hardships as others. We are all human, with 2 eyes, a nose, and a mouth. Why should you all be able to manage while I cannot? No one is born to enjoy a life of ease." Chen Ruishue despised such sentiments, refusing to be viewed through a lens of difference. "All right, I understand you do not wish for special treatment. But look at the toll this work has taken on your shoulders after just half a day. How will you manage for the rest of the day? Upon hearing this, Chen Ruishue felt a pang of anxiety. Truthfully, she too was unsure how she would endure the remainder of the afternoon. Overwhelmed with emotion, she began to weep quietly. Jiang Tiecheng, observing her distress, found himself amused. He had not encountered many girls in his life, in his past existence. He had been a mere pawn, easily used by others, an affable fool. His previous wife had been exceptionally beautiful, almost stunningly so. Now, reflecting on his current situation, he realized that with his age and average appearance, aside from having a bit more money, he possessed no other redeeming qualities. Why would anyone choose to marry him? The seemingly fortuitous circumstances were fraught with hidden dangers. His life had been devoid of indulgence, living like a hermit despite possessing substantial wealth. In retrospect, he mused that perhaps his family had always regarded him as a fool, with all his wealth merely serving to benefit others, whether it was his adoptive mother, siblings, or a wife, an ungrateful son who had always viewed him as a stepping stone. Faced with a girl like Chen Ruishue, who willingly sought out hardship, he found himself at a loss for words of encouragement. Do not weep any longer. Since you are truly determined to persevere, so be it. Hurry now to the dining hall and nourish yourself. Only with a full stomach will you possess the strength to work in the afternoon. Jiang Tiecheng is not one to indulge in sweet talk with young ladies. Thus he resorts to diverting her attention. Chen Ruishue let out a huff, expressing her surprise at Jiang Ji's character. He truly is a straightforward man, incapable even of offering a few kind words. How will a man like Jiang Gu ever find a wife? At this thought, her cheeks flushed slightly, realizing she might be overstepping her bounds. Rest assured, Jiang Gu, I can endure this hardship. Others will also bear the burden. I am not alone in this. If they can persist, so can I. Chapter 37. Bestow your assistance upon others. It was not until the midday meal at the canteen that Chen Ruishue realized the need for differential treatment. The lunch served consisted of wawatu and shredded radish. After mixing it with salt to remove excess moisture, a hint of pepper oil was added, along with finely chopped scallions and a sprinkle of chili powder. This constituted the entirety of her midday fare. Chen Ruishue gazed at the minuscule portion of shredded radish in her lunchbox, estimating that it barely amounted to 10 bites. The wawatu was exceedingly hard. The coarse cornmeal used in its preparation rendered it nearly impossible to chew without straining her throat. Chen Ruishue felt disheartened and ultimately resorted to soaking the wawatu in boiling water to force it down her throat. Despite the dismal meal, her physical exertion was considerable. In the afternoon, she placed a towel over her shoulder, which had developed a blister. Gritting her teeth, she managed to endure the rest of the day. By the time evening rolled around, Chen Ruishue felt utterly exhausted, as if her bones had turned to jelly, struggling to lift her feet while walking. Upon boarding the cart, she noticed Jiang Tiecheng hastily sit beside her. At that moment, she could no longer concern herself with the cart's cleanliness and sank into her seat, nearly collapsing. The others on the cart, having toiled over the past few days, were equally drained, enveloped in an atmosphere of profound despondency, each person silent. Jiang Tiecheng's experience, however, diverged from theirs. Setting aside his unhealed arm, even if it had recovered, as the group leader, he bore the responsibility of whistling to rally the others. Naturally, he could still assist with carrying cement pipes, yet the day's workload paled in comparison to what it once was. Jiang Tiecheng contemplated that there was no need to provide for Chen Ruishue at this moment. He resolved to return with extra steamed buns from his lunchbox, slicing them to dry into hard bread. Such provisions would accumulate over the winter, as they could be stored. He was certain of one thing. The following year would bring the final and most severe natural disaster, following a drought that would be succeeded by a locust plague, leaving fields barren. Families would rely on limited relief grain to survive, and with an overabundance of people in need, it would inevitably result in some households facing starvation. He understood that under such circumstances, the prospect of leading a good life was unrealistic, devoid of luxuries. His so-called golden touch merely enabled him to witness the misfortunes of others, providing him with some unique capabilities, yet it would not bestow him with resources. Alas, he possessed merely a surface-level insight. If only he had a space to manipulate. Thus, he resolved to prepare in advance for the entirety of next year, as he had no desire to endure hunger. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a weight upon his shoulder. Turning his head, he discovered that Chen Ruishue had fallen asleep, her head nestled against him. She seemed utterly defenseless in her slumber, even nuzzling closer to him, reminiscent of a kitten. soft and exuding a fragrance of snow lotion mixed with the fresh scent of soap. Jiang Tiecheng gently nudged her head, attempting to shift her weight onto his back. Regrettably, she did not awaken and remained nestled there peacefully. He reflected on her plight, having been raised in comfort at home, now subjected to hardship. Jiang Tiecheng made no move, waiting for the cart to come to a halt, but Qinruishue remained undisturbed in her dreams. Observing the curious glances cast his way by the others, he recognized the potential for gossip, and, with a firm resolve, called out, "Xiaoqin, wake up, we're home." As her eyes fluttered open, she met Jiang Tiecheng's clear gaze, initially bewildered, and then unconsciously licked her lips. Jiang Tiecheng's attention fixated on her delicate pink tongue, igniting a warmth within him. This Qinruishue was indeed enchanting. Her beauty was undeniable, yet it was her innocent allure, completely unaware of her effect, that rendered her irresistible. It was a challenge for any man to remain unaffected. However, Jiang Tiecheng knew that Qinruishue was not a woman he could pursue casually. Suppressing his emotions, he adopted a stern expression. "Xiaoqin, it's time to disembark." With that, he did not wait for her to fully awaken, pushing her aside and leaping from the cart. Her lack of preparedness led her to nearly topple over in her seat. Qinruishue steadied herself against the cart as she descended, feeling her legs go numb for a moment, struggling to maintain her balance. She cast a somewhat aggrieved glance at Jiang Tiecheng, only to find him completely oblivious to her feelings. He promptly returned to the youth commune, leaving her to massage her aching calves as she slowly made her way back. At that moment, a friendly voice called from behind, "Xiaoqin, what seems to be the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Allow me to assist you." Qinruishue turned to see a young man with black-rimmed glasses, Jiang. Not recognizing him, she quickly shook her head, her expression growing colder. "No need. Xiaoqin, please don't be shy. If you're unwell, I can help you back. After all, we are all fellow youth. Coming from the city, we should support one another with unity and love. I am not like Jiang Tiecheng. Look at how arrogant he is," Jiang urged, stepping forward. He had long observed the female youth, particularly Qinruishue, who stood out among them. Qinruishue was clearly pampered, never having engaged in hard labor. A girl of her background would not remain in the production team for long. Her family would undoubtedly find a way to extricate her given the opportunity. Jiang, aware of the repercussions his family faced due to past actions, even his uncle's emigration being scrutinized, realized the potential impacts on himself and his parents. Just before departing, his father had advised him to rely on himself henceforth. Thus, he fixed his gaze on Qinruishue, hoping to align himself with a family of influence, which could alleviate his burdens. Yet, he felt a pang of jealousy at her apparent trust in Jiang Tiecheng. At this moment, it was evident that Qinruishue was feeling unwell, prompting a hurried attempt from Jiang to offer his assistance. "Come, let me help you." Qinruishue, observing the unwarranted hands reaching towards her, was immediately filled with aversion. "Comrade, I have already stated that I do not require assistance. Are you incapable of understanding human speech?" Her voice rose sharply, attracting the attention of all the educated youth in the vicinity. Jiang stood there, momentarily stunned and somewhat embarrassed. "Xiaoqin, I merely wish to help you. However, I have no desire for your help. My leg is simply numb. I am not disabled. I can manage to return on my own, and I distinctly inform you that I do not need your assistance. Thank you for your kindness, but I shall pass. Save your goodwill for others in need." With that, Qinruishue swiftly dismissed him and returned to her dwelling. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, speaking volumes without uttering a word. The sheer disdain reflected in everyone's gaze left Jiang feeling cornered, prompting a hasty retreat to his own abode. Chapter 38. The revelation of secrets invites divine retribution. Qinruishue limped back to her dwelling, settling alone on the edge of the calm, overwhelmed with a sense of despair, her shoulder aching intensely. She understood that her shoulder required medication, yet she found herself at a loss as to how to apply it. Contemplating which female intellectual to approach for assistance, she was suddenly interrupted by a knock at the door. "Xiaoqin, are you there?" "It's Huang Ying, your neighbor." Qinruishue was taken aback, both surprised and delighted by the thoughtfulness of this kindred spirit. I'm here. Huang Ying compassionately closed the door behind her, holding a small bottle of antiseptic, along with alcohol-soaked cotton balls and a dark, unctuous ointment. "Undress, and let me tend to your wound. If you go to bed without treatment, it will only worsen by morning." As Huang Ying meticulously cleaned the wound with antiseptic, Qinruishue clenched her teeth against the pain. Do not be so stubborn. Just look at your shoulder. It's in a terrible state. Huang Ying sighed, fully aware that Chun Ruishue possessed an innate air of privilege, characteristic of a cadre's child. Her delicate hands were not suited for labor, a stark contrast to the workers around her. The previous day, when Chun Ruishue's brother visited, everyone was astounded to witness someone bringing her refined flour. While they all fretted over the scarcity of provisions, Chun Ruishue was able to dine comfortably on white flour. It was also rumored that her brother had sent candles and kerosene to her dwelling. It was inevitable that Huang Ying felt a twinge of jealousy, yet she still harbored a desire for camaraderie. Chun Ruishue sighed, recognizing the severity of her shoulder injury. She had never endured such hardship in her life, and the stinging sensation of the antiseptic was almost unbearable. However, this was the path she had chosen, and she must persevere through it. Recalling her brother's promise to help her secure a position at the textile factory, she felt a pang of regret for her earlier resolute refusal. At least in the factory, she would not have to carry such heavy burdens. Huang Ying, thank you. How did you come by these medicines? Do not thank me. I am merely fulfilling a favor. Jiang Tiecheng sent me. These medicines are his as well. I have heard that this dark ointment is highly effective. Once applied, your wound should heal overnight, and in a few days, your shoulder will be well on its way to recovery. We have been using Jiang Tiecheng's ointment for the past few days, and I must admit, he is quite resourceful. This ointment is made from herbs he collected from the mountains. Though the scent may not be particularly pleasant, it is indeed effective. In that moment, Chun Ruishue felt a warmth in her heart. She had always perceived Jiang Tiecheng as somewhat aloof and difficult to approach, lacking in compassion. Yet it became evident that he possessed his own attentiveness and thoughtfulness. For 3 consecutive days, Huang Ying diligently arrived to apply the ointment, and after this period, Chun Ruishue's shoulder had ceased to develop blisters. She had become increasingly adept at her work. Although the daily task of moving 500 jin of sand remained daunting, she found herself improving incrementally. Yet, the combination of sand, dust, sweat, and the foul odor of her wounds left her yearning for a proper bath. When mealtime arrived, Jiang Tiecheng noted that they had finished their work early that afternoon. The construction site allowed for a rest day every 15 days, and tomorrow was to be such a day. Jiang Tiecheng had already planned to procure some supplies in the county. He had never had the chance to buy candles and oil lamps, both of which Chun Ruishue had graciously shared with him. However, he could not rely on her generosity indefinitely. She was rather naive, having distributed her own candles and kerosene among the other intellectuals. Alas, she was completely unaware of the principle of reciprocity. While he could not dictate the actions of others, he endeavored to act with integrity. Yet, he found himself ensnared in the patterns of his past, unable to fully break free, though occasionally he could surprise himself. Upon arriving at the dining hall, he soon discovered that there would be no dinner that evening, as the kitchen was closed for the rest day. Holding an empty lunchbox, he was about to leave when he encountered Lao Zhang, who cheerfully placed an arm around his shoulder. Xiao Jiang, since tomorrow is a rest day, come to my house for dinner tonight. Jiang Tiecheng shook his head. Lao Zhang, do not trouble your wife on my account. I know your family has gone a week without food. Your family consists of 3 sons, he replied, knowing that regardless of the circumstances, they would always prepare a sumptuous meal for him. Yet, Jiang Tiecheng was acutely aware that such a feast often came at the cost of the family's own sustenance. Lao Zhang sensed the awkwardness of the moment, acutely aware of the truth in Jiang Tiecheng's statement. Today, it is not our family's provisions that are the reason for the invitation. Come on. With you here, my brother can enjoy a bit of meat, and my wife and 3 nephews will benefit from some broth. Intrigued, Jiang Tiecheng inquired, what is the occasion? Who wishes to see me? You must clarify, or I will not go. Please, Xiao Jiang, do this for your brother. He is a classmate of mine. Lately, his family has faced numerous challenges, and he wishes to consult you. Jiang Tiecheng's heart skipped a beat. He could only foresee calamities, but he had no ability to predict others' fortunes. If someone truly regarded him as a fortune teller, he would surely be exposed. Zhang Dage, you know that secrets of the heavens must not be revealed. Each revelation exacts a heavy toll. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Jiang Tiecheng's eyes narrowed, his expression icy. Lao Zhang shivered inwardly, having assumed familiarity with Jiang Tiecheng, only to realize that he was mistaken. He understood that such individuals, wise and temperamental, could not be treated as mere charlatans. I apologize, Xiao Jiang, I was in the wrong. Please accept my sincere apologies. You merely need to make an appearance. At that moment, I shall offer an apology on your behalf, ensuring that your resolve remains unscathed. Jiang Tiecheng was nearly out of breath, pondering the very essence of the path he had cultivated. Was it the path of no return? People often say that when one reaches such a juncture, they should simply reveal themselves, so why not? He decided to play the part of a sage for a while, subsequently consuming a meal without uttering a word. The two of them proceeded directly to Lao Zhang's residence, and upon entering the room, Jiang Yang beheld two individuals seated at the round table. One was a familiar face, Director Zhang, the elder brother of Lao Zhang, while the other was a middle-aged man. He bore a full beard and exuded an aura of righteousness, appearing far from villainous. Chapter 39. The old days. Upon witnessing Jiang Tiecheng rise to his feet, the two men exchanged glances. Director Zhang introduced Jiang Tiecheng while shaking his hand. Xiao Jiang, this is an old classmate of mine, Su Fengtian, who is the head of the purchasing department at our county's grocery cooperative. Su Fengtian regarded Jiang Tiecheng, and although they were engaged in a handshake, disappointment filled his gaze. He had not anticipated that the esteemed individual they spoke of would be so youthful. At merely 20 years of age, Jiang Tiecheng indeed appeared quite young. As he clasped Su Fengtian's hand, a slight smirk played at the corners of his mouth. He found this man to be rather unfortunate. It was the first time he had encountered someone whose misfortune seemed to manifest so vividly. "A pleasure to meet you," he said. The four of them sat in silence, exchanging awkward glances, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Director Zhang cleared his throat, ready to speak, when unexpectedly, Lao Zhang jumped up. "Brother Su, it has been so many years since we last met. I am truly delighted to see you again. Has it been 10 years? Su Fengtian's lips twitched in annoyance. "What 10 years, you rascal? It was only 5 years ago when I presented you with a blanket for your son's full moon celebration. Have you forgotten that?" No, how could I forget? My memory isn't that bad," Lao Zhang replied hastily. "By the way, Brother Su, did your wife give birth to a son this time? I heard you have 3 daughters. I know your mother has always preferred boys. She must have made things difficult for your wife." Su Fengtian glared at Lao Zhang. "You are digging into wounds that have barely healed. Are you trying to drive me out of my own home just because my brother is here?" Director Zhang promptly stood up, giving Lao Zhang a swift kick and seizing him by the collar to drag him out. "Come on, help your wife in the kitchen. If you can't speak properly, just stay quiet." Typically eloquent, today he fell silent in front of Brother Su. If it were anyone else, they would have given him a good beating by now. Lao Zhang desperately attempted to wriggle free to defend Jiang Tiecheng, but he was no match for his brother's grip and was unceremoniously tossed into the kitchen. This left Su Fengtian and Jiang Tiecheng alone, exchanging glances, the silence around them almost palpable. Su Fengtian smiled slightly and broke the silence. "I've heard that you are quite capable, Xiao Jiang. Recently, you saved Lao Zhang's son. Director Su, saving a life is more valuable than building a pagoda. I do not possess a heart of a bodhisattva, but when faced with such matters, it is difficult to remain indifferent." Jiang Tiecheng had not intended to wield his abilities to alter the destinies of others, as he himself was uncertain of the outcomes. Engaging in such endeavors could lead to unforeseen consequences. After all, he was fortunate enough to have been reborn. He had already altered the life trajectories of many individuals, and such changes, according to the laws of logic, could very well impact societal development in the future, leading to potential information asymmetry. Jiang Tiecheng preferred not to interfere with others' fates. Yet, upon meeting Su Fengtian, he found himself somewhat tempted. Accumulating points was no easy feat. The last time he saved the lives of everyone aboard a train. He was rewarded with only 10 opportunities for exchange and a single lottery chance. Saving Lao Zhang's son had garnered him merely 1 point, without even an exchange opportunity. However, the prospect of changing Su Fengtian's destiny could yield 20 points, a tempting offer indeed. One must understand that the opportunities for exchange and points were not the same. Possessing exchange opportunities without points was futile. The abilities available for exchange were categorized into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels, with an even higher tier being the genius level. Currently, the apparent consumption of points seemed minimal, but upon recent inspection, he discovered that the requirements for attaining the genius level were staggering. The beginner level required only 1 point, the intermediate level 2, and he had presumed the advanced level would merely require 4 points. To his astonishment, the advanced level demanded 200 points, while the genius level required a staggering 20,000 points. He had exchanged for an intermediate bomb disposal skill, granting him proficient techniques. Should he pursue the advanced level, there would be no bomb he couldn't disarm. However, he had only done so in dire circumstances. In everyday life, such skills were unnecessary. Yet, there were numerous skills applicable to daily life. Thus, if he aspired to excel in any profession, the points required would escalate. This concept stirred a sense of ambition within Jiang Tiecheng. Every man desires to change the world and harbors the dream of becoming a superhero. The chance to be reborn was indeed rare, but following the same path as in his previous life, merely becoming a wealthy man, would be a disservice to his second chance. In this era, to stand out, one could not solely rely on business acumen. Instead, possessing advanced skills and talents was essential. Perhaps he could carve a new path. He could not afford to squander 20 years only to enter the business world at 80, as wasting time would clearly contradict economic efficiency. Thus, he must earn points. One day, he might become a true magnate. For instance, if he could directly exchange for advanced medical skills, becoming a top-tier surgeon would ensure a life free from worries. Of course, this was merely hypothetical. He did not envision himself as a doctor. This was also why he currently treated Su Fengtian with great warmth. "Director Su, have you been facing many troubles at home recently?" Su Fengtian was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Lao Zhang must have mentioned his family situation to this young man. That is indeed the case. Things have been somewhat unsettled at home, and I am unsure where the issues lie. It is natural to overthink in such circumstances. Evidently, Su Fengtian is a person of impeccable discretion. Although introduced by an old classmate, his manner of speaking certainly does not imply any intent to engage in fortune-telling. It would be utterly impossible to label him as a practitioner of feudal superstition. "Director Su, your venerable father has recently suffered a car accident and has been lying in a coma in the hospital for a month. Your elder brother has just experienced a grave mishap at work, resulting in significant damage to a piece of equipment in the workshop. Your sister-in-law and brother are embroiled in a tumultuous divorce. Furthermore, your daughter has recently developed an infatuation with the ne'er-do-well, insisting vehemently on marrying him." Su Fengtian raised an eyebrow. This old Zhang has laid bare all his cards. Chapter 40, The Final Farewell. It appears that Lao Zhang has shared quite a bit with you. Su Fengtian's demeanor remained exceptionally gentle, yet he was not swayed. "Su Kazhang, you should promptly return to the county. Otherwise, you might miss the chance to see your daughter one last time." Jiang Tiecheng realized that convincing Su Fengtian in one fell swoop was utterly impossible. He had no choice but to select the incident that was temporally closest and most likely to persuade Su Fengtian. Upon hearing these words, Su Fengtian's brow furrowed deeply and his countenance darkened. Anyone who hears of their daughter facing imminent peril would perceive such words as a curse. "Comrade Xiaojiang, what do you mean by that? I have come here today with utmost sincerity to seek your counsel on certain matters. Yet it appears that you harbor considerable resentment towards me." Su Fengtian had previously believed that Lao Zhang would not deceive him given their long-standing friendship. They had grown up together, childhood companions who had taken divergent paths in life. Their bond was one of mutual understanding, allowing them to remain friends to this day. Lao Zhang would not bring harm to himself. He had come here for a reason. However, Xiao Zhang's utterances were utterly detestable. "Su Kazhang, proceed straight down the alley opposite the county hospital. The last establishment at the end is a clandestine clinic. At 8 o'clock tonight, your daughter will succumb to severe hemorrhaging there. Are you not finished yet?" Su Fengtian was truly enraged. After years of yearning for a child, he and his wife had finally been blessed with a daughter. They cherished her like a precious gem, fearful of any harm befalling her. To now suggest that his daughter was on the brink of death would provoke any father to explode with fury. What has happened here? Jiang Tiecheng entered with dishes, only to witness the tense atmosphere between the two. Jiang Tiecheng remained seated, unperturbed, while the elder Su's face was a mask of fury, veins bulging on his forehead, clearly incensed. Hastily placing the dishes on the table, he inquired, "What has transpired?" "Lao Zhang, given our years of camaraderie, we are brothers. Who is this individual you have brought? Are you aware of the nonsensical things he just uttered? He claimed that my daughter would perish at 8 o'clock tonight in a small clinic. How could that be? This is sheer nonsense. Lao Zhang, demand he apologize immediately, otherwise, our brotherhood will be severed." Su Fengtian was pushed to the brink. His family was the most crucial aspect of his life. Jiang Tiecheng turned to Jiang Tiecheng, utterly bewildered. "Xiaojiang, what is going on? What is this about 8 o'clock in death?" "Jiang Tiecheng, before Lao Zhang summoned me today, I warned him that disclosing this information could attract divine retribution. However, Saving a life is worth more than constructing a grand pagoda. I simply could not restrain myself. You must counsel Su Kejong. Human lives are at stake. Whether you believe me is irrelevant. The preparations are your responsibility. Missing this opportunity could lead to lifelong regret. Jiang Tiecheng rose, knowing that this meal was no longer feasible. Lao Zhang, I must take my leave. You may deliberate at your leisure. 8 o'clock. The last establishment in the alley opposite the county hospital. Lao Zhang entered with the meal, only to find that only his elder brother and Su Kejong remained. Jiang Tiecheng was nowhere to be seen, prompting him to ask, "Brother, where is Xiao Jiang?" Jiang Kejong sighed, harboring a hint of reproach in his heart. Why did this Jiang Tiecheng have to utter such words about Lao Su's daughter? Lao Su regarded his daughter as his lifeblood. This young man, whom he thought to be composed, had displayed a lack of wisdom after saving his nephew in recent days. He had not acted arrogantly nor taken advantage of the dining hall. Yet, it seemed that youthfulness had led him to speak without discretion, offending others. You must persuade Lao Su. Xiao Zhang's reckless words about his daughter dying at 8 o'clock in a small clinic have genuinely enraged him. You need to counsel your elder brother. Upon hearing this, Jiang Kejong dropped the plate he was holding. Lao Su looked up at the noise. Zhang Lar, what are you doing? Su de Gu, it is now 6:30, leaving just an hour and a half until 8. You certainly won't make it back to the county in time. What should we do? No, you must call immediately. I will take you to the station to make that call. Call your family to ensure they retrieve your daughter before 8. Lao Zhang grasped Su Fengtian and urged him outside, his strength catching Su Fengtian off guard, nearly causing him to stumble. Zhang Lar, can you stop this nonsense? Why must you insist that your eldest niece is in danger? Su Fengtian struggled against him. Jiang Kejong abruptly halted and turned, an anxious expression on his face. Su de Gu, would I harm you? I would never do such a thing. Your daughter is also my beloved niece. After all these years of friendship between our families, do you think I would speak frivolously? Do not underestimate Xiao Jiang. My son was saved by him. I tell you, you are in a better position than I was. My son was seconds away from disaster. You still have an hour and a half. Do not regret this. Call immediately. Regardless of the truth of this matter, calling to bring the child back is the reality. Gazing into the resolute eyes of Lao Zhang, Su Fengtian hesitated. The bond between the Zhang brothers and himself was one forged in childhood. He knew they were not the type to speak lightly. Do you truly believe this? Su de Gu, please do not dally. Human lives are at stake. Whether true or false, if I were in your position, I would call to ensure the safety of the child. Lao Zhang urged him onward, and this time Su Fengtian did not resist. They hurried to the construction site, only to find no telephone available. Lao Zhang had no choice but to arrange for a tractor to take them to a nearby village. Regrettably, many villages in the vicinity lacked electricity, making telecommunication impossible. After inquiring at numerous locations, they finally learned that Liangjiapu, 30 miles away, had a telephone, being the first village to receive electricity. They journeyed tirelessly to Liangjiapu. As the phone call was made, Lao Zhang anxiously gazed at his watch, which now read 7:30. Su Fengtian put down the receiver and said, I have sent your sister-in-law to intercept her at that location. I have acted according to your instructions, yet I find it hard to trust that young Jiang. Do not be deceived by his words. Just because he claims to possess some mystical abilities, you should not take him at his word. Moreover, refrain from carelessly disclosing our family matters to others. He may be your savior, but he is not mine. If you divulge our family's affairs to him, and he harbors ulterior motives, it could bring trouble upon me. Chapter 41. The little black clinic. At this moment, Wang Guixiang, the wife of Lao Su, was engulfed in a tempest of anxiety. Her husband had called her, demanding that she retrieve their daughter from the last house in the alley opposite the county hospital before 8 o'clock. Today, their daughter had once again quarreled with the family over her wayward boyfriend, refusing to eat or drink, and had secretly run away. This troublesome child. What could possibly compel her to seek out the little black clinic? What affliction could not be treated at a proper hospital? Given their family's circumstances, hospital expenses were hardly a concern. They could be reimbursed directly. As Wang Guixiang pedaled her bicycle, she nearly lost her balance, a cold sweat trickling down her back. With urgency, she raced towards the county hospital, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of her daughter, who had been listless and uninterested in food lately. After their argument, the girl had even rushed to the bathroom to vomit. Initially, Wang Guixiang thought her daughter was merely upset, but now, connecting her condition to the little black clinic, a grim possibility arose. There seemed to be no other reason for her to avoid a legitimate hospital. Resolute, Wang Guoxiang pushed herself towards the county hospital with fervor, arriving at the alley and cycling directly to the last house. She secured her bicycle against the wall and peered through the crack in the door, unable to see much but the faint glow of light within, accompanied by indistinct murmurs. She knocked forcefully, calling out, "Is anyone there? Is anyone there?" A gaunt woman emerged, her face betraying a hint of panic. "Comrade, whom are you looking for?" The woman inquired. "Comrade, my bicycle broke down as I passed by. Could you direct me to a bicycle repair shop?" Wang Guoxiang, astute, understood that such a clandestine clinic would never welcome her inside. As the chairwoman of the Women's Federation, revealing her identity could easily alert them, prompting a hasty escape through the back door. Upon hearing her words, the woman visibly relaxed and cautiously replied, "Comrade, the only bicycle repair shop nearby is the third house to the south. You should inquire there." Though she provided the information, she did not open the door, clearly wary. Wang Guoxiang, frantic yet striving to appear calm, said, "Comrade, it's so dark here, I can't find the way. Would you be so kind as to guide me?" She added, "Thank you. Meeting such a kind person like you is truly a stroke of luck. Please, lend me your assistance." The woman, reassured by Wang Guoxiang's words, lowered her guard and opened the door, preparing to lock it again. Just then, a scream echoed from within. "Ah, there's been bleeding. Lu Chaoti, where have you been?" The gaunt woman, upon hearing this, turned pale and rushed inside. Wang Guoxiang, upon hearing the mention of bleeding, felt her vision fade momentarily. This, however, was not the time to succumb to weakness. She dashed inside, where a man and a woman were frantically attending to a girl lying on the operating table. The girl's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion as pale as parchment, and blood poured profusely from beneath her. "What is happening? What is going on? You said everything was fine. You assured me there was nothing to worry about." The man was now deflecting responsibility. "Enough with the excuses. She is bleeding profusely. This could result in a life or death situation, and we lack the necessary resources here. I've performed the procedure, so hurry and take her away. If she dies, we will not be held accountable." He insisted. The young man beside him, now agitated, retorted, "Lu, you were the one who claimed you could handle this surgery, and now you expect me to just take her away? Where would I even take her? If her parents find out I let their daughter die, we both will face dire consequences. Do you have any idea who her father is? He is the department head of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." Observing her daughter's weakening breaths and the relentless flow of blood, Wang Guoxiang swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the doctor. "What are you waiting for? Get her to the hospital immediately." The doctor, momentarily stunned, demanded, "Who are you? On what grounds do you strike me? We can't send her to the hospital. If she dies, it will be a matter of life and death for me." Wang Guoxiang was acutely aware of her precarious situation, facing 3 individuals. Any ill-intentioned move could prevent both her and her daughter from leaving this room alive. As expected, the young man recognized her. "She is her mother." Wang Guoxiang, her face stern, declared, "You will carry my daughter to the hospital across the street right now. If you manage to save her, you will be commended. If my brother arrives later and finds her in this state, you will be charged with murder. Think carefully about whether you want to act now or wait for us to take matters into our own hands." The previously shifty-eyed doctor immediately turned to his wife and said, all right, comrade, please don't panic. We will take her to the hospital right away." The 4 of them hurriedly transported Su Shili directly to the provincial hospital across the street. An hour later, a doctor in the emergency room removed his mask, expressing relief. "Thanks to your timely arrival, the patient's condition was extremely critical. Had you arrived 20 minutes later, she would have been beyond saving. However, the ordeal has resulted in the removal of her uterus." Wang Guoxiang felt as if struck by lightning, collapsing into a chair. What would become of her daughter's future? The following day, Su Fengtian was brought to the county by a large truck from the construction site. In an era when communication was inconvenient, he had not heard from his wife since their last conversation. Nevertheless, he dismissed any concern, believing such a scenario was implausible. Upon returning, he found the house empty. Everything was neatly arranged, indicating that his wife had not returned since her departure the previous day. Upon contemplating this, Su Fengtian suddenly felt a jolt in his eyes. He envisioned a possibility and swiftly rode his bicycle towards the hospital. After inquiring for an extended period at the hospital, he finally gleaned the information he sought. As he pushed open the door to the ward, he beheld his weary wife, who was vigilantly guarding their unconscious daughter. For a moment, he stood frozen in disbelief. Guixiang, what has happened? Wang Guixiang, upon seeing her husband, was overwhelmed with tears. Old Su, it is all my fault, all my fault. I arrived 10 minutes late yesterday. This child nearly lost her life. Her uterus has already been removed. Chapter 42 Exclusion. Jiang Tiecheng was unable to indulge in a leisurely slumber, primarily because on this day of rest, numerous villagers were bound for the county town to procure supplies. This day proved to be the most bustling day in the village. The village had organized tractors and ox carts for transportation. Those who missed this opportunity would have to trek dozens of miles to reach the county. The distance from the village to the county was substantial, and traveling on foot could take an entire day without guarantee of arrival. To accommodate everyone, the villagers set out at 4 in the morning. Not only were they deprived of the luxury of sleeping in, but they also had to rise earlier than usual. A considerable number of educated youth prepared to acquire necessities, marking a collective exodus from the village. Observing the departing figures of these youth, the remaining individuals felt a sense of despair and retreated back into their humble abodes. Among them were Jiang and his companions, who had initially organized a group to voice their grievances in the county. Their first stop was the educated youth office, but it was staffed by only an elderly gentleman, who, upon hearing their concerns, coldly informed them that such matters were beyond their jurisdiction. They then proceeded to report their situation to the county officials, only to be met with harsh rebuke. It became clear to them that every county was grappling with the aftermath of calamities, leaving everyone struggling to fill their stomachs. Even the farmers were unable to sustain themselves, thus having little to spare for others. Using their status as educated youth to solicit help was sure to evoke disdain. The county's relief supplies were insufficient for the villagers, let alone for the educated youth. They were advised to find solutions on their own, relying on their labor to earn their sustenance, which was already considered fortunate. For those with particularly bad luck, some villages lacked even basic irrigation systems or projects, leaving them without opportunities to earn food. People resorted to self-help, using their money and grain coupons to navigate the black market for food or relying on family to send supplies. Their insistence on seeking provisions from the county was met with scorn, and county leaders personally warned them that these were extraordinary times, with everyone facing hardships and needing to pull together to weather the storm. They were instructed to refrain from causing trouble for the county or the brigade, and the actions of the production team leader were deemed entirely justified. They were told to return and labor diligently, obeying orders and assignments. Should they continue to escalate their grievances, they were warned not to expect courtesy in return. After a week of turmoil, they found themselves sent back to the village. When Captain Huang encountered them, he not only greeted them with sarcasm, but also with a dismissive attitude. These individuals returned in disarray, having failed to secure grain and missing even the opportunity to assist with the irrigation project. Many could no longer suppress their frustrations and pooled their money and grain coupons, hoping to find a way to purchase food together. However, in these times, everyone was short on supplies, and the black market yielded little. Occasionally, they might find some coarse grains, but it was hardly enough. Some managed to buy, while others did not. Those who had originally followed Jiang in hopes of making a name for themselves now turned against him, blaming him for their lost opportunities. They had been seen pleading with the production team leader for a chance to work on a construction site, a position that had previously been guaranteed. However, now Captain Huang regarded them with utmost suspicion, wary of the trouble they might cause on the site. He was determined not to jeopardize future opportunities for the village. As their lives grew increasingly unbearable, with each meal insufficient to satisfy their hunger, they survived on mere scraps. In contrast, the educated youth working at construction sites, though gaunt and worn, appeared spirited and occasionally returned with steamed buns and cornmeal cakes. Observing the disparity in their circumstances, resentment towards Jiang swelled among the group. Alone and dejected, Jiang sat in his dwelling, too embarrassed to venture outside. Whenever he was seen, he was met with derision and scornful remarks. His initial hopes of leveraging this opportunity to secure provisions and establish his influence at the educated youth station had crumbled into a dismal reality. Lacking food himself and unable to buy from the black market, he found himself ostracized, with others refusing to share information with him. Had it not been for a few acquaintances among the educated youth who provided him with assistance, he would have faced starvation. Adding to his frustration was Jiang Tiecheng, who seemed to be thriving. Many educated youth frequently gravitated towards Jiang Tiecheng and Chen Ruixua, hoping he might speak favorably on their behalf. They presented themselves as sycophants, while He Junsheng considered himself a person of ambition, unwilling to demean himself in such a manner. Yet, the winter stretched endlessly ahead, and under such circumstances, he wondered if he could endure until the new year. Observing Captain Huang's demeanor, it was clear he was serious. He Junsheng pondered his predicament, realizing he could not persist in this manner and needed to seek an alternative route. Just then, he heard a knock at the door next door. "Ruishua, are you there?" He Junsheng hurriedly adjusted his collar and fastened the top button before calmly stepping outside. He recognized the voice as that of Chun Ruishua's brother, a cadre in the county. "Comrade, are you looking for Xiaoqin? She went to the county to buy supplies and should be back quite late." "What? Why is she going to the county today?" Chun Ruijuan felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he known his sister was off today, he would have waited for her in the county, having prepared numerous items for her. "Comrade, why don't you come in and sit for a while? They might return this afternoon." Chun Ruijuan found himself quite fond of the young man before him, appreciating his politeness and eloquence, and noticed he had the look of a refined individual. Upon glancing at the formidable lock on my sister's abode, I gathered my belongings and followed He Junsheng into his dwelling. "Comrade, I apologize for the disarray in my humble abode. Please do not mind as I fetch you some hot water," He Junsheng said, his hands trembling with excitement. If he could forge a connection with Chun Ruishua's brother, it might just enable him to find his footing in the county. Who would wish to endure a life in this remote and impoverished corner of the world? He endeavored to maintain his composure, presenting himself with an air of dignified equanimity. Chapter 43. Deception. Chun Ruijuan gazed at the row of books neatly arranged on the bedside and felt a newfound respect for the young man before him. "Oh my, bringing such a heavy load of books to the countryside instead of food and drink. You truly are a bookworm." He casually flipped through one of the volumes. This young man possesses quite a high level of ideological awareness. "Comrade Chun, while drinking water, please do not think I am idle. I graduated from high school and have nothing to do. I simply enjoy reading in my spare time," said He Junsheng as he passed over the teapot. "Your high school diploma is indeed impressive. Why then did you come to the countryside?" "My family did not require me to go, but considering the call of the nation and the need for us in the community to set an example, I decided to be that role model. My father is a factory director, and I am a cadre's son. If I do not set an example, who would be willing to go to the countryside?" Upon hearing this, Chun Ruijuan felt even more favorable towards the young man. There are not many individuals with such consciousness today. "Are you related to Xiaoqin?" "I am Chun Ruishua's elder brother, her fourth brother, Chun Ruijuan." Chun Ruijuan was eager to inquire about his sister's situation at the work site, as he was already in the process of securing her employment. However, this would take time. The response from the authorities would take at least a month, and potentially 3 to 5 months if it were to be prolonged. "Oh, so you are Xiaoqin's brother. You two do resemble each other quite a bit. My sister is beautiful. I would say I am merely passable." Hearing praise about their family's looks brought him a sense of joy. Their parents were quite attractive, so their strong genes produced a remarkable outcome. Everyone in the family was at the pinnacle of beauty, and they preferred aesthetically pleasing individuals. "By the way, Xiaohe, why didn't you go with them to the county?" "I chose to stay home to study more." He Junsheng was growing anxious, wondering how he could win Chun Ruijuan's favor. "You truly possess a high level of awareness. By the way, I wish to ask how my sister is faring at the construction site. Our sister has been raised in luxury. I fear she might not endure the hardships there." This was a lingering concern of his, and although he had inquired indirectly, his sister had never shared any details, always claiming everything was fine. He Junsheng suddenly had an idea and sighed deeply. "What is wrong? Is someone bullying my sister?" Chun Ruijuan immediately became agitated. No, it is not that anyone is bullying Xiao Chun. She is the kind of person who is proactive and an exemplary figure, so naturally, no one would dare to mistreat her. But still, she is a girl. How can she handle such laborious work at the construction site? Chun Ruijuan agreed with He Junsheng's words. "I too do not wish for her to undertake such labor as a girl, yet she refuses to listen to me. I suggested she wait at home for a month, but she insists on doing such strenuous work when the family can support her. My sister has inherited my father's stubbornness." He Junsheng's heart raced. He had grasped the crux of the matter. Waiting for a month. This meant that Chun Ruijuan had indeed arranged everything for Chun Ruishua. How could he persuade Chun Ruijuan to assist him? He put on an appropriately embarrassed expression. "Actually, Ruishua is quite a good person. She is gentle and kind, proactive and ambitious. While working, she never complains of hardship or fatigue. When her shoulders developed blisters, it pained me to apply medicine to her. Chun Ruejuan was stunned. His sister had blisters on her shoulders. The crucial question was how a man like He Junsheng could see his sister's shoulders. Was it possible that his sister was involved with He Junsheng? His expression darkened immediately. To be precise, he had a favorable impression of He Junsheng, yet regardless of their current relationship, it was inappropriate for him to have seen his sister's shoulders. In this era, any actions that crossed boundaries before marriage were considered scandalous. Well, I must thank you, Comrade He. Since my sister is not here, I will take my leave and visit her another day. Chun Ruejuan huffed as he picked up the large bag and turned to leave. He Junsheng was left in a state of shock. What had just happened? They had been speaking amicably, and now with a mere turn, Chun Ruejuan's demeanor had drastically changed. Reflecting on his earlier words, he smacked his thigh in frustration. My mouth has truly offended someone. He hurriedly chased after him. Comrade Chun, why don't you wait a moment for Rueishue and the others? They should be back soon this afternoon. With all this running back and forth, you probably won't see them for half a month. Comrade Chun, please do not misunderstand. The blisters on Rueishue's shoulders were something my cousin mentioned inadvertently. I even specifically got some herbal medicine for her. It is all my fault for speaking carelessly. Upon hearing this, Chun Ruejuan stopped and quickly realized that He Junsheng had not been the one to apply medicine to his sister. Your cousin? He Junsheng quickly replied with a smile. Yes, she is my cousin. She came to the countryside with me as a young educated youth. It was my cousin who has been applying medicine to Rueishue's shoulder blisters these past few days. It seems the healing process was not ideal, so I sought ways to procure additional medicine for her. It has only recently started to improve. We were merely discussing Rueishue's shoulder blisters, without any ulterior motives. Comrade Chun, please do not misunderstand. My feelings towards Rueishue are purely revolutionary friendship, with no other inappropriate thoughts. Upon hearing these words, Chun Ruejuan felt completely reassured. Even if He Junsheng harbored such thoughts, his sister was not a person of loose morals. In this light, He Junsheng appeared to be a good person, simply trying to assist his sister when hearing about her injury. It seemed that He Junsheng was indeed a talented individual. The anger that had flared up quickly dissipated. Reflecting on his earlier behavior, he felt somewhat remorseful toward He Junsheng. After all, this young man was genuinely concerned for his sister's well-being. His expression softened, and he followed He Junsheng back to the communal dwelling. He Junsheng let out a sigh of relief, grateful he had managed to smooth over the misunderstanding. Had he not done so, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. He was certain that Chun Ruejuan would not inquire about every young educated youth. Chun Rueishue likely was unaware of his earlier comments, and he was merely taking advantage of the information gap. At that moment, Jiang Tiecheng leaped from the carriage and made his way directly to the supply and marketing cooperative, his intentions clear. He aimed to procure more items. However, he was suddenly seized by the arm from behind, and upon turning around in astonishment, he found Chun Rueishue holding onto him. He quickly shook off her hand, for in these times, it was improper for men and women to engage in such physical contact. Comrade Chun Rueishue, what is the matter with you? Chun Rueishue gazed at her rejected hand, her expression filled with grievance as she inquired, Brother Jiang, do you harbor some discontent towards me? You have been avoiding me lately. Avoiding you? Not at all. Jiang Tiecheng replied, slightly flustered, for in truth, he was indeed evading Chun Rueishue. Ever since she had fallen asleep on his shoulder during their last encounter, he noticed the curious glances from those around them. Additionally, Chun Ruejuan had taken the initiative to speak with him privately. Although their conversation remained unknown to others, Jiang Tiecheng held his dignity in high regard. He would never humble himself for the sake of a woman. Thus, he deliberately maintained a distance from Chun Rueishue. Chapter 44. A reunion with Su Kaijian. Comrade Jiang Tiecheng, you are lying. Look into my eyes. You have been deliberately avoiding me every day. Chun Rueishue was filled with indignation, having initially believed that Jiang Tiecheng was a decent person. A young girl in the throes of blossoming affection inevitably harbored special feelings for him. However, she never anticipated that Jiang Tiecheng would intentionally distance himself from her, avoiding her during lunch and even refusing to share a carriage with her in the morning. It was evident to anyone that Jiang Tiecheng was purposefully evading her. Chun Rueishue felt profoundly wronged. Captain Huang, what is the matter with you? As Jiang Tiecheng observed Captain Huang staggering ahead, on the verge of collapsing, he hurriedly rushed over. With a sigh of relief, he evaded the topic. The emotions of the young girl were visibly displayed on her face. But he was no longer young and wished to steer clear of such troubles. He supported Huang Yuqing, helping him lie down in the carriage. Huang Yuqing's complexion was pale, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, and his eyes were tightly shut. The drivers from the other two carriages rushed over, as most others had already departed. "Captain, it seems he has fainted from hunger. Let me apply pressure to his acupoint." Someone pressed on Huang Yuqing's acupoint for a while, and he gradually exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. Disoriented by the surrounding figures, he suddenly recalled that he had just fainted. He waved his hand, instructing them to go about their business while he rested there, conveniently guarding the carriage. Only then did the others leave. Jiang Tiecheng hesitated for a moment, realizing that if the captain could faint from hunger, it was evident that the conditions for everyone in the brigade were not favorable. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket and placed it in the captain's hand, then turned on his heel, striding purposefully towards the cooperative. Huang Yuqing clutched the handkerchief, intending to call for help, but felt utterly weak. Upon opening the handkerchief, he discovered 3 pieces of golden brown baked bread. With his eyes misting, he realized that these were provisions Jiang Tiecheng had saved from the construction site. He took the smallest piece, placing it in his mouth. Though dry and hard, it elicited a surge of saliva. After consuming 1 piece, he carefully wrapped the remaining 2 in his headscarf and tucked them into his bosom, as his young grandson had been unable to get out of bed from hunger these past few days. Reflecting on his family's plight, he could only imagine how the rest of the village fared. In this year of disaster and famine, everyone was gaunt and emaciated. Yet, during this dire time, the county's relief grain had not reached their brigade. Jiang Tiecheng found the cooperative bustling with people. The crowd was so dense that he could not squeeze inside. He leaned against the wall, waiting for an opportune moment to enter. Unexpectedly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Looking up, he was met with Su Fengtian's surprised and delighted gaze. "Xiao Jiang, what brings you here? Are you here to buy something? Come, follow me to the office." Without allowing a word of protest, he pulled Jiang Tiecheng into the courtyard behind the cooperative, where the office and storage facilities were located. Once inside the office, Jiang Tiecheng was seated in a chair as Su Fengtian prepared tea using his finest leaves, serving it before him. Jiang Tiecheng had saved his daughter. Thus, he was considered a benefactor to the family. Observing Su Fengtian's gestures, Jiang Tiecheng understood that his daughter had been rescued. "Su Kejong, is she all right?" "No harm done, thanks to my wife's timely intervention. The doctor said if we had waited another 10 minutes, my daughter would have bled out. She is coming home from the hospital today. Xiao Jiang, you have arrived just in time. You must come to our home for dinner tonight. You will stay the night, and I will send you back in the morning." Su Fengtian had already intended to visit the Hongqi Brigade to seek out Jiang Tiecheng, as he owed him a debt of gratitude for saving his daughter. Because of this incident, he held absolute faith in Jiang Tiecheng's remarkable abilities. "Su Kejong, I cannot accept your invitation for dinner. I must work tomorrow." "That is unacceptable." Jiang Tiecheng steadfastly refused to dine at Su Fengtian's home. Su Fengtian hesitated, knowing that someone with such exceptional talents could help resolve other difficulties within his family. Naturally, he could not offend him. However, Jiang Tiecheng's refusal to accept his gratitude posed a dilemma. Jiang Tiecheng was indeed being deliberate. Though old Jiang had invited him to dinner, the conditions were set, and 1 meal was sufficient repayment. One must not be overly greedy. Yet, Su Fengtian was distinctly different. As the head of the county's supply and marketing cooperative, he oversaw crucial resources. In these times, merely being a salesperson in the cooperative was a position of esteem, let alone being the head. "Su Kejong, perhaps you should attend to your matters. I will procure some items myself." Upon hearing this, Su Fengtian exclaimed, "Ah, why go to the front? I can assist you. Just tell me what you need, and I will have someone prepare it for you. We need not stand in line." Su Fengtian thought this was a simple favor he could do. At that moment, a female comrade entered the room. "Su Kejong, I heard that our cooperative has a batch of garment processing orders this month. Why not allocate some to our village? Every household is struggling to afford food. If we could take on this order, it would at least provide some relief. We have been old friends. Rest assured, we will not shortchange you on your share." Jiang Tiecheng was seated behind the coal stove, hidden from view by the chimney. It was apparent that the village's female cadre had not seen him. Otherwise, she would not have spoken so freely in front of others. Su Fengtian, sensing the awkwardness, quickly glanced at Jiang Tiecheng, fearing that Xiao Jiang would think less of him upon learning of this. He immediately adopted a stern expression. "Comrade Zhang Hongmei, what connection do the opinions of the county leaders regarding the order have with me? Enough, enough, please leave hastily." Can't you see that I still have guests here? Zhang Hongmei was taken aback, and upon peering around the chimney, she caught sight of Jiang Tiecheng, whose face turned ashen. This could lead to dire consequences. She hurriedly offered her apologies. Director Su, I spoke thoughtlessly. Please do not take my words to heart. She turned and rushed away, nearly slapping herself in the process. Wasn't this a blunder that would tarnish everything? If outsiders were to hear such remarks, they might mistakenly think that Director Su was soliciting bribes. Chapter 45. Seeking a shield. Director Su's heart raced with a palpable anxiety as he approached Jiang Tiecheng, his face marked by an unmistakable awkwardness. Xiao Jiang, this. It was inevitable that a department head like him would seek a bit of profit. Jiang Tiecheng chuckled, recognizing the commonality of such matters. As the saying goes, water that is too clear has no fish. Furthermore, this issue was hardly one for a mere educated youth to manage. However, a sudden thought struck him, bringing to mind the pale and unconscious Huang Yuqing. It was clear that a young intellectual like him could not establish himself in Hongqi Duai solely based on his abilities. He needed to secure his footing in a village of several hundred residents. After all, he intended to live here for 20 years. To thrive in this environment and to ensure his safety during the movement, he would undoubtedly require a robust support system. The local villagers would serve as his greatest shield. Yet, relying solely on his fanciful claims of insight would not suffice to gain the villagers' respect. When people were on the brink of starvation, who would care about his supposed abilities? His keen instincts, honed in his previous life and business, immediately detected a glimmer of opportunity in this predicament. Director Su, I understand that our supply and marketing cooperative handles clothing orders. Is it possible for our village to receive such orders? Upon hearing Jiang Tiecheng's inquiry, Su Fengtian realized that they had never received any orders. This was primarily due to Huang Yuqing's departure, which had severed their connection with old Zhang, the deputy director who was at odds with Su Fengtian. Consequently, Su Fengtian had never shown a favorable disposition towards Hongqi Dui over the years. Indeed, every year we secure processing orders for clothing from city and provincial factories, as well as from the military and various schools. Only qualified villages can undertake such tasks. Su Fengtian swiftly altered his tone, ensuring he did not appear too accommodating, despite the fact that granting the order was merely a matter of his say-so. He needed to present the situation as particularly challenging before Jiang Tiecheng, as he was uncertain of the nature of the relationship between Jiang Tiecheng and Hongqi Dui. Director Su, if the opportunity arises, could you see to it that our village receives some of these orders? Su Fengtian's heart leaped with joy. He had been worried about finding a chance to win Jiang Tiecheng's favor, only to be pleasantly surprised by Jiang Tiecheng's own proposition. Xiao Jiang, rest assured, since you have brought this up, I will find a way to accommodate you. I'll take this matter upon myself. Just wait. And I will arrange for the allocation of a quota to Hongqi Dui by persuading 2 other production teams to relinquish theirs. Jiang Tiecheng understood immediately that Su Fengtian was currying favor with him. He realized that Su Fengtian was genuinely benefiting from his support, hence his eagerness. Director Su, when you have the time, we should have a thorough discussion. This was precisely what Su Fengtian desired, and he nodded enthusiastically. Xiao Jiang, you can be assured. I will visit Hongqi Dui tomorrow. By the way, is there anything you need? Please provide me with a list, and I will procure it for you. This time, Jiang Tiecheng did not hold back and directly reiterated his needs. Su Fengtian promptly departed, returning shortly with a large bundle of items: candles, kerosene, noodles, soap for laundry, and an additional assortment of 50 jin of white flour, 50 jin of corn flour, 30 jin of rice, along with cabbage, vermicelli, tofu, and even 5 jin of pork belly. These items were highly sought-after commodities, impossible to procure elsewhere. They were carefully packed in a large basket, covered with a piece of cotton cloth to conceal their contents from prying eyes. Xiao Jiang seems a bit nervous today, as everyone is eager to purchase goods, resulting in a throng of customers. Let us wait until tomorrow. When I come over, I will surely bring you more. Jiang Tiecheng shouldered the basket, smiling as he remarked, Director Su, I have already benefited greatly from your generosity. I want to be polite. You need not bring anything when you visit me tomorrow. We have much to discuss. Su Fengtian chuckled. Why are you being so courteous? Come, let me walk you there. Jiang Tiecheng quickly shook his head. That is not necessary. Su Fengtian insisted. No, I will accompany you. From now on, consider me as an older brother. Do not remain so formal with me. If you encounter any difficulties, just speak directly to me, Su Dage. You need not act like an outsider in the future. In my heart, I regard you as a brother. The two continued their light-hearted banter as they made their way to the horse cart outside the county. Huang Yuqing, still feeling disoriented, suddenly sat up upon hearing their voices, nearly fainting in the process. Had Jiang Tiecheng not rushed to support him, he would have collapsed beneath the cart. "Captain, how are you? Why haven't you eaten the medicine I provided?" Huang Yuqing began to ask further questions, but was startled when he caught sight of Su Fengtian. This director Su, known colloquially as Su Kaishan, was not wealthy by birth, but rather held the position of head of the supply and marketing cooperative, overseeing county resources and orders from the province and city. With a mere word from him, a production team could experience significant benefits, if not abundant provisions, at least an improvement in their circumstances. This was the influential figure he had long sought to win over, but had never managed to gain favor with, and now here he stood before him. As he attempted to rise, he was met with a dismissive gesture from Director Su. "Oh, Captain Huang, your health seems quite poor. Why do you look so unwell?" "Director, it is not due to a lack of food at home. We are currently subsisting on one meal a day, just enough to stave off hunger. How can one not feel weak?" "Director, is there any possibility of receiving orders for our production team? Even a few dozen pieces of clothing would allow the villagers to earn some extra income. At the very least, we can purchase a few pounds of grain." Huang Yuqing was aware that his words might irritate others, yet he felt powerless. The entire village was in a state of famine. As the captain of the production team, he had no choice but to persist in his pleas. "All right, Captain Huang, your village is indeed facing hardships. Xiao Zhang has already informed me of the situation and has specifically requested an order for processed garments for your village. Without further ado, I have promised Xiao Zhang that I will arrange this for you in the coming days. At that time, you, as the captain, should bring a team to collect the fabric." This announcement felt as though a pie had fallen from the heavens, striking him on the head. Huang Yuqing nearly lost consciousness from the overwhelming surprise. Chapter 46. Do you trust me or your sister-in-law? On the way back, Huang Yuqing deliberately allowed Jiang Tiecheng to sit beside him on the horse-drawn cart. "Xiao Zhang, what is going on? Do you know Section Chief Su?" Huang Yuqing was not a fool. After 2 years of hard work, he had never managed to gain Su's trust. Yet, all of a sudden, Section Chief Su personally agreed to allocate a portion of the garment processing order to their brigade. Who does not know that assisting the supply and marketing cooperative with garment processing not only yields payment, but also rations? Just the thought of this could help the village survive the winter made Huang Yuqing hold onto Jiang Tiecheng with fervent enthusiasm. How could such a good person exist in the world? Su had nothing to gain. He was merely an educated youth in their village without a home or land. What could he possibly want from them? Section Chief Su had only met the two of them for the second time today. Jiang Tiecheng was indeed speaking the truth. However, Huang Yuqing was skeptical. To hand over a garment processing order to the Hongqi Brigade after only their second meeting, and to specifically designate Jiang Tiecheng to oversee the task and delivery, seemed like an opportunity for Jiang Tiecheng to receive food without any effort. "Wonderful. Xiao Jiang, from the first time I met you, I knew your character was exceptional. You are a good person. You have saved everyone in our production brigade, and on behalf of our villagers, I sincerely thank you. Rest assured, you will not suffer any losses in our production brigade in the future." Jiang Tiecheng understood that as long as everyone could have enough food, he would have firmly established his footing in the Hongqi Brigade. After all, there would be many more challenges ahead in the Hongqi Brigade, considering they had just entered the year 60. Over the coming decades, countless storms would arise, but with so many villagers of Hongqi Brigade standing behind him, he believed he would remain unharmed. Jiang Tiecheng felt assured that he would be stable for at least 20 years. Moreover, as the Hongqi Brigade enjoyed abundance, he too would benefit. It was a pity that in his past life, despite having earned so much, he now found himself worrying about food. However, it was evident that this life had commenced far better than the last. At this moment, he was an upright, capable person with a hint of supernatural ability. Upon returning to the village, Huang Yuqing could hardly contain his excitement and spoke with his wife until the early hours of the morning. The next day, the news had spread throughout the entire Hongqi Brigade. There was no way to keep it a secret, as Huang Yuqing's wife, who was also the women's director, was quite the chatterbox. With nothing to do, she made rounds through the village, sharing gossip. Naturally, such news was proclaimed to the world by Huang Yuqing's wife. That evening, Su Fengtian personally arrived at the Hongqi Brigade, carrying a substantial load on his bicycle. Many villagers saw him enter the village. Instead of seeking out their production team leader, he headed straight to the educated youth's abode. Many in the village understood that their acquisition of the order depended on the support of the educated youth. When Jiang Tiecheng opened the door and saw Su Fengtian, he hurriedly ushered him inside. After a long day of work, he needed to freshen up. Just as he had finished washing up, Section Chief Su arrived. Su Fengtian brought an assortment of ready-made treats including fried peanuts, pig's head meat, beef, and even a roasted chicken. He had also brought a bag of flour. During these times, grain was more precious than anything else. The two sat on the kong and poured themselves some liquor. Su Fengtian smiled broadly. Xiao Jiang, I was in the wrong last time. Allow me to apologize. Downing a glass, he recalled his previous dismissive attitude. Had he waited any longer, his daughter might have been lost. His gratitude towards Jiang Tiecheng was boundless. Section Chief, what should I call you? Did I not say I am your elder brother? Call me Su Dage. From now on, you are my younger brother. Su Dage, you have no idea who I am or what abilities I possess. I consider it a stroke of luck that you did not strike me for my boldness in speaking. Let us not dwell on the past. Jiang Tiecheng's words moved Su Fengtian to tears. This was a true noble. Look at his magnanimity, saving others without seeking reward. Xiao Jiang, you truly are remarkable. I underestimated your character. As they feasted and drank, Su Fengtian felt an urgent concern. Yet, Jiang Tiecheng remained silent, leaving him no choice but to cautiously inquire, Xiao Jiang, so much has happened in our family lately. You must have noticed. I just want to ask if there is any way to resolve this. Su Dage, let me put it this way. Your family's situation cannot be resolved. You have attracted the attention of a petty individual. A petty individual? I knew it. How could any family be so unfortunate? Do you know who it is? Jiang Tiecheng shook his head and replied enigmatically, that cannot be disclosed. Su Fengtian anxiously scratched his head, his heart burning like smoldering coals. So, there is no way to resolve our family matters? Xiao Jiang, I truly consider you family. It's difficult for me. My father has spent so many years in the province, with numerous old friends. As long as he is around, people regard me with respect. But if he falls ill, honestly, I have no confidence. How much longer can I remain the section chief of the supply and marketing cooperative? People forget easily. Once he is gone, I am nothing. The cooperative is a lucrative place, and who wouldn't want to fight to get in? While my father was in charge, no one dared to challenge me. Now that he is in trouble, many covet my position. Su Dage, although the matter concerning the petty individual cannot be resolved, there are still other issues we can address. What do you mean? Su Fengtian's eyes reddened with excitement. Let me offer you a few suggestions. First, your father will wake up tomorrow night. Do not allow him to undergo heart surgery, for if he does, he will never awaken again. Second, you should investigate your sister-in-law regarding your brother's situation. She has conspired with others to frame him, and the evidence lies with her. Upon hearing this, Su Fengtian was taken aback, disbelief etched on his face as he stammered, my sister-in-law could not possibly harm my brother. My elder brother-in-law and sister-in-law have been married for 2 decades, and they have children. How could they possibly engage in such actions? Are you inclined to believe me, or your sister-in-law? Jiang Tiecheng was genuinely displeased this time. If Su Fengtian continues to utter such nonsensical remarks, he will no longer wish to involve himself in this matter. This is a product of the system, undoubtedly a masterpiece. His system interface will never deceive. Su Fengtian suddenly regained clarity. Xiao Jiang, I certainly believe you. Then let us proceed as I suggest. Your elder brother's child is not truly his. This revelation struck like thunder, leaving Su Fengtian utterly speechless. Chapter 47. A 50% chance Su Fengtian returned home in a daze. Wang Guixiang had been anxiously waiting for her husband. Upon hearing him knock, she hurriedly opened the door and, seeing his disheveled appearance, inquired softly, what is the matter with you? Her voice was low, for their daughter had just been discharged from the hospital and was resting in the adjacent room. Su Fengtian waved his hand dismissively, tossing his bag onto the sofa. He pulled his wife into their room, and the couple spoke privately through the night. The next day, Wang Guixiang and Su Fengtian, who had taken a leave of absence, went to the hospital. Su Fengtian was usually occupied with work, and with his elder brother now detained, it fell to Wang Guixiang and her sister-in-law Zhao Min to care for their father-in-law. Last night, it was Zhao Min, and today it was Wang Guixiang's turn. As they entered the hospital room, they found Zhao Min attentively wiping their father-in-law's face and hands with a towel. Her meticulous demeanor concealed any hint of ulterior motives. Over the years, Zhao Min and Su Fengtian's elder brother had shared a strong bond, epitomizing a model couple. They had a child together, cherished by the entire family, and particularly adored by the elder brother. Although Zhao Min had claimed to be considering a divorce, no one took her seriously. It was widely believed that the couple had conspired to protect their child from emotional harm. However, reflecting on Jiang Tiecheng's earlier remarks, Su Fengtian instinctively viewed the situation from an outsider's perspective. In retrospect, Zhao Min's actions began to appear somewhat contrived. Zhao Min glanced sideways at the couple, noticing that they were not their usual warm selves. Although surprised, she dismissed it. Recognizing the turmoil within the Su family and recalling that their daughter had narrowly escaped death the previous day. Under such circumstances, it was unrealistic to expect warmth from them. With important matters at hand, she chose not to dwell on trivialities. Feigning casualness, she sighed as if just noticing them. "Ah, the second child and sister-in-law, you have both arrived." At this moment, Su Fengtian realized that when scrutinizing the situation, Zhao Min's behavior was evidently calculated. How had he never noticed her adeptness at feigning innocence before? Wang Guoxiang approached with a smile, saying, "Sister-in-law, I'm here. Let me take care of Dad. You should rest. You've worked hard yesterday. It's best to get some rest." Initially, she had agreed with Zhao Min to take over for the day, but her husband's alarming words the previous night had nearly sent her into a panic. Their father-in-law was the family's cornerstone. Without him, chaos would ensue, especially with the elder brother's current predicament. If their father-in-law were to pass, who would come to their rescue? If Zhao Min indeed harbored malicious intent, who knew what further turmoil might arise? Thinking of her recently saved daughter, Wang Guoxiang felt a deep sense of gratitude towards the young man who had intervened. Her heart swelled with appreciation for him, as he had saved her daughter's life without asking for anything in return. Zhao Min waved her hand with a smile. "Sister-in-law, didn't you say you had a meeting at work today? What brings you here? How could a meeting compare to our father-in-law's health? After Fengtian scolded me, I took a leave to care for him." Fengtian insisted that I should not shoulder this responsibility alone. "As his children, we cannot allow all the burdens to fall on you," Wang Guoxiang responded. Zhao Min felt a pang of urgency but dismissed it, realizing that their arrival was fortuitous, for she had a matter to discuss with them. "Actually, there is something important to address. Last night, our father-in-law's condition deteriorated. The doctor has advised that he needs surgery, as he has been in a state of unconsciousness." Su Fengtian's heart dropped. If he hadn't come today, Zhao Min likely wouldn't have disclosed this information. This aligned with Jiang Tiecheng's warning that if their father underwent surgery today, it would likely be fatal. "You haven't heard because you've been away. Our father needs emergency care almost every night. The doctor has made it clear, surgery is imperative. There is a 50% chance he might wake up post-surgery, but without it, he may never regain consciousness. His condition is increasingly perilous. The family must decide whether to proceed with the surgery. I believe we should go ahead. His situation is worsening," Zhao Min asserted, her reasoning sound. However, she had already made up her mind about the surgery, regardless of Su Fengtian's presence. Su Fengtian shook his head resolutely. "Sister-in-law, considering your age, I do not recommend the surgery. Even with a 50% chance, the risks are too great. I would prefer my father to remain in his current state rather than gamble his life. I wish to honor him at his bedside. If he passes, how could I face my elder brother?" He firmly stated that any decision regarding surgery should wait until his elder brother could participate in the discussion. Zhao Min felt a surge of frustration. It baffled her that the second child would not heed her counsel. On ordinary days, Lao Er holds great respect for his elder sister-in-law. Zhao Min nodded and said, "Lao Er, I understand your sentiments. However, if you wish to discuss matters concerning your elder brother's opinion, I can certainly represent him. Your elder brother also harbors the hope that our father will awaken. If father were to lie in bed for a lifetime, requiring intermittent emergency care, it is uncertain how long he could endure such a state. It would be more prudent to take a chance. After all, there is a 50% possibility that our father might regain consciousness. Wouldn't that bring joy to everyone? Rather than allowing father to remain in this state of unconsciousness, it is better to dare to fight for his recovery." Chapter 48 Indecision Heir. I understand your feelings, but at this moment, with your elder brother absent, you are the stabilizing force of the family. Dasa believes we should prioritize our father's needs. Zhao Min is confident that heir would heed her words. "Dasa, I will give it some thought." However, Su Fengtian remained silent regarding his decision. Zhao Min felt a twinge of anxiety. Arrangements had already been discussed with the doctor. Why was heir now so obstinate? The elder brother's situation would soon reach a conclusion, and if they did not address the old man's condition, should he wake, all efforts would be in vain. Were it not for the doctor's assertion that the old man could awaken at any moment, she would not be so anxious. Everything had progressed smoothly, but if the old man were to awaken and thwart their plans, it would be too late for regret. If the old man discovered the actions she and her son had taken, both would face dire consequences. Su Leoi, in his youth, was resolute and ruthless. Though aged now, he would not show mercy. Should he learn that his grandson was not of the Su lineage, chaos would ensue. She could no longer bear this burden. It was precisely because she wished to put an end to this that she dared to take such risks. This matter cannot be delayed any longer. You know well the state of the old man's health. If we continue to hesitate, his organs will begin to fail. We must still face the old man. I understand this is difficult for you, but some decisions must be made. As a Dessau, I bear the responsibility akin to that of a mother. I have decided that we must arrange for the old man's surgery as soon as possible. Trust my judgment. Zhao Min resolved to bring this matter to fruition, for Su Fengtian was unaware of her true intentions. This heir would still heed her counsel. At that moment, the doctor entered the ward and, upon hearing the conversation, lifted his head to speak. Since the family is present, please review this surgical consent form. If you agree, kindly sign. And we will expedite the arrangements for surgery this afternoon. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Zhao Min. Very well. We consent to the surgery for the old man. We will sign immediately. Zhao Min promptly took the consent form and handed it to Su Fengtian, not allowing him a moment to react. Once he signed, whatever happened thereafter would not fall upon her shoulders. Su Fengtian clenched the consent form tightly, resolutely raising his gaze to the doctor. Doctor, I would like to inquire why my father requires surgery at this moment. What is the current state of his condition? Just days ago, the head of internal medicine informed me that if my father's condition remained stable, he might awaken. Why, within such a short span, does he suddenly require surgery? Where is Director Liu? I wish to speak with him regarding my father's condition. Su Fengtian's heart was filled with suspicion. Previously, they had consulted the best cardiologist at the county hospital. The doctor before him hurriedly explained. Director Liu is currently attending a seminar in the province. Before his departure, he entrusted your father's case to me. Rest assured, I am the deputy director of cardiology in our county, and my skills are comparable to those of Director Liu. Before his departure, the old man's condition was indeed stable. However, in recent days, his situation has deteriorated, and he has required resuscitation multiple times. Given the current circumstances, surgery is the optimal course of action. Otherwise, we cannot guarantee how much longer he can endure. I have discussed your father's condition with your Dessau. Presently, surgery is the best option. Should you choose to forego it, the old man may not survive the next few days. Su Fengtian gritted his teeth, perceiving this as mere alarmism. According to Jiang Tiecheng, the old man would awaken this very evening, implying that his condition had not truly worsened. The other party was clearly driven by ulterior motives, insisting he consent to the surgery for his father, which was evidently ill-intentioned. Since the deputy director has stated as much, let us sign promptly. The sooner we proceed with the surgery, the better the chance for the old man's recovery. You would not wish to bear the regret of your father's demise, would you? Zhao Min eagerly extended the pen toward him, hoping for a swift signature. Su Fengtian shook his head. Doctor, we will not proceed with the surgery at this moment. Even if we must, I require 2 more days to consider. At present, I prefer to observe for an additional 2 days. The masked doctor's eyes revealed impatience. He had not anticipated Su Fengtian's obstinacy. Given the gravity of the situation, how could he still refuse? The old man could awaken at any moment. If that were to happen in just a few hours, it would be too late. The Su family had been pushed to the brink. They needed only that final blow. Once the old man was gone, all would be settled. Yet Su Fengtian remained resolute in his refusal to sign. It appeared a stronger approach was necessary. Su Fengtian, please consider this carefully. The old man's condition is exceedingly precarious. He has already undergone resuscitation twice yesterday, and we have documented all efforts. Should anything untoward occur today due to your refusal to sign, I hope you will not regret it. After all, opportunities are fleeting. The doctor speaks truthfully. Given the uncertainty surrounding our father's condition, if we do not decide promptly, we may indeed jeopardize his life due to your delay. Reflect on this. If your elder brother were to learn that you were responsible for the old man's passing, could you bear that burden? Zhao Min stoked the flames further. Su Fengtian, think carefully. Your father's life rests in your hands. Every passing moment without action is a neglect of responsibility toward him. You are his son and the family member most capable of making this decision. If your hesitation results in a delay in the old man's treatment, how could you live with yourself afterward? The doctor added pressure, knowing that no filial child could shoulder such a weight of responsibility. Su Fengtian indeed began to waver. The greatest torment for all children is the thought of endangering the safety of their loved ones due to their own actions. If a decision they made were to delay their father's treatment, the repercussions would be unbearable. The weight of such a burden could shatter his very backbone. Just as Su Fengtian hesitated, pen in hand, pondering over the surgical consent form, Wang Guixiang stepped forward decisively and took the document from his grasp. Doctor, she asserted firmly, we will not sign today. We have made our decision. We hope to wait a little longer. If any danger arises, let the blame fall upon me. I shall make this decision on behalf of my husband. Wang Guixiang placed her unwavering trust in the young man, and thus, she took it upon herself to make this choice. Chapter 49. The Dean Zhao Min felt a surge of annoyance as she witnessed Wang Guixiang emerging to cause a disruption. Sister-in-law, do you not fear that one day Feng Tian will hold you accountable for this hasty decision? She found it hard to believe that Wang Guixiang was unperturbed. Elder sister, you have been working tirelessly all day. Please return to rest. I will handle things here. Zhao Min gazed up at Su Fengtian. Alas, I am only concerned for your well-being as a couple. In your elder brother's absence, if you take charge of this matter, I, as your elder sister-in-law, have no grounds to argue. After all, you are our father's biological son. However, if your decision leads to an irrevocable separation, how will you face your elder brother and the rest of the family? My suggestion is to expedite your father's surgery. A minute's delay could yield a dramatically different outcome. At this juncture, the Associate Director of Cardiology chimed in. I advise you to proceed with the surgery promptly. It is imperative not to procrastinate. Of course, the final decision lies with you, but you must consider carefully. The old gentleman cannot endure much longer. With a subtle glance towards Zhao Min, she immediately understood his implication. She positioned herself beside her father's hospital bed. True to her intuition, the machines beside the bed emitted a sharp, alarming sound. All eyes were drawn to the device. The Associate Director of Cardiology exclaimed in alarm, the patient's condition has deteriorated. Family members must exit immediately. Urgently, he gestured to Zhao Min, hastily ushering 3 people out. As the door to the ward closed, Su Fengtian found himself in a tumultuous internal struggle. Zhao Min anxiously leaned against the door, casting a glance back at him. Second brother, what can I say? I have already warned you that our father's condition is dire. Look, he requires immediate resuscitation. Had you agreed sooner, we could have prepared him for surgery by now. Every minute of delay is a disservice to our father. If your elder brother were here, he would surely concur with the decision for surgery. Consider how you will explain this to him. Su Fengtian crouched down, tugging at his hair in frustration. What was he to do? Should he uphold Jiang Tiecheng's opinion or acquiesce to the doctor's counsel? The doctors could not possibly deceive. Yet, neither could Jiang Tiecheng be dishonest. Second brother, the situation is critical. You must sign the consent form. Signing it promptly will facilitate the surgery, benefiting everyone involved. Otherwise, if something were to happen to our father, how would you explain it to your elder brother? Reflect on whether you and your wife can shoulder this responsibility. If our father were to suffer a mishap, would you not regret every passing moment? I am your elder sister-in-law, yet I cannot bear to witness our father's current state. You must not waver any longer. Second brother, you must think clearly. Zhao Min continued her relentless persuasion, observing Su Fengtian's face clouded with uncertainty. She knew that if she kept the pressure on, he would ultimately relent. After all, no son could bear the weight of his father's demise due to his own indecision, a burden few could withstand. Su Fengtian was indeed trapped in a crucible of torment. He trusted Jiang Tiecheng, but trust alone could not defy reason. His father's illness necessitated a scientific approach. Should he allow his belief in metaphysics to lead to his father's demise? What if his father did not awaken that night? If he were to pass away today, he would be deemed a sinner. Amidst the tumult of conflicting emotions, Zhao Min's incessant words echoed in his ears. Finally, he grasped the pen and signed the surgical consent form. At the moment Zhao Min saw him sign, she breathed a sigh of relief and snatched the consent form from his hands. Doctor, we have signed. We consent to the surgery. The Associate Director of Cardiology in the room also exhaled in relief. At last, they had secured the necessary signatures. Otherwise, they would have had to resort to theatrics. Such an event, if discovered, would haunt them for a lifetime. He was acutely aware that his shirt beneath the doctor's coat was drenched with sweat. Just as he opened the door to retrieve the consent form, a voice resounded. Given the patient's critical condition, why was the department heads not notified? Dr. Wang Zishan, what is the meaning of this? Why have you not reported the patient's status to me? I have instructed that any severe developments regarding Old Master Su must be communicated directly to me. He has undergone several emergency resuscitations. Why was I not informed? Why was there no discussion regarding the surgery? A commanding voice struck fear into the associate director of cardiology, causing his hands to tremble. The consent form fluttered to the ground. Dr. Wang Zishan fumbled to gather the consent form. But Wang Guixiang had already swiftly picked it up and presented it to the elderly figure before her. Uncle Chun, we must discuss this matter. My father's condition has deteriorated so severely, and you were unaware. I do not comprehend the unfolding events. Just days ago, my father was well and reportedly on the verge of awakening. Yet now, he has required resuscitation multiple times. What is my father's current state? He has just faced another emergency situation, with doctors and nurses working to stabilize him. What is truly happening? As family members, we have the right to be informed. To what extent has my father's organ failure progressed? Why is this surgery necessary? The success rate is merely 50%. Why proceed? Uncle Chun, could you elucidate this for us? We are not medical professionals. We lack understanding. Wang Guixiang's fervent words sent beads of sweat cascading down Dr. Wang Zishan's brow, rendering his complexion ashen. Before her stood the dean of their county hospital, the highest-ranking surgeon. It was a misconception that doctors from different specializations lacked knowledge of one another's fields. Dean, the old gentleman's condition has been exceedingly unstable in recent days. There have been several attempts to resuscitate him, and should surgery not be performed, he is likely to suffer from severe organ failure. I believe that should the old gentleman undergo the procedure, his condition may improve, and he might awaken sooner. I did not inform you earlier due to the urgency of the situation. I simply had not had the opportunity to do so. Wang Zishan felt that he had somewhat justified his words. Dean Chen pushed past him and entered the ward. Wang Zishan felt as though struck by lightning. This was the dean, and he did not believe that his feeble tactics could deceive such an authority. His legs weakened, and he nearly fell. Chapter 50. Not a moment early, not a moment late. As they exited the ward alongside the director, a chilling gaze fell upon Wang Zishan, who, at that moment, found himself utterly devoid of support. His foot slipped, and he collapsed to the ground. Wang Guixiang felt a heavy weight lift from her heart. She, too, feared the burden of responsibility. If her father-in-law were to suffer any misfortune, both she and her husband would forever carry a lingering sense of unease. This was precisely why she had stealthily sought out the director. Director Chen had been a longtime friend of her father-in-law, and she firmly believed that he was entirely unconnected to any underlying machinations. The only avenue for assistance, the sole source of discernment, lay with Director Chen. With a cold snort, Director Chen turned his attention to Wang Zishan, who trembled and hastily attempted to explain. Director, this Director Chen pivoted, his expression softening as he regarded Su Fengtian. Do not worry, your father's condition has stabilized for the time being. At this juncture, surgery is not required. Please take good care of him. I have a matter to attend to and must return to my office. He cast a frosty glance back at Wang Zishan. Dr. Wang, to my office now. This is a grave scandal for the hospital. Director Chen slammed his hand on the desk, flanked by the vice president and several other department heads. Under the scrutinizing eyes of all present, Director Chen was visibly enraged. Wang Zishan, typically, you indulge in underhanded dealings and have shown little dedication to your medical practice, mostly focusing on cultivating connections. I have refrained from commenting on that. But now, you have resorted to such despicable tactics to deceive patients. What constitutes an emergency? Disconnecting equipment? Is that what you call an emergency? This is what places a patient's life in jeopardy. 3 critical condition notices issued within 2 days. I cannot comprehend how a comatose elderly patient with stable vital signs could warrant such notifications. Wang Zishan, as a physician, do you uphold your medical ethics? Do you not recall the oath you took when you began your medical journey? To heal and save lives is our solemn duty as doctors. What are you doing now? You are not treating patients. You are endangering their lives. Such atrocious events transpiring under my very nose fills me with shame. I, as the director, am embarrassed that a physician under my supervision could weave such a monumental lie. Director. This time, it was because of me. Wang Zishan realized that any explanation he offered would be woefully inadequate. What could he possibly clarify? How he had misled those above and below him? You must elucidate the events leading up to this moment. Then we can discuss internal disciplinary actions. If you resign, you may be dismissed directly, which would minimize the damage to the hospital's reputation. After all, this involves the Su family, and my connections can facilitate the concealment of this matter. However, if you do not come clean, do not expect leniency. This concerns endangering lives. A physician harming others is a grave offense. You will have to explain your actions to the authorities and your motivations behind them. Director Chen could not fathom why one of his experienced cardiology deputy directors would engage in such reckless behavior. Wang Zishan clenched his teeth, internally battling his conscience. If he divulged the identities of those behind this, he would be doomed. His vulnerabilities lay in their hands. Yet, if he remained silent and the police were involved, his fate would be sealed. Prison awaited him. All right, Xiao Chun, contact the authorities, Director Chun commanded coldly. Xiao Chun, his niece and currently his office secretary, promptly made the call. Wang Zishan fell to his knees, clutching Director Chun's leg in a fit of tears. Director, please, do not report this. If you do, my life is over. I will tell you everything. The onlookers were horrified by the unfolding spectacle, their minds racing with the implications. Whispers of a conspiracy to destroy the Su family circulated, suggesting that someone in the province sought to silence the elder Su permanently. Wang Zishan was merely a cog in this sinister scheme. Although the specifics eluded them, the collective information hinted that there were those who wished for the elder Su to remain in a comatose state, preventing him from aiding his son. This indirectly suggested that the allegations against the Su family's eldest son were fabricated. It was revealed that Wang Zishan had conspired with the Su family's eldest daughter-in-law to orchestrate such a deadly plot. The internal strife within the Su household, coupled with their recent tribulations, was now common knowledge. Who could say what monumental news they had stumbled upon? Su Fengtian, standing vigil by his father's side, cast a remorseful glance at Wang Guixiang. Guixiang, I couldn't hold on earlier. Wang Guixiang offered a comforting look to her husband. I understand. It is immensely difficult for children to confront the life and death of a parent. After all, the words of Jiang Tiecheng may seem ethereal. It is challenging to place unwavering faith in another. But you must believe. Su Fengtian felt a wave of shame wash over him, wishing to vanish into the earth. He had initially resolved to trust Jiang Tiecheng, yet when the moment of decision arrived, he wavered under external influence. He certainly believed Jiang had saved his daughter, whether by chance or design, yet he had indeed saved her. Wang Guixiang observed her father-in-law, relieved by Director Chen's earlier words that indicated the elder's health was stable and entirely normal. Otherwise, the couple might have been embroiled in mutual grievances. In truth, they were neither estranged nor misled in their choices. When they finally received news from Director Chen, both were convinced that Jiang Tiecheng had spoken the truth. An intricate web had been woven behind their backs, aiming to dismantle the Su family. At the moment Wang Zishan was exposed, Zhao Min had long since slipped away unnoticed. When Zhao Min intended to leave with all the family assets in tow, she was abruptly intercepted by the authorities at her residence. Given that Su Fengtian had finally regained his senses, it was inconceivable that he would spare Zhao Min. This woman harbored malevolent intentions, conspiring with outsiders to bring ruin upon the Su family. She had inflicted a lifetime of humiliation upon his elder brother. Furthermore, she sought to silence the patriarch permanently, even at the cost of his life. Each of these transgressions alone was enough to incite Su Fengtian's desire for retribution against Zhao Min. At precisely 8 p.m., the patriarch opened his eyes. Neither a moment too early nor too late. Su Fengtian was utterly captivated by Jiang Tiecheng. Chapter 51 Complete shutdown. As the first heavy snowfall descended upon the construction site, all activities had come to a standstill. Zhao Jie stood amidst the swirling snow, stomping his feet in frustration. This year's snowfall had arrived earlier than usual. This was not merely the first snow of the year, but the first substantial snowfall. The northern winds whipped up colossal snowflakes, each the size of a button, blanketing the landscape in a seemingly endless expanse of white. With this snowfall, the ground would be entirely concealed, and temperatures could plummet to a chilling -40 degrees. What had once been workable terrain would be thoroughly frozen, bringing their project to a complete halt. They had been laboring tirelessly to finish the work before the ground froze, but it was evident that they had failed, as this heavy snowstorm had arrived at least 2 weeks ahead of the typical schedule. It was utterly impossible to excavate the ground by human effort alone. Zhao Jie sighed and decided to grant everyone a holiday. At this moment, no one could work. They could only observe how long the snow would continue to fall. If it only lasted for a day or a day and a half, they might be able to resume work afterward. However, should it snow for 3 or 5 days, their construction timeline for the year would effectively be over. Everyone collected their wages and rations and was promptly dismissed. Jiang Tiecheng received his 2-month salary and 72 jin of grain from the finance department. They had all been busy these past 2 months. As everyone rode back in horse-drawn carts, a heavy feeling weighed on their hearts. 72 jin of grain, even with careful rationing, would last at most 4 months. After spring, there would still be no food. Huang Yuqing spoke to Jiang Tiecheng, saying, "Xiao Jiang, the work here has come to an end. How about we take a trip to the county town? It has been 2 months since we last spoke with Director Su regarding the order, and we have received no news from him about collecting the fabric. The villagers are truly struggling." Jiang Tiecheng suddenly remembered that he had also taken on some processing work for the village. Director Su had not shown up in these 2 months, likely preoccupied with numerous tasks. The points system indicated that the 20 points he had accrued meant that Su Fengtian had certainly been busy resolving various issues. Although he had provided no clues regarding the other matters, he had undoubtedly managed to alleviate the crisis concerning Su Leoi. With Su Leoi's capabilities, resolving this issue should be a matter of course. It was time to see Director Su again, for it was imperative to address the survival crisis facing the village, especially with the villagers lacking food for the coming year. Jiang Tiecheng nodded in agreement. The following day, under the hopeful gazes of all the villagers, Huang Yuqing drove the horse cart with Jiang Tiecheng toward the county. Simultaneously, Chun Ruijuan arrived at the educated youth site on his bicycle. Chun Ruishue was reading in the earthen hut when she heard a knock at the door. Today, she did not have to go to the construction site, and she felt considerably more relaxed. Chun Ruishue had adapted to her current life, yet she was perplexed by Jiang Tiecheng's consistently distant demeanor toward her. She had approached him earlier to discuss the possibility of sharing meals, as there was no need to cook together while at the construction site. However, the situation had changed. Chun Ruishue felt quite aggrieved. She considered herself quite attractive and possessing a pleasant personality. Why had Jiang Tiecheng transitioned from intimacy to distance? Other male, educated youths were attentive toward her, yet Jiang Tiecheng remained aloof. This left her increasingly unsettled. The more he ignored her, the more she wished to win his affection. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by He Junxing. Over the past 2 months, He Junxing had frequently been around her, which, while somewhat annoying, was mitigated by his perceptiveness. Noticing her indifference, he merely expressed his courtesy without pressing her further, which improved Chun Ruishua's opinion of him significantly. He Junxing was aware that Chun Ruijuan was visiting his sister today. He remembered the time of Chun Ruijuan's last departure and had spent the past 2 months cultivating his relationship with him. Although he and Chun Ruijuan were not particularly close, they had developed a friendship. Moreover, in Chun Ruijuan's eyes, he was seen as a trustworthy young man. He had also gleaned that Chun Ruijuan had a way to help his sister secure a job in the county, though he had yet to find the opportunity to ask for assistance himself. The job was a coveted position and not something one could obtain through casual favors. It was only natural for Chun Ruijuan to assist his own sister. But what reason would he have to help an outsider like He Junxing? Thus, he needed to establish himself as part of the Qin family, and the only way to do this was to transform his relationship with Chun Ruishue. However, Chun Ruishue was quite proud. Despite all his efforts, she remained indifferent. Yet, she seemed to pursue Jiang Tiecheng with fervor. In He Junxing's mind, he chastised her for being ungrateful, but his expression remained gentle and amicable. "Xiao Chun, now that our construction site is at a standstill, I would like to discuss something with you. We at the Educated Youth site have proposed organizing a communal dining hall. Surely, those of you returning from the construction site would prefer not to cook individually. Instead, why not join our communal dining hall? We could pool our rations for collective distribution, making management easier and helping everyone conserve food. Additionally, we could establish a rotation system for cooking and dishwashing. I am here to ask if you would like to join." Chun Ruishue pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "I need to think it over. I cannot give you an answer at this time." He Junxing, observing her wariness as she stood at the threshold, felt a pang of regret for his efforts to please her. This woman would not even let him step inside. What a frustrating situation. He smiled. "Comrade Ruishue, I am aware that you possess a considerable collection of books. Might you lend me one for a perusal? By the way, are you aware that Comrade Jiang Tiecheng accompanied the production team leader to the county today? It remains unclear what favors Jiang Tiecheng may have bestowed upon the production team leader, who seems to regard him with a certain favoritism. None of our fellow educated youths enjoy the same privileges as comrade Jiang Tiecheng. Chen Ruishui immediately became incensed. He Junsheng, refrain from speaking such nonsense. Your insinuations regarding favors are misleading. Are you not aware that such statements can lead to misunderstandings? Jiang Tiecheng is not that kind of person. His trip to the county must surely pertain to an important matter. Witnessing Chen Ruishui's agitation, He Junsheng felt an urge to berate himself, realizing that a single remark could easily provoke her ire. It was evident that this woman held a distinctly different regard for Jiang Tiecheng. Chapter 52. Good fortune approaches Xiao Chun. Do not misunderstand me. I am not disparaging Xiao Jiang. I hold the opinion that Xiao Jiang possesses considerable talent. He Junsheng's eyes darted with intent. It was imperative to create a rift between Chen Ruishui and Jiang Tiecheng. Otherwise, he would be sidelined. If he wished to make a name for himself in the county, he needed to cultivate a different sentiment in Chen Ruishui towards him. Moreover, a woman of her caliber had numerous suitors, making it unlikely for her to regard him with any distinction. Upon hearing his words, Chen Ruishui's expression softened significantly. What book do you wish to borrow? Yet her tone remained unyielding, as in her heart, Jiang Tiecheng was the prince charming she adored. Who dares to say Jiang Tiecheng is lacking? I am unaware of what books you possess. Otherwise, I would like to take a look and make a selection. If that is acceptable? Chen Ruishui reluctantly stepped aside. Very well. He Junsheng, maintaining a facade of composure, entered the earthen dwelling. Upon hearing footsteps behind him, he deliberately halted abruptly, causing Chen Ruishui, caught off guard, to bump into his back. He Junsheng swiftly turned to steady her, using the opportunity to pull her into his embrace. Chen Ruishui, cautious, pushed him away. What are you doing? He Junsheng's gaze was filled with tenderness as he smiled and replied. I was concerned you might fall. Chen Ruishui distanced herself from him, feeling somewhat awkward. His cordial demeanor contrasted sharply with her own sharp retorts, which felt inappropriate. Choose quickly. I have matters to attend to. My fourth brother will be arriving shortly. Comrade Ruishui, I sense that you harbor some grievances towards me. What could be the reason for such feelings? I do not sense any discord between us. I bear no ill will towards you. Chen Ruishui felt a twinge of embarrassment. She could not express that she perceived his romantic interest in her and was intentionally rejecting him. Since he had not voiced it, stating it herself would seem rather self-indulgent. Comrade Ruishui, we ought to communicate openly. I feel you are deliberately keeping your distance, and I am perplexed as to what I have done to warrant such treatment. No, I have no issues with you. Comrade Ruishui, if I am not mistaken, do you believe I have feelings for you, which is why you maintain this distance? Chen Ruishui's face flushed crimson. Although she understood the implication, voicing it aloud was an entirely different matter. No, I do not think that way. If that is the case, I must clarify. I harbor no romantic inclinations towards you. My relationship with your fourth brother is amicable. He has asked me to look after you. My actions stem from a pledge to a friend. And if this has caused any misunderstandings, I hope you can comprehend. I regard you solely as the sister of a friend. Chen Ruishui was taken aback. You are friends with my fourth brother? Indeed. Your fourth brother and I share a close friendship. He entrusted me with your well-being, which is why I have acted thus. He Junsheng spoke with a clear conscience. However, did you not initially not know my fourth brother? How could you become friends so swiftly? We hit it off immediately and found common ground. So rest assured, my care for you arises entirely from my commitment to your brother. I consider you merely as a friend as sister. Chen Ruishui felt a wave of relief and sheepishly remarked, Comrade He Junsheng, I apologize. It seems I have misunderstood you. You thought I had feelings for you, did you not? Although you are indeed quite handsome and a rather charming young man, at present, with hunger gnawing at my belly, I have no inclination to ponder romantic matters. That would be frivolous. Moreover, I am not Jiang Tiecheng, who possesses such allure that girls flock around him. This remark piqued Chen Ruishui's keen awareness. What do you mean? Are there girls surrounding him? Do not misconstrue my words. I did not intend to gossip about others. Please, who else is vying for his attention? Did you not see? Today, when the production team leader departed with Jiang Tiecheng, another girl accompanied them. She appeared quite familiar with him, sitting right beside him, and he even handed her a small handkerchief. I suspect it contained food. Upon hearing this, Chen Ruishui's eyes widened, filled with a sense of grievance. He actually. Do not jump to conclusions. Comrade Jiang Tiecheng is not that sort of person. He is likely just being helpful. He Junxing and Chun Rueixue were close enough to whisper to each other when Chun Rueixue entered the earthen dwelling, witnessing the scene. At last, Chun Rueixue smiled, a radiant expression that Chun Rueixue observed. He understood his sister's temperament well. Generally, no man captured her attention. To see her smile so brightly led him to suspect a deeper connection between her and He Junxing. He developed a favorable impression of He Junxing. If He Junxing were to become his brother-in-law, it would not be an unwelcome prospect. This young man came from a respectable family, had received a good education, was witty, and possessed ambition. He was also rather astute and treated his sister with kindness. In every regard, He Junxing seemed vastly superior to Jiang Tiecheng. Believing his sister to have feelings for Jiang Tiecheng, he had hoped for a future where her partner would treat her well. Thus he had previously hinted at this to Jiang Tiecheng. However, to his surprise, that young man had disregarded him entirely. A child from an ordinary worker's family showed such pride, failing to recognize his own standing. Such arrogance was troubling. Individuals of that ilk seldom have promising futures. He could not be bothered with further discussions. To become his sister's husband, one must possess the humility to comply. After all, she had 4 older brothers to protect her. In every respect, He Junxing displayed a commendable awareness of the situation. With a smile, he inquired, "What were you two whispering about?" Chun Rueixue, recalling their earlier conversation regarding Jiang Tiecheng, hastily clarified, "We were discussing nothing of consequence. He Junxing simply asked to borrow a book." "Brother, why have you returned?" "I have warned you not to venture outside in this snow, especially given the distance," Chun Rueixue remarked. Though her eyes gleamed with delight upon seeing the delectable treats her brother had brought in that netted bag. Unable to resist, she unwrapped the packaging and retrieved a peach crisp. Noticing He Junxing, she graciously offered him the peach crisp, acknowledging his status as a guest. He Junxing, cradling a stack of books in his arms, momentarily hesitated before turning his head. "Thank you. I shall not be polite," he replied, parting his lips. Observing the pile of books he held, Chun Rueixue swiftly placed the peach crisp into his mouth. Chun Rueixue's eyes sparkled with joy, sensing that his sister's good fortune was imminent. Chapter 53. The living can be suffocated by urine. Jiang Tiecheng and Huang Yuqing arrived at the cooperative. Jiang Tiecheng led Huang Yuqing directly to the back courtyard, only to be halted by a staff member. "Hey comrade, what are you doing? The back is the office area. Is it a place for just anyone to enter? Did you not see the sign in the car stating that unauthorized personnel are not allowed inside?" "Comrade, you misunderstand. I am here to see Section Chief Su." The staff members scrutinized Jiang Tiecheng and Huang Yuqing, recognizing from their attire that they were from a production team. "You think you can just see Section Chief Su whenever you want? What business do you have with him?" "Comrade, we are here to collect a clothing order." Jiang Tiecheng spoke honestly, believing there was no need to conceal their purpose. It was a legitimate matter, and if they were to take the fabric back, everyone would undoubtedly be aware. However, upon hearing this, the staff member burst into laughter. "Do you even know how many production teams are vying for that clothing order? You think you can just have it? And you want to meet our section chief? Off you go, back to your production team. Know your place. That clothing order is not something just anyone can take. There are regulations in place. Your team isn't eligible, so hurry along." The staff member, unfamiliar with Huang Yuqing and Jiang Tiecheng, knew they were not among the usual production team leaders recognized by the section chief. The leaders of the clothing processing production teams were all acquaintances, often in communication. This time, they perceived Jiang Tiecheng and Huang Yuqing as attempting to find a backdoor into meeting the section chief, but that was not something just anyone could accomplish. To demonstrate their loyalty and to alleviate the section chief's burdens, the staff member adopted a rather hostile demeanor. "Comrade, please do not act this way. We have an appointment with Section Chief Su." Jiang Tiecheng spoke gently, not wishing to escalate matters with this woman, whose demeanor suggested pettiness and narrow-mindedness. There was no need to lose his temper with such a person. A few other staff members gathered around. "Why won't you listen? Our section chief is not someone you can just see whenever you want. Just leave. To be frank, that clothing order has already been allocated to other production teams. Your team is not in line for it, so go back, go back. Have you looked at yourselves? Which production team can just take clothing processing? It's like a toad dreaming of eating swan meat. You want to see our section chief? Do you even look at yourself?" As disparaging remarks began to circulate, Huang Yuqing grew furious. "What is wrong with you people? We have an appointment with your section chief. How can you treat us like this? What do you mean by mudleg? Who among you isn't a mudleg? If we trace back 3 generations, Can you honestly claim that none of your ancestors worked the land? Just because you've had a few good years, you've forgotten your roots. Huang Yuqing was filled with indignation, feeling deeply wronged every time he was looked down upon. So what if they were mudlegs? It was the mudlegs who cultivated the grains that filled everyone's bellies. Without them, the entire nation would face hunger. He primarily felt the need to stand up for everyone else. Enough, enough. You don't need to shout here. Just leave quickly. If you don't, we'll have to contact the security department. At that point, it won't be pretty. We could detain you for a couple of days, and that would be justified. As they spoke, the staff member began to push and shove. All right, you need to leave now. If you don't, we'll have to lock you up, one of them said, and unexpectedly, a hand swung toward Jiang Tiecheng's face. It wasn't he intentional, just a loss of control in the moment. Jiang Tiecheng instinctively reacted, raising his arm to block it. The hand hit his arm instead, and though he felt the sting, he refrained from retaliating. After all, it was inherently unjust for a man to strike a woman. He was there to conduct serious business, not to engage in a quarrel. However, the woman continued and struck Jiang Tiecheng's arm, causing him to yelp in pain. You dare to retaliate? Call the security department. How dare you act violently in our cooperative? Soon, four members of the security department surrounded them. Huang Yuqing's face turned pale with fear. They had come to conduct business, never anticipating such an incident. Comrade, please, do not resort to violence. It's a misunderstanding. Before he could say more, two security personnel seized Huang Yuqing, twisting his arm behind his back. No talking. Whatever misunderstanding you have, take it up with the security department. How dare you cause a scene in our cooperative? Jiang Tiecheng pondered for a moment, choosing not to resist as he was escorted into the adjacent security office. If he had fought back, those four would not have been able to hold him, but that would have meant they were no longer there to conduct business. Su Fengtian might have lent his influence, but these staff members were unaware of his relationship with Su Fengtian. If a fight broke out, even Su Fengtian might not be able to contain the fallout. The two were thrust into a room, but the personnel did not follow them in. They simply closed the door. Reflect on your actions here. Do you really think you can act lawlessly in the cooperative? We'll keep you here for a day, and then you'll understand your place and calm down. The staff locked the door. Jiang Tiecheng helped Huang Yuqing to his feet. Captain, how is your arm? Huang Yuqing waved his hand, rubbing his arm and grimacing. What are we going to do now? We didn't even see Section Chief Su, and now we're locked up here. Are they really going to send us to the police station? Jiang Tiecheng shook his head. It's fine. They will certainly report this incident to Section Chief Su. Once he knows it's us, things will be manageable. Little did they realize that the personnel in the security department were in their office playing cards, each with a piece of paper on their faces. They had forgotten all about the matter of locking them up. As time passed, Jiang Tiecheng and Huang Yuqing felt increasingly uneasy in the room. On this frigid day, with no heating in the house and lacking even a stove, the room resembled an ice cellar. Initially, it was tolerable, but as time passed, shivers enveloped his entire body. Jiang Tiecheng cast a glance at Huang Yuqing, whose teeth were chattering together, producing a clattering sound. Alas, he had not anticipated that the first challenge upon returning to this era would manifest as such a profound lack of professionalism. No one regarded their plight seriously, resulting in an utter neglect of their situation. It seemed absurd that living beings could perish from the cold, yet here they were, at risk of freezing to death. Chapter 54. Capturing a thief. The room was merely an empty space cluttered with miscellaneous items. The front door was locked, and Jiang Tiecheng, with his considerable strength, could easily tear it down. However, the sounds of cards being shuffled and dealt from the adjacent room could be heard, and pulling down the door would undoubtedly alert those within, possibly leading to a confrontation. With his immense strength, he could unintentionally cause harm. It was not his intention, but he struggled to control his power. For instance, when he squeezed the door lock, it nearly crumpled beneath his grasp. After surveying the disarray within the room, he discovered a window at the back. Though it was only a little over half his height, he could easily escape through it. Pushing against the window, he realized it was completely boarded up. Jiang Tiecheng tested his strength and began pulling out the nails one by one with his bare hands. Startling Huang Yuqing. What are you doing, Xiaojiang? If they find out, they'll accuse us of vandalizing property. In these times, a mere accusation can lead to dire consequences. Jiang Tiecheng removed the entire window frame. We can't freeze to death in here. Who knows how long they will be playing cards? If they play until nightfall, we might very well perish from the cold. In this room, the temperature is below -40 degrees. Who can endure that? Jiang Tiecheng certainly could not, and he had no intention of dying in such a miserable fashion after his rebirth. Huang Yuqing trembled uncontrollably, his hands quaking as though afflicted by Parkinson's disease, unable to assist. Jiang Tiecheng snapped a wooden slat outside with a decisive crack. Just as he finished removing the last of the wooden boards, a voice called out, "What are you doing? Someone come quickly, catch the thief." As Jiang Tiecheng poked his head out, he was seized by the collar. Just as he was about to gently push the assailant away, he found himself staring into Su Fengtian's eyes, leaving both men momentarily stunned. "Where's the thief? Where's the thief? Chief, where's the thief? Ah, it's you two again. You were just shut in here, and now you attempt to escape through the back window. You've broken my wooden slats. Truly, you are two little thieves. Capture them and take them to the police station." Several officers from the security department rushed out, their faces adorned with paper tags, ready to charge forward. Su Fengtian barked, "Stop right there. Chief, be careful. Don't stand too close to the thief. What if they hurt you?" The head of the security department urged, trying to ingratiate himself. Su Fengtian shot him a fierce glare. "What is going on? Why were these individuals locked up? What crime have they committed?" "Chief, these two caused a ruckus at our supply and marketing cooperative. We locked them up to teach them a lesson, but who would have thought they would attempt to escape through the window? Look at their shifty eyes. They cannot be good people. Who knows, they might genuinely be thieves. If they had not done anything wrong, why would they try to flee?" Su Fengtian's lips twitched in irritation. "They committed crimes? How dare you say such things? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? What nonsense are you spouting? This Jiang Tiecheng is my friend. Since when did my friends at the supply and marketing cooperative become troublemakers and thieves? What has he stolen from us?" Su Fengtian's forceful declarations left the head of the security department speechless, muttering, He is actually the chief's friend." A chill ran down his spine as he realized he had accused the chief's friend of theft, a grave mistake indeed. "You better clarify yourself. You cannot just blabber accusations without evidence. You may be the head of the security department, but that does not give you the right to unjustly accuse others. Look at how heavy the snow is outside. You have learned nothing but to gossip and slander." Su Fengtian quickly approached with a smile. "Tiecheng, are you and Yuqing hurt? This is all my fault. My subordinates have not educated them properly. Look at the trouble they have caused. It's all a misunderstanding. Come, let us go inside." The head of the security department trailed behind, dejected. What would he do now? He had offended the chief's friend. Could he still hold his position? Although he too was called a chief, he was of a different level than the heads of the supply and marketing department. They were not on the same tier, and he merely enjoyed the title without the authority. Upon entering the cooperative, they encountered the server from earlier, who stared wide-eyed at Jiang Tiecheng as if he had seen a ghost. "Chief, he focus on your work and mind your own business." "This is my friend," Su Fengtian reprimanded. "Chief, he is your friend?" The servers felt their knees weaken, watching as the chief warmly welcomed Jiang Tiecheng and Huang Yuqing into the back courtyard. They panicked, fearing they had offended the chief's friend. What if word of their earlier comments reached Su Fengtian? Once inside, Su Fengtian noticed Huang Yuqing's teeth chattering uncontrollably. His face darkened at the sight of them so cold. It was evident they had been locked away for quite some time. "Quickly, go to the kitchen and ask the cafeteria to prepare some hot noodle soup with plenty of ginger." He turned and scolded the head of the security department, who hastily agreed and rushed off, wondering what sort of trouble he had gotten himself into. Clearly, Su Fengtian held his friend in high regard. To atone for his blunder, he would instruct the kitchen to add extra eggs to the noodle soup. As Jiang Tiecheng and Huang Yuqing huddled by the stove, both felt thoroughly chilled to the bone. Su Fengtian's heart sank. He had been focusing on wrapping up his own affairs, but had intended to personally express gratitude to Jiang Tiecheng for saving his family from ruin. Without his intervention, their family would have faced utter devastation. Now, the grievances that burdened the elder brother have been completely absolved, and the sister-in-law along with that illegitimate child have confessed all too clearly. The instigators behind this turmoil are none other than the family's adversaries. Had it not been for the revelation of the sister-in-law, they would have never fathomed that someone had orchestrated their family's downfall for an entire decade. A decade of meticulous plotting solely for the sake of vengeance is a thought that chills one to the bone. Such machinations are beyond their comprehension. And if it were not for Jiang Tiecheng's foresight, who would have believed it? Jiang Tiecheng is indeed their family's benefactor, yet instead of expressing gratitude, they have inadvertently offended him. Chapter 55. The orders bring worry. Inside the bowl of white flour noodles lay 3 eggs, garnished with scallions that had been sautéed in oil. The minced ginger added a fragrant and spicy kick. After consuming 3 bowls, the 2 individuals finally felt rejuvenated. Su Fengtian, observing that they had finished eating, promptly inquired, "Shall I serve you more? If you find it insufficient, our cafeteria can always prepare more." In these times, it is not uncommon for people to feel unsated. Robust laborers can easily consume 7 or 8 bowls in one sitting. Huang Yuqing quickly tugged at Jiang Tiecheng's sleeve, signaling him to refrain from further eating. If they indulged more, they would owe a significant debt of gratitude, especially considering the rarity of such white flour noodles. In this era of scarce grain, even wealthy families dared not be so extravagant. "Director Su, no need, we are satisfied," Jiang Tiecheng replied, feeling pleasantly warm and content after consuming 9 eggs and 3 substantial bowls of noodles. He had to admit that this meal surpassed anything served at the construction site cafeteria. Su Fengtian instructed someone to clear the bowls and then expressed his apologies. "Xiao Jiang, this time it's entirely my fault. I failed to communicate clearly, and in the past few days, I neglected the matters concerning your team, resulting in these rascals beneath us looking down on you. Director Su, you need not blame yourself. Those below naturally have their own thoughts and, not recognizing us, may have misunderstood." Jiang Tiecheng understood that this matter could not be pursued, as it would unjustly implicate Su Fengtian. "Oh dear, Xiao Jiang, I knew you were a person of great tolerance," Su Fengtian continued. "We have come to inquire whether our team can still accept the garment processing orders." Jiang Tiecheng spoke straightforwardly, knowing the significance of his request. It should not be a difficult matter for Su Fengtian to assist, as it fell within his responsibilities. "We do not wish for you to exploit your power or trouble yourself. Of course, I have already reserved this order for you. Recently, we received a new batch of orders for processing quilts, as well as a batch for cotton coats, and another for work uniforms. Xiao Jiang, which type does your team wish to accept? The processing fee for quilts is 2 dimes per piece, cotton coats at 1 yuan and 5 dimes each, and work uniforms, with the tops at 8 dimes and the pants at 4 dimes. When we settle the accounts, we can exchange this money for equivalent grain." Upon hearing this, Huang Yuqing trembled with excitement. No matter how one calculated it, it was advantageous. Previously, none of these had any connection to them. Even being able to accept one type would be a reason to smile. "Director Su, what do you think we should process?" Jiang Tiecheng hesitated. He lacked expertise in clothing matters. Such specialized concerns should be addressed by professionals. "You see, the quilt order has a tight deadline. It must be delivered within a week. You need to consider whether your manpower can meet this requirement. We need to accept 20,000 quilts in one go." Su Fengtian was genuinely sincere, explaining that typically, quilt processing is the simplest task. In this era, which woman cannot make a quilt? Even men can use a needle to stitch one together. However, 20,000 is no small figure, and whether the Hongqi production team can handle this order is something the team leader must assess. Cotton coats and uniforms do not have such urgency. They are generally delivered every 3 months. We are all on the same side. I truly consider your situation. If you desire sufficient manpower, along with skilled laborers, the quilt production schedule can be expedited. Once the quilts are completed, you can immediately take on the clothing orders. Producing cotton coats is not as profitable as working on uniforms, which offer considerable remuneration. Ordinarily, we prefer to allocate garment orders to production teams with better conditions, those possessing several sewing machines, as this expedites the processing speed. It ultimately depends on your team's circumstances, but regardless, the choice is yours. The work uniforms are in direct collaboration with the flour mill, making it relatively easy to offset wages with grain. However, the volume of work uniforms is quite substantial. We need to produce approximately 50,000 sets over the next 3 months. In addition to the flour mill, we also have orders from food factories, candy factories, sewing machine factories, machinery factories, and steel mills, all signed for work uniforms. You must consider how much you can handle, as we will be signing contracts with the supply and marketing cooperative. Failing to deliver will incur responsibility. Su Fengtian spoke truthfully, primarily because the production teams he collaborated with were limited to those few. The teams with 7 or 8 sewing machines combined represent significant labor power. Initially, they had never considered the Hongqi team, primarily because it was impoverished, lacking even a single sewing machine. This absence created a competitive disadvantage. Su Fengtian had agreed to allocate this order to the Hongqi team solely because of Jiang Tiecheng. However, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. As it was their first collaboration, he did not know the actual situation of the Hongqi team. He wished to repay a kindness, but could not afford to jeopardize his own career. Soon, He would be promoted as the supply and marketing director, and if circumstances permitted next year, he could ascend to the position of general manager at the sugar, tobacco, and grocery company, which would far surpass his current role. Jiang Tiecheng turned to the production team leader, feeling utterly in the dark. As a man who had spent his life working at a steel mill, he was entirely unfamiliar with clothing production. Moreover, having only been in this position for a short time, he was unaware of the current state of the Hongqi team. He knew that the team comprised around 700 or 800 members, but he had no insight into their specific capabilities. Given the conditions of the members, he felt uncertain about accepting such an order. The current year was unlike future garment processing factories, which would be equipped with electric machines. With such machines, production speeds would significantly increase, and he believed that fulfilling 50,000 work uniforms in 3 months would not be a problem. However, in this era, even a single sewing machine was often beyond the means of most families, resulting in entirely manual production. He genuinely did not know how much could be produced by hand in a day. Huang Youqing's expression fluctuated between shades of green and white upon hearing this. He possesses a profound understanding of the team's circumstances, more so than anyone else. Although there are ostensibly 700 or 800 members in the brigade, the reality is that apart from the 5 guarantees households, there are also numerous children lacking in labor capacity. The total number of able-bodied workers barely reaches 480 individuals. Crafting quilts is a relatively straightforward task, as even the men can adeptly sew one together with needle and thread. However, the creation of work uniforms is an entirely different matter, as it demands meticulous stitching. There are designated quality inspectors, and should the workmanship fall short, the items will undoubtedly be returned. In such a case, if the production brigade were to incur responsibility and face financial penalties, discontent would surely proliferate within the team. Out of the 450 individuals, the majority of those proficient in sewing are the women at home, totaling merely 200. If clothing were to be produced, it would indeed be prudent to consult one's wife, the women's director. Yet, at this moment, as Director Su opens his mouth, he fears losing the opportunity and thus helplessly directs his gaze toward Jiang Tiecheng. The relationship between Jiang Tiecheng and Director Su is evidently distinct. Chapter 56. Such ambition. Upon observing the exchange of glances between the two, Su Fengtian discerned that they had matters to discuss. With a sense of keen insight, he remarked, "Xiao Jiang, why don't you and your captain take a moment to hydrate? I have some affairs to attend to and shall return shortly." Jiang Tiecheng harbored immense admiration for someone as astute as Su Fengtian. Such a person conducted affairs with meticulous precision, and even when repaying a favor, one felt as though enveloped in a gentle spring breeze, devoid of any domineering imposition. "Captain, what is the situation?" Huang Youqing inquired, his voice quavering slightly, as he grappled with his unfamiliarity with the intricacies of garment making. Faced with the overwhelming opulence before him, he felt both a desire to engage and a twinge of trepidation. "Xiao Jiang, I must confide in you regarding our team's circumstances." After a lengthy discourse, Jiang Tiecheng gleaned the crux of the matter. Indeed, the conditions here differed vastly from those in the city, where even a sewing machine was not a ubiquitous household item. "Xiao Jiang, being a cultured individual, you comprehend the situation I previously outlined. If that is the case, perhaps you should take charge of this endeavor. Ultimately, this matter will require your discussion with Su Kejang." Huang Youqing, biting his lip, felt that his suggestion bordered on shirking responsibility. He hastily added, "In the future, we shall establish a mutual aid group in our village, and you shall lead it. Consequently, the responsibility for coordinating the orders will rest upon your shoulders." Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiecheng recognized that the production team leader had bestowed upon him considerable authority. Essentially, the decision of who could accept the order was entirely his to make. It was rare for someone to relinquish such power, and Huang Youqing's willingness to entrust it to him spoke volumes of his magnanimity and lack of self-serving intent. People of this era truly embodied selflessness. Jiang Tiecheng nodded. "Captain, since you have entrusted me with this significant responsibility, I shall not hesitate." Having lived a full life before, he had served as a factory director and engaged in numerous business ventures. While he had not operated a garment factory, he possessed a general understanding of the industry. The current workforce relied heavily on manual labor, resulting in relatively low productivity. However, this did not hinder him from devising a comprehensive strategy to maximize efficiency. When Su Fengtian returned, he found Jiang Tiecheng composed and awaiting his arrival, understanding that the two had already reached an agreement. "Su Kejang, I have a rough idea of the situation, yet my youth may have led to some oversights. Given your extensive experience in this field, I would like to share my immature thoughts with you, and I hope you will guide me if any aspect is inappropriate. Jiang Tiecheng's demeanor was exceedingly humble, recognizing the value of respecting those with greater experience. Su Fengtian regarded this young man with newfound respect. He had not anticipated that, despite Jiang Tiecheng's evident capabilities, his attitude would be so commendably modest and approachable. Such demeanor suggested an extraordinary lineage. One could not help but wonder what kind of elders had cultivated such a gracious descendant. Xiao Jiang, let us engage in a mutual exchange of ideas. My experience in this area is also limited. Share your thoughts, and I shall assist you in making decisions. This single sentence nearly caused Huang Yuqing to topple from his seat in astonishment. The section chief of the supply and marketing cooperative was treating Jiang Tiecheng as an equal. Who exactly was this Xiao Jiang? Su Kazhang, in our village, there are approximately 200 women adept in needlework, along with a handful of men, bringing the total to around 350 individuals. The timeline for the quilts is rather tight, but if we organize effectively, even the elderly and children can lend a hand. We aim to accept half of the quilt orders, totaling around 10,000, and for the clothing, we propose to take on half of the order for 25,000 work uniforms. What do you think? Jiang Tiecheng had already begun to integrate the garment processing logistics in his mind. Although he lacked in-depth knowledge of garment production, he understood the general workflow. By streamlining the operations into an assembly line, the speed of production would vastly surpass that of individual efforts. This was why he felt confident in proposing to accept half of the orders. He was driven by a sense of urgency, wishing to benefit the villagers and ensure they could see a brighter future. If each family earned only a meager profit, who would feel gratitude? Moreover, if the first collaboration with the supply and marketing cooperative faltered, resulting in no accomplishments, Su Fengtian might not consider future partnerships. With another year of hardship looming, successful collaboration could help the entire production team weather the storm. Thus, the initial cooperation must be executed flawlessly to showcase the value of their partnership. Su Fengtian felt a pang of concern as he realized the implications of Jiang Tiecheng's bold proposal. He had intended to convey the weight of his efforts on their behalf, yet unexpectedly, Jiang Tiecheng had audaciously sought to accept half of the orders. Each of these orders could not afford delays. Any missed deadlines would place the responsibility squarely on him as the section chief. After a moment of deliberation, Su Fengtian cautiously expressed his thoughts. Xiao Jiang, I have no objections to your proposal to accept half of these orders. However, we must formalize this with a contract, as our cooperative will act as the guarantor. Should you fail to meet the deadlines, there will be compensation liabilities, and our cooperative's reputation cannot be jeopardized. I am not fully acquainted with the situation in the Hongqi Brigade, but as far as I know, they lack even a single sewing machine and rely entirely on human labor. You must carefully consider whether you can fulfill this commitment. Huang Yuqing, standing nearby, has already discerned the underlying implications. He too feels uncertain, as he did not anticipate Jiang Tiecheng would accept such a substantial undertaking. Director Su, rest assured, as we have pledged our support, we certainly possess our own means to accomplish this. We will not bring disgrace upon our supply and marketing cooperative, nor will we implicate it in any difficulties. Perhaps we could initially accept the order for quilts. After all, quilting is relatively straightforward. A woman, under normal circumstances, can produce 2 quilts in a single day without issue. Completing an order of 10,000 quilts within a week is certainly feasible. Director Su, let us first evaluate this collaboration, and then we can determine the subsequent partnership regarding work uniforms. Jiang Tiecheng did not expect to earn trust so swiftly. Upon hearing this suggestion, Su Fengtian considered it a prudent approach, as quilts pose no significant risk. Chapter 57. The first challenge today, they had not anticipated that they could directly sign the contract and return with materials, but it was clear that a single cart could not accommodate all of it. Gazing at the warehouse stacked high with cotton cloth, and sewing supplies, Huang Yuqing found himself in a quandary. Unexpectedly, Su Fengtian waved his hand, and with just 2 phone calls, arranged for 2 tractors to be dispatched from other teams to assist in transporting these items back to the village. Before their departure, Su Fengtian generously loaded Jiang Tiecheng with numerous bundles and packages, all neatly wrapped and concealed in baskets, rendering them unrecognizable. Su Fengtian, beaming with joy, personally saw Jiang Tiecheng onto the tractor. Their grand procession returned to the production team, where many villagers had gathered at the crossroads, anxiously awaiting news despite the heavy snowfall. Word spread that the team leader had returned, accompanied by tractors, igniting a wave of excitement throughout the village. The entire team emerged, surrounding the entrance of the team's office, eager eyes fixed on the loaded tractors. Huang Yuqing leapt from the cart, calling out to the able-bodied villagers, urging them to assist in carrying the goods into the warehouse. He emphasized the importance of these items as the village's livelihood, instructing them to hurry and then send a representative from each household to the team office for a meeting. Standing tall with his back straight and a pipe in hand, Huang Yuqing exuded confidence and radiated joy, envisioning a prosperous year ahead for their production team. Despite the dizziness from the excitement, none of the villagers held back their strength, rushing forward to lift and move the items. When the representatives from each household gathered in the team office for the meeting, they braved the snow and biting northwest wind. Each face was flushed from the cold, yet no one was absent, for this was the most significant event for their production team. Huang Yuqing pushed Jiang Tiecheng forward, calling for silence. "Everyone, please quiet down. It is time to share some important news. We have secured our production team's first batch of orders from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. We are to produce 10,000 quilts within 7 days." Gasps of astonishment filled the room. 10,000 quilts. How much will the team leader earn from this? Team leader, we women can make quilts too. Who among us cannot? How many quotas can your family receive? Team leader, I can make 4 quilts a day. Even working by the light of an oil lamp. I can do it too. A chorus of eager voices rose as many hands shot up, driven by the understanding that the more one produced, the greater the reward. Huang Yuqing raised his hand, urging calm. "Please, everyone, let me introduce our processing group leader, Comrade Jiang Tiecheng." Upon seeing Jiang Tiecheng, many villagers harbored feelings of discontent, primarily due to his status as a Jicheng. There was a natural aversion towards these educated youth, who were often perceived as delicate and incapable of labor. As Jiang Tiecheng was appointed as the leader of the processing group, dissent echoed through the crowd. Why should a male Jicheng lead our processing group? Can he even make quilts or clothes? If team leader Huang appointed our women's director, we would accept it, but him? He looks like a boy who hasn't even grown hair. Laughter erupted from the older women, mocking Jiang Tiecheng. Can you really lead us? We doubt you even know how to sew. Yet Jiang Tiecheng, seasoned by life's trials, remained unfazed by their jests. He clapped his hands, and the crowd instantly quieted, their smiles lingering as they regarded him with newfound respect. Dear fellow members, uncles, aunts, grandpas, grandmas, brothers, and sisters, I am Jiang Tiecheng. I understand your reservations about my position as group leader. But I am the one who secured this order, making my leadership legitimate. If you choose not to accept this order, then you may disregard my role as leader. His words were blunt and devoid of any pretense of humility, asserting his authority. Essentially, he conveyed that if they wished to accept the order, they must acknowledge him as their leader. Otherwise, they could forego his leadership altogether. The shift in tone was stark, revealing a commanding presence to the villagers. Jiang Tiecheng recognized that the villagers were not dismissive of their rural roots, but were largely uneducated and often unreasonable. In this context, politeness and decorum would only serve to undermine his position. A bold, audacious demeanor was necessary to command respect. Otherwise, he would struggle to manage such a large group of women. Indeed, Jiang Tiecheng's understanding of their circumstances was astute. All were in desperate need of sustenance, and no one wished to jeopardize their financial opportunities. The atmosphere, however, was tense, as many villagers shot him glances filled with discontent, signaling that the air had turned unfriendly and the tension was palpable. Jiang Tiecheng harbored intentions of bestowing kindness. However, kindness does not equate to the ability to govern this unruly group. This assembly is not easily manageable. Thus, it is imperative to establish authority from the outset. Otherwise, Jiang Tiecheng would prefer not to have these individuals as his support. If he cannot assert control over them today, they will undoubtedly create various troubles for him in his future endeavors. These women are truly capable of throwing tantrums, rolling on the ground in protest. Would Jiang Tiecheng resort to physically confronting them? It is inherently unreasonable for a man to strike a woman. Furthermore, should he retaliate against a villager, the entire village would unite against him. Therefore, today's confrontation represents the first hurdle he must overcome. Chapter 58. The Shallow Eyelids Captain. What does this mean? How can our leader, a mere educated youth, be so arrogant? Is he attempting to dominate all of us in the village? Captain, you must speak up for us. We cannot allow this unseasoned youth to have the upper hand. Many were filled with indignation. However, Huang Yuqing silently admired the young man, recognizing his remarkable prowess. Anyone in his position would have acted similarly. Initially, he perceived this youth as exceedingly humble, displaying no arrogance when addressing Su Fengtian. He seemed entirely placid, yet was capable of articulating such pertinent matters in front of the village's women. Huang Yuqing harbored a different perspective towards this young man. His ascension to the position of production team leader was undoubtedly due to his exceptional vision, stature, and leadership abilities, not mere brute force. He indeed possessed discernment. With a cheerful demeanor, he addressed the crowd. Young Jiang is not mistaken. The head of the supply and marketing cooperative allocated this order to our production team specifically because of Jiang. In essence, without him, this order would not exist. You made your own choice in this matter, and I cannot intervene. For years, I, as the production team leader, have been unable to secure orders for everyone. It was only after Jiang's arrival that they were willing to relent. This is not something I can dictate. If you choose not to heed the words of this young lad, then we shall forego the order. As your leader, I am certainly in favor of everyone. The villagers exchanged glances, initially believing Huang Yuqing could reign in Jiang Tiecheng, but were taken aback when he flipped positions, leaving them somewhat bewildered. All the villagers had eagerly gathered for this meeting, hoping to earn some money to buy food. Every household was on the brink of starvation, who did not aspire for a better life. A few sturdy men could no longer stand by and spoke up. What are you women thinking? Enough of this nonsense. Young Jiang has secured such a significant opportunity for our production team. What is wrong with him being a team leader? We are all in this together to ensure everyone has enough to eat. Who cares who is in charge? If anyone else can bring us orders, we will follow them. Once one person spoke out, others quickly followed suit, for it was clear that there would be no discord at this meeting. The crowd's attitude swiftly shifted, and many voiced their support, declaring, Jiang, we agree to you being the team leader. Jiang Tiecheng is exceptional. We never realized how capable he is. A flurry of flattering words was thrown his way, as they feared Jiang Tiecheng might refuse to take on the role. Hearing this, Jiang Tiecheng finally smiled. Comrades, I must lay out the unpleasant truth. As the team leader, my responsibilities encompass quality oversight, order handover, and task allocation. Effective immediately, we are establishing a processing mutual aid group within Hongqi DUI, and I shall serve as the leader. However, there is one rule. Everyone must adhere to my arrangements. If you do not wish to follow my directives, please clarify in advance. Otherwise, I cannot permit you to join the processing mutual aid group. This is to prevent any disputes that may hinder our orders. Remember, we will be signing contracts with our partners, and any delays or quality issues with the orders will result in compensation on our part. If that occurs, no one will earn any money, and you cannot blame me for being harsh. Upon hearing this, many began to reconsider their commitment. Now, those willing to join the processing group, please come forward to register. I have a list here. Signing it will confirm your participation in the mutual aid group and the responsibilities that come with it. Should any quality issues arise, you will be required to redo your work. Otherwise, it will affect the timely delivery of everyone's tasks. Do not blame me for being unkind, as this impacts the collective interests of all members. One person's negligence can drown us all. Of course, if anyone feels incapable of completing this task, it would be wise not to join, as it could adversely affect both the group and themselves. No one wants to end up losing money instead of earning it. Indeed, everyone began to reconsider. Not all villagers were equally adept. Those who felt competent immediately raised their hands and came forward to register. Some hesitant individuals followed the trend, while others, still harboring a sense of luck, also signed up. However, a few remained skeptical, having never heard of compensation before. The uncertainty regarding the potential for compensation left some unwilling to register, primarily due to a lack of trust in Jiang Tiecheng. Jiang Tiecheng calculated the numbers and found that a total of 220 individuals had signed up. This was not quite what he had anticipated. He smiled as he raised the paper. Well, since I have clarified everything with you, it is getting late. Please return home for lunch. Those who have registered should come to the team office this afternoon, where we will arrange the work. A few enthusiastic women immediately chimed in. Since you are arranging work, let us do so now. What shall we eat? I can still make a couple of quilts at home. Yes, leader, we are not hungry. They were keenly aware that those quilts represented money. However, Jiang Tiecheng shook his head. No. Everyone must listen to me and return home for lunch. If you do not wish to eat, you may rest, but we will gather at the team office at 1 o'clock p.m. Reluctantly, The crowd dispersed. Huang Yuqing, perplexed, pulled Jiang Tiecheng aside and asked, "Why did you not let them take supplies home? They could be making quilts. The sooner they start, the sooner they can complete the tasks. If they work quickly, they might finish 2 or 3 today." Jiang Tiecheng lowered his voice. "Team leader Huang, I actually wish to discuss another matter with you. I noticed that there are several empty rooms in the warehouse at our team office. Let us clear out those rooms so everyone can use them for making quilts. Then we should find a few more houses. In any case, we must gather together to process the quilts. Furthermore, we need to organize the village officials to supervise the scene." Huang Yuqing was momentarily taken aback. "Why is that?" "Distributing it to each household not only saves space, but also motivates them to work. If we were to concentrate everyone in one place, how many houses would over 200 people need to find? Wouldn't that be an exercise in futility? Captain, if you truly distribute all this cotton fabric, how much cotton do you think will remain in your lifetime? Will the quilts still be made to the original dimensions?" In an instant, Huang Yuqing was astounded, giving a thumbs up. This young man understood the essence of the villagers far better than he did himself. Indeed, if this material were to be distributed, it is likely that no one would honestly use this cotton and fabric to make the quilts. Surely, they would reserve a little for themselves. Each one of them is rather short-sighted. Chapter 59, Severing Others' Financial Paths. Feng Gaihua smiled as she conversed with her husband. Once the cotton fabric arrived, they planned to save some cotton to patch up their family's quilt, ensuring they would not feel cold at night. She observed that the fabric used for making quilts was quite good, being pure cotton, and intended to craft 2 new garments for their children. Other women in the village harbored similar thoughts. After finishing lunch, no one rested. They hurried to the brigade headquarters to await their materials. To their surprise, Huang Yuqing first instructed them to clear out the empty warehouses at the brigade headquarters. Indeed, there were several spacious rooms that had previously served as grain storage. However, after years of disaster, these warehouses were now devoid of grain. Nonetheless, the rooms were ample and well-maintained, with smooth, level floors having been meticulously renovated for grain storage, featuring a layer of finely crafted wooden boards. This space could be considered exceptionally advantageous. They spread bamboo mats on the floor, which were usually laid on their kong, a traditional heated bed, creating a smooth and even surface free of any splinters. As the women worked, they exchanged puzzled whispers, uncertain of the brigade leader's intentions. Once they completed the cleaning and arranged the other empty rooms, Jiang Tiecheng finally made his appearance. Accompanying him was Huang Yuqing's wife, the women's director, who was also a figure of authority. Additionally, there was the village accountant and 2 scorekeepers, the sons of Captain Huang. After all, the production team leader held a certain advantage. Jiang Tiecheng spoke directly, stating that starting today, this would be their workplace, where everyone would gather daily to report. They would work in pairs, freely forming groups before receiving materials to process the quilts, and by the end of each day, they must submit the completed quilts. With someone supervising the process, a designated scorekeeper would monitor the proceedings, and each individual would need to register their finished quilts. He suggested pairing up, with the processing fees divided equally. These words hit like boiling water poured into hot oil, instantly disrupting everyone's thoughts. "Leader, what do you mean by this? Why must we collaborate in pairs? If I sew quilts quickly and they work slowly, wouldn't I be at a loss by partnering with them?" "Exactly. Some are fast, some are slow. Why must we do it this way? We can work independently and earn our own money. And why must we do this here? It would be much cozier to work on our own kong at home. There isn't even a stove here in the village warehouse. We might freeze to death." They grumbled, questioning the logic of such an arrangement. "Women's director, why don't you speak up? You know our village's situation best. Do you think this plan will work?" The women's director, Huang Dasa, smiled and replied, "Don't ask me. This is a collaborative processing group. The leader is Xiao Jiang, and I follow his arrangements. Whatever the leader decides, I will comply. Besides, if the leader insists on this approach, there must be a reason behind it." Before coming here, Huang Dasa had discussed with her husband about the subsequent orders. If the first batch of orders was poorly executed, future opportunities would vanish. However, the villagers, lacking insight, might turn this into a one-time deal, so it was essential to support Jiang Tiecheng for long-term benefits. Upon hearing this, the women realized that the production team leader and his wife were utterly disregarding their well-being and immediately turned their ire towards Jiang Tiecheng. "Leader Jiang, this approach is inappropriate. You must provide us with an explanation. Why are you doing this? We should each work independently. Why must we share responsibilities?" This arrangement is a significant disadvantage for us. Moreover, we can process the quilts at home. You can check the quality later. Each person harbored their own calculations. Jiang Tiecheng clapped his hands, signaling for silence. I understand your dissatisfaction. You believe that since I am a man who has never sewn, I should not dictate such arrangements. However, I must stress that for future development, collective cooperation is essential. Do not underestimate the benefits of working in pairs. Consider this. When quilting, if you invite neighbors to assist, does it not expedite the process? Two individuals working together can complete a quilt much faster than one alone. While one person may take an hour to finish a quilt, two can accomplish it in 20 minutes, meaning in 1 hour, 3 quilts can be made. If you doubt this, I encourage you to try it out. Regarding the speed of work, when forming pairs, you all know each other well as fellow villagers. Surely, you can choose your partners wisely. But even if that issue is resolved, why must we be compelled to work here? It is so cold, we will freeze. We could just as easily work at home. As the leader, you should consider our welfare. More importantly, how can we transport the fabric and cotton if we do not return home? Why can't we work at home? You must understand that the quilts have specific cotton quantities and fabric dimensions. Any discrepancies will result in rejection, and then we will earn nothing while also facing collective penalties. I do not wish for a single mistake to ruin our efforts. Furthermore, working together fosters camaraderie, making the task more enjoyable and efficient. With more people, the cold is less biting. If you truly fear the chill, I can arrange for 2 braziers to be brought in. If anyone has objections to my current decision, you are free to withdraw your registration now. Jiang Tiecheng's voice turned cold, indicating that further discussion was unwelcome. Everyone looked at him, harboring grievances in their hearts. Initially, it was hoped that this opportunity would allow one to supplement their modest household. However, Jiang Tiecheng obstructed all avenues, effectively severing others' financial prospects. In an instant, a wave of indignation surged against Jiang Tiecheng. Yet, no one dared to voice their dissent, for in these times, securing such an order was a rare stroke of fortune. Could they truly afford to decline? Amidst their hesitation, several women murmured amongst themselves below. Leading the group was the well-known Tang Gongji from their village, a person notoriously tight-fisted, who not only refrained from parting with a single coin, but also cunningly sought to plunder a few feathers from others. Chapter 60. Resignation. A commotion erupted among a gathering of 70 to 80 women. We refuse to continue, they clamored. You have shown complete distrust in us, treating us as if we were thieves. Though we are from the countryside, we still have our dignity. How dare you, a young city dweller, look down upon us? Do you not consider us human? If we are to quit, we will. Do you think we cherish this meager income? We shall leave and see how you fulfill this order. The uproar grew, and indeed, a significant number withdrew. The remaining individuals conferred, realizing that fulfilling such a large order within a tight deadline was unfeasible without the labor of the village women. Jiang Tiecheng would likely have to plead with them, yet he stubbornly blocked all avenues for negotiation. The women resolved to take a bold step, threatening Jiang Tiecheng, for if the order remained unfulfilled, the repercussions would fall solely upon them, leaving them unscathed. However, if they created enough chaos, and if Jiang Tiecheng capitulated, they would secure their blankets and clothing. This situation presented them with nothing but advantages. Once stirred, these women could indeed act upon their emotions. All eyes turned to Jiang Tiecheng, awaiting his response. He smiled and said, "If you wish to withdraw, please cross your names off the list. Anyone who chooses to leave today must declare it publicly. Once you depart this village, you cannot return to this establishment. This is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Since you do not wish to earn money or feed your families, I hold no objections." The women appeared momentarily stunned, and the leader shouted, "Do not fear him. He is merely putting on an act. If we refuse to make the blankets, who else will produce those 10,000 blankets for him? In time, he will have to plead with us. Why should we be held in thrall by a young city dweller?" Their spirits ignited. The wealthy women swiftly echoed, "We are done. You do not allow us to return home, yet expect us to endure the cold here. Even the previous landlords were not as cruel as you. We are leaving." In a short span, a significant portion departed. Jiang Tiecheng noted the exodus, and only 150 remained, which, under the circumstances, was somewhat favorable. Sister Huang grew anxious. With just 150 individuals, producing 10,000 blankets seemed an insurmountable task. Each person understood their own capabilities. Most could manage around 3 blankets a day. Thus, 150 individuals could only produce a maximum of 450 blankets daily. Completing 10,000 blankets would require approximately a month, leaving them with no chance of meeting the deadline. The remaining individuals exchanged apprehensive glances, fearing the burden of responsibility. Jiang Tiecheng clapped his hands and asked, "Is there anyone else wishing to leave?" When no one answered, he continued, "Then you no longer have the right to depart. From this moment on, you will follow my lead." The remaining women, eager to earn some money, primarily because their families were struggling to put food on the table, had no choice but to comply. In truth, the situation dictated their actions, further compounded by the fact that some individuals were naturally more compliant. Jiang Tiecheng encouraged them to form teams, and surprisingly, the 150 individuals quickly organized themselves into 75 groups. Jiang Tiecheng, contemplating the circumstances, recognized that his original plan of pairing individuals to hasten the process needed adjustment due to the recent departures. After observing for a while, he noted that the groups were functioning well. Given that everyone was adept with needle and thread, it was common for families to sew their own clothes and shoes. Making a blanket should pose no challenge. No one would critique the size of their stitches. However, even with two individuals working on a single blanket, it would still take at least an hour and a half. The primary issue lay in the fact that crafting a blanket involved more than merely stitching fabric together. The material required careful joining, followed by the laborious task of spreading cotton. The cotton needed to be unrolled and fluffed, which significantly slowed the production process. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within Jiang Tiecheng. Efficiently allocating labor was a principle he had learned while managing a factory. The swift pace of assembly lines stemmed from each worker performing a specific task. He analyzed the blanket-making process and promptly announced new measures. Each blanket would now earn workers 50 cents. He delineated the entire blanket-making process into 9 distinct tasks. For every seam, workers would earn 4 cents, and for spreading the cotton, 10 cents. Upon hearing this news, the crowd was taken aback. Jiang Tiecheng further organized the workforce, allowing them to choose their roles. 25 individuals were designated for spreading cotton, while 12 were assigned to sewing the blanket's backing. The remainder would focus on stitching the blanket itself, with individuals signing up voluntarily. Everyone began to assess the prospects, and soon, enthusiasm surged as they eagerly registered for the tasks. Within 3 to 4 hours, they adhered to this new system. Those responsible for sewing the backing only needed to stitch one seam, resulting in a noticeable speed increase. Meanwhile, the cotton spreaders hastened their pace, motivated by the prospect of earning their 10 cents. This reallocation of tasks invigorated the workers. Previously, each individual had managed to sew only one blanket throughout the afternoon, feeling sore and fatigued. However, with designated roles, the cotton spreaders were now equipped with several large tables. As the fabric for the first seam was laid out, they swiftly spread the cotton. Additionally, the cotton spreaders cleverly formed pairs, significantly reducing the time required to prepare a blanket to approximately 15 minutes. Compared to before, their efficiency had dramatically improved. With multiple individuals working concurrently, they could easily prepare several blankets at once. This efficiency spurred those processing the remaining tasks to increase their pace, while those who had been idle began to stitch the backing and lining of the blankets. This arrangement affords the cotton workers ample time, while others remain industrious. Meanwhile, 2 scorekeepers are tasked with documenting their processes. Remarkably, within the remaining 4 hours, these individuals managed to produce an astonishing 400 quilts. The speed and efficiency of this endeavor took even them by surprise. When evening arrived and they were asked to sign the ledger, each person felt as though they were in a dream. It is noteworthy that this involved 150 individuals, and when combined with the quilt they had produced earlier, it equates to nearly 4 quilts per person in one afternoon. When considering daily output, they could potentially create 10 quilts each day. Consequently, 150 individuals could yield a total of 500 quilts. By this estimation, within just 7 days, their dedicated efforts could undoubtedly conclude the task. However, the prospect of earnings is substantial. Based on these calculations, they could each earn a minimum of 4 yuan per day. The excitement among the women was palpable. Chapter 61. The women's leader is just fooling you in the evening. Huang Deseo returned home to find Huang Yuqing reprimanding people by the Kong. Those who had protested in the afternoon were now seated in their home. What do you intend to do? It is not easy to bring these profitable tasks to our village. Earning money means we can exchange it for food and fill our stomachs. Are you not hungry? I tell you, tomorrow you must go back and sincerely apologize to group leader Jiang and get to work promptly. Are you really unwilling to earn money? Have you lost your minds? Huang Yuqing was anxious, nearly jumping in frustration. It was a rare opportunity for the production team to take on such a significant job. There were many more tasks ahead. If this one fell through, the future prospects would be bleak. Upon hearing about this situation, Huang Yuqing was truly distressed, and he summoned several key individuals. He hoped to use his authority as the team leader to bring these people in line and resolve the matter. It was not that he particularly favored Jiang Tiecheng, but he understood the necessity of unconditionally supporting him in this situation. Assisting Jiang Tiecheng was tantamount to helping themselves, a truth Huang Yuqing grasped clearly. The women before him rolled their eyes in unison. Leader, shouldn't earning money be a matter of willingness? In such cold weather, making us freeze in the warehouse. How is that humane? Jiang treats us like we are not human, and you seem to do the same. If we say we want to do it, then we want to. If he has the ability, let him sew the quilts himself. We want to see if they can manage to make those quilts. They continued. All right, leader, we understand your point. But we cannot let this young man scold us as if we were his subordinates. We know our worth. Clearly, these women were emboldened, and since Huang Yuqing was not in charge at that moment, they would not heed him. Huang Yuqing attempted to reason with them, but just then, his wife entered, lifting the curtain. Huang Deseo smiled and said, "Have you finished your discussion? If you have, hurry back home. I am exhausted from a long day and need to rest." Children asked father, "Quickly, what do they want? Can you still control them? They aren't starving at home. Hurry and get me something to eat. I feel like I'm starving to death." This afternoon, we managed to produce 550 quilts. This young Jiang is impressive. No wonder he is educated. People with education think differently from us. The women, who were about to leave, froze upon hearing this. What? Leader, what do you mean by that? How could you possibly make 550 quilts in one afternoon? There were only a handful of us. Their expressions mirrored disbelief. Oh, am I lying? Young Jiang is indeed remarkable. With just a bit of organization, we can produce quilts efficiently. Do you think I would deceive you? If you don't believe me, go ask others. I wasn't the only one working on the quilts this afternoon. We could potentially make 100 quilts in a day. Today as production was hampered. If we follow Jiang's method tomorrow morning, I estimate we could produce 10,000 without issue. Oh my, we could earn 4 to 5 yuan a day. In a week, that's 20 to 30 yuan. If converted to grain, that would be enough to buy at least 150 jin of cornmeal. Oh my goodness, the children at home will finally have something to eat. The women, skeptical, rushed to inquire among their acquaintances. How many quilts did you make this afternoon? Not many, just 2. 2. Did one person really only make 2? Thank goodness you didn't come. At this rate, how could we deliver the goods? We might end up losing everything. No way. Really, I wouldn't lie to you. At another household. How many quilts did you produce this afternoon? I heard from the women's leader, don't listen to the women's leader. We didn't produce much at all. After you left, we couldn't manage. You know making a quilt is a lengthy process. Just preparing the cotton takes an hour. How could the leader say the leader was just trying to coax you back to work? Don't listen to her. The women gathered outside. Their faces filled with confusion. What did you find out? I asked her Hua. She said it was impossible to produce that much. The leader's claims are exaggerated. They rushed all afternoon and only managed 2 quilts before it got dark. I also asked Zhaodi, and she said she couldn't do it either. She only made 1 quilt because she was too slow. I knew it. They are surely making things up. Each of us can only make a maximum of 3 quilts in a day. They claim to have made 550 in an afternoon, averaging nearly 4 quilts per person. It's absurd. I suspected something was off. The leader must be trying to fool us into returning to work to save face. We must hold our ground and not return. Otherwise, we will miss out on this opportunity. Just think about the new clothes our children could wear for the new year this winter. We must persevere. The group of women nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the home of the production team leader, Huang Yuqing watched as his wife devoured a large bowl of cornmeal mush and munched on a steamed bun, anxiously asking, "What was that half-truth you just mentioned? What is really going on?" What I said was true. Huang Yuqing shook his head in disbelief. Don't deceive me. Who are we? I've worked my whole life and know how many quilts can be made in a day. When you women gather, the most you can manage is 3 quilts a day, with the slower ones doing 2. How could so many be produced in one afternoon? I've inquired. Nearly half the people have left, and only about 150 remain. How could they possibly produce that many? Huang Yuqing sighed. Alas, young Jiang is too inexperienced and somewhat overzealous. Upon arriving, one is eager to engage in some endeavors. However, one must also contemplate the attitude of the individual in question. How can one proceed towards a dead end without consideration? This compels others to oppose him vehemently. Tomorrow, do persuade Xiao Jiang to relent. At worst, we can be a bit more meticulous during inspections, as long as we do not exceed reasonable limits. A slight reduction in cotton will suffice for everyone to endure the winter. I shall not be the one to persuade. You must undertake that task yourself. I assure you, these individuals find it impossible to return. Upon hearing this, Huang Yuqing was taken aback. How could it be that they cannot return? In this time of scarcity, does Xiao Jiang truly not require assistance? Am I fabricating tales? What I convey is a matter of certainty. Starting today, he genuinely does not need any personnel. Chapter 62. Striking down the salt vendor at the same moment, as Jiang Tiecheng stepped into the earthen dwelling, he heard a knock at the door. Come in. While adding firewood to the stove, he poured water into the pot. After a long day of labor, he had yet to savor a meal. In this biting cold, he longed for a warm dish. The door creaked open, and Chun Ruishua cautiously entered, cradling a lunchbox cushioned with a wool scarf. Brother Jiang, I guess you must be hungry since you just returned. I made some noodles for you. Please enjoy a little. Jiang Tiecheng hurriedly accepted the offering. When did you cook? Weren't you supposed to be incapable of cooking? He recalled their previous attempt at preparing a meal together, which had met with utter failure. Just a few days prior, he had returned all the noodles to her. During their time at the construction site, they had relied on the cafeteria, leaving no time to cook at home. Though he had some free time recently, he was preoccupied with other matters. Brother Jiang, you shouldn't underestimate me. If you keep viewing me through an old lens, you might be surprised at what I can learn. After all, you weren't born knowing how to cook either. Chun Ruishua, a tad indignant, discreetly hid her hands behind her back. Jiang Tiecheng's keen gaze quickly detected her concealed hands and inquired, "What happened to your hand?" She was hiding a bandage. "It's nothing, just a minor issue," she replied evasively, unwilling to admit that she had burned herself while cooking. It felt somewhat embarrassing, as preparing this bowl of noodle soup had taken her considerable effort. With an expression pleading for approval, she looked at Jiang Tiecheng and asked, "Brother Jiang, could you taste my noodle soup? I think it turned out quite well." He could not simply grab her hand to inspect it. That would be inappropriate, especially since he wished to maintain a respectful distance from Chun Ruishua. Yet, his heart warmed at the thought that this young woman, so accustomed to comfort, had exerted herself to prepare this dish for him. Upon opening the lunchbox, he found the noodles had transformed into a gloppy mass, having absorbed the broth over time. The once appetizing dish appeared pallid, with a sheen of oil that did little to enhance its visual appeal. 2 poached eggs lay atop the noodles, yet their yolks had broken, and the whites were a mere wispy shell of their former selves, scattered inelegantly across the noodles. Any normal person would be at a loss for words upon seeing this disheveled meal. "Brother Jiang, I didn't expect it to turn out like this," Chun Ruishua said, her voice quivering, nearly in tears. She had envisioned a dish bursting with color, aroma, and flavor, yet it had devolved into this unsightly heap, unappetizing even to her own eyes, let alone Jiang Tiecheng's. She swiftly reached for the lunchbox. "Brother Jiang, let me make it again." Sensing her distress, Jiang Tiecheng quickly interposed. No matter how it appeared, her intentions were good, and he couldn't bear to see her on the verge of tears. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, "Oh, there's no need to redo anything. This is a wonderful dish with noodles and eggs. It would be a shame to waste it. I actually enjoy this kind of dry noodle. How did you know I like this?" He mused, using chopsticks to stir the noodles, relieved that they hadn't completely soaked up the broth. With a gentle tug, the noodles began to separate, albeit a bit brittle from absorbing too much water. To spare Chun Ruishua any embarrassment, he quickly lifted the lunchbox and brought it to his lips. As he took a bite, Jiang Tiecheng nearly gagged. The noodles were overwhelmingly salty. It appeared that Chun Ruishua, unaware, had added salt to the broth in addition to what was already in the noodles. While it may not have been detectable when first cooked, the noodles had absorbed all the salt, making each bite unbearably briny. Noticing Jiang Tiecheng's changing expression, Chun Ruishua asked anxiously, "Brother Jiang, is the noodle not tasty? Perhaps you shouldn't eat it after such a long day. I'll make you something else." Jiang Tiecheng chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. "Oh, it's actually quite good. I do enjoy this type of noodle. No need to remake it. But could you please fill my thermos with some hot water? I've been away all day, and it's empty." Upon hearing this, Chun Ruishua sprang up, grasping his thermos as she exclaimed, "Brother Jiang, just wait. I'll boil some water right away." She darted back to her dwelling, lighthearted as a bird in flight. Once she left, Jiang Tiecheng exhaled a sigh of relief. He quickly ladled some boiling water from his pot, rinsed the noodles, and drained the excess water before returning them to the lunchbox. Taking a taste, he found the noodles, while still lacking flavor, were significantly better than before. Now rather mushy. They had the texture reminiscent of paste, but at least he could consume them quickly without much effort. By the time Chen Ruishue returned, he had just finished the last bite. With a gleam in her eyes, she asked, "Brother Jiang, are you full? I still have another bowl of noodles." Jiang Tiecheng nearly choked, coughing as he responded, "No. No more, I'm quite full." Chen Ruishue, slightly disappointed, set down the thermos, watching as Jiang Tiecheng handed her the cleaned lunchbox, reluctant to part ways. "Brother Jiang, I have heard that you have taken an order for making quilts for our production team. Why did you not allow our educated youth to join? She is not an ordinary girl." The more Jiang Tiecheng rejects her, the more she is filled with a spirit of determination. She increasingly believes that Jiang Tiecheng is truly a person of integrity and selflessness. Just observe how she is fully aware of her distinguished status and has met her brothers several times, yet she deliberately maintains her distance. In contrast to He Junsheng and those educated youths who shamelessly seek her attention, Brother Jiang's demeanor exemplifies what it means to be a true man. Chapter 63. Deceived upon hearing this, Jiang Tiecheng agreed. If the educated youths were willing to join, he certainly had no objections. Although his interactions with the youths at the Jicheng site were not particularly close, it was necessary to maintain some level of rapport here. "Welcome. Of course, the educated youths are encouraged to join. I merely hadn't had the chance to inform our Jicheng yet." Chen Ruishue's face brightened at this, as she yearned to be with Jiang Tiecheng. Only the sense of battling side by side would prevent her from feeling despondent. Otherwise, Jiang Tiecheng could be worlds away from her. Furthermore, she had clearly overheard the events that transpired in the production team today, where everyone seemed to revel in Jiang Tiecheng's misfortune. She was determined to assist her elder brother Jiang in overcoming his difficulties. No one shall bully her elder brother Jiang. "All right, I shall summon the Jicheng for a meeting now." Chen Ruishue left with great enthusiasm, hardly allowing Jiang Tiecheng to say much, and he swallowed back the words he intended to express. An hour later, Chen Ruishue returned with a dozen individuals, who appeared rather sparse in numbers, to Jiang Tiecheng's abode. Upon seeing them, Jiang Tiecheng immediately understood that these were familiar faces. They were indeed the very individuals who had gone to work at the construction site. It was clear that these people were merely waiting to witness Jiang Tiecheng's embarrassment, as none seemed inclined to undertake this labor. In truth, Jiang Tiecheng did not require their assistance. Yet, since Chen Ruishue had brought it up, he felt it impolite to decline. However, it appeared that some individuals remained oblivious to their own circumstances. "Elder brother Jiang, I apologize. They are not coming." Not only did they refuse, but they also hurled derogatory remarks. They implied that Jiang Tiecheng had taken on a muddled task, dragging the Jicheng along to clean up after him. The comments were simply intolerable. Jiang Tiecheng, contemplating for a moment, smiled and addressed the group. "Ladies and gentlemen, if you are willing to join the production team to make quilts, then please do so. However, let it be known that this is a singular opportunity. If you decide to join, you cannot withdraw. If you are unsure, return and think it over, for this chance will not come again." The group nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Old Jiang, how could we not trust you?" Currently, the Jicheng were clearly divided into three factions, one led by He Junsheng, consisting of around 80 to 90 educated youths, another comprising the 20 or so who had previously worked alongside Jiang Tiecheng at the construction site, and the remaining group, who neither worked at the site nor partook in any unrest with He Junsheng, formed a distinct middle faction. The lines were sharply drawn. Those who had worked with Jiang Tiecheng recognized his capabilities. Since he could organize this endeavor, it was evident he possessed certain skills. They were more than willing to engage in work under the guidance of a competent individual. Of course, they had heard the rumors circulating in the production team today, yet for them, the outcome of this venture mattered little. At worst, they would lose a few days of labor. However, should it succeed, they could earn income, enough to purchase additional provisions to endure the winter hardships. If it failed, their loss would be negligible, as the responsibility would fall squarely on Jiang Tiecheng. In essence, no one stood to lose anything, which was precisely why these individuals were motivated to join. Everyone assured Jiang Tiecheng that they would absolutely not abandon the task midway. He recorded their names and arranged for them to gather at the team headquarters the following day to commence work. It was imperative to cultivate some trusted individuals among the Jicheng. Those who had worked alongside him at the construction site shared a certain camaraderie. Jiang Tiecheng could not undertake this endeavor alone, thus he was more than willing to proceed with these arrangements. A night passed without incident, and at the break of dawn the next day, everyone had breakfast before accompanying Jiang Tiecheng to the team headquarters. Upon arrival, Huang Deseo quickly grasped the situation upon seeing the new arrivals. Throughout the day, the team headquarters remained bustling with activity. The remaining 150 individuals, witnessing the influx of new Jicheng, naturally refrained from voicing any objections. That morning, as they arrived, they discreetly exchanged information and, behind Jiang Tiecheng's back, devised a plan. With the current pace, they were confident that the 150 individuals could complete the order of 10,000 quilts without difficulty. On average, each could earn 810 yuan. In 7 days, that was no small sum. Such a windfall must not be allowed to fall into the hands of others. Hence they resolved to keep this matter strictly confidential. The day unfolded as anticipated. With the prior experience from Zhu Yu, the proceedings ran remarkably smoothly, and everyone cooperated seamlessly. To maximize productivity, they even forewent returning home for lunch, instead having their families deliver meals, even if it was just a piece of flatbread. The Jicheng initially believed this work would be more challenging than expected, but upon arrival, they discovered that those unfamiliar with sewing could assist in laying cotton. Even the most clumsy of men found this task manageable. The few female Jicheng integrated well with the older women. By nightfall, when it was time to return home for rest, they had managed to produce a remarkable 800 quilts. This exceeded their initial expectations. After completing their tasks, each person signed their names in the scorebook, calculating their earnings for the day. Jiang Tiecheng estimated that with 800 quilts, they could finish in approximately 6 days. Progress was on track, and overall, everything was going exceptionally well. Thus, 3 days swiftly passed. Those in the village, anticipating Jiang Tiecheng would relent and seek their assistance in returning to work, found it increasingly difficult to remain patient. Who could remain at ease? They had assumed that Jiang Tiecheng would only endure for a day or two before begging them to return. In that case, they would hastily complete the work and earn some money. However, to their surprise, 3 days passed without a peep from Jiang Tiecheng, while those who were working continued their early mornings and late evenings. Remarkably, their families even brought them meals at midday. Upon reflecting, those who had not been able to join the work suddenly realized the truth. They had been deceived. If they are unable to meet the deadline, these individuals are driven to madness, diligently laboring each day while listening to Jiang Tiecheng's words. Upon arriving at the entrance of the brigade department on the morning of the 4th day, Jiang Tiecheng was met with a blockade formed by the individuals from number 80. Huang Yuqing stood there with a stern expression, observing the crowd as they pleaded with the captain. "Captain, you cannot turn a blind eye to this matter. You must speak up. This profitable venture cannot be shouldered by just a few of us from the village. What about the rest of us? How shall we endure this winter? My family's ergo is already so famished he can barely move, and we can't even put food on the table." Chapter 64. Who is causing the commotion? "Captain, may I request to enter and commence my work first while you all continue your discussion here?" Jiang Tiecheng observed the commotion at the entrance and spoke directly. He was not alone. Behind him stood 20 fellow educated youths. Everyone was busy with their tasks, and who had the time for idle chatter? However, upon seeing Jiang Tiecheng, the crowd immediately released Huang Yuqing and swiftly surrounded Jiang. "Xiao Jiang, you cannot act in this manner. We also registered initially. You cannot allow them to profit while disregarding us. Indeed, we are part of Hongqi Dui as well. Favoring only a portion of us is nothing short of bullying. Xiao Jiang, look at how our families are struggling. Consider our plight and allow me to work." Ergo quickly thanked Xiao Jiang. Jiang Tiecheng grasped the child, frail as he was, and could easily have toppled him. He swiftly lifted the child and placed him in the woman's embrace. "Please refrain from using the excuse of having elderly and young in your care. I made my stance clear when we registered. I was equally forthright when you chose not to participate. Now that you wish to backtrack, do you believe this is a place where you can come and go as you please? You were the ones who initially rejected this opportunity, pushing aside these resources and provisions. What is that to me? The hunger of your child is a consequence of your own decisions. Let me be clear. We have sufficient manpower for this order of quilts, and we will not entertain any additional participants." His cold words doused the enthusiasm of the crowd like a bucket of cold water. Instantly, some refused to comply, with a bold few sitting defiantly on the ground, demanding attention. "Xiao Jiang, You are truly heartless. Families are on the brink of starvation, and you cannot even show this small kindness. Are you trying to drive us to despair? Oh my heavens, I cannot endure this any longer. Look at all these men and women in the village. They are all suffering because of the Jiang family. Though these women lacked formal education, they were adept at moral persuasion. The scorekeeper noted the names of those who were throwing tantrums on the ground. After recording, when the next batch of work uniforms arrived, they would not be permitted to register. Come now, don't you wish to wail? Aren't you eager to blame me, Jiang Tiecheng, for your suffering? Keep crying, and do so even louder. His words immediately silenced the two on the ground, as the implication had become clear to the others. The woman holding Ergo timidly inquired, Xiao Jiang, will there be another batch of work uniforms? If we refrain from causing a ruckus, may we register for the next batch? This current order of quilts has enough participants, but we will have another batch of work uniforms in 3 months. If you all remain calm this time, the process for the next batch will mirror this one. I hope everyone will eagerly register and follow instructions. However, if you continue to cause trouble, do not expect my leniency. Beyond the work uniforms, we have the potential to secure long-term contracts from the supply and marketing cooperative. Consider your choices carefully. Will you persist with the disturbances, or? The women, momentarily taken aback, began to comprehend the implications. Many faces brightened with smiles. Oh, so there is indeed a next time. Very well, we acknowledge our mistakes this time. We shall accept our punishment and return without causing further disturbances. Xiao Jiang, we will not cause trouble. We were wrong, and we deserve some reprimand. After all, we have not performed well in our tasks and must accept deductions. Xiao Jiang is right. Those who had been sitting on the ground, ready to protest, suddenly shifted their expressions. Tears that had yet to fall were wiped away, and they rose to their feet, smiling. Xiao Jiang, we absolutely will not cause trouble. We will actively respond to our team's call. Anyone who stirs up trouble, we will confront. Jiang Tiecheng led his group directly into the house. Huang Yuqing surveyed the surroundings. All right, disperse. You can continue with your antics. You have wasted the opportunity to earn a decent sum today, and whose fault is that? It is only thanks to Xiao Jiang's goodwill. If it were up to me, the next batch of work uniforms would not include you. You are worse than a young lad. Look at Xiao Jiang. He brought back this order, not for personal gain. In the end, the provisions went to waste, yet you do not appreciate his efforts. Instead, you return to instigate trouble. How can you bully someone just because they are an outsider? Let me be clear. If anyone dares to continue this unrest and bully Xiao Jiang, do not expect any courtesy from me. The crowd shared an awkward laugh and gradually dispersed. A few women at the forefront felt discontent but swallowed their grievances. Inside, those who had been worried were now beaming with joy. If these troublemakers joined, they would undoubtedly take a large share of the profits. However, seeing Xiao Jiang's unwavering resolve earned him their admiration, and many resolved to support him without question. They had consistently backed Xiao Jiang from the very beginning. Surely, he would remember them in future endeavors, so they vowed to think more critically going forward. Xiao Jiang had connections with the head of the county's supply and marketing cooperative, a capable individual. Future advantages would surely benefit their production team. Little did Jiang Tiecheng know that he had garnered a legion of devoted supporters. With only 3 days remaining, there was no need for excessive effort. By noon on the 6th day, they had completed the production of 10,000 quilts. Huang Yuqing was equally industrious. Although he had never engaged in quilt making, the success of their production team was paramount. Thus, he organized the strong laborers without allowing them to rest, ensuring that all carts were readied, lined with straw mats, to transport the quilts to the county for delivery. After meticulously inspecting the completed quilts, Jiang Tiecheng hurriedly set off for the county with Huang Yuqing in a horse-drawn carriage. Their grand procession arrived at the courtyard of the supply and marketing cooperative, where they promptly unloaded their goods into the storeroom. A dedicated quality inspector was present to examine and tally the items. At this moment, Jiang Tiecheng sat in the office, holding a teacup while conversing with Su Fengtian. Su Fengtian was occupied, while Jiang Tiecheng busied himself with quilt making. Concurrently, Su Fengtian was entangled in family matters. At long last, everything had settled down. Not only had his elder brother regained his former position, but due to the unjust accusations against him, he had even been promoted a rank. More significantly, his daughter, who had suffered a severe hemorrhage, had awakened completely after surgery and severed ties with that scoundrel. Essentially, all hidden dangers within the family had been resolved at once, and the old gentleman's health had become remarkably robust, which was a source of great joy. Chapter 65. Gratitude. The elder and the older brother, along with the other two, sat down to discuss their future plans. How should they express their gratitude towards this suddenly appearing young man, possessing such mysterious abilities? The elder believed that someone like Jiang Tiecheng, with such skills, deserved profound appreciation. Initially, Jiang Tiecheng had been reluctant to assist Su Fengtian, revealing his prideful nature. However, deep down, Jiang Tiecheng harbored a sense of chivalry. Otherwise, he would not have aided the Su family or extended his hand to the members of the production team. After all, what connection did these individuals have with him? Jiang Tiecheng could have chosen to remain indifferent, enjoying his own fortunes without concern. Such a person has his own principles and, possessing a noble heart, proves invaluable in critical moments. Most importantly, Jiang Tiecheng's skills are truly beyond the capacity of ordinary people. Without his assistance, the elder sister-in-law would not have inadvertently revealed the truth. Otherwise, given the current technological means, no one could have discerned that the child was not the older brother's. The older brother not only wore a green hat, but also had to support another's child. Merely contemplating this made the entire family feel indignant. Such a talent could not be adequately thanked with mere words. Thus, they needed to express their gratitude meaningfully and forge a close relationship with Jiang Tiecheng. The elder opined that since Jiang Tiecheng was willing to come seeking help for the production team, Su Fengtian ought to assist him and continue doing so. This mutual exchange would be an exceptional opportunity to strengthen the bond between the Su family and Jiang Tiecheng. Naturally, having received help, the Su family must express their gratitude sincerely. The elder suggested finding Jiang Tiecheng a position in the supply and marketing cooperative, perhaps as a salesperson, but the elder brother intervened. The elder brother insisted that for someone like Jiang Tiecheng, who had come here as a young intellectual and had achieved remarkable things within the production team, placing him under Su Fengtian's authority would create an imbalanced relationship. Such a proud individual might perceive the Su family as ungrateful. This dynamic would not bode well for their future development. It is essential to treat such distinguished individuals with respect and equality, even with a touch of reverence. A sudden shift to a superior-subordinate relationship could inevitably alter his mindset. Upon hearing this, Su Fengtian realized the truth. Indeed, he would become Jiang Tiecheng's superior. Would Jiang Tiecheng choose to work under him? A person of Jiang Tiecheng's caliber would likely prefer to be revered and treated with utmost respect rather than be subjected to any form of indignity. The supply and marketing cooperative encountered various individuals daily, including officials leveraging connections. It would be all too easy for Jiang Tiecheng to face some form of injustice. That would not be gratitude, it would be retaliation. Su Fengtian agreed with his elder brother's perspective. He could not allow Jiang Tiecheng to serve under him as a salesperson. Moreover, given the recent unrest in the county, with the armed department and other areas affected, the future remained uncertain. It was safer to leave Jiang Tiecheng where he was, away from potential envy or conflicts, as any misstep could jeopardize their ability to protect him. As Su Fengtian regained his composure, he acknowledged the current chaotic environment. Recalling that Uncle Fong and his family had encountered issues recently, Uncle Fong even contemplated sending several of the Fong family's offspring to the local production team for labor. The future remained unpredictable, and under such circumstances, it was wiser to avoid unnecessary troubles. Staying within the production team would provide greater safety, provided they offered sufficient care and protection. The Su family established their general direction, but felt the need to express their gratitude earnestly. With a smile, Su Fengtian addressed Jiang Tiecheng, saying, "Xiao Jiang, it must be inconvenient for you to run around the production team. I've arranged a bicycle for you. Take a look at Fige's 28-inch model." He led Jiang Tiecheng to his small storage room, where he kept items reserved for various visiting officials. Jiang Tiecheng beheld the brand-new bicycle, and he couldn't help but admire it. In this era, bicycles were not easily obtainable. Firstly, one needed industrial coupons. And secondly, a bicycle cost at least 280 to 300 yuan. Moreover, a bicycle in this time was akin to a luxury vehicle in later years, a true symbol of affluence. Just the thought of traveling in a horse-drawn cart, slowly jolting along, made the prospect of a bicycle instantly appealing. He patted the bicycle seat, inquiring, "How much did this cost, Sukajong?" "Whatever the price, I will pay you. I must express my gratitude to you for keeping such a fine item reserved for me." Su Fengtian replied, "What are you saying? What relationship do we have? Xiao Jiang, you've rendered me such immense help. I haven't properly thanked you, and the elder and my brother wish to invite you to our home, but you've always been busy. I've been pondering what thoughtful gift to present you. Otherwise, I would feel remiss. By the way, I found 2 more items for you, a radio and a watch." Seeing Jiang Tiecheng's satisfaction with the bicycle, Su Fengtian realized that his and his brother's strategy was effective. Gifts must resonate with the recipient. However, he was somewhat surprised that Jiang Tiecheng did not exhibit a stronger reaction to the bicycle. He pondered the true background of Jiang Tiecheng. According to records, Jiang Tiecheng hailed from an ordinary working-class family, losing his father at a young age and being raised by a single mother alongside his siblings. As the eldest, he should have been unaccustomed to the finer things in life. Even if he had seen a bicycle, his family might not have owned one. Bicycles were not easily acquired. Yet, Jiang Tiecheng's composed demeanor left Su Fengtian bewildered. Was there a discrepancy between the Jiang Tiecheng he knew and his actual upbringing? "Su Dage, I truly appreciate your kindness. These gifts resonate deeply with me, as I lack such items," Jiang Tiecheng said, not hesitating to express his gratitude, for these were indeed things he genuinely needed. There is a conspicuous absence of any form of entertainment here. Beyond the incessant busyness of fulfilling orders, the only reprieve during moments of rest is to recline on the kong and succumb to slumber. Furthermore, lacking a watch, one's sense of time is entirely reliant on instinct. However, possessing a watch and a bicycle would alter the situation entirely, rendering future excursions far more convenient. Just as Su Fengtian was about to utter another word, a young man abruptly entered the scene. He circled around Jiang Tiecheng's flying pigeon bicycle and swiftly seized the handlebars from Jiang's grasp. "Hey, Su Kejong, why didn't you call my father regarding the new bicycle? Have I not already informed you that I desire the 28 model of the flying pigeon bicycle?" Chapter 66. Knocked out upon seeing the furrowed brow of the individual before him, Su Fengtian realized he had indeed offended someone he could not afford to antagonize. He hurriedly stepped forward, discreetly placing Jiang Tiecheng behind him. The young man in front was a known troublemaker, and a careless word could potentially harm Jiang Tiecheng. "Ah, it was Hu Tian. What brings you here today? You, a person of status, must be quite busy. Come, let us retire to my office." However, to his surprise, Hu Tian simply stepped forward and mounted his bicycle. "Why sit when I can ride? You can ask my father for the money and tickets." Hu Tian, emboldened by his father's position as the head of the county's armed forces, acted with impunity in the area. He gathered a group of young ruffians, engaging in various antics, using different pretexts to bully those he deemed undesirable. Naturally, he had committed numerous misdeeds under the guise of authority. The implication was clear: he intended to take the bicycle without consequence. Su Fengtian had no intention of approaching Captain Hu for the money and tickets. Hu Tian's father, Hu Wei, was known throughout the county as the Smiling Tiger. Despite his pleasant demeanor, he was notorious for his duplicitous nature, often saying one thing while harboring entirely different intentions. Many who were once close to him found themselves unceremoniously cast aside. Were it not for the integrity of Commander Jiang Shueshu of the armed forces, the situation might have devolved into chaos. Su Fengtian could only silently lament that the bicycle, once taken, would likely never return. Just then, a sound pierced the air as someone halted the bicycle, a strong hand gripping the handlebars tightly. Hu Tian was abruptly stopped, and upon looking up, he regarded the young man before him with a mixture of confusion and disbelief. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to obstruct him. Assessing Jiang Tiecheng, he demanded, "What do you think you're doing? With such a wide road available, why stand in my way?" Jiang Tiecheng pointed to the bicycle in Hu Tian's possession. "Comrade, that bicycle belongs to me. You cannot take it." At this juncture, many would have deemed Jiang Tiecheng reckless for acting without knowledge of his opponent's status, risking offense. However, Jiang Tiecheng had sensed impending misfortune through the handlebars, recognizing Hu Tian as a soon-to-be unfortunate soul. Why should a misfortunate wretch claim his bicycle? More significantly, this misfortune was tied to the very bicycle that had nearly cost him his life. In a sense, he had saved Hu Tian's life. In recent days, Jiang Tiecheng had been diligently experimenting with his system panel. While it could detect others' misfortunes, not every minor mishap would be revealed, such as stepping in dog feces. Typically, if one received a notice of impending misfortune, it implied that the event was of considerable significance, ranging from financial loss or injury to life-threatening situations. It could also involve family scandals. Upon observing Hu Tian, Jiang Tiecheng discerned he was merely a local ruffian, reliant on his father's influence. There was no reason for Su Fengtian to feel apprehensive about him. Ideally, he should give way. Relinquishing the bicycle would not be a loss, as Su Fengtian would surely procure another for him. Nevertheless, the warning of misfortune indicated a rare opportunity. Not only could he reclaim his bicycle, but he could also present Su Fengtian with an extraordinary chance. He was not foolish. He could perceive from Su Fengtian's expression that, despite the smile on his face, the disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Thus, he resolved to exploit this situation. After all, to cultivate a long-term partnership with Su Kejong, merely assisting the Su family once would not suffice for them to appreciate his capabilities. More importantly, this misfortune was intertwined with the daughter of the county mayor, Song Weiming. While he did not personally know Song Weiming, the mere mention of his title indicated that he wielded considerable power over county affairs. Su Fengtian, upon realizing the gravity of the situation, rushed forward, never anticipating Jiang Tiecheng's boldness. Misunderstanding. He approached swiftly, but Hu Tian reacted even quicker. Dismounting his bicycle, he coldly scrutinized Jiang Tiecheng. "Move aside, brat. What are you trying to do? Is this bicycle yours? Are you out of your mind? Ask Su if this bicycle belongs to you or me. This is my bike, and I intend to ride it. Try to stop me, and I promise you will not leave this place unscathed." Hu Tian had the confidence to assert such threats. Even without relying on his father, the gang of ruffians he commanded was sufficient to handle Jiang Tiecheng. Su Fengtian quickly interjected, "Who? You're mistaken. This young man is my brother." In a twist of fate, he hurriedly grasped Jiang Tiecheng's arm, stating, "This matter was my error. The bicycle belongs to Hu. Allow him to ride it away." Yet, Jiang Tiecheng's grip on the handlebars remained unyielding. Hu Tian, now enraged, released his hold on the bike and kicked out at Jiang Tiecheng, furious. In his life, he had never been bullied. Anyone daring to challenge him had yet to be born. He had always resolved disputes with his fists, known for his brawling since childhood, and fear was a foreign concept to him. In the county, Hu Tian was nicknamed Hu Yanwang. A single punch from him could leave an opponent bruised and battered. He intended to deliver a blow that would surely break Jiang Tiecheng's arm, regardless of the latter's affiliation with Su Fengtian. Su Fengtian silently lamented the situation, yearning to interpose himself and shield Jiang Tiecheng from harm. He could not allow any injury to befall Jiang Tiecheng under any circumstances. Jiang Tiecheng, taken aback by Su Fengtian's selfless act of protection, found their movements inadvertently entangled. As a result, Hu Tian's formidable punch landed with a resounding impact upon Su Fengtian's nose. The sheer force of the blow was overwhelming, and with a sharp crack, Su Fengtian's vision dimmed, causing him to lose consciousness in an instant. Jiang Tiecheng relinquished his grip on the handlebars. Clearly, Hu Tian had exceeded all bounds of decency. Even a chance encounter on the street would not warrant such a brutal strike capable of rendering someone unconscious. It was evident that Hu Tian had shown no restraint whatsoever. Chapter 67. No difference. When Su Fengtian opened his eyes, he beheld two figures on the ground. One was pummeling the other with a flurry of punches and kicks. The one being attacked was howling in agony. "How dare you strike me? Ouch, it hurts. You scoundrel, you're using underhanded tactics. You still dare to hit me? Let go. Ouch, it hurts." Su Fengtian jolted awake, realizing the predicament. This was a mess caused by Jiang Tiecheng. He rushed forward and grasped Jiang Tiecheng's arm, exclaiming, "Xiao Jiang, stop, please stop." Provoking Hu Tian was tantamount to provoking Hu Wei. The old rascal Hu Wei could very well resort to some clandestine scheme against Jiang Tiecheng. It was an unmerited calamity that had descended upon them. Hu Tian, who had just gotten up from the ground, was missing two front teeth, blood pouring from his mouth. His nose likely broken, and invisible injuries scattered across his body. He glared at Jiang Tiecheng with a malevolent expression. "All right, Jiang, you've got guts. Don't think you can run away, just wait." As Hu Tian scampered off, Su Fengtian turned back to scrutinize Jiang Tiecheng. "Xiao Jiang, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Jiang Tiecheng brushed off the dust from his clothes and propped up the bicycle that had fallen. It was a pity, for the brand new bicycle had been twisted in the scuffle, with the handlebars askew and the front wheel deformed. "I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me? The one in trouble is him," Jiang Tiecheng replied, while securing the bicycle with his legs. "Xiao Jiang, if I were you, I'd hurry to find your captain. You should head back now. Take the bicycle and your belongings first. I'll handle the rest. Rest assured, I will not let that Hu trouble you." Su Fengtian understood that this situation would not resolve so easily, yet he was unwaveringly supportive of Jiang Tiecheng. "Captain Su, can you deal with Hu Tian's father?" Su Fengtian was taken aback. You actually know who Tian's father is? Suddenly recalling Jiang Tiecheng's capabilities, he felt a wave of astonishment at the look Jiang Tiecheng gave him, as if he were a fool. Xiao Jiang, Hu Tian's father. Hu Wei is the head of the county's armed forces. I cannot afford to cross him. He is notoriously cunning, known as the Smiling Tiger. However, I could seek an intermediary. Who do you wish to find? Song Huqing. Oh, Song Huqing is the son of County Chief Song Weiming, and we share a good rapport. He is also acquainted with Hu Wei. Besides, he is the son of the county chief. Rest assured, I know I cannot provoke Hu Wei, but even he has those he cannot offend. You should return for now. Upon hearing this, Jiang Tiecheng realized that there was indeed a connection among Song Huqing, Song Weiming, and Hu Tian. Captain Su, this matter originated from me. I cannot stand idly by. Captain Su, may I meet Song Huqing? Jiang Tiecheng had made up his mind. Since he had already involved himself in this affair and stirred up trouble, he aimed to resolve it decisively. He was determined to meet Song Huqing, especially since the name reminded him of a formidable entrepreneur he knew from the future, also named Song Huqing. This Song Huqing had a story published in the newspapers. In his youth, his sister had been victimized by street thugs, and in a fit of rage, he killed one of them, resulting in a prison sentence. He lost a leg while incarcerated and began his entrepreneurial journey upon release. If this narrative aligned with the impending events he sensed, he suspected Hu Tian might be the very thug who had harmed Song Huqing's sister. If that were the case, he would undoubtedly seek to befriend Song Huqing, as he was destined to become a renowned figure in the future, with his wealth placing him among the top 100 on the rich list. To encounter such a person and not extend a helping hand would be utterly remiss. Moreover, it could be seen as a means of indirectly altering Hu Tian's fate. Hu Tian, that scoundrel, had at least one point to his name. This could be considered a way to transform another's destiny. Su Fengtian was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Tiecheng had always exuded an aura of lofty detachment. Why the sudden curiosity about Song Huqing? All right, that is certainly possible. Rest assured, I'll call him right away. An hour later, Song Huqing arrived on a bicycle. Su Fengtian had vaguely contacted him, requesting his presence for an urgent matter. Upon entering the office, he was introduced to Jiang Tiecheng. Song Huqing was taken aback. What is going on? I rushed here, only to find you wanted to introduce someone to me. Who was he, after all? He was a busy man. Huqing, this is Xiao Jiang, Jiang Tiecheng. You two share a strange fate. Xiao Jiang is quite an outstanding individual, and my brother. This is Song Huqing. As he sized up Song Huqing, Jiang Tiecheng could faintly discern the features of the formidable CEO he had seen in the future. Indeed, this was the Song Zong he had envisioned. Song Huqing did not adopt a stern demeanor. Instead, he warmly greeted Jiang Tiecheng and then cast a glance at Su Fengtian, as if inquiring about the situation. Su Fengtian shrugged. He was equally in the dark about Jiang Tiecheng's intentions. You are Song Huqing. It is a pleasure to meet you. Under no circumstances should your sister go to the workers' club to dance tonight at 8. Jiang Tiecheng could only convey this warning. Song Huqing's body tensed at these words. His expression revealed a hint of helplessness. His sister adored dancing and was a trendy youth. She often neglected home, and he had admonished her numerous times. He never expected her penchant for dancing would reach the ears of a stranger. With a smile, he replied, "Thank you for your reminder, Comrade Jiang Tiecheng." Yet, he felt a twinge of irritation about his sister's affairs being brought up by an outsider. Why should he be concerned with his sister? Ultimately, his dissatisfaction was directed more towards Su Fengtian, who had divulged private matters. A stranger stands before him. What could this possibly mean? Were it not for the long-standing camaraderie with his brother, Song Huqing would have swiftly turned hostile. He forced a smile and said, "Lao Su, please see me off. I have urgent matters to attend to." His disdain for Jiang Tiecheng was unmistakable, and rightly so. An inexplicable remark from a stranger he had just met was akin to a dog meddling in affairs that did not concern it. Yet, Su Fengtian was a different story. His face was now a canvas of astonishment. The implication of those words bore a striking resemblance to what had once been said to him regarding his own daughter. Chapter 68. A half-hearted response. Su Fengtian gazed at Jiang Tiecheng, whose eyes brimmed with questions. Jiang Tiecheng slowly nodded. Su Fengtian abruptly seized Song Huqing, who was attempting to leave. "Old Song, don't go." Song Huqing, slightly displeased, tugged Su Fengtian towards the exit. "Old Su, let us discuss this outside." He pulled Su Fengtian to a secluded spot before releasing his grip. "Old Su, we've known each other for so many years. Though we didn't grow up together, we are still longtime friends. Such a situation should only occur once. If you meet any more dubious characters, do not introduce them to me. Do you have any idea how busy I am today? I was in a meeting at the county, and I rushed here for your sake. Not to mention my sister's affairs. You shouldn't discuss this with just anyone. Look at this outsider. He dares to speak about my sister. Dancing is not a crime. Upon hearing this, Su Fengtian covered his mouth, cautiously surveying the distance from the house. Old song, can you please be mindful of your words? What do you mean by what is he? What kind of attitude is that? Are you afraid he might hear you? Is it that Song Huqing dares not take responsibility for his actions? If he hears, he hears. I simply cannot tolerate a stranger meddling in someone else's family matters. Song Huqing regarded Su Fengtian's demeanor with curiosity. What sort of identity did Jiang Tiecheng possess that could instill such fear in Su Fengtian? Huqing, we have been friends for many years. Although we did not grow up together, you have called me brother for so long. I won't hide anything from you. You should take his words seriously. This young man is no ordinary person. The last time he spoke to me like this, my daughter nearly bled to death that very evening. You cannot dismiss this lightly. His words indicate that something may happen to our sister tonight. Su Fengtian spoke with great urgency, fearing that Song Huqing might take it lightly. Song Huqing, finding humor in the situation, replied, Old Su, I have called you Su de Gu for so many years. Why do you place such trust in him? He speaks without any basis, and you believe him? Does he consider himself a prodigy, a living Zhuge Liang who can summon the east wind with a mere calculation? You truly take his nonsense at face value. Old Song, listen to me. If you disregard my warning, you shall regret it. I tell you, under no circumstances should our sister go to the club tonight. Seeing Su Fengtian's serious expression, Song Huqing could only respond dismissively. All right, I understand. I'll heed your advice. Can you now let go? I have a room full of people waiting for me to lead a meeting. I cannot waste time here. With that, he swiftly departed on his bicycle, returning to the water company. All the officials were present for the meeting, which continued until 8 p.m. As the meeting concluded, Song Huqing stretched, feeling utterly fatigued. He instinctively glanced at his watch. And upon seeing the hour hand point to exactly 8, Jiang Tiecheng's earlier words flashed in his mind. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiecheng had already returned to the production team with the fabric for work uniforms. They had arrived long ago, and with the fabric secured, everyone felt a sense of relief, affirming that Jiang Tiecheng had not lied. At this moment, the courtyard of the production team was bustling with people. As Jiang Tiecheng had successfully reconciled the funds for making quilts from the county supply and marketing cooperative, marking their first wage distribution. In truth, the money had long been converted into grain, meticulously accounted for by the accountant and Huang Yuqing. The grain was piled high in the production team's storage, and who wouldn't feel envious watching it being moved inside? Even those who knew they would not receive any grain could at least satisfy their cravings by gazing at it. Those who were assured of a share were overwhelmed with excitement, unsure of how to express their joy. Each person crowded in the yard, engaging in hushed discussions. Soon, Huang Yuqing emerged from the building, beaming with pride, for this was a momentous occasion for the village, and he felt remarkably strengthened by it. All right, everyone. The accountant has finalized the accounts. All those who join the processing mutual aid group should line up here. Form a queue quietly. Do not cause a ruckus. Enter one by one to collect your grain. Others, do not come over to disrupt. This announcement evoked a chorus of lamentations from the crowd, though most were merely putting on an act. Aside from the 80 households, nearly every family had at least one member assisting with the quilt making. In total, at least 200 households would benefit from the grain distribution, ensuring a fair allocation. As those in line emerged with their bags of grain, the envy in their hearts intensified. Previously, they had only seen the grain from a distance, but now each person returned with tangible sustenance. They could enjoy at least one hearty meal that night. Hey, Sister Xiaofan, how did your family receive so much grain? One asked. Yes, it looks like over 100 jin of grain. Another remarked. Oh, it's just the two of us at home. My husband and I work together on the quilts. Together, we earn 96 yuan. This time, we received real white flour. Although it's a bit pricey, it will last us until after the new year. Xiaofan excitedly patted her husband's shoulder, who was carrying the grain bag. Who could have imagined that the supply and marketing cooperative would provide such fine grain? Each person returned with their share, and couples clearly felt they had gained a significant advantage. Yet, even those working alone managed to secure substantial amounts, with some women impressively receiving over 100 jin of white flour. Amidst the envy and jubilation, the production team was alive with activity that evening. as every household prepared to cook. While the amount of grain might not sustain a family for long, it ensured at least one satisfying meal to enhance their lives. The rich aroma of food wafted throughout the entire production team. Upon the completion of the settlement, Jiang Tiecheng clapped his hands, marking the successful conclusion of his task. Henceforth, the team would commence the production of work uniforms. Tomorrow would serve as a day of respite for all, allowing them the opportunity to rest and rejuvenate. This evening, he also intended to return home for a delightful meal. Su Fengtian had generously provided him with an abundant array of goods, including a substantial basket filled with provisions. He had also brought back a hefty cut of pork belly, weighing over 5 pounds. Jiang Tiecheng contemplated that this could be transformed into delectable red braised pork, which he indeed craved to savor. However, before he could depart, he was halted by the production team leader, Huang Yuqing, who gestured towards the 2 bags of flour nearby. "Let my eldest and second son carry these back to your home," Huang instructed. Jiang Tiecheng glanced over, puzzled by the leader's intent. "Ah, you seem to have forgotten what I mentioned earlier. As the leader of our processing group, you are entitled to your share. This is an arrangement agreed upon by everyone, specifically reserving 1/10 for you." Chapter 69. The struggle for food. Jiang Tiecheng returned to his humble abode, where Huang Yuqing's 2 sons promptly placed a bag of flour upon the shelf. In these times, it was wise to elevate provisions to prevent them from falling prey to the rampant rodents. After bidding farewell to his guests, Jiang surveyed the room, noting the remarkable transformation it had undergone. Although the place remained the same dim and damp dwelling, it was no longer barren. Furniture had been added, and the cupboard was brimming with enough grain to last until the summer of the following year. With over 200 jin of white flour, supplemented by his own stock of cornmeal and a modest sum of money, he felt secure. This did not even account for the food sent by Su Fengtian and old Zhang in gratitude for his assistance. All in all, he could weather the impending year of calamity without the fear of starvation. And with a stroke of good fortune, he could even enjoy 3 meals a day. A bicycle leaned against the wall, a radio rested on the table, and a watch adorned his wrist. Compared to the time he arrived here with naught but the clothes on his back, his present circumstances were incomparable. The only frustration stemmed from his altercation with Hu Tian, which had cost him 8 points. He had initially believed that redeeming an intermediate skill would require only 2 points, yet to his dismay, the cost for the fighting technique had skyrocketed to 8 points. However, he could not afford to be at a disadvantage. Hu Tian, a ruffian, had nearly throttled him during their scuffle. It was a necessity to secure the 8 points, and fortunately, he did not regret it, for despite the intermediate fighting skill, he had managed to subdue Hu Tian quite effectively. Jiang Tiecheng let out a contented sigh, feeling optimistic about his future. Life in the countryside was not as arduous as he had anticipated. Indeed, he felt assured that he could sustain himself comfortably for the next 2 or 3 decades. He wondered how his family fared in his absence. Certainly, his younger brother would not willingly shoulder the burden as the family's old workhorse, a thought he found implausible. Selfish and spoiled, his younger brother was favored by their mother, and along with the younger siblings who had grown accustomed to his care, it was uncertain who would prevail in this family dynamic. At that moment, in the Jiang household, Zhang's mother gazed into the empty grain sack. Even with her best efforts to shake it, she could not extract even a couple of liang of flour. Just half a month had passed, and with the date barely reaching the 17th, their food supplies had been depleted. With a deep sigh, she returned to her room, opened a drawer, and rifled through her small notebook, which contained ration tickets and money. This was the meager compensation left by her deceased husband, along with the remnants of their savings. Her eldest son had been gone for nearly 2 months, and the funds had dwindled significantly. She was left with merely 20 yuan and 10 jin of ration tickets. With the impending school fees for her 3rd and 4th children, they were in dire straits. The scant amount would barely cover tuition, let alone provide for meals. Resigned, Zhang's mother knocked on the neighboring door. Jiang Tiecheng sprang up from his bed, his spirits high. He smoothed his hair, reveling in his newfound popularity at the factory. Since becoming a worker, the girls he fancied had begun to show interest in him. The difference between being employed and unemployed was stark. His peers, who had once been mere acquaintances, now showered him with flattery. This newfound attention had left him feeling quite elated. He had plans to join his friends for a game of billiards later. Upon seeing his mother enter, he cheerfully inquired when dinner would be served, expressing a desire to eat early so he could head out. Jiang's mother felt a wave of sorrow at his words. From a young age, she and her husband had held high hopes for this son, showering him with affection. Yet, he seemed to have been spoiled by their indulgence. Though he worked daily, he had never once mentioned his salary since it was disbursed. This was precisely why she had initially hesitated to keep him at home. "Tiecheng, we can barely afford to eat," she said. At this, Jiang Tiecheng bristled. Since receiving his salary, his mother had repeatedly broached this topic. He was no fool. He understood her intentions were to solicit money from him. He had successfully evaded this conversation several times, but today, she had confronted him directly. "Mother, how could we possibly be out of food? After my father passed, the factory provided a considerable sum in compensation. I am not a child anymore, so please refrain from trying to manipulate me with guilt. I am not your eldest son, so do not plead poverty before me." His mother's eyes welled up with tears. "What do you mean by that, Tiecheng? What do you mean by pleading poverty? Mother truly has no money. Although your father left some compensation, we have spent a great deal since then. Do you remember how much your hospitalization cost after your accident? We did everything we could to ensure you had proper nourishment. Not to mention the new clothes for your younger siblings. We are genuinely out of money this month. We only have 20 yuan and 10 jin of ration tickets left, and we are still half a month away from the end of the month." With a clenched jaw, she continued, "You need to contribute your salary. I understand you need money for yourself, but you should set aside just 5 yuan each month." She quickly amended her statement upon noticing his displeasure. "Make that 10 yuan, and the rest should come to the family. You know our household relies on your income to survive. We all depend on your earnings for our meals. Your father is gone, and it is only right that you support the family." Jiang Tiecheng was left speechless. "Mother, that is my hard-earned salary. Why should I give so much of it away? If I do, how will I maintain my current standard of living? Indeed, the salary you earn is yours, yet this position was originally your father's. I suggested that your elder brother take the job, but you insisted on seizing the opportunity for yourself. Now that you have taken on this role, you must assume the responsibility of supporting the family. Otherwise, how will we sustain ourselves? You should be well aware of our family's situation. Thus, it is settled, from now on. You shall retain 10 yuan from your salary, and the remainder will be handed over to me. How could you allow your family to suffer from hunger?" Jiang Tiecheng, exasperated, exclaimed, "Mother, how can you say this?" To which I replied, "Enough of this nonsense. I want to say more. This was your choice from the beginning. Since you accepted this position, you must bear the responsibility of providing for our family. The outcome would have been no different had your elder brother taken this path instead." Chapter 70, The Misfortunate Jiang Mother. "I have numerous places where I need to spend money tomorrow. I cannot spare any for the family." Jiang Tiecheng began to argue stubbornly, unwilling to part with his earnings, for once relinquished, he would have nothing left for himself. "Oldest son, please have a little compassion for your mother. As the second eldest in the family, you naturally bear the responsibility of caring for your younger siblings. You are earning a salary now. If you neglect your family, who will take care of them?" Jiang Mother earnestly implored her second son, aware that he might struggle to accept this, but there was no alternative. "I refuse to take on this burden. This is my hard-earned salary. I must save it for myself. How else can I afford to marry in the future?" Jiang Tiecheng protested vehemently, determined not to part with his money. He was not extravagant. He had genuinely saved a portion for himself. He was not like the eldest brother, who wholeheartedly devoted his earnings to support the family. What would he have to rely on when the time came for his own marriage? After all, he had finally captured the attention of the girl he liked due to his job. In less than 2 years, he was confident he could marry. If he were to entirely support the family with his earnings, what would his future hold? "Second son, you cannot be so selfish. You are the pillar of this family. If you do not take responsibility, who will?" "Mother, please stop. You cannot accuse me of selfishness. It was you who decided the lottery. I drew the long straw, so I must take on this role. However, I am under no obligation to care for the younger siblings. If you wish to manage, you can do so yourself. I can contribute a maximum of 5 yuan a month. I will not spare a single cent more." With that, Jiang Tiecheng slammed the door behind him and rode off on his bicycle. Jiang Mother trembled with anger, knowing her second son was unreliable. But what could she do now? If he refused to help, the family could not face starvation. Reluctantly, she borrowed 10 jin of flour from a neighbor, having to plead endlessly and endure countless disdainful glances. How would the family survive? 5 yuan from her second son was insufficient to sustain them all. With no other options, Jiang Mother mustered her courage to seek help from the street committee head and, after several days of negotiation, secured a job making matchboxes. Each box paid a mere 1 cent. That evening, when Jiang Yinping, Jiang Tongcheng, and Jiang Yuping returned home, They found the living room filled with stacks of paper scraps. "Mother, what is this?" "Enough questions. The food is in the pot. Hurry and eat, then do your homework. Afterward, come help me with the matchboxes," Jiang mother instructed as she sat at the table, busy with her work. She calculated that if all 3 children assisted her with the matchboxes, they might earn a meager 18 yuan by the end of the month. Adding the 5 yuan from her second son, they could scrape by with 23 yuan for the month. Though it was far less than she had hoped, it was better than going hungry. This was a desperate measure. The second son was heartless, having moved into the dormitory and never returning home since that day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yinping quickly finished her meal and, wiping her mouth, hurried into the room to feign doing her homework. Jiang Tiecheng and Jiang Yuping followed suit, leaving their dishes behind and retreating into their room. As the night wore on, none of the children emerged. When Jiang mother finally opened the door to check, she found her children had already returned to their beds, sound asleep. With a heavy sigh, she covered the blankets they had kicked off and turned back to the kitchen, where the dishes piled high awaited her. She gazed upon the chaotic scene, sorrow swelling within her. She remembered how orderly the home had been when the eldest was present. He had managed everything and kept the younger siblings in check. But now, with the eldest gone, the household lay in disarray. She could have enjoyed the peace of mind that came with the eldest assuming the role of head of the family, alleviating her burdens. Now, with the eldest off in the countryside, the second son neglecting his duties, and the youngest siblings showing no concern, everything fell upon her shoulders. During her husband's time, she had never had to shoulder such burdens. With tears in her eyes, Jiang mother diligently washed the stack of dishes. The children, oblivious to her struggles, would one day realize the extent of her sacrifices. She couldn't help but feel resentment towards the eldest. Why had he left without a word? She had wanted him to stay by her side. Did he somehow discern her intentions? Unlikely. Suddenly, a spark of hope ignited within her. Yes, the eldest had gone to the countryside. Was it not said that rural areas were fertile and abundant? If she wrote to him, sharing the family's plight, perhaps he would send provisions to alleviate her burden. Surely, he could not be aware of everything. He likely left in hopes of helping the family. With renewed determination, Jiang mother eagerly picked up a pen and began to write, pouring out her heart about the family's struggles and hoping for her eldest to empathize and assume the responsibility of providing for them. Jiang held a bowl of stir-fried cabbage and pork, a rare treat he had painstakingly saved for, having managed to procure a small piece of meat from the supply store. He had hung the meat above the stove to cure, but it was now reduced to a mere thumb-sized portion. Knowing Chun Ruishua had a day off, he had specially prepared this dish to show her his affection. In these times, who would willingly share their meat with others? Yet, succumbing to temptation, he could not resist and had eaten several pieces, leaving only 3 slices behind. To maintain appearances, he carefully set those 3 slices atop the bowl, hoping no one would suspect the lesser amount hidden beneath. With enthusiasm, he approached Chun Ruishua's dwelling. Xiao Chun, you haven't eaten yet, have you? I made stir-fried cabbage with pork, and I brought you a bowl. Chun Ruishua opened the door. Jiang unceremoniously pushed her aside and entered the underground dwelling. Lifting the lid of the food container, he placed it on the table. I know you haven't eaten yet, so hurry up and enjoy this. I just prepared it. Chun Ruishua had developed a relatively close relationship with him, at least in Chun Ruishua's eyes. Jiang and Chun Ruishua were particularly intimate friends. However, only Jiang was aware of Chun Ruishua's true feelings towards him in private, which were merely polite gestures. Chun Ruishua glanced at the stir-fried cabbage with sliced meat and remarked that, to be honest, the dish lacked even soy sauce, appearing pale and insipid. She genuinely did not wish to owe Jiang any favors. Yet, since he was a friend of her 4th brother and had promised to look after her, she felt it would be inappropriate to refuse. Chapter 71. The treasure man Chun Ruishua glanced at the meal before her, finding it utterly unappetizing. The cold temperature during their journey had rendered the food lukewarm, and a layer of greasy film had formed atop it, making it all the more unappealing. Jiang, oblivious to her distaste, presumptuously thrust a pair of chopsticks into her hands. Xiao Chun, do eat. It took me considerable effort to procure this piece of meat. You've been quite exhausted following me these past few days. You've lost so much weight. If your brother knew, he would surely be concerned. I promised him I would take care of you. Chun Ruishua felt a twinge of annoyance. Jiang had unwittingly crossed a line. His incessant nagging under the guise of being her elder brother was particularly vexing to her. She had been raised in a family that indulged her. and she despised being coerced into doing anything. Her expression darkened, revealing her displeasure. Upon noticing her countenance, Jiang finally realized his misstep and ceased his incessant chatter. Alarmed by her expression, he asked, "Xiaochun, have I upset you? If I've done something wrong, please tell me directly. I'm quite straightforward, and I truly do not know where I might have erred. If you don't speak up, I remain oblivious." At that moment, a voice rang out from outside. "Chen Ruishua, have you eaten yet? I've prepared some food here, come join me." It was Jiang Tiecheng, who had drawn aside the curtain to call out. Instantly, Chen Ruishua's face brightened. She set down her chopsticks, closed the lunchbox, and shoved it into Jiang's hands. "Thank you for your kindness, but I promised Brother Jiang I would dine with him." With that, she hurriedly dashed out like a little bird, leaving Jiang behind. A rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. "Brother Jiang, what delectable dish have you prepared? It smells so wonderful," she exclaimed. "Come in quickly, stop chatting so much. Lu Junkai, Wu Dashin, you are here too? Hurry, we've been waiting for you." The room was filled with laughter and joy, causing Jiang to clench the lunchbox in frustration. Jiang Tiecheng was clearly being intentional, knowing well that he was delivering food to Chen Ruishua, while also preparing meat to overshadow him. "Jiang Tiecheng, Chen Ruishua is undoubtedly mine." Seated at the table, Chen Ruishua gazed at the steaming bowl of red braised pork. The aroma was irresistible, and she could not help but inhale deeply, saliva pooling in her mouth. The meat glistened with a rich red hue, and it was evident that it had been generously prepared, accompanied by tender potato chunks soaked in the savory gravy. The entire dwelling was permeated with the mouth-watering scent of red braised pork, sweet and slightly fragrant. Jiang Tiecheng brought forth additional dishes, having prepared a feast in anticipation of the next day's rest. He had honed his culinary skills in a past life and had received a bounty of fresh vegetables from Su Kachong, which inspired this elaborate spread. Dining alone felt wasteful, so he invited a few familiar faces over to partake in the meal. Wu Dashin, unable to contain his hunger, eagerly grasped his chopsticks. "Brother Jiang, please sit down. If you don't start eating, I won't dare to dig in either. I'm absolutely famished." Lu Junkai echoed his sentiments, marveling at Jiang Tiecheng's culinary prowess. Although there were only 4 dishes on the table, each was a feast for the senses. A plate of fried peanuts caught their attention. Unlike ordinary peanuts, these were white, having shed their red skins, and were seasoned with spices, red chili, and even Sichuan pepper, emitting an intoxicating aroma. Another dish showcased strands of dried tofu, artfully mixed with red chili and green scallions, igniting their appetites further. The centerpiece was the red braised pork and potatoes, with the latter being scarce compared to the generous portions of meat. A large bowl of rice completed the feast, leaving the men in awe, as they could only procure white flour elsewhere. Jiang Tiecheng, with his own pair of chopsticks, urged, "What are you all waiting for? Dig in before the food grows cold." He then produced a bottle of liquor. Such a splendid meal warranted a toast. He poured a bit into the communal teacup, mindful of the presence of Chen Ruishua, as he refrained from pouring her any. "Why are you pouring for yourselves, and not for me?" Chen Ruishua demanded, irritated. "As a woman, why shouldn't I enjoy a drink? They say women can hold up half the sky. Is this discrimination?" With a flourish, she snatched Jiang Tiecheng's teacup and poured some liquor into her own. Lu Junkai and Wu Dashin exchanged knowing glances at this bold act. Jiang Tiecheng shook his head, recognizing that while Chen Ruishua possessed many admirable qualities, the daughter of a cadre was indeed challenging to please. Nevertheless, the meal left everyone thoroughly satisfied, Jiang Tiecheng included. His spirit had returned to this era. Despite his myriad experiences in a past life, they could not substitute for the vigor of this body. It was time to indulge in fine cuisine and savor the moment. Indeed, his physical constitution is remarkably robust. With a willingness to expend points for an exceptionally strong physique, few could withstand his prowess. Furthermore, his strength surpasses that of an ordinary individual by an astounding 300%, an attribute not commonly found among the masses. However, the scarcity of resources in his surroundings remains an immutable reality, one that points cannot alter. The sumptuous braised pork was met with unanimous praise from all, particularly from Chen Ruishua. Despite her advantageous living conditions, she had never encountered such delectable braised pork. Jiang Tiecheng's culinary skills far exceeded those of an ordinary chef. Upon returning to her humble abode and closing the door, she found herself seated alone, engrossed in her reading. The mere thought of Jiang Tiecheng elicited a smile that graced her lips. He resembled a treasure trove of exceptional qualities, each one waiting to be discovered. The memory of his handsome, radiant smile and the warmth of his broad shoulders made her cheeks flush with a gentle hue. Chapter 72. Inversion of Truth. He Junxing arrived in the county early the next morning. When he found Chen Ruijuan, the latter was somewhat astonished and immediately wondered if something had happened to his sister. Xiaohe, what is it? Has Ruixue encountered some trouble? This was the only explanation that Chen Ruijuan could conceive. He Junxing replied with a bitter smile, No, Ruixue is fine. Fourth brother, I have come to discuss a matter with you that I believe only you should be informed of. Ruixue is exceedingly kind-hearted and lacks life experience. I fear she may be deceived. This concern had occupied He Junxing's thoughts throughout the previous night, prompting him to take a bold step. Jiang Tiecheng's reputation in the village had been steadily rising, especially following the distribution of grain for the first batch of quilts. Even the educated youth who had initially come with him were now engaging in hushed discussions. Many were contemplating signing up for the next round of clothing production, as nobody wished to endure hunger. They had exchanged all their money for grain, yet it was impossible to sustain themselves until the autumn harvest. Everyone could see that the 20 educated youths accompanying Jiang Tiecheng returned with substantial bags of grain, and not just any grain, but fine flour. They were consuming cornmeal while others feasted on white flour. It was a bitter contrast. Clearly, in this situation, Jiang Tiecheng had become an indomitable figure in their minds. He Junxing himself was also hungry. How could he not be? Out of pride, he refused to seek assistance from Jiang Tiecheng. However, he realized that remaining in the educated youth camp for much longer was untenable, especially with the new year approaching. He understood that he could not sustain his current predicament for much longer and had been preparing to cling to Chen Ruijuan for support. Yet, it was evident that Chen Ruijuan had been procrastinating on this matter. If He Junxing could not reach the county, especially not with Chen Ruixue, the consequences would be dire. Thus, expediting this issue required him to approach Chen Ruijuan. As expected, upon hearing that it concerned his sister, Chen Ruijuan immediately ushered him into his office, his expression grave. What is going on? Has something happened to Ruixue? He Junxing had already rehearsed his words. Indeed, Chen Ruijuan, who had never held Jiang Tiecheng in high regard, felt even more disdain after hearing He Junxing's embellished account. This Jiang Tiecheng actually summoned my sister to his room in the dead of night? Has he no sense of propriety? What does he intend to do? Does he think he can bully my sister because no one is around? Xiaohe, your report on this matter is crucial. I sincerely appreciate your concern for my sister. Rest assured, I will ensure that she secures a job promptly. Xiaohe, I will not treat you unfairly. He Junxing's mind raced. Fourth brother, this situation is not merely about relocating Ruixue. I have observed that Jiang Tiecheng is exceedingly cunning. Individuals like him are adept at exploiting opportunities. I believe it is essential to nip this in the bud. Jiang Tiecheng is merely relying on securing contracts for the production team. If you eliminate this source, he will no longer have the means to thrive, and Ruixue will not develop any undue affection for him. My concern is that Ruixue, being inexperienced, might be swayed by a man of such capability. Ultimately, no matter how much you advise her, it may not be enough to deter her. He Junxing was determined that he would not allow Jiang Tiecheng to thrive. If he lacked the power to deal with Jiang Tiecheng, surely Chen Ruijuan did not. Chen Ruijuan pondered this for a moment and quickly grasped the crux of the issue. Indeed, Jiang Tiecheng was quite the opportunist. People are naturally inclined to associate with the powerful. It is human nature. The individuals who usually interacted with his sister were protective due to their familial bonds. And she had never encountered the duplicitousness of human nature. Naturally, upon meeting someone like Jiang Tiecheng, she would take note of him. To prevent future troubles, Chen Ruijuan resolved to take action. When Chen Ruixue received the news, she felt a wave of disappointment. With her brother right in front of her, she pouted, "Brother, the village is quite nice. I enjoy life in the production brigade. Why do you insist on sending me to the county? I do not wish to go to that textile factory you mentioned." Chen Ruixue was confident in her current life. Chen Ruijuan was at a loss for words. When she first arrived, she had lamented the poor conditions and begged him to arrange for her to go to the county. Now, she claimed to find life here satisfactory. How could Jiang Tiecheng possess such a lure? Child, it was you who asked me to help you. I have gone to great lengths to arrange this for you. Do you have any idea how many connections I had to leverage? My efforts have nearly worn me out. After all that, you refuse it? Do you think this is a joke? Employment is not something you can simply take or leave. Chen Ruixue realized her words were somewhat inappropriate and resorted to playfully shaking her brother, saying, "Brother, I know you mean well. I had not anticipated that life in the production brigade would be quite good. I can adapt. Initially, I thought the conditions were too harsh, but seeing others manage, why can't I?" Suddenly, Chen Ruishue had a bright idea. "Brother, if you can get me into the textile factory, why not arrange for another person? I have a friend, you know him, Jiang Tiecheng. He is quite a remarkable person. Not only is he intelligent, but he also handles tasks with great agility. If you could get him into the textile factory, he would adapt even better than I." Chen Ruijun felt a sudden jolt in his heart. His sister's words unmistakably indicated her interest in Jiang Tiecheng. Even a fool could discern that in this day and age, a stable job is not easily secured. Jiang Tiecheng is indeed a formidable individual. He possesses profound depth and has never engaged with me directly, nor has he exhibited any obsequiousness. Yet, he so readily allows my sister to speak on his behalf. Just as Chen Ruijun was about to decline, an idea struck him. This could be an excellent opportunity. He smiled and replied, "If you wish for my assistance on behalf of your friend, why didn't you mention it sooner? You know how challenging it is to secure employment. Perhaps you could first report to the textile factory, and I will seek a chance to assist your friend through my connections. Once your friend is established at the factory, wouldn't that be wonderful?" Upon hearing this prospect, Chen Ruishue immediately beamed with joy and exclaimed, "Brother, please convey my gratitude to Jiang Dego." Chapter 73 Enthusiastic Registration. "Brother, you are truly kind. I will go inform Jiang Dage and ask him to wait a moment." Chen Ruijun swiftly grasped his sister's arm. "Do not go." "Why not?" Chen Ruishue's face displayed confusion. "The matters regarding work have yet to be settled. You cannot predict how long it will take or what complications may arise. If you tell Jiang Dage now, filled with hope, and then face difficulties or setbacks, would it not lead to his disappointment? Furthermore, if you inform him that you are assisting him in securing a job, what man would take kindly to relying on others? Such words would surely anger him." Upon hearing this, Chen Ruishue recalled the times Jiang Tiecheng had been somewhat distant. Indeed, Jiang Tiecheng was precisely the type of man her brother described. He would never permit himself to depend on others. "Consider it," her brother continued. "Doesn't every man deserve dignity? You would be striking a blow to his pride. This is not how one should conduct business. Once everything is finalized, you can share the news with him. That would be akin to providing timely assistance. There is no merit in making promises prematurely. I did not expect you to understand men so well." "What you said is indeed correct," Chen Ruishue acknowledged, realizing that assisting others should not come at the expense of their dignity, especially Jiang Dage's. "Precisely. You should report to the textile factory first, and I will handle the rest." Chen Ruishue envisioned the prospect of working alongside Jiang Tiecheng at the textile factory, which would afford her more opportunities to interact with him. She promptly resolved to head there early. Once she established her footing at the factory, Jiang Dage would not be subjected to any bullying upon his arrival. With this thought, she felt no reluctance about starting her job at the textile factory. Accompanied by her brother, Chen Ruishue arrived in the county town, only to be taken aback the following day when she encountered He Junsheng during registration. "Fourth brother, why is He Junsheng here?" she exclaimed. "How would I know?" Chen Ruijun chuckled. "It seems He Junsheng's family must have connections. The He family certainly possesses such capability. It is not solely your brother who has the means. Surely He Junsheng's parents wish to look after their son too." Chen Ruishue recognized the truth in her brother's words, but could not shake the feeling of coincidence that He Junsheng had also come to the textile factory. However, it was now a matter of course. She could only proceed with her work. To pave the way for Jiang Tiecheng, she directly entered the factory's broadcasting room. The work there was quite leisurely and required a cultured individual, offering a respectable salary. Chen Ruishue reminisced about the days spent living beside Jiang Tiecheng in the production brigade. He Junsheng, in contrast, was not as fortunate. Upon arriving at the textile factory, he was assigned to the dyeing workshop. The work was arduous and demanding, yet at least he was part of the workforce. Assigned to a communal dormitory with 10 others and able to eat at the cafeteria. While He Junsheng was somewhat dissatisfied with the 10-person dormitory, it was still a significant improvement compared to the earlier days in a mud hut. The dormitory was a brick structure, and more importantly, the cafeteria provided meals that alleviated his worries, allowing him to focus on the present rather than how to survive until the autumn harvest. Now that he had become a worker, he and Chen Ruishue were the only familiar faces in the factory. With Chen Ruijun's assistance, perhaps he could gain favor. Once he married Chen Ruishue, everything would unfold naturally. What He Junsheng was thinking remained unknown to others, But at that moment, Chun Ruijuan had already greeted his old friend. Su Fengtian encountered the director of the Trade Bureau, his superior. A phone call summoned him, and Su Fengtian initially assumed it was for routine work matters. However, upon hearing the director's words, his heart sank. The director was concerned about Hongqi Brigade, specifically instructing him not to collaborate with them due to quality issues. Su Fengtian attempted to offer an explanation, but the director's stern expression indicated that the matter was non-negotiable. He reluctantly said, "Director, I have already signed the contract with Hongqi Brigade for this batch of work clothes. Even if we cease collaboration afterward, we must allow them to complete this order." Abruptly tearing up the contract would severely damage our credibility among the various production brigades. The director nodded. "Very well, you may handle this situation, but do not engage with production brigades that lack awareness and exploit loopholes in their work. I have heard that Jiang Tiecheng is quite the schemer. You must remain vigilant. We aim to assist those production teams in need, but we cannot be deceived by the sweet words of petty individuals." Su Fengtian felt a sense of frustration. What did it mean to be deceived? It was clear someone was maligning Jiang Tiecheng to the director. Jiang Tiecheng had merely begun registering for the production of work clothes, having taken on an order of 50,000 sets from the production brigade, equivalent to 50,000 shirts and 50,000 pairs of trousers. This was no small undertaking, particularly in an era reliant on manual labor. Using a sewing machine would have expedited the process significantly. When the call for registration was announced, the entire Hongqi Brigade responded with enthusiasm. Those who had missed out previously eagerly signed up, and no one was pondering trouble this time. The registration site was bustling with people. The men could only watch enviously, as sewing was predominantly a task performed by mothers and wives. Men skilled in sewing were rare, while they might manage to stitch a quilt. Making clothes was an entirely different endeavor. Soon, the list of registrants was finalized, totaling 350 individuals. Among them, only 25 were men capable of sewing, while the remaining 325 were women. Even the elderly grandmothers joined in, for since the last quilt-making session, they had seen the flour carried back by every household. This time, anyone who could wield a needle eagerly signed up. Undoubtedly, the production of work attire demands stringent quality standards, resulting in the elimination of a significant number of candidates. After all, even young girls of merely 7 or 8 years old were compelled by their mothers to participate in the garment-making process. Once the final roster was established, Jiang Tiecheng insisted on collective effort, recognizing that efficiency and quality were paramount in garment production. The women at home, no matter how tirelessly they toiled, could hardly manage to complete even a single outfit in a day. This is not an era of machinery, and thus, relying solely on human labor for sewing presents considerable challenges. Even if one person is capable of producing one outfit per day, the maximum yield over a month would be merely 10,000 outfits. In 3 months, that would only amount to 30,000 outfits, leaving a substantial gap to the target of 50,000. Consequently, Jiang Tiecheng resolved to implement a division of labor. Chapter 74. Yet another commotion upon hearing the announcement of collaborative efforts. Discontent immediately arose among some individuals. Jiang Tiecheng had not slept the previous night. To be precise, he had procured the fabric and rationally allocated the sewing lines required for the garments. Subsequently, he dissected the work, determining the remuneration based on the number of people involved and how each procedure could flow smoothly. Although he lacked the skill to sew garments, he executed the task of organizing the workflow with remarkable efficiency. Indeed, early this morning, when he proclaimed the commencement of work according to this structure, numerous complaints surfaced within the crowd. This faction consisted of those who had failed to produce quilts previously. In their minds, Jiang Tiecheng was merely meddling, an incongruous figure, a man who could not sew, dictating terms when he could have simply taken the fabric home. Now, not only were they expected to labor here, but they were also limited to minimal output. The meager earnings from this endeavor might even pale in comparison to the provisions earned from quilt making. However, having learned from past experiences, no one dared to instigate a revolt this time. Rather, they were keen to observe. Thus, at the outset, the atmosphere remained manageable under Jiang Tiecheng's firm direction, with everyone attending to their respective tasks. The most challenging aspect of garment making was the sewing of collars and the assembly of the clothing. While they would eventually acquire a serger, their village currently lacked such machines, relying solely on manual labor. Trousers posed a similar challenge, as the joining of the waistband and pant legs required considerable skill. The individuals assigned to these final processes soon began to voice their grievances. Shortly after lunch, 4 women approached him. Leader Jiang, we are adhering to your work distribution, but the task you've assigned to me is beyond my capability. Just look at them. They complete the central seams with such speed. They can finish several pieces in no time. Yet here I am, struggling with the collar, consuming both time and effort. While you may claim that sewing a collar yields more profit, I would prefer to work in Fengzhou County instead. Second ant. Although they sew the central seams rapidly, they earn only 5 cents per seam, whereas you can earn 30 cents for a collar. By that calculation, their 5 garments yield a mere 25 cents, roughly equivalent to your 1 collar. Jiang Tiecheng understood that this arrangement would certainly displease some. This particular second ant had previously instigated unrest, and now she was at it again. He had assigned her to collar sewing, recognizing her exceptional skills and speed. Despite her tendency to create discord, it did not detract from her work ethic. He also wished to temper the attitudes of these individuals, but to his surprise, she had barely lasted a day before coming to him with complaints. Leader Jiang, you don't understand. I have exerted considerable effort, and if the collar is poorly sewn, the entire garment appears shabby. At this rate, 30 cents for a collar is far too low. We deserve a raise. If you increase the price, I would be willing to continue. The second ant boldly asserted her position, fully aware that in matters of clothing, men held far less sway than women. It was impossible to raise the price. The 30 cents had been determined through careful analysis, ensuring that they would not incur losses. A complete outfit cost a total of $1.50, with the collar accounting for a significant portion of the labor cost. He realized that the second ant aimed to stir up trouble once more, this time in pursuit of higher wages. Upon hearing this, the second ant scoffed, Leader Jiang, I mean no offense, but as a man, you lack understanding of garment sewing. Offering 30 cents for a collar is a grave injustice. Do you realize the effort required to sew a collar? They can produce 5 garments while we struggle to complete 1 collar. If you doubt my word, try it yourself. The surrounding women, who had accompanied the second ant, echoed her sentiments, hoping to secure a higher wage for their labor. In truth, Jiang Tiecheng had chosen these women not only for their speed, but also for their exceptional sewing skills, which was why he had placed them in this final, crucial step. However, they mistakenly believed their proficiency granted them the leverage to pressure him for increased compensation. Leader Jiang, our toil surpasses that of others. Yet we work at a slower pace. This rate is simply inadequate. We deserve at least a 20-cent increase. If you grant us this raise, we will begrudgingly continue. Otherwise, we cannot proceed. They insisted, we are not attempting to extort you. Do not think we are bullying you. How about this? You demonstrate sewing a collar in front of everyone and see how long it takes you. Then you will understand if we are exaggerating. At that moment, all the women engaged in sewing paused their work, eager to witness how Jiang Tiecheng would respond to this situation. The collar sewing women also halted their tasks, for who would refuse the allure of increased earnings? Although they understood that the current rate of 30 cents per collar was not exploitative, and indeed, they earned 5 cents more than their counterparts who managed to sew 5 garments, who would ever turn down the prospect of more money? Leader Jiang, please, grant us an increase. They implored. If you doubt us, try sewing a collar yourself. The second ant regarded the young man before her with a sly smile. Having miscalculated in their previous encounter, she felt confident in her reasoning this time, especially as it appeared to benefit the group, evidenced by the absence of dissenting voices and the collective pressure they exerted on Jiang Tiecheng for a demonstration. Esteemed sisters-in-law, aunts, and young ladies, the price for a collar is 3 dimes. If you find this price unsatisfactory and wish for me to conduct an experiment, I am amenable to such a request. However, I must make it clear that I am the leader of our processing cooperative. Is it reasonable to expect the leader to comply with every whim? My acquiescence to your unreasonable demands is not a reflection of my benevolence, but rather a testament to my commitment to reason. Therefore, let us establish a rule today. If I can produce a collar in the same time it takes for you to make one, the price shall remain unchanged. I urge you all to work diligently and refrain from causing any disturbances. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Chapter 75. The competition. With a firm pat on her chest, the second ant declared, All right, with your words, Leader Jiang, I shall also make my stance clear. Today, I have brought everyone here, and if you can produce this collar in the same time frame as us, we will have nothing to say and will return to our work with no complaints. Should you accomplish this within the time we have utilized, we shall respect you wholeheartedly. I promise that if anyone else instigates trouble in the future, I will not spare them." Upon hearing this, the group of women burst into laughter. "Well then, Leader Jiang, if you can indeed produce the collar in the time they took, we shall all heed your command." Jiang Tiecheng laughed heartily. "With such support from you all, I feel reassured." "Hold on, Leader Jiang," the second ant interjected, blocking Jiang Tiecheng. "Having stirred up all this commotion for this very purpose, if you cannot produce it, I shall raise the price for this task without hesitation, to 50 cents each as per your request." The second ant and the other women involved in this task were immediately agitated. With a cunning glint in her eye, the second ant, wary of Jiang Tiecheng using time against her, proposed, "Let us not take advantage of you. Though we are villagers, we keep our word. Let us both make the collars together. This way, the competition will be fair and everyone will witness it." The second ant had her own motives. She was the fastest at making collars and was confident she could easily surpass Jiang Tiecheng. Someone nearby remarked, "All right then, second ant, you are indeed the swiftest seamstress. It is unreasonable for you to compete against Leader Jiang." Those who had followed Jiang Tiecheng through thick and thin naturally stood by him. The second ant felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing her scheme had been unveiled. "Everyone means well. Since the second ant wishes to compete, let us have a contest," Jiang Tiecheng suggested thoughtfully. "Even if the second ant loses, it will be accepted by all." Many were concerned for Jiang Tiecheng. Initially, they thought he would let the matter drop, but unexpectedly, he had willingly stepped into the second ant's trap. Observers sighed. Leader Jiang is still too young. His youthful exuberance makes him easily deceived. The second ant chuckled. "Ah, Leader Jiang, how magnanimous of you. This is your own promise. Don't dither. Let us commence the competition." Cheerfully, the second ant gathered the fabric and collars, ready to sew. As she threaded the needle, she taunted, "Leader Jiang, are you ready?" Jiang Tiecheng took the needle, well aware of his sewing skills. In his previous life, he had done considerable sewing, but crafting work uniforms to perfection was beyond him. His sewing was merely passable. Yet, he was undeterred. He could exchange skills. Without hesitation, Jiang Tiecheng redeemed a sewing skill, instantly elevating his abilities. Now, the task of sewing the collar appeared effortless. The second ant, needle poised, said, "Leader Jiang, I await your start. I cannot take advantage of you, can I? I will only begin once you do. That is only fair." Jiang Tiecheng smiled. "I am ready. Let us begin." As soon as he spoke, the second ant witnessed Jiang Tiecheng's swift needlework. She had intended to overwhelm him and showed no mercy. The surroundings fell silent as she worked, brimming with pride. Known as the best seamstress in the village, she not only sewed well, but also quickly. Her stitches straighter and more uniform than those produced by a sewing machine. Determined to showcase her skills to Jiang Tiecheng, she sewed even faster. Typically, it took about 40 minutes to sew a collar, but today, she completed it in a mere 35 minutes. With a satisfied smile, she bit off the last thread and smoothed the collar, looking up at Jiang Tiecheng. "Leader Jiang, I have finished. What about you?" However, as she spoke, she realized Jiang Tiecheng was leisurely seated, indicating he had not even begun. Presumably, he felt he could not compare and had opted to forego the contest. "Leader Jiang, how can you sit idly?" she exclaimed. "You should set an example for us all. Does this mean I have won? If so, that would be 50 cents. The second ant's words were laden with pride, aimed at garnering admiration from the other women. Yet, the anticipated praise was conspicuously absent. Everyone exchanged glances, their expressions inscrutable. Sensing something amiss, the second ant scrutinized their faces. "What is with these expressions? Is my speed not worthy of comment?" "Leader Jiang, you ought to speak up," someone murmured. "As a man, you should have the courage to admit defeat." "Leader Jiang, does this mean I have won? Please spare us your declarations. It is quite embarrassing," came a voice from among her acquaintances. The second ant grew anxious. "Why is it embarrassing? I have defeated Leader Jiang. Why should I feel ashamed?" "Leader Jiang, please clarify, have I won or lost?" Several women, unable to contain themselves, pointed toward the table beside them. "Please take a look over there, Ant. Team Leader Jiang has already finished. He sewed a collar in merely 20 minutes. "What? That is impossible. I am renowned as the fastest seamstress in our village, and it takes me at least 35 minutes to complete such a task. When has anyone ever sewn a collar in 20 minutes? That would be half the time it takes me, which is simply inconceivable. You all must be joking." Ant believed that everyone was teasing her, especially since Jiang Tiecheng was a man. Men are inherently less adept than women when it comes to sewing, and she prided herself on her speed, which was well known throughout the village. Just look around. There are so many pairs of eyes in the village watching us. Surely, they would not engage in falsehoods. Chapter 76. Accepting the stakes, Heir Shinzi approached the table and meticulously unfolded the garment laid flat before her. The more she scrutinized it, the more astonished she became, scarcely able to believe that it was crafted by Jiang Tiecheng. Is this garment truly your handiwork, Group Leader Jiang? Jiang Tiecheng stood up, clapped his hands, and declared, well, everyone has seen it now. Yes, this garment is indeed my creation, completed in just 20 minutes. If a man like me can accomplish this with such ease, surely you all can manage to sew a collar in the same time. With that, the crowd dispersed, leaving Heir Shinzi standing at the table, as if struck by lightning. No matter how thoroughly she examined it, the craftsmanship of the collar was undeniably superior to her own. The stitches were tight and even, resembling the work of a sewing machine. Heir Shinzi found it incomprehensible that Jiang Tiecheng, a man, could sew better than her, a woman. This incident marked a turning point, as all the women in the village now held Jiang Tiecheng in high esteem. Initially, there had been some resistance to his role as the leader of the cooperative sewing group. After all, how could men outdo women in sewing? Yet, after witnessing Jiang Tiecheng's impressive demonstration, they could not help but admire him from the depths of their hearts. This young intellectual was far from being merely a decorative figure. Following this public display of skill, any thoughts of challenging him vanished, and everyone diligently returned to their tasks, with few causing any disturbances. Over a month later, upon returning from the brigade office, Jiang Tiecheng spotted two figures near the dugout. It was none other than Su Kejong. Surprised, he wondered why Su Kejong would visit at this time. Was he there to inquire about the work uniforms? Approaching with a smile, he greeted, Su Kejong, what brings you here today? Come in, come in. You haven't had lunch yet, have you? Let me prepare something for us to eat. Su Kejong was deep in thought about how to address their situation. The relationship between him and Jiang Tiecheng was not something he could disclose to outsiders. He could not simply tell his former superior that Jiang Tiecheng was someone to be reckoned with. However, he felt the weight of such a confrontation. After much deliberation and discussions with his brother and father, Su Laoyizi suggested that the matter had already transpired, and the only way forward was to clarify things with Jiang Tiecheng. Given that Jiang Tiecheng had demonstrated a remarkable ability to foresee events, it was clear that this issue did not involve the Su family. Furthermore, the elder had leveraged his connections to propose a resolution. Since the county's Investment Promotion Bureau had already made inquiries, and considering the bureau chief's stature, Su Kejong felt compelled to tread carefully. After enduring a long journey in the biting cold, he requested, could you prepare something warm for me? Oh, and I've brought you half a bag of rice. It's quite a rare commodity. Su Kejong directed his nephew to carry the rice inside. Su Qianfeng had never met Jiang Tiecheng, but had heard much about him. In the family, Jiang Tiecheng was almost legendary. As a young man with a materialist outlook, he was skeptical of such tales. This time, when he learned that his uncle was visiting Jiang Tiecheng, he decided to accompany him, hoping to expose what he believed to be a fraud. While his grandfather might be easily swayed, he could not fathom how his uncle and father could be so easily duped by someone seemingly so inexperienced. Su Qianfeng was the grandson of Su Laoyizi's second brother. With the eldest son being adopted and the second brother having only a daughter, the Su family intended to adopt a son from the second brother's lineage. Over the years, the family had thrived in the county, and Su Qianfeng, having received a good education, was a beneficiary of this prosperity. Although he was indifferent about being adopted by his uncle, he could not reconcile the notion of his battle-hardened uncle being misled by someone dabbling in superstition. When he finally met Jiang Tiecheng, he was taken aback by the contrast between his grandfather's wisdom and the youth who had supposedly hoodwinked him. It was beyond his comprehension. Jiang Tiecheng began to prepare a simple meal, stating, let's make some spicy and sour shredded potatoes and stir-fried radish with preserved meat. I soaked the radish this morning, so it's perfect for cooking now. While I may not have much else on hand, these ingredients will suffice. As the meal was served, despite Su Qianfeng's initial disdain for Jiang Tiecheng, he could not help but acknowledge the culinary skills displayed. The humble shredded potatoes were incredibly fragrant, and the stir-fried radish with preserved meat was utterly mouth-watering. Jiang Tiecheng also brought out a jar of spicy peanuts he had prepared previously. Seated at the table, Su Fengtian wasted no time and dug into the food. Wow, Xiao Jiang, I never imagined a man like you could cook so well. Jiang Tiecheng smiled and replied, at home, I am the eldest, with 2 younger brothers and 2 sisters. I often take on the responsibility of cooking. However, Jiang Tiecheng's demeanor shifted as he recalled a letter from his mother. Reading it had filled him with a mix of anger and amusement. His mother still harbored hopes that he, as the eldest son, could resolve their family's food issues. He tossed the letter aside, knowing that he was unable to provide any assistance. Once the three men had finished the large bowl of rice, leaving the table spotless, Su Keqiang finally spoke up. Xiao Jiang, I came here to discuss our cooperation with the cooperative. Su Dage, since we are so familiar with each other, it must be about issues with our cooperative contract? Jiang Tiecheng surmised, knowing that whatever had compelled Su Keqiang to make the journey was likely significant. Xiao Jiang, you truly spoke correctly. Speaking of this matter, I feel somewhat embarrassed. My brother has been patting his chest, assuring you that he would take full responsibility for the orders from your production team in the future. However, unexpectedly, something occurred midway. Brother Su, what exactly happened? Su Qianfeng, with a smile, replied, Comrade Xiao Jiang, I have heard from my uncles that although you are young, you possess profound knowledge and exceptional skills in divination. You know the events of 500 years past and can foresee those 500 years ahead. A person of your caliber must surely be aware of what has transpired. Jiang Tiecheng cast a glance at Su Qianfeng, realizing that this young man had a good attitude during their earlier meal. It seems that he harbored some disbelief in his own abilities. Chapter 77. How could I have not considered this? Forward, how can you speak in such a manner? Upon hearing these words, Su Fengtian felt a surge of anger. The old gentleman had repeatedly advised them to ensure that Jiang Tiecheng felt comfortable. Yet, this audacious young man had agreed in front of the elder, but revealed his true nature once they were alone. The implication of his words was undeniably disrespectful, reflecting a lack of trust. With a smile, Su Qianfeng replied, Second uncle, this is not my first encounter with Teacher Jiang, and I naturally hold him in high regard. I wish to witness Teacher Jiang's remarkable skills. Teacher Jiang, I have heard my grandfather, my uncle, and you speak of your greatness with the highest admiration. As a junior who has yet to experience your extraordinary talents, I specifically sought this opportunity to observe you. Surely, you will not hold this against me? Su Qianfeng's face radiated a smile, and his eyes shimmered with sincerity. Jiang Tiecheng could easily discern that this young man was genuinely eager to witness his folly. Little Jiang, please do not misunderstand. This impudent boy will receive a proper lesson upon our return. Su Fengtian felt at a loss for words, astonished that this young man would so brazenly undermine him. Not to worry, Su Dege. It is only natural for a young person to wish to broaden their horizons. Is it true that you cannot transfer the subsequent orders to our Hongqi Brigade? Su Fengtian nodded earnestly. Little Jiang, you have seen through it. I feel utterly ashamed to speak of this matter. Our director summoned me 2 weeks ago and insisted that the orders must not go to the Hongqi Brigade. Have I offended someone? Su Qianfeng dismissed this notion, realizing that it was obvious the problem lay with his second uncle, showing that this young man was astute in reading the atmosphere. Teacher Jiang, if you can discern this, it shows your capabilities. Now, I am curious if you can guess why we have come here today. The initial guess was straightforward, easily deduced by analyzing the circumstances. However, the subsequent twist was likely beyond the comprehension of the esteemed Jiang. He was eager to see how the illustrious Jiang would weave the next part of the tale. Su Dege, on behalf of the hundreds of us in the Hongqi Brigade, I extend my gratitude to you and the elder. I never anticipated that the elder would leverage his connections on my behalf, which leaves me feeling quite indebted. At this revelation, Su Qianfeng was left speechless. Teacher Jiang, what do you mean by that? Could it be that Jiang Tiecheng truly knows our purpose for coming? This was unfathomable. If he were unaware, such ambiguous words would surely suggest a deception. The young man was quite cunning. My dear nephew, there is no need for riddles. The elder has simply assisted us in securing a 1-year military uniform processing contract, has he not? I suspect this matter has caused him considerable concern. Since Su Qianfeng did not trust him, he felt compelled to teach the other party a lesson. In the face of adversity, all matters were laid bare, revealing that someone was bound to face misfortune. Su Qianfeng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend how this young man could have anticipated everything. With astonishment, he turned to his second uncle. Second uncle, have you informed him in advance? Su Fengtian delivered a swift reprimand to his nephew's head, refraining from striking his face out of familial respect. Since entering, have I exchanged more than a few words with your Uncle Jiang? Did I mention this matter? I told you, your Uncle Jiang is quite capable, yet you did not believe it. Now, do your eyes finally see the truth? Noticing that Jiang Tiecheng bore no anger regarding the situation, Su Fengtian felt a wave of relief. Little Jiang, you are correct. The elder indeed facilitated a batch of orders for you, and I have come to discuss when you can accompany me to finalize the contract in the city. This opportunity would alleviate the looming shadow of their inability to provide further orders to the Hongqi Brigade. However, Jiang Tiecheng shook his head. Su Gu, given our recent friendship, I must inform you that there is no need to travel to the provincial capital. Why not? Does that imply? Su Fengtian's face drained of color as a chilling realization struck him. It could not be that the elder's contact was on the brink of calamity. Let us not speak of this matter further. Su Fengtian was taken aback. Little Jiang, I understand that you avoid meddling in affairs, believing that revealing secrets may jeopardize your own longevity. However, this concerns a senior with deep ties to my father, who once saved our family. Is there any possibility? Jiang Tiecheng shook his head. This matter is truly beyond remedy. It is dictated by higher policies. You know that some actions defy the heavens. Their family has foreign relatives, and no one can alter this course. Not even divine intervention could save them. They are destined to be sent to the reformatory farm. Rather than attempting to quash this at its inception, it would be more prudent for you to find them a better farm, where trustworthy individuals can ensure they do not suffer unduly. You understand this logic better than I do. Su Fengtian suddenly felt enlightened, grasping Jiang Tiecheng's hand firmly. Little Jiang, thank you, truly thank you. Were it not for your wise counsel, I fear we would have made a grave misstep. Rest assured, we of the Su family will see to the subsequent processing matters for your Hongqi Brigade. For today, we shall return, and I will visit again soon. Su Fengtian sprang from the bed, acutely aware that they had only 3 days. How could he afford to delay? Every minute wasted could mean disaster for Han Bobo and his family. The two departed with fervor, leaving Jiang Tiecheng to gaze at the untouched meal before him, now destined for his solitary consumption. He resumed his leisurely meal. However, considering the potential points he could earn from this unfortunate event, he realized that the Han family possessed the power to alter their fate, potentially earning them 200 points. This was something he had never anticipated. They must be extraordinarily significant individuals. Jiang Tiecheng suddenly slapped his thigh, realizing how he had overlooked such a crucial detail. A mere pair of wings could hardly alter the course of fate, yet if he could persuade the Han family to come to their Hongqi Brigade's farm for reformation, he would have the opportunity to influence their subsequent destinies. How could he have failed to consider this? However, at this moment, Su Fengtian had already vanished without a trace. Jiang Tiecheng felt vexed at his miscalculation, recognizing that he needed to respond more swiftly in similar situations in the future. Nevertheless, having secured the goodwill of the Su family while also acquiring points from the Han family, he deemed it a fortuitous outcome. Chapter 78. The outbreak. Su Fengtian and the elder were ensconced in the study, discussing the pressing matters at hand. The elder's expression grew grave as he hastily dialed his old friend. That night, the entire Han family was stirred from their repose. The 3 sons of the Han family, accompanied by their wives and children, returned to the ancestral home. Father, what is the cause of such urgency? Han Jianbin recounted the words conveyed by old Su, instantly freezing the expressions of the gathered children. The atmosphere had indeed felled off lately, yet they had never anticipated that it would implicate them directly. They had always assumed that with the elder's presence, no calamity could befall them. However, it was now evident that they were being targeted. If this was indeed related to the issues concerning their family members abroad, it would undoubtedly hit the mark. The second son of the family had not returned after traveling abroad with his wife. The implications of having foreign relatives meant that they were likely under scrutiny. If someone were to exploit this situation against them, their fate would be dire. The elder pondered deeply before speaking. Let us not utter a word. This message from your Uncle Su is undoubtedly authentic. I have sensed that the situation is quite severe. Our family will certainly be affected. Tomorrow, when you go to your workplaces, proactively report these issues to your superiors and simultaneously submit an application for us to seek re-education at the local farms. The assembly was taken aback. Father, if we leave here, we will have nothing. Is this truly necessary? This felt akin to burning bridges and abandoning their livelihoods. Their children's education and jobs were all anchored here. How could they uproot to a rural farm? It was unimaginable how the children would adapt to such a drastic change. Additionally, they would be relinquishing their careers and all their assets in this place. I assert that it is necessary. Your Uncle Su has made it unequivocally clear that this matter is of utmost gravity. We must not take it lightly. We adults must shoulder this responsibility to allow the children to remain here and continue their education. If it becomes absolutely necessary later, we can bring them to the countryside as well. At this juncture, We must not harbor any illusions and strive to pave the way for the coming decades. Otherwise, the consequences will be unfathomable. The group was stunned, unable to fathom how swiftly their lives had been turned upside down. Is Uncle Su's assessment accurate? What if no one addresses this situation? The eldest son of the Han family clung to a thread of hope, believing that all their connections and relationships were rooted here. Leaving would mean uprooting the entire family. Your Uncle Su has conveyed the seriousness of this situation with remarkable clarity, and we have at most 3 days to act. He has never spoken so seriously before, nor has he been so precise with time. Regardless of the circumstances, it is prudent to prepare. Your Uncle Su has shown us a path forward. If possible, we should seek to secure a place at Hongqi Farm while others are still willing to assist us. If we can be assigned to Hongqi Farm, we will at least suffer less. The group fell silent, and by the next day, they were already in motion. By evening, their reports had surprisingly received swift approval. The family had not expected that the speed of the upper management's approval would reveal the extent of prior planning. It was clear that their report aligned perfectly with the intentions of the authorities. Realizing this sent a chill down their spines. Had they delayed, they could have faced dire repercussions for concealing their foreign relatives. As expected, they found some individuals who, recalling past friendships, granted them a green light. 2 days later, they had obtained their household registration transfer documents. However, the family could not remain together. The elderly couple moved in with the eldest son's family at Hongqi Farm, while the second and third sons were assigned to different locations. As they departed, they heard shocking news. Several families in similar circumstances had failed to report in advance, and as a result, they had been apprehended. The timing was precisely 3 days. Han Leoi was drenched in cold sweat. Had old Su not been so precise, they might have been among those families. The fate of those families was reported to be dismal. The family took a train to Hongqi Brigade. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiecheng had just completed the inspection of the first batch of goods and dispatched them. Although they had taken on the entire processing of work uniforms, the deliveries were staggered, occurring monthly. Everyone was elated, knowing that the delivery signified the possibility of rations. This winter was the most prosperous they had experienced. In stark contrast to the previous 2 years, families lounged on their kangs, remaining inactive, but at least they could enjoy 2 meals a day, one at around 10 in the morning and another at 3 in the afternoon. Unlike prior years, when they subsisted on thin broths, now they could have a bit of dry bread with their soup. The quality of food had notably improved, and the children were no longer lethargically lying on the kangs. They could engage in laughter and play within their homes. This uplifted spirit instilled hope in the entire village. As long as they continued to receive orders, they might not be wealthy, but could at least fill their stomachs. The villagers were immensely grateful to Jiang Tiecheng, who had tirelessly promoted his efforts in securing these orders. In the eyes of the villagers, Jiang Tiecheng was a veritable deity of fortune. The community's attitude towards him was overwhelmingly positive. Who in the village did not regard Jiang Tiecheng with admiration? After distributing the provisions and grains to everyone, Jiang Tiecheng returned to his abode, bearing his share of the food. In these times, being well-fed was akin to achieving life's greatest triumph. Just as he finished tidying up his dwelling, he heard the team leader, Huang Yuqing, calling from outside. Xiao Jiang, come here for a moment. Upon stepping outside, Jiang Tiecheng beheld the team leader accompanied by a group of 20 to 30 individuals. Team leader, Xiao Jiang. These are the individuals who have been assigned to our Hongqi Brigade. They will be temporarily accommodated at your educated youth site, as there are quite a few dwellings available there. Xiao Jiang, please make simple arrangements for them. Huang Yuqing had naturally received the notification. He had been informed by Section Chief Su and was aware that some among this group required special care. However, due to the numerous voices and gossip within the village, it was prudent to avoid housing them there. Thus, they were specifically assigned to the educated youth site, which would also help in evading unnecessary scrutiny. At this moment, Jiang Tiecheng held the position of the highest authority at the educated youth site. Chapter 79. The unremarkable individuals. To be precise, Huang Yuqing intended to pass this hot potato onto Jiang Tiecheng. That Su Kejong was indeed a close associate of Jiang Tiecheng. Jiang Tiecheng readily agreed. In a hushed tone, Huang Yuqing advised him to exercise caution, for these individuals had come to us for re-education. One must maintain a distance to avoid gossip, remain prudent, and conduct oneself discreetly. Jiang Tiecheng understood the implication, first inquiring about their names and making a brief record. Upon hearing the surname Han, he instantly lifted his gaze to scrutinize the group before him. An elderly couple, clearly well-educated yet aged, stood out. A middle-aged couple exuded an air of former authority, their commanding presence unmistakable. Additionally, they were accompanied by 2 daughters and a son. The daughters were both adults, aged 22 and 20, while the son was merely 18. Jiang Tiecheng surmised that these were likely the Han family members he had previously assisted. If he were a member of the Su family wishing to extend a favor, he would likely act in a similar manner, facilitating operations under his own supervision. Jiang Tiecheng discreetly arranged for their accommodations, consciously placing the elderly couple in the adjacent dwelling, which had once been occupied by Chen Ruishua. Judging by their potential contributions, this couple could yield 200 points, indicating they were indeed significant figures. Following their re-education, it was only a matter of time before they regained their former glory. This was akin to Providence, presenting him with a fortuitous ally, allowing him to strategically position himself for future benefits. Observing the elderly couple sighing heavily, Jiang Tiecheng noted that while the old man had endured hardships in his past as a poor peasant, this dwelling was evidently more desolate than the humble plot they had once farmed. They had arrived with minimal belongings, as bringing more would only draw attention. They were truly at a loss. Jiang Tiecheng refrained from approaching them, recognizing that a prudent individual would maintain his distance. Otherwise, the Han couple might suspect ulterior motives. A typical reaction would be to retreat as far as possible. Once settled, the Han family expressed their grievances. The 2 daughters huddled in one cramped dwelling, weeping at the sight of the dingy, dark space. The son and the elder couple shared another dwelling, yet the conditions were simply intolerable. On their first night, they shivered in the cold, nearly succumbing to the frigid temperatures that could plunge to -50 or 60 degrees Celsius. Although the dwelling provided some insulation, the straw covering offered little resistance against the cold. The following morning, as Jiang Tiecheng led the educated youth toward the brigade office, he spotted the elderly Han patriarch with a pallid complexion, pacing outside their dwelling, hands tucked in his pockets, evidently attempting to generate warmth. The educated youth, aware of the newcomer's formidable background, engaged in light banter, yet when they saw the elderly man, they merely nodded in recognition, refraining from conversation or introductions. The old man reflected on the harshness of human nature, observing how everyone seemed to recoil from them in fear. Yet, they faced the pressing need to gather firewood that day, lest the old woman succumb to the bitter cold. After much effort, they finally managed to ignite a makeshift stove as dusk approached, the room filled with acrid smoke that provoked relentless coughing. The old man gazed at his hands, realizing it had been years since he had performed such labor. Despite their humble beginnings, they had once returned from abroad to serve their country, enjoying a decent standard of living as experts and scientists, at least not having experienced hunger. Now, they found themselves in the countryside, struggling to light a stove, a task foreign to their educated backgrounds. The old man watched his wife cough uncontrollably, her breath hitching, and he had no choice but to support her outside for a breath of fresh air. Despite the commotion, the neighboring dwellings remained tightly shut, with no one peering out or offering assistance. The youth had silently excluded them from their lives. Having endured a long journey, they had arrived here without food or drink, having been educated for over 2 weeks before being sent to the brigade. They had anticipated a respite upon reaching the brigade, only to discover it was the beginning of their tribulations. With no food and no firewood, the old man felt a surge of sorrow for his ailing wife, who had been unwell throughout their journey. She was likely unable to endure much longer. The couple wept silently in the darkness. Suddenly, the curtain of the neighboring dwelling was drawn aside, and a young man emerged. Without greeting them, he hastily entered their dwelling. After a short while, the young man returned to his own abode, carrying a bundle of firewood, which he discreetly placed inside their dwelling. He said nothing and vanished back into his own space, as though he had never emerged at all. Upon returning, the old man discovered that the smoke had dissipated and the stove had been ignited, with steam rising from a pot of hot water. On the stove lay a small cloth bag, and upon opening it, they found it contained golden brown pieces of steamed bread. The elderly couple wiped the moisture from their eyes, realizing that kindness still existed in the world. The young man had undoubtedly assisted them in secret. Understanding this, they felt they could not burden him further. The couple refrained from expressing gratitude, quietly returning to their dwelling, their act of kindness unnoticed by others. However, while minor issues could be managed, the pressing question remained. How would they resolve the food shortage now that the entire family had arrived at the farm? This was a formidable challenge, for the production brigade had no provisions for them. The following day, the elder gentleman and his son sat in the humble abode, engaged in earnest discussion. Both towering figures found the low ceiling to be quite oppressive, forcing them to remain seated as they conversed. "Father, we will not sustain ourselves for long with the meager supplies we possess. I shall venture to seek out the production team leader shortly." The two exchanged knowing glances, fully aware of the grim prospects that lay ahead. Meanwhile, Han Jiwu, having inquired along the way, arrived at the collective's headquarters, where he was greeted by a bustling atmosphere. Upon entering the courtyard, the lively sounds from within the building filled the air. Huang Yuqing was currently overseeing the unloading of a vehicle. The first batch of goods had been dispatched, and this time, they had returned with the second shipment of fabric. Chapter 80. The inability to learn. As he observed the newcomers peering curiously, Huang Yuqing inquired, "Han Jiwu, what troubles you?" "Captain Huang, we have already transferred our household registration to our production team, but concerning the grain." Han Jiwu bore the embarrassment of asking for food. He had never before sought grain from others. Back home, they had never worried about food. However, they had long since descended from the clouds, and compared to those confined, their situation was significantly better. When one faces life and death, who cares about pride? "Comrade Han Jiwu, you have joined our production team, and as you can see, the new year is fast approaching. We are already in the 12th lunar month. Grain is certainly scarce. Not only do you lack food, but the newly arrived educated youths also do not have rations and must find their own way. Only after next year's autumn harvest. When you participate in labor, will you receive your share of grain?" "Captain Huang, we are truly unfamiliar with this place and do not know where we might procure some grain. We cannot let the entire family starve. Perhaps you might consider having someone from your household who can so come to our team to register for garment making, which would ultimately yield food rations. Alternatively, you could seek out Director Su from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in the county. Since you are acquainted, he should be able to assist you in obtaining grain." Dejected, Han Jiwu returned to his abode. How could he not know? He did not even know Director Su personally. However, just hearing the surname Su indicated a connection to the Su family, and seeking help from Director Su at such a critical moment would only bring trouble to him. If the Su family were implicated, rather than receiving protection, they would be the ones causing difficulties for others. While he had previously doubted that trouble could arise, it had now become an undeniable reality. Seeing their eldest son's dejected expression, the elderly couple understood that he had been unsuccessful. With so many mouths to feed, 7 in total, the meager provisions they had would last only 2 or 3 days at most. "What is the situation? Is there any hope for grain?" "Father, the captain said the team cannot provide grain. Unless we work with the team in the spring to earn work points, we cannot receive any rations. We must find a way ourselves, either by seeking out Director Su or—" What else could he say? Or what? His father urged, "You are a grown man, yet you hesitate." Since Captain Huang had suggested it, it indicated that there was indeed a path to obtain grain. At this juncture, what more could they demand? Either someone from the family could go to the team to make clothes for the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to earn grain, or— Han Jiwu felt his face flush crimson, glancing furtively at his mother. The only person in the family capable of sewing was his mother. Even his wife could not sew. Was he to expect his elderly mother to earn grain to support the family? As a man, he was responsible for a wife, 2 daughters, and young men, all adults. The thought of so many adults relying on handouts made him feel ashamed. Upon hearing this, the elderly woman's eyes brightened. "If we can sow to earn grain, then let us do it." Their family had a close relationship with the Su family, but such goodwill should not be taken for granted. Today, seeking food assistance, tomorrow for help against bullying in the team, and the day after for grievances regarding work. Over time, even the strongest bonds could fray. One must possess a clear understanding of oneself and strive to overcome challenges independently rather than rely on others. "Mother, my wife cannot sew." The elderly woman waved dismissively. "Why not learn? We may not know how to sew now, but we will learn. Think about it. In the future, the clothing and shoes for our entire family will depend on us. If we do not learn today, how will we manage later? This is a remote place, and purchasing items will be exceedingly difficult. I see this as a blessing. Mei Yu and Mei Hua are both young ladies. They can accompany your wife with me to the team to learn sewing. It may start slowly, but gradually they will improve." When Han Jiwu returned to his abode and shared this with his wife and daughters, although his wife was reluctant, she understood that at this point, they had no room for picky choices. Wang Xiaomei, accompanied by Han Meiyu and Han Meihua, followed the elderly woman to the team's headquarters. Upon learning that they had voluntarily come to register for garment making, Huang Yongqing smiled. He dreaded encountering those who, despite coming down for reform, still maintained heirs upon arrival. However, the Han family was quite pragmatic and understood their position, making them rather likable. Hand over to Jiang Tiecheng. Upon seeing the family before him, he recognized their plight of lacking food. He promptly assigned them to Huang Dezhao, who was responsible for the quality inspection of the current group allocation. When the elderly woman saw Jiang Tiecheng, she was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the unassuming young man who had helped them yesterday was such an important figure within the production team. Following Huang Dezhao, they were assigned to two groups. Elderly lady, I am unsure of your sewing skills. How about we start with 2 processes? If you can manage, you may continue. If not, you may need to return, Huang Dezhao stated, not as a challenge, but as a directive to adhere to Jiang Tiecheng's requirements. Otherwise, the strapping young men in the village would surely rush forward to take over. Wang Xuemei's face displayed concern. She could manage simple stitching, but anything beyond that was beyond her capabilities. The 2 daughters were equally startled, their faces paling in fright. Old Madame Han chuckled and remarked, I see they all address you as Huang Desa, so I shall simply call you Huang Sa-zi as well. She continued, You see, my daughter-in-law and 2 granddaughters have never engaged in this work at home before. They are novices. Such matters cannot be concealed from others. Upon hearing this, Huang Desa immediately displayed a look of concern, stating, We do not accept novices here. I understand. Old Madame Han replied eagerly, Here's the thing. If you assign me a specific task, they can work alongside me, and I will instruct them. In this way, the work they produce will count as my own. If their performance is lacking, you may dismiss them without affecting the others. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Huang Desa agreed, exclaiming, That works. As long as their entry into the process does not disrupt others, the old lady is free to teach them as she pleases. It's settled. Chapter 81. Bravely pursuing one's own happiness at this moment. Jiang Tiecheng was troubled by the impending end of his current order, which would leave him without any subsequent orders. The villagers were blissfully unaware of this news, their enthusiasm running high. After the connections with Su Kejong were severed, it would be quite challenging to find another avenue for securing easy sustenance. The meager amount of grain earned from these 2 transactions would scarcely sustain them until the autumn harvest of the following year. The gap between the 2 harvests spanned 2 full years. Only he was aware that the forthcoming year would be one of the most devastating, almost yielding no harvest at all. Jiang Tiecheng was not merely aiding the villagers. He was also looking out for himself. When the nest is overturned, how can the eggs remain intact? He had initially believed that fostering a good relationship with Su Kejong would naturally lead to favorable outcomes, yet he did not anticipate that someone would intervene. Although he was unaware of the identity of the saboteur, the occurrence of the issue necessitated a resolution. The path Su Kejong had facilitated for him was through the Han family. Given their precarious situation, it was evident that this route was now obstructed, compelling him to seek alternative avenues. However, finding such pathways was no simple task. In this era, everyone was keen on self-preservation, making it exceedingly difficult to locate a benefactor. He could only adhere to the adage that where there is a will, there is a way, proceeding step by step. In a flurry of activity, Jiang Tiecheng finally managed to deliver the second batch of goods on the 26th day of the 12th month. This delivery allowed for the distribution of grain, ensuring that the villagers could celebrate the new year. During the New Year festivities, they would rest for a maximum of 2 days, after which work would resume, as there were deadlines to meet. Once the grain was allocated, households rejoiced. Han Zhuwu observed his wife and daughter returning with grain. The 4 of them had earned a total of 80 jin of grain this month. Remarkably, Han Laotai had been swift in her actions, instructing her daughter-in-law and granddaughters while also engaging in work without hindrance. The elder lady had been assigned to sew collars, while her daughter-in-law and granddaughters, after a month's training, could barely manage the central seam of trousers. Though their sewing was slow, they were no longer making mistakes. Jiang Tiecheng turned a blind eye, ensuring that no one raised objections. Throughout the month, they had borrowed 50 jin of cornmeal from Captain Huang's family. Otherwise, they would not have made it this far. This 80 jin of white flour would have to be returned, in part, to offset the cornmeal. Everyone was busily preparing to welcome the new year. In previous years, the atmosphere had been one of gloom, with empty stomachs leaving little reason to celebrate. However, this year was different. Many families in the village had earned a considerable amount of grain, even if the New Year's festivities were modest. it would still be possible to enjoy a festive meal. Many households planned to eat dumplings on New Year's Day, hoping that this year would mark the beginning of better fortunes in the coming year. Jiang Tiecheng accompanied the villagers into the county town for their final shopping excursion before the new year. Everyone was eager to purchase some meat to prepare dumpling filling. Jiang Tiecheng shared this sentiment. It had been a long time since he had visited the county town, and he was eager to indulge in some meat. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar face. He Junsheng was riding a bicycle, chasing after Chen Ruishue. Ruishue, my elder brother asked me to take you to the train station. Stop being stubborn and get on quickly. We can't afford to miss the train. Uncle and aunt will be unhappy, he urged. Chen Ruishue, visibly annoyed, pushed him away, exclaiming, "Why are you so bothersome? What does my relationship with you matter?" He Junsheng swallowed his frustration, thinking that Chen Ruishue's temperament was akin to that of a spoiled child. She had clearly been indulged by her parents. If it weren't for his ambitions, he would not have stooped to such a lowly state. You follow me around all day. Let me tell you, you are my brother's friend, so go spend time with him. What do you want from me? Chen Ruishue's voice drew the attention of passers-by, causing He Junsheng's ears to flush red. This woman seemed utterly oblivious to her own behavior, and such words were reckless. Was she not tearing her own face off and trampling it underfoot? Although he was well aware that Chen Ruishue was a capricious and spoiled woman, he had not anticipated how difficult it would be to gain her favor despite his efforts. Ruishue, I am genuinely looking out for you as a friend. What ulterior motives could I possibly have? He could never admit to any feelings. Do you think everyone else is a fool who cannot see through you? I assure you, I have no interest in you. I will never date you, let alone marry you. So, please don't waste your time on me. I have someone I like, so kindly keep your distance. At that moment, Chen Ruishue turned her head and spotted Jiang Tiecheng, her face lighting up with delight as she hurried towards him. Brother Jiang, you've come to the county town too. I was just planning to return to the village to see you. Xiao Chun, I didn't expect to run into you here. You seem to be in good spirits in the county, Jiang Tiecheng replied, finding a positive impression of Chen Ruishue. Although she exhibited a bit of a spoiled attitude, it was clear that she had been well cared for by her family and possessed a fundamentally good and just nature. Brother Jiang, I'm doing quite well at the textile factory. I promise to inform you when there are job openings at the factory. You should apply and join us there. We can see each other frequently. You have no idea how much I miss your cooking. The food at the factory cafeteria is dreadful. Jiang Tiecheng chuckled, recognizing that she was still the same girl, always thinking of herself. All right, let us wait for that opportunity. If you have some free time during the new year, do come back to the brigade for a visit. I will make dumplings for you. Jiang Tiecheng regarded Chen Ruishue with the affection one would have for a younger sister, especially since she had been a kind, selfless ally in his time of need. His demeanor towards her remained particularly warm. Really? Then we have a deal, Brother Jiang. When I return for the new year, you must cook for me. Chen Ruishue exclaimed, her heart brimming with joy. In the past 2 months of separation, she has increasingly sensed a unique affection for Jiang Tiecheng. Previously unnoticed, the passage of time has deepened her impressions of the deeds he accomplished. As if they were engraved in her memory, she often retrieves these recollections, her admiration for Jiang Tiecheng's towering figure intensifying. He resembles a treasure chest, ever capable of revealing remarkable qualities. His bravery aboard the train and his astute clarity when confronting cunning adversaries are particularly striking. In the harsh environment of the village, he adapts with the ease of a fish in water. He possesses a myriad of skills, from cooking to sewing and caring for others. Even when injured, he tends to his own wounds. In every regard, Jiang Tiecheng embodies the ideal man in her eyes. Chen Ruishue is not like the young girls of today. She is a nurtured maiden, yet she possesses the audacity to fervently pursue her own happiness. Chapter 82. He has deprived you of food. He Junsheng hurriedly pushed his bicycle forward. He could not bear the thought that despite Jiang Tiecheng and Chen Ruishue's separation, Chen Ruishue still held lingering feelings for Jiang Tiecheng. How could Jiang Tiecheng manage to make Chen Ruishue so obedient to him? Even in his absence from the county, Chen Ruishue still occasionally thought of him. He Junsheng cast a disdainful gaze at Jiang Tiecheng and said with an air of superiority, Xiao Jiang, you have come to the county too? Ruishue and I have matters to attend to. You may go about your business. We shall not disturb you. Turning away, the coldness on his face instantly transformed into warmth and gentleness. Ruishue, please do not be angry with me. We must go pick up uncle and aunt. They have traveled a long distance to celebrate the new year with you, and if they miss the train, how heartbroken would they be for not seeing you? Come, I shall escort you to the station. Chun Ruishua truly held a strong aversion towards He Junsheng. She particularly despised the familiarity with which he addressed her, as if they shared a profound bond. He Junsheng, could you refrain from meddling? Why must you be everywhere? This is my own affair. My parents are here to see me. What does it have to do with you? Chun Ruishua smiled at Jiang Tiecheng and said, Jiang Ji, we have a deal. When I return for the new year, you must treat me to dumplings. Today, I will go to the train station to meet my parents. Jiang Ji, you must not go back on your word. Jiang Tiecheng sensed He Junsheng's malicious stare upon him, which oddly sparked a sense of satisfaction within. In his previous life, he was certainly not a figure for women to compete over. How could a man burdened by a large family ever attract a decent girl? A man so impoverished that he could not even find a couple of coins in his pocket could scarcely have a girlfriend. This was a reflection of Jiang Tiecheng's inherent insecurity. Yet, he had not anticipated that in this rebirth, he would receive such special treatment from Chun Ruishua. Although he regarded her as a younger sister, he did not resent this newfound importance she bestowed upon him, which was a reversal he had never experienced before, undoubtedly satisfying the desires of a humble man. I have promised you, go now. When the new year comes, I will prepare delicious food for you. Chun Ruishua waved her hand with a bright smile and swiftly departed towards the train station. He Junsheng snorted disdainfully. Jiang Tiecheng, you and Chun Ruishua are not from the same world. I hope you come to terms with your own identity and do not harbor futile fantasies. He Junsheng, this is a matter between Chun Ruishua and me. What does it have to do with you? Must you stand here lecturing me? You do not even live by the sea. Why are you so meddlesome? Jiang Tiecheng's words left He Junsheng utterly astounded. You, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Chun Ruishua is not your kind. Her background, her character, her appearance, everything about her deserves someone far better than you. Consider your own origins. Do not ruin others. Who are you worthy of? Who is this better person? Is it you? What do you, He Junsheng, amount to? Let me tell you, in matters of the heart, there is no such thing as being worthy. Chun Ruishua does not like you. She detests the sight of you, whereas she likes me and is willing to revolve around me. Are you envious? Jiang Tiecheng unapologetically tore away the veil of pretense. He Junsheng had his own ulterior motives, which Jiang Tiecheng had never opposed. However, the fact that He Junsheng's schemes were evidently directed at him was something he found intolerable. You, shameless. Chun Ruishua could never like you. Her parents and brother would never approve of her being with you. I advise you to bury those petty thoughts. Otherwise, it will not simply be a matter of losing an order in the brigade. You will bring calamity upon everyone, and the entire brigade will despise you. What? What do you mean by losing an order? What is happening? He Junsheng, in a fit of indignation, blurted out without realizing that his confrontation with Jiang Tiecheng had drawn the attention of all those around them. Among them were many members of the Hongqi Brigade who had come to procure supplies. Seeing someone dare to bully Jiang Tiecheng naturally ignited their collective ire. To their astonishment, they heard such shocking statements. Seeing the villagers' faces filled with alarm as they questioned Jiang Tiecheng, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. He had intended to wait until everyone had settled the goods before speaking, but He Junsheng had unwittingly exposed everything in this situation. It seemed that no one would have a good new year. You may not know yet, but it is precisely because Jiang Tiecheng harbored ulterior motives toward Chun Tiecheng that her fourth brother deliberately taught him a lesson, resulting in the halting of your brigade's orders. After this order is completed, such good fortune will never come again. All of your livelihoods have been jeopardized by Jiang Tiecheng. Do you see? Jiang Tiecheng is a scourge, a harbinger of disaster. Keeping someone like him in your production brigade will only bring you calamity. He Junsheng grew increasingly agitated, aiming to incite the anger of the crowd. These rural folk were not highly educated, and they were petty and calculative, easily stirred by the prospect of their grain being spoiled by Jiang Tiecheng. Would they not then harbor a deep-seated hatred for him? Just the thought of this outcome made He Junsheng so excited that he began to jump in place, addressing the familiar faces around him. Villagers, I was once one of you in the Hongqi Brigade. You must see Jiang Tiecheng's true face clearly. It is solely because of him that everyone may go hungry. Look at how Jiang Tiecheng has placed everyone in such dire straits for his selfish desires. You must keep your eyes wide open and not be deceived by someone like him. He Junsheng rubbed his hands together in anticipation, quietly awaiting the villagers' reaction. Would they surge forward and pin Jiang Tiecheng down for a beating, or would they hurl rotten vegetables and stinking eggs at him? Even if they resorted to such measures, it was unlikely they would waste rotten produce on Jiang Tiecheng. At most, they would throw stones and bricks. As anticipated, a group of individuals in their 20s, predominantly comprised of middle-aged women, swiftly encircled Jiang Tiecheng. He clenched his jaw, fully aware that this outcome was inevitable. After all, his time spent with the members of the Hongqi Brigade had only spanned a few months. It was hardly feasible to develop profound connections in such a brief period. Thus, he recognized that his value to them was primarily measured by his ability to ensure their sustenance. Once that fundamental condition was removed, he merely appeared as an ordinary person in their eyes. The villagers possessed the capacity to sever ties once their needs were met. Clearly, Jiang had achieved considerable success. Chapter 83. We are not ungrateful people. Jiang Tiecheng refrained from offering explanations or engaging in disputes. He anticipated that this outcome would stir up a significant uproar, but he was taken aback by the immediacy of it. Silently observing the throng of aunties surrounding him, he recognized that among them were several notorious shrews from the village. Particularly, the second aunt, who had previously been at odds with him, seemed to view this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What harm could it do to Jiang Tiecheng? It was likely they would come at him with wild abandon. Gradually, Jiang Tiecheng fortified his heart, recalling how in his past life, those he encountered reveled in betrayal and cruelty, even from those he had once cherished as family and friends. The fleeting bonds he shared with these individuals paled in comparison to such experiences. Having witnessed such treachery, he steeled himself for the impending storm, quietly surveying the crowd. As the throng closed in, their faces etched with urgency, they clamored for answers. What is going on, Leader Jiang? Why haven't you informed the villagers about this significant matter? Does this mean that once we complete this batch of work clothes, we will be out of jobs? Is it because of the sabotage by Xiaochen's brother? Some pushed forward, tugging at Jiang Tiecheng's clothing. Jiang nodded in satisfaction, urging them on. Hurry, tear apart Jiang Tiecheng's face. Rip his clothes to shreds, and give him a thorough beating, leaving him battered and bruised. If Jiang Tiecheng dares to fight back, it will only worsen his situation. If he does not, he will only be a victim. Regardless of the outcome, Jiang was thrilled with anticipation, eagerly watching as Jiang Tiecheng became engulfed by the mob. Jiang Tiecheng felt as though he were submerged, the aunties pulling and tugging at him, his heart as cold as ice. With a stern expression, he forcefully shook off the second aunt who clutched him. Everyone, let us not be so agitated. What Xiao said is not incorrect. I had intended to wait until this batch of goods was completed so that we could all enjoy the new year, but it appears that will no longer be possible. Once we finish this order, our Hongqi Brigade will not receive any more. This statement halted the crowd's tugging. While they may have doubted Jiang's words, they would certainly trust Jiang Tiecheng's. He awaited the eruption of emotions from the crowd. Jiang, standing aside, seized the moment to fan the flames. Did you all hear that? This is the truth. I am not deceiving you. It is because of Jiang Tiecheng that we will no longer receive orders. The hundreds of people in the Hongqi Brigade are now facing hunger because of him. What are you all waiting for? It is he who has deprived us of food. If I were you, I would have slapped him long ago. Jiang, filled with self-satisfaction, incited the crowd, deeming it the perfect opportunity to settle scores with Jiang Tiecheng, who had always been so brazen before him, always advocating for justice. Now, he would face the backlash. Before Jiang's smile could fade, a resounding slap echoed through the air, followed by a sharp sting on his face. Half of his face felt numb as he stared in disbelief at the middle-aged woman before him, whom he did not recognize. To put it plainly, he had never been particularly acquainted with the villagers of Hongqi Brigade. Why did you hit me? He stammered. The second aunt rolled up her sleeves and shouted defiantly, I hit you because you deserve it. What do you think you are? Here you are, sowing discord and fanning the flames. Do you think we rural folks are fools? We may lack education, but we are not ungrateful scoundrels. Let me tell you, we know that before Leader Jiang arrived, we were hungry too. At least during these past 2 orders, our families have had enough to eat for a while. For that kindness, we ought to be grateful. Our lack of education does not mean we lack heart or the ability to discern right from wrong. You, with your insidious intentions, cannot stand to see Leader Jiang doing good, so you come here to stir trouble. Let me make it clear. I, the second aunt, do not abide by reason, but I know who the good people are and who truly works for us. Thanks to those 2 months, my family has had enough to eat. Leader Jiang is our benefactor. If there are no orders, it is not Jiang's fault. Did we have any before he came? Think about it. Can we truly blame Leader Jiang? Indeed, the second aunt is right. Before Leader Jiang came, what kind of life were we living? After his arrival, at least for these past 2 months, our families have been well fed. Out of gratitude for that, we cannot be ungrateful. Just 2 months ago, my little grandson was so hungry he could barely move, and now he is running about full of life. For that, I must thank Xiao Jiang. We may not understand grand principles, but we know how much Leader Jiang has done for us. Leader Jiang, do not fear. You are not at fault here. If there are no orders, then so be it. We owe you our gratitude for these past few months. We are not the sort to be ungrateful. We rural folk know who the good people are. Leader Jiang, rest assured, this scoundrel has ill intentions. Do not think we are foolish. Leader Jiang, let us celebrate the new year properly. If the orders are gone, they are gone. It is the heavens or fate we must blame for our own lack of ability. We cannot lay the blame at your feet. You have already done us a tremendous favor, saving the lives of everyone in our village. Go and look at the other villages. They are starving and can barely move. Our village is fortunate enough to come here to purchase goods for the new year. This is all thanks to you. Anyone who dares to speak ill of Leader Jiang, I will stand against them fiercely. Such a fine young man. Thinking of the entire village, what could he possibly gain? We are not relatives. We have no ties. If it were not out of genuine concern, what could he possibly want? Who would dare to be ungrateful and speak ill of Leader Jiang? I would stand at his doorstep and curse his ancestors for generations. Over 20 aunts, elder sisters, and young wives rolled up their sleeves, resolutely standing by Jiang Tiecheng's side. Their unwavering support filled Jiang Tiecheng's heart with warmth. He was never a cold-hearted individual. In fact, he was remarkably tender-hearted. Strangers, who had only known him for 2 months and often held differing opinions, stood steadfastly to protect him in a critical moment. It turned out that all his efforts had not gone unnoticed, and there truly existed such pure and kind-hearted people in the world. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded with goodness. Chapter 84. A bitter encounter. Jiang was taken aback, his face burning with pain, for in reality, over 20 women had mercilessly berated him. He simply could not fathom why these individuals held Jiang Tiecheng in such high regard. Jiang Tiecheng was neither kin nor acquaintance to them. In frustration, he exclaimed, "Are you all blind? Jiang Tiecheng is the reason you might soon find yourselves without food. How can you possibly defend him? It is due to him that these orders have vanished. Have you all lost your minds?" Aunt Air lunged at him with claws outstretched. Despite Jiang's defenses, he was no match for the fury of a woman scorned. 3 crimson scratches marred his neck. What are you doing? What have I said?" He stammered. "If you dare speak ill of our Captain Jiang, you are bullying us from Hongqi Brigade. Anyone who dares to bully our brigade shall not escape unscathed. You are insane, utterly insane. Jiang Tiecheng is the reason for the loss of these orders. Instead of confronting him, you turn your ire on me, the one who speaks the truth. Are you all deranged? Have you lost your senses?" Jiang could not comprehend how the situation had deviated so drastically from his expectations. Did they not claim that rural folk were solely motivated by self-interest? He never anticipated they would rally around Jiang Tiecheng so fiercely. This was decidedly amiss. Aunt Air and her cohort of women surged forward, leaving Jiang defenseless. In female altercations, one could expect hair-pulling or scratching, or perhaps pinching. The crowd of onlookers grew ever larger. Just then, a thunderous voice rang out, "Stop this at once. What are you doing? Why engage in brawls in broad daylight? Is there not a better way to communicate?" The women scattered in disarray, and Aunt Air finally climbed off Jiang, who had endured a flurry of frenzied scratches. Presently, Jiang was in a pitiful state, his face unrecognizable, marred by deep scratches. His clothing was tattered, riddled with holes, and his body bore marks of nails and blood. Jiang Tiecheng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Aunt Air and the others. The chaos had arisen from Aunt Air's righteous anger in defense of her own. To those who sow discord, let them reap what they have sown, he resolved. He would not permit these women to face reproach due to his actions. Comrades, this matter does not lie at the feet of these women. It is primarily due to Comrade Jiang's own provocations. Aunt Air brushed Jiang Tiecheng aside. "Enough. You need not intervene. This matter does not concern you, as you have not laid a hand on him. Comrade, I assure you our actions are justified. This scoundrel is no good. He speaks sweetly but harbors malice, seeking to sow discord amongst us, believing us simple villagers who know nothing. We may lack formal education, but that does not render us fools. We are not so easily manipulated into hating our Captain Jiang. Indeed, comrades, we are all witnesses. What did this scoundrel call us just now? He accused us of being mad, of having defective minds, of being waterlogged in the head. Who could endure such insults? He deserves to be punished. What is the meaning of this? Why would you bully these women in the street? What kind of man takes advantage of women? No wonder you received the beating you did. Hu Wei, seeking to uphold justice, recognized this moment as an opportunity to restore his reputation. Following his son Hu Tian's incident, he had faced severe reprimands from his superiors. His authority had been significantly curtailed, and redemption seemed a daunting task. Encountering such a public disturbance, he initially intended to remain uninvolved. However, he perceived this as a chance to resolve internal conflicts among the villagers, which could bolster his standing and demonstrate his commitment to serving the people. Countering any speculation that he might exploit his position to shield his son, He Junsheng, feeling wronged, exclaimed, "Comrade, you misunderstand. This conflict is not between me and these women, but rather with Jiang Tiecheng. He deliberately incited these village women to attack me. As a man, how could I dare to retaliate against them? Just look at what they have done to me. This is an injustice." Hearing the name Jiang Tiecheng, Hu Wei's demeanor shifted. He turned, his gaze cold and piercing upon Jiang Tiecheng. He was familiar with this name, having heard it from his son and through various accounts. It was Jiang Tiecheng's presence that had thwarted his son's schemes, leading to his downfall. Hu Wei harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Jiang Tiecheng, who had derailed his ambitions, and now fate had brought them face to face. "You are Jiang Tiecheng, the one from Hongqi Brigade?" Jiang Tiecheng, taken aback by the venom in Hu Wei's gaze, replied, "I am indeed Jiang Tiecheng from Hongqi Brigade. And you are? Do not concern yourself with my identity. You are the instigator of this turmoil. Now come with me." He commanded his subordinates, "Take him back for thorough questioning." Two armed officials advanced to seize Jiang Tiecheng, but Aunt Air and her friends swiftly encircled him, blocking their path. "You are quite the curious fellow. Who are you to take our Captain Jiang away? What right do you have? This situation is clear. It was merely a dispute, and you wish to apprehend him? Do not presume that we, as village women, lack experience and will cower before you." Hu Wei sneered, "We are from the armed forces. Given this situation, we have the authority to intervene. You must understand that this constitutes a disturbance to public order. I have shown leniency by not arresting you all. Do not persist in your obstinacy. Otherwise, you will be obstructing official duties, and we have the right to detain you all. Stand aside." The relatives of the second aunt from the Yiding County Armed Forces were somewhat intimidated, as they understood that the personnel from the armed forces were not ordinary individuals. Common folks seldom encounter officials, and when faced with them, they tend to adhere to formalities, instilling a sense of trepidation in everyone. He Junsheng was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events and, filled with pride, declared, "Comrades, indeed, you must conduct a thorough investigation into this Jiang Tiecheng. Why has he, without any apparent reason, managed to secure orders from the Hongqi Brigade? There must be something amiss here. I suggest you conduct a stringent review, as it is likely that this could uncover numerous issues." Chapter 85. A sure loss. Hu Wei cast a cold glare at Jiang Tiecheng. "Jiang Tiecheng, accompany us back to clarify the issues," he commanded. "Once we take you back, we have our methods to ensure you suffer." This opportunity might even uncover the problems between the Song family and Jiang Tiecheng. Two operatives approached to seize Jiang Tiecheng. Although the second aunt and her companions were reluctant, they dared not obstruct any further. "Comrade Hu, I fear you lack the authority to apprehend me," Jiang Tiecheng retorted confidently. In a public setting, should he not resist, he could easily find himself imprisoned, disappearing without a trace through any number of means. Moreover, he recalled that Hu's surname was likely linked to Hu Tian, and perhaps there was already some progress concerning Hu Tian's affairs. "We are the Armed Forces Department," Hu asserted. "Indeed, you are, but on what grounds do you arrest me? This is merely a dispute among the masses. Do you intend to intervene in such matters? I have only heard of village leaders or production team leaders handling such issues. In the city, it is the street director who manages trivial matters. I never imagined the armed forces would concern themselves with quarrels between men and women." This was indeed the first time he had heard of such a thing. "I am unaware of any regulation in the armed forces that permits the detention of individuals involved in disputes. Am I in error, or is the armed forces simply idling, meddling in these trivial matters?" Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd erupted in laughter. They had heard that the armed forces dealt with thieves, criminals, and even spies, but never with mere arguments. Yes, the armed forces should not be involved in this. This is merely a petty scuffle. A quarrel, such things happen often. Must one be arrested for this? Hu Wei, feeling humiliated and enraged, recognized the validity of Jiang Tiecheng's words. Their actions did appear somewhat unjustifiable. Stop your rambling. You are disrupting the unity and stability of the masses. Your personal causes have led to this dispute, and we have the right to take you back for investigation. Comrade Hu, your statement is flawed. There must be explicit regulations. I have not heard of such a regulation. If there is, please present it in writing for everyone to see. Otherwise, I will not accompany you, Jiang Tiecheng declared, incensing Hu Wei further. This impudent young man was proving to be quite a nuisance, especially in such a public setting where Hu could not forcibly detain him. He signaled his two subordinates, who immediately understood. Clearly, Captain Hu was instructing them to take covert action. They approached, intending to twist Jiang Tiecheng's arm while covering his mouth. Once they subdued him, the words of the onlookers would be nothing more than background noise, as most had no connection to this affair and did not know Jiang Tiecheng. Yet, Jiang Tiecheng was no ordinary individual. His exceptional strength rendered most opponents ineffective. Given the situation had escalated to this extent, he decided to escalate it further. Within a minute, both operatives from the armed forces lay unconscious on the ground. Hu Wei, witnessing this scene, broke into a cold sweat, utterly astonished by Jiang Tiecheng's remarkable strength. Simultaneously, he felt a tinge of excitement. Jiang Tiecheng had struck down members of the armed forces, and this could be exploited. If he could bring Jiang Tiecheng back now, it would be entirely justified. However, he also understood he was outnumbered and could not take Jiang Tiecheng alone. Comrades, have you witnessed this? This individual is exceedingly arrogant. Consider this. How could an ordinary citizen dare to assault members of the armed forces? What cannot be discussed clearly with us? We are merely taking him back for investigation, not to take his life. Why would he resist so violently, rendering my men unconscious? This only indicates that he has something to hide. Perhaps he is a spy. He Junsheng immediately grasped Hu's intention and fanned the flames further. Indeed, comrades, keep your eyes peeled. This individual appears suspicious. An ordinary person would never resort to violence against the armed forces. I suspect he may very well be an enemy spy infiltrating our community. The term enemy spy struck a nerve among the crowd, a sensitive topic that shifted their gaze towards Jiang Tiecheng with hostility. They surrounded him, murmurs of agreement echoing, questioning why he would resort to violence instead of clarifying the matter peacefully. How could he strike down members of the armed forces? Clearly, he has something to conceal. If we let him escape, he could wreak havoc in our county, leading to dire consequences. While the crowd voiced their concerns, fear lingered in their hearts, primarily due to Jiang Tiecheng's evident combat skills. Hu Wei, observing the crowd's growing fervor, felt a surge of satisfaction. Yet, he knew he needed to incite them further to ensure their commitment to confronting Jiang Tiecheng. Comrades, I am Captain Hu of the armed forces. This individual undoubtedly poses a threat. If anyone can assist in apprehending this enemy spy, I guarantee a reward from our county, up to 500 yuan. With everyone's help, there will be a reward for all. The mention of 500 yuan instantly captured the crowd's attention, as it equated to nearly 2 years' worth of wages for an ordinary worker earning merely 5 yuan a month. Their eyes gleamed with eagerness, and they rolled up their sleeves in preparation. Let us seize him. Everyone join forces. Even if he is skilled, we are many. One person can grab an arm, another can grab a leg, and we can overpower him. Yes, together we shall prevail. We'll hold his arms, you hold his legs. Do not hesitate. Jiang Tiecheng could not help but let out a bitter smile. He had not anticipated that Hu Wei would devise such a devious scheme. These were merely ordinary citizens, with no enmity or grievance against him. If these innocents were to be harmed, and responsibility were to be pursued, he would inevitably fall into Hu Wei's clutches. However, if he refrained from taking action against these citizens, he would find himself subdued, outnumbered, and possibly facing further malicious attacks. It seemed that Hu Wei was certain of Jiang Tiecheng's complete inability to resist today. Jiang Tiecheng understood that he was destined to suffer this loss. Chapter 86. The clay figure still retained some earthiness. The group of women, led by Shinzi, hastily defended themselves, insisting that they were mistaken, that Captain Jiang was not an enemy spy, but rather a young intellectual from their Hongqi brigade. Their pleas, however, fell on deaf ears, as the onlookers regarded them as naive and misled. The crowd, incited by the prospect of a reward of 500 yuan, became increasingly agitated. What do you old women know? You've all been deceived. Do enemy spies have the words enemy spy inscribed on their foreheads? Do you even know who he is? They shouted, urging the women to step aside, warning that they would not hesitate to resort to violence against them. As tensions mounted, a loud voice suddenly called out, "Everyone, stop! What is happening here? What is going on? Cease this commotion at once. I am Song Weiman, the county chief. Whatever grievances or issues you have, I will address them. Do not create disturbances." It was then that the crowd noticed a group entering the scene, led by a middle-aged man dressed in official attire. Song Weiman had just returned from a provincial meeting and happened upon the chaotic scene in the street, where the crowd was growing larger. The commotion was palpable, with people shouting, "Quick, catch the spy. There's a reward of 500 yuan for capturing a spy." The allure of a reward spurred the crowd into a frenzy, eager to act before the opportunity slipped away. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Song Weiman hurried over with his secretary and accompanying officials. Upon his arrival, the crowd parted, creating a pathway for him to approach. Hu Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the county chief would become embroiled in this affair. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to explain, "County chief, you've arrived just in time. This individual poses a serious threat. I was about to apprehend him when he knocked out my men." He gestured to his comrades, who lay unconscious on the ground, uncertain of their fate. The crowd's perception was clear. They believed Jiang Tiecheng to be a dangerous enemy spy. They pointed to Jiang Tiecheng, who had bravely stepped forward to identify Jiang as the alleged spy. Hu Wei, always cautious to protect himself, ensured he did not become entangled in the potential fallout. He had no fondness for Song Weiman, who might easily take sides in this matter. "What reason do you have to suspect this individual is an enemy spy? Do you possess any evidence or grounds for your suspicions?" Song Weiman inquired, recognizing the need to ascertain the truth amidst the multitude present. "County chief, the issue with Jiang Tiecheng is substantial. He is merely an ordinary young intellectual who has been here for only 5 months, yet he managed to secure a large order for the Hongqi Brigade. For decades, the brigade had received no orders at all. What could possibly grant him such influence?" He Junsheng expounded, believing that any reasonable person would recognize the implication of his words. This was a ready-made argument. If one were branded an enemy spy, they would face rigorous scrutiny, and no risk could be tolerated in the area. After considering He Junsheng's claims, Song Weiman scrutinized Jiang Tiecheng closely. "You are Jiang Tiecheng, correct? Do you have an explanation?" "County chief, I find the reasoning presented by Comrade He Junsheng quite absurd. If an ordinary person's contributions to the village warrant suspicion of being an enemy spy, then I must ask, are there not villages around us that have languished for years without progress? Yet suddenly, a production team leader brings opportunities and resolves hardships, providing sustenance for the villagers. I have heard of 13 Li Pu, a village in a drought-stricken desert, where the leader discovered a water source. I also learned that this village was the only one to escape severe disaster this year. Should we label this leader and the villagers as enemy spies? Is it not remarkable that a place that had not unearthed a water source for decades suddenly does so? What skills could this individual possess to accomplish such a feat? Furthermore, last year, a miraculous healer emerged from Hushi village, finding medicinal herbs in the desert that cured many ailments among livestock, significantly reducing losses for the production team. This person was previously unknown. Should we also consider him an enemy spy? As he spoke, the fervor of the crowd began to dissipate. If securing an order for the production team made one an enemy spy, then many others could easily fall under the same accusation, which seemed unjustifiable. A knowing smile spread across Song Weiman's face, impressed by the composure and insight of the young man before him. "Have you all heard? Is this comrade's explanation reasonable? Do you believe it holds merit?" he asked the crowd. Hu Wei realized then that Jiang Tiecheng's words were both logical and credible, and he himself was aware of the events described. If Jiang Tiecheng were to be labeled as an enemy agent, then countless individuals would also be categorized as such, leading to a tumultuous upheaval in the surrounding villages. Hu Wei discreetly took a step back, unwilling to take a stand on this matter. Meanwhile, He Junsheng was caught off guard by such an unexpected twist, his face flushed with embarrassment as he struggled to find justification. "Comrade County Chief, although his actions may not necessarily classify him as an enemy agent, if he is not one, then why did he assault the comrades from the Armed Forces Department?" This was the only rationale He Junsheng could muster. The crowd began to murmur in agreement, questioning why, if he were not an enemy agent, he would resort to knocking out the comrades from the Armed Forces Department. Why could they not simply communicate amicably? And Air had reached her boiling point, exclaiming, "Did you allow our group leader Jiang to express himself properly?" Before our group leader could even speak, You decided to apprehend him without hesitation. Who among us would not resist? To be seized on the street merely for a dispute. Would you find that acceptable? Even a clay figurine retains some of its original earthiness. You think you can bully us villagers because you assume we are ignorant. Jiang Tiecheng is an educated individual from the city. He speaks the truth. On what grounds does the Armed Forces Department have to arrest individuals without cause? It is unreasonable to deny people the right to resist and to label resistance as an act of being an enemy agent. Chapter 87 Apology Comrade County Chief. Allow me to express that the current situation is instigated by Jiang Tiecheng. This individual is particularly vile. He deliberately sows discord between us and Group Leader Jiang. He seeks to turn the commendable actions of Group Leader Jiang for our entire village into his accusations against him, forcing us to appear ungrateful. Why do you think he is inciting discord? It is quite peculiar to observe that the women of our village are so protective of Jiang Tiecheng. Comrade County Chief, you may not be aware of the hardships we have endured due to recent disasters. Life in our production team has been exceptionally difficult. Every household is struggling with hunger, and we cannot blame anyone for it. The heavens have not provided sustenance, a reality we all accept. We have tightened our belts, often consuming only one meal a day, and even that consists of more water than rice. Despite our suffering, we harbor no complaints. However, the hunger is unbearable, leaving young and old alike confined to their beds. Since Jiang Group Leader arrived, he has truly aided us by securing orders. You may not know that in the past 3 months, we have been able to produce quilts and garments, which has provided us with rations. At last, we can enjoy 2 meals a day. My children, who were once too weak to rise, are now lively and healthy. All of this is thanks to Group Leader Jiang. Although we villagers may lack formal education, we know how to express gratitude. We understand who has helped us in our time of need. One must not lose their conscience. The absence of orders cannot be blamed on Jiang. Are we still human if we hold him responsible for something beyond his control? Yet, he, in his audacity, is determined to incite conflict between us and Jiang, wishing for us to harbor hatred towards him. Is he not deserving of a beating? Such behavior is reprehensible. He does nothing for the benefit of the community while attempting to turn us against our benefactor. Who else should we confront if not him? Initially, we sought to defend Jiang. But then this captain who appeared, insisting on taking our leader away. Where can we seek justice in this matter? Jiang has done nothing wrong. We are the ones who acted out, and we are the ones who insulted him. Jiang is entirely innocent, yet they want to apprehend him. Is this not unjust? If he resists, is it wrong? At this moment, Song Weiman cast a sharp glance at Hu Wei, who quickly explained. Comrade Song, this matter is entirely my fault. I failed to ascertain the truth and only listened to one side of the story from Comrade He, resulting in this misunderstanding. I acknowledge my error. This statement holds no fault. Furthermore, his prompt admission of guilt left Song Weiman unable to find any fault with Hu Wei. Now, in front of everyone, the truth has been unveiled. Comrade Jiang Tiecheng has committed no wrongdoing, and he has indeed addressed the issue of basic needs for the people in the production team. For this alone, we should be grateful to Comrade Jiang Tiecheng, rather than questioning his motives for his actions. Such skepticism would only dishearten those who strive for good. The crowd immediately erupted into applause, realizing the truth of the matter. Indeed, it was a grave injustice done to a good person. With the county chief's endorsement, this incident could not possibly be erroneous. Jiang Tiecheng attempted to slip into the crowd, as the situation had turned unfavorably for him. However, unexpectedly, he was seized by Aunt Air, who yanked him from the throng. Do not run away. Why do you now wish to leave after being so vocal before? Apologize to our group leader Jiang. Yes, apologize. His character is utterly despicable. He must apologize to our leader who has toiled for the benefit of all. Yet here he is, inciting discord and placing all blame on our leader. Furthermore, you are no longer a youth in our production team. What right do you have to criticize? Apologize. You must apologize. In this predicament, Jiang Tiecheng could only lower his head, as the county chief glared at him coldly. Never in his life had he felt such humiliation, and for the first time, it was due to Jiang Tiecheng. This Jiang Tiecheng was indeed his nemesis. I am sorry. His voice was barely a whisper, akin to the buzz of a mosquito, contrasting sharply with his earlier loud proclamations. Aunt Air was relentless, for in their hearts, they genuinely recognized Jiang Tiecheng's merits. In recent days, Jiang has exemplified his capabilities and led by example, effectively addressing their difficulties. Let us not even question one's ability, As long as he can ensure that everyone has enough to eat, he is indeed competent. Jiang sincerely apologized, dejectedly pushing his bicycle away. The crowd dispersed, and Jiang Tiecheng turned to Aunt Air and the others. Aunt, sister-in-law, please hurry and purchase what you need. Do not let my presence delay your errands. Only then did Aunt Air and the others make their way to the supply and marketing cooperative. Jiang then turned to County Chief Song and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Comrade County Chief, for upholding justice for us. Song Weiman regarded the composed young man before him. His courage to confront the accusations, even amidst such adversity, was indeed commendable. Is this how you intend to conclude matters? This remark struck Hu Wei like a thunderbolt. He hurriedly approached, smiling as he offered his apologies. Comrade Xiao Jiang, this is entirely my fault. I failed to discern the truth and mistakenly believed Jiang's claims. This was my error, and I sincerely apologize. I hope you will overlook my shortcomings. As no substantial harm had occurred, especially with Jiang Tiecheng sustaining no injuries, ultimately, Hu Wei's apology was a mere formality that bore little consequence. Captain Hu, I understand your intentions to serve the public, yet I hope that in the future, you will thoroughly investigate before acting. It is essential to fulfill your duties within your jurisdiction and genuinely address the needs of the people. Jiang Tiecheng did not extend forgiveness. Hu Wei had indeed attempted to challenge him unjustly. Indeed, Captain Hu, your actions of attempting to detain someone without proper investigation could have led to a grave miscarriage of justice. Captain Hu's commitment to serving the people must stem from a profound sincerity rather than merely performing superficial gestures for the sake of appearances. Indeed, you are correct, Comrade County Chief. I shall humbly accept your criticism and reflect on my shortcomings. I assure you that I shall not repeat such mistakes. Song Weiman refrained from casting another glance at Hu Wei and, smiling, addressed Jiang Tiecheng. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I shall take my leave now. Should any issues arise in the future, I will remain steadfast in my principles, courageously confronting injustice as I have today. With that, County Chief Song departed with his secretary and officials. While Hu Wei cast a resentful glare at Jiang Tiecheng before assisting his two companions to their feet and leaving. Chapter 88 Greetings. Jiang Tiecheng made his way directly to the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon returning to his office, Song Weiman recalled the young man he had just encountered, his face filled with puzzlement. The name Jiang Tiecheng was well known to him. After Song Hucheng rescued his sister that day, he had recounted the entire incident to Song Weiman. Song Weiman had never given much thought to such unscientific matters and had never believed in the existence of supernatural abilities. Yet, he could not deny that the young man had indeed saved his daughter, a fact that was indisputable. When he first saw Jiang Tiecheng today, he intended to test the young man. However, upon observing the numerous villagers who staunchly supported Jiang Tiecheng and hearing about his deeds, even Song Weiman felt that this young man had great potential. Everything he did was not for his own gain, but rather for the benefit of the production team members. Whether motivated by personal connections or other sentiments, this young man acted selflessly. Otherwise, he could have easily leveraged connections to secure a job at a factory in the county, ensuring his own comfort without concern for others. Instead, he took care of the entire production brigade. From this perspective, any minor flaws he might have left in Song Weiman's mind became inconsequential. He called Secretary Liu, instructing him to inquire with Section Chief Su at the cooperative about the situation. Why had the subsequent orders for Hongqi Brigade ceased? Secretary Liu immediately understood, having witnessed the events unfold. He was increasingly astonished by the young man named Jiang Tiecheng, realizing that the young man had caught the attention of the county head. After hanging up, Song Weiman prepared to address his affairs when suddenly he pinched the bridge of his nose in contemplation. This young man bore a striking resemblance to Gu Lao. However, he was well aware that the Gu family could not possibly have an abandoned child. Thus, he thought, regardless of the young man's beneficence toward their family or his selflessness, it would not hurt to show him a little extra consideration. In the afternoon, Secretary Liu arrived at the county head's office. County Head Song, I have inquired with Section Chief Su at the cooperative. It turns out this matter originates from a directive issued by Wu Xuanda, the director of the county's Investment Promotion Bureau. Song Weiman, engrossed in his paperwork, paused, lifted his head, and asked, Wu Xuanda from the Investment Promotion Bureau? How did this get linked to the Bureau? Go ahead and greet Director Wu at the Investment Promotion Bureau. Just convey my message. Do not make things difficult for the young man. He possesses vigor, enthusiasm, and capability. Opportunities should be afforded to him, not obstacles. Secretary Liu's eyes flickered, his heart tumultuous. County Head Song was known for his integrity, never offering leniency for himself or his relatives. This was the first time the county head had spoken up for someone, and his words carried significant weight. Understood, county head. As Wu Xuandao was leaving work, carrying his briefcase and humming a tune while pushing his bicycle, he thought about how his wife had mentioned preparing braised pork for dinner. It was a twist of fate that the Chun couple now resided in his home. Just as he exited the courtyard gate, he spotted Secretary Lu standing at the entrance, who smiled and waved at him. Wu Xuandao was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly approached with his bicycle. Secretary Lu, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Director Wu, since you're heading home, let's walk together, and I'll share a few words with you. What is it, Secretary Lu? If you don't say, I'll be anxious. How about coming over for dinner? My wife is making braised pork today. Wu Xuandao felt a twinge of anxiety. County Head Song was known for his integrity and had always worked diligently for the people. As a director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, he had performed exceptionally well, so it was unusual for County Head Song to communicate anything to him. Director Wu, there is no need for such formality. I'm merely passing by and thought we could chat. Have you heard of Jiang Tiecheng? Wu Xuandao shook his head. Jiang Tiecheng? I haven't heard of him. Who is he? Is he from our county or the Investment Promotion Bureau? Wu Xuandao rummaged through his memory, but could not recall anyone by that name. However, it did sound somewhat familiar, though he could not pinpoint where he had heard it. Director Wu, Jiang Tiecheng is a youth from Hongqi Brigade. Surely you know about Hongqi Brigade? Upon hearing Hongqi Brigade, Wu Xuandao's mind suddenly illuminated. He recalled that he had previously instructed Su Fengtian from the cooperative regarding matters related to them. It seemed that Chun Ruijuan had mentioned Jiang Tiecheng from Hongqi Brigade to him. Is County Head Song implying something? Wu Xuandao's heart raced. Why had County Head Song specifically brought this matter up? Today, he had encountered Jiang Tiecheng on the street and learned about his contributions. County Head Song held this young man in high regard and clearly had a fondness for him. County Head Song privately remarked that young individuals like Jiang Tiecheng are rare these days. They are willing to perform genuine work for the people and do good deeds without considering personal gain. Such youth should be encouraged and supported. County Head Song mentioned that Jiang Tiecheng and Hongqi Brigade received orders from your Investment Promotion Bureau, commending the Bureau's excellent work and urging further efforts to support young people willing to serve the community. Director Wu, your foresight is commendable, and you possess a discerning eye. Wu Xuandao felt a bit awkward and could only chuckle in response. As Secretary Lu reached a fork in the road, he waved goodbye, saying, All right, Director Wu, I must head home now. You should hurry back to enjoy your wife's braised pork. Secretary Lu departed without leaving a trace. However, within Wu Xuandao's heart, tumultuous waves surged. Secretary Lu's ambiguous words were evidently a warning directed at him. It was clear that County Chief Song was already aware of his actions. County Chief Song held Jiang Tiecheng in high regard and had expressed a commitment to vigorously support and encourage such promising youth. Wu Xuandao knew all too well that if he were to obstruct this, the consequences would be dire. He could not help but feel astonished. How could this young man possibly know County Chief Song? It seemed that Chun Ruijuan had not been truthful with him. Chapter 89. Do not be deceived by him. Wu Xuandao returned home, burdened with heavy thoughts. Upon seeing the elder Chen couple, he immediately concealed his expression. The Chens had traveled a great distance specifically to visit their daughter, as this was her first new year away from home, and they could not bear to be apart from her. Chun Ruishua playfully pouted at her mother. Mom and Dad, why did you come all this way? The wind and sand here are harsh, and the conditions are quite difficult. You ungrateful child. Your father and I are here because we care about you. Why else would we endure such hardship? It took us 3 days and nights on the train to reach this place. Your grandparents initially intended to come as well, but we managed to persuade them otherwise. You really have no idea what you're getting into, insisting on coming to the countryside. If it becomes too much, your grandfather could intervene. Who could possibly make things difficult for our family? Chen's mother looked at her daughter with a mix of disappointment and concern. Despite the favorable conditions of the Wu family, it still could not compare to the capital. She had not anticipated her daughter's stubbornness to this extent. Initially, she thought that her daughter would soon lament her decision and beg to return home. To her surprise, Chun Ruishua had adapted remarkably well, working diligently for nearly half a year. When she received a letter from her son, stating that her daughter was undertaking the most arduous tasks on the construction site, even developing blisters on her shoulders without complaints, the couple could no longer restrain themselves and, along with the elder generation, came bearing gifts to see their daughter. However, Upon learning that their son had transferred her to the county town, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Moving stones and carrying sand were not tasks suitable for the pampered Chen Ruishue. Seeing her daughter so changed, tanned and slim, yet full of spirit, Chen's mother remarked, "Dear, please refrain from saying such things in the future. Other educated youth can manage. Why can't I? I believe I am doing quite well. Though it was hard at first, I have grown accustomed to it. I do not wish for others to label me as a spoiled young lady. If grandfather and grandmother can endure hardships, why can't I? I am also capable of bearing trials. I am a descendant of soldiers. Please tell them not to come. I am doing wonderfully here." Chen Ruishue, now brimming with ambition, felt a sense of freedom since leaving home. Chen's mother, at a loss for words, gazed at her daughter, not knowing what to say. She had expected her daughter to cry out for home after facing hardship, but instead, the girl was resolute in her desire to remain. Chen's father smiled at his daughter, affirming, "Well, our family has always been resilient. Our daughter certainly embodies that spirit. You, dear wife, are too indulgent, insisting on coming to see our daughter, when clearly, she is thriving here." The family shared hearty laughter, but Chen Ruijun, lifting his head, noticed Wu Xuanda giving him a subtle signal. "Dad, I'm going out for a smoke. You all continue your conversation with my sister." Once outside the courtyard, Wu Xuanda lowered his voice. "Who exactly is that Jiang Tiecheng you mentioned last time?" Chen Ruijun raised an eyebrow. "Why do you suddenly inquire about him?" "He is just an ordinary educated youth, hoping to climb the social ladder, with ulterior motives towards my sister." Chen Ruijun had long since dismissed Jiang Tiecheng from his mind, considering him too ordinary to make waves in the Hongqi Brigade. "An ordinary educated youth, you say? Do you know who visited me today?" "Who?" "Secretary Liu." "Which Secretary Liu?" "The secretary of County Head Song." At this revelation, Wu Xuanda felt a tinge of irritation, having not anticipated becoming entangled in such matters. He and Chen Ruijun were close friends, sharing both camaraderie and a mentor-student bond with the elder Chen. He never expected such complications to arise. "What did Secretary Liu want with you?" Upon hearing that it was County Head Song's secretary, Chen Ruijun took the matter more seriously. "Secretary Liu hinted to me that County Head Song holds Jiang Tiecheng in high regard and advised me not to make things difficult for him." "What? How could County Head Song possibly know Jiang Tiecheng?" "I have investigated Jiang Tiecheng. He comes from an ordinary working-class family, raised by a single mother with 5 children. Chen Ruijun was perplexed. This matter must be set aside for now. Since County Head Song has spoken, even if he did not issue a direct order, it is clear that if I continue to resist, County Head Song himself may intervene. We do not have the upper hand in this situation. Wu Xuanda, of course, would not jest about such matters. With the county head already paying attention, it would be folly to intentionally complicate matters for Jiang Tiecheng. I acknowledge my oversight regarding this matter. I did not anticipate that he could gain favor with County Head Song. I have caused you trouble." Wu Xuanda chuckled. "Who are we to each other? No need for such formality. But rest assured, even if I ease the pressure on him, I can ensure he does not receive any orders." Chen Ruijun nodded, aware that Wu Xuanda possessed the acumen befitting the director of the Investment and Promotion Bureau, a position not easily attained. If it becomes too much, just let it go and do not involve yourself further. After all, Jiang Tiecheng has not committed any egregious acts. Chen Ruijun did not wish to implicate his friend, and his distaste for Jiang Tiecheng deepened. Wondering what tactics the young man employed to gain favor with County Head Song, Wu Xuanda nodded. "Rest assured, I will handle this matter appropriately." "Brother Wu, fourth brother, are you speaking of the Jiang Tiecheng I know?" The sudden inquiry from Chen Ruishue caused both men to turn, realizing that she had been eavesdropping on their conversation. Chen Ruishue gazed at her fourth brother in astonishment, having not anticipated overhearing such discussions about Jiang Tiecheng. Wu Xuanda quickly turned to her. "Oh, Xiao Shui, do not misunderstand. Your fourth brother is only looking out for your best interests." She cast Chen Ruijun a glance filled with a sense of foreboding and hurriedly retreated into the house. Chen Ruijun let out a sigh. "Fourth brother, why must you oppose Brother Jiang? He is such a commendable person. He contributes genuinely to the production team. What reason do you have to trouble him?" Chen Ruishue found it difficult to believe the news she had just heard. "Ruishue, you do not understand. That Jiang Tiecheng is exceptionally cunning. How could an ordinary educated youth from a humble family manage to secure orders from the supply and marketing cooperative and consistently enjoy meals of fine white flour? Consider this carefully. He cannot be an ordinary person. Do not allow yourself to be deceived by him." Chapter 90. What can he deceive me of? Fourth brother, what can he possibly deceive me about? What could he want to trick me into? Since my encounter with Jiang Tiecheng, he has been unreservedly assisting me. Why do you hold such prejudice against him? Chen Ruishua stamped her foot in frustration. She could hardly fathom the trouble her fourth brother had caused Jiang Tiecheng behind the scenes. Chen Ruijuan, witnessing his sister's obstinacy, exclaimed in anger, Ruishua, I genuinely have your best interests at heart. This Jiang Tiecheng has ulterior motives and a profound depth of cunning. Why can't you trust my judgment? From the very moment he approached you, it was with intention. You are far too naive and gullible to be fooled so easily. If I hadn't brought you from the youth commune to the county, do you not realize that being around Jiang Tiecheng every day would inevitably lead you into his clutches? I am furious that you are so oblivious to the deception you are falling for. Chen Ruishua felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment at his words. Fourth brother, do you think I am a fool? I may be innocent, having been well protected by you and our parents, but that does not equate to being foolish. I possess the ability to discern right from wrong, and I know what kind of person Jiang Tiecheng is. At the very least, I recognize him as a man of integrity, contrary to your portrayal of him as deeply scheming. I see that he is hardworking, capable, and diligent. He is gentle and considerate, treating everyone with kindness. Why do you only believe what your eyes perceive while disregarding my own observations? Chen Ruijuan retorted. I say this because I am your brother, an objective observer, while you, look at what you are saying. You have known this stranger for merely a few months, yet your heart and mind are consumed by him, convinced he possesses countless virtues. If you allow this to continue, you will inevitably fall prey to his manipulation. Ruishua, you cannot outsmart him. I am looking out for you. You must heed my words. Angered, Chen Ruishua shot back. Do not use the pretext of caring for me. I am an adult. I know what I am doing, and I can distinguish right from wrong. Do not hinder my friendships. Jiang Tiecheng is my friend, my closest friend. Chen Ruijuan exclaimed, Ruishua, do you hear yourself? You defend him even before anything significant happens. You two should cease this quarrel. You are siblings, true siblings. Is this how you should behave? Chen Jieping, with a grim expression, observed his children. The fierce argument between them compelled him to intervene. The Wu couple had retreated to the kitchen, aware that their involvement in such matters was inappropriate, understanding that prying into others' privacy was ill-advised. Having overheard the exchange between his son and daughter in the living room, Chen Jieping gathered that a young man had emerged, causing discord between his children. He could not deny his own disapproval of this young man. Anyone capable of inciting such conflict between his son and daughter and earning his daughter's unwavering defense must possess considerable skill. Chen Ruishua, feeling wronged, pleaded, Dad, do not listen to fourth brother. Jiang Tiecheng is a wonderful person. You are unaware that he saved an entire train of people during an incident. He is selfless and courageous. Besides, he cooks for me, and he does it exceptionally well. Do not be misled by fourth brother's words. Jiang Tiecheng holds no ulterior motives towards me. Ruishua felt even more aggrieved by the fact that Jiang Tiecheng's manner towards her was akin to that of an older brother, rather than romantic interest. If Jiang Tiecheng had indeed harbored ulterior motives, she would have felt relieved, but regrettably, Jiang Tiecheng exhibited no romantic feelings whatsoever. Chen Ruijuan, exasperated, replied, Father, do you see? I have not even said much, and my sister is already defending him fiercely. Who would believe there is nothing between them? A neighborly little sister? A neighborly little sister deserves such kindness, meals, and assistance? I assure you, when a man treats a woman with such kindness, it is indicative of deeper intentions. There is no such thing as unconditional goodwill. You may not believe me, but Jiang Tiecheng is not a good person. The very fact that he has the means to connect with the county head, compelling the head to persuade old Wu to change his mind, is proof enough that he is no good. Is it wrong for Jiang Tiecheng to be capable? I acted with good intentions. Who do you think I am doing this for? It is to teach him a lesson. Do I need to do it for my own sake? I do not feel the need to teach others a lesson on my behalf. Who do you think you are to assume such a role? You are utterly confused, headstrong, and unreasonable. Observing the heated argument between the siblings, Chen Jieping interjected sternly, Enough. This is someone else's home. You both should be mindful of the impact of your behavior. Is it appropriate for siblings to quarrel like this? Although the siblings ceased their bickering, they turned their heads away in discontent, clearly unresolved. Chen Mu, anxious, inquired, Xiaoxua, who is this Jiang Tiecheng? You need to heed your brother's advice. If he has ulterior motives, we cannot fall into his trap. Xiaoxua, do not be naive. In this day and age, some individuals will go to great lengths to climb the social ladder. Do not be deceived by this false gentleness. Moreover, if you wish to marry in the future, it must be someone of equal standing in Beijing. Why would you seek a common worker's son? Marrying such a person may lead to a lifetime of hardship. Chen Ruishue's face darkened with anger. Mom, how can you also speak such nonsense? Jiang Tiecheng and I have no such intentions. I regard him as an elder brother. He perceives me merely as a neighborly little sister, without the implications you suggest. I will not listen to you any longer. I am returning to my dormitory. Chen Mu chased after her. Could you enlighten me regarding the matter of that brother Jiang? I would like my mother to offer her judgment. Chen Ruijuan, observing his mother chasing after his sister, exclaimed in frustration, Father, did you see that? Xiao Xue has been overly sheltered by us, rendering her unable to discern the true nature of people. She has encountered a formidable individual. Just consider what kind of man Jiang Tiecheng could possibly be. With such formidable abilities, I cannot possibly rest easy knowing Ruixue is with the Hongqi Brigade. Enough, do not hastily pass judgment on an individual without understanding. Are you familiar with Jiang Tiecheng? Have you ever interacted with him? I have not engaged with him directly, but others in the Educated Youth Brigade are aware of his character. I also have friends at the Educated Youth site. Let me tell you, I know a young man named He Junxing from that site. He is truly remarkable. If it weren't for his assistance, I would have remained oblivious to the true extent of Jiang Tiecheng's capabilities. Chapter 91. Into the ditch. It is true that you learned about this from others. Hearsay does not always convey the truth. Chen Jiping maintains a rather objective stance. Father, I have met that Jiang Tiecheng. It is precisely because what He Junxing told me about him is entirely accurate that I hold this opinion. I am not foolish. Chen Ruijuan protested. If you doubt it, I could call Xiao He over for you to hear how he evaluates Jiang Tiecheng. Chen Jiping shot his son a glare. After all the teachings I have imparted, you have turned out this foolish. How can you guarantee that what he says is indeed the truth? Father, I understand Xiao He quite well. I have tested him multiple times. He is truly a good person. Besides, he has no need to deceive me. He stands to gain nothing in this matter. Enough, do not speak further. I will personally meet this Jiang Tiecheng and assess his worth. At this juncture, Chen Jiping felt compelled to see the young man for himself to discern the nature of the relationship between his daughter and Jiang. He would not permit anyone to bully his daughter. The precious daughter he had safeguarded for 20 years could not be taken advantage of by another. Should it become evident that Jiang Tiecheng harbored ill intentions, Chen Jiping would not hesitate to employ severe measures. Unbeknownst to Jiang Tiecheng, someone had already set their sights on him. He had just managed to procure a piece of pork at the supply and marketing cooperative and intended to return home to make dumplings. On his way, he stopped by to see Su Fengtian. After all, there were certain unique benefits only Su Fengtian could provide. For instance, fresh vegetables were not available at the cooperative this year. Throughout the winter, besides cabbage and radishes, there had been no other food. Jiang Tiecheng's mouth had grown parched, and the lack of vitamins resulted in skin irritation and rashes. However, the conditions here were such that even cabbage was difficult to obtain. One had to rely on chance. It was only because he knew Su Fengtian that he occasionally received preferential treatment. To his surprise, not only did he receive a basket of specially supplied vegetables, but Su Fengtian also mentioned that these were reserved for the elderly cadres in the county. Su Fengtian directly handed over the portion meant for his own father, as per the old man's instructions. He also shared some good news. Today, Secretary Liu had come to inquire about the orders from the Hongqi Brigade. Liu's words hinted that County Head Song might intervene in the matter. If that were the case, there might be a chance for the orders from the Hongqi Brigade after the new year. Jiang Tiecheng was quite pleased. Securing long-term orders would significantly increase their chances of surviving the upcoming disaster year. Without hesitation, Jiang Tiecheng took the basket of vegetables along with the New Year's goods Su Fengtian had prepared for him. Do not be modest with me. Our old man said he cannot visit you due to his poor legs. When you take a break during the new year, come to our home as a guest. The pork, chicken, and fish are all from my share. I did not pull any strings for you. Also, here are some candies, sunflower seeds, and peanuts. Su Fengtian held genuine admiration and respect for Jiang Tiecheng. This young man possessed remarkable abilities, yet chose not to exploit others for his own gain. His primary focus was on altering his fate while remaining incognito. Even as an ordinary educated youth in the brigade, he still contemplated how to serve the common people. Such integrity alone made him worthy of friendship. Jiang Tiecheng did not decline, and after gathering his belongings, he returned to the educated youth point with the villagers. He tidied up the earthen dwelling. After a day filled with activities, he awoke the next morning to find heavy snowfall outside. It appeared that this year would be marked by a bountiful snowfall. Though regrettably, it did not herald a prosperous year. With the educated youths, Jiang Tiecheng climbed atop the earthen dwelling to clear the accumulated snow. Otherwise, the weight could collapse the roof. Every snowfall necessitated a thorough shoveling. After finally clearing the roof and the path in front of their door, everyone was drenched in sweat when they noticed a dark figure approaching from a distance. Jiang Tiecheng found the person's staggered gait peculiar, indicating that something was amiss. He hurried over to support the individual. "Comrade, what has happened to you?" Upon closer inspection, he realized this was not a member of the Hengqi Brigade. The man's attire suggested he was from the county. However, his condition appeared dire. Blood was smeared on his lips and nose, his face was bruised, and, most troublingly, his clothes were torn. The man leaned against Jiang Tiecheng, speaking in broken phrases. "See, comrade, I was riding my bicycle and slipped into the ditch. The bicycle is still in the ditch. Help, please." Before he could finish, the man lost consciousness. Jiang Tiecheng had no choice but to hoist him onto his shoulder and call to those nearby. "This man's bicycle has fallen into the ditch. Please assist in retrieving it while I carry him back to the earthen dwelling. He has fainted." Lu Junkai and the others immediately responded, as they had come to trust Jiang Tiecheng's leadership. Jiang Tiecheng carried the unconscious man back to his dwelling. Once laid on the Kong, he realized the man must have injured himself in the fall, as his forehead was burning hot. He sent someone to the village to find the barefoot doctor. Their brigade lacked a medic. The only help was from an elderly man in his 70s who served as the village's barefoot doctor. Normally, when someone had a headache, fever, or minor injuries, it was the old man who treated them. The elderly doctor felt the man's pulse and concluded that there were no serious injuries. His bones were intact. It appeared he had merely fallen and suffered a shock, resulting in a fever. "If he does not improve, you should sponge him with warm water this evening. As the temperature drops tonight, he will surely regain consciousness by tomorrow." He did not even prescribe any medicine. Lu Junkai had already brought the bicycle back into the dwelling and discovered that it was severely deformed, with the wheel twisted. The danger of the situation was evident. "Brother Jiang, what should we do about this man?" Jiang Tiecheng glanced at the middle-aged man, still in slumber, and replied, "All right. You all may go home now. He will rest here for the time being. We do not know the circumstances or who he is, nor do we know where he resides. We cannot simply leave him outside." Lu Junkai raised his thumb in approval, saying, "Jiang Ge, you possess an abundance of kindness, always tending to every matter." Jiang Tiecheng closed the door and let out a sigh. Feeling as though this propensity for kindness was a flaw he could not amend from a previous life. No wonder he was deemed a failure. Such a temperament could not simply be altered by reincarnation. When Chen Jiping finally opened his eyes, he was greeted by the dim flicker of candlelight in the room. His lips were so parched that they had begun to crack, and he could barely muster a sound, only managing a feeble groan. "You are awake. You must be thirsty. Here, have some water," Jiang Tiecheng said, gently assisting him into a sitting position and offering him a bowl of warm water. Chen Jiping felt as though he was finally beginning to regain his strength, the dryness in his throat subsiding. Chapter 92. "My surname is Cheng. Where am I?" Chen Jiping inquired, surveying his surroundings, which were decidedly austere. There was not a single electric light in sight. More critically, he felt dizzy and utterly drained, every movement sending pain through his mouth, hands, and legs. "You fell into a ditch and crawled out seeking our help. Now you find yourself in my abode." Jiang Tiecheng emerged with a pot of warm gnocchi soup. "You must be hungry. Have something to eat. You have been in a stupor for 2 days and nights." The fragrant aroma of the soup stirred Chen Jiping's stomach, causing it to grumble audibly. He felt a bit embarrassed and attempted to sit up to feed himself, but his body was too weak. "I will feed you." Jiang Tiecheng discerned that the middle-aged man before him was clearly struggling to maintain his composure, yet his body was as limp as a noodle. After finishing a bowl of the hearty soup, Chen Jiping felt somewhat revitalized and expressed his gratitude. "Young man, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might have lost my life." "It was not so dire," Jiang Tiecheng replied as he cleaned up the dishes and set a pot of hot water on the stove. Adding firewood, he then climbed onto the bed. They lacked a thermometer to measure the temperature, but merely touching the pot revealed that the middle-aged man was in a critical state. Jiang Tiecheng had to care for him. He could not stand by and watch someone perish before him. His system panel allowed for the exchange of items, but not for physical goods. This meant that he could only trade for skills, learning methods, or physical abilities, all exclusively for himself. Thus, he found himself with no choice but to use strong liquor to sponge the man's body, which felt like a waste of several bottles of ergot. Moreover, he could not afford to close his eyes, primarily due to the severity of the man's fever. Exhausted, Jiang Tiecheng eventually collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Chen Jiping had initially wanted to converse with the young man to inquire about his situation. But as he listened to the sounds of snoring beside him, he soon found himself drowsy once more and closed his eyes to sleep. Upon waking again, Chen Jiping heard voices outside. "Brother Jiang, today is the 30th. Let us clear the snow outside. What shall we eat tonight? We're here to share a meal with you. We 1TB freeloaders. We pooled our resources to buy 2 pounds of meat. I also bought kelp, dried tofu. And what are your mushrooms? Brother Jiang, I have peanuts. Raw ones. How should we prepare them? Let us make the drunken peanuts from last time. They were delicious." The implications in Wu Dashan's words were clear. He had been craving them for quite some time. "All right, come over for dinner tonight. We'll celebrate the new year together. We'll have dumplings for dinner. Once you finish putting up the couplets, come to my home to help." Jiang Tiecheng, too, sought to avoid spending the new year alone, as a lively atmosphere was essential. The young men readily agreed. As Jiang Tiecheng opened the door, a gust of cold air rushed in. He was pleasantly surprised to see that Chen Jiping had managed to sit up. "Comrade, you are awake?" Upon hearing Jiang Tiecheng refer to him as Brother Jiang, Chen Jiping suddenly recalled the name his daughter had mentioned. He discreetly inquired, "Young comrade, what is your surname? I have no idea who my benefactor is who saved me these past 2 days. No need for such formalities. Anyone would help in such circumstances. My surname is Jiang Tiecheng. If you prefer, you can call me Xiao Jiang. If not, Jiang Tiecheng works as well." Jiang Tiecheng felt a fondness for the middle-aged man, who, apart from having an exceptionally unfortunate day, had not triggered the misfortune panel. It seemed that the man had already been engulfed in bad luck upon their first meeting. Upon hearing the name, Chen Jiping instinctively scrutinized the young man before him. Last night, in the darkness, he had not seen him clearly, and although the room was still dim, it was significantly better than before. The young man, hunched slightly in the room, stood impressively tall, likely over 6 feet. His robust build was striking, and his face was such that even a man could not help but admire it. He possessed the trending square jaw, thick eyebrows, large eyes, a prominent nose, and full lips. Most notably, his gaze was both wise and piercing. He exuded an aura of righteous integrity, tempered with calmness and serenity. Given the young man's age, his demeanor was astonishing. Typically, young individuals, even if intelligent, were brimming with unrefined vigor, akin to a young tiger unaware of restraint. However, the young man before him was indeed sharp yet composed, reminiscent of the older generation's wisdom. "Old comrade, what is your surname? How did you end up in our ditch?" Jiang Tiecheng inquired. "Are you visiting relatives or searching for someone? Where is your home? If it's convenient, I could contact your family to come and fetch you." Jiang Tiecheng, acting out of kindness, knew that with the new year approaching, today being the 30th, this comrade's family would likely be anxious about him. Chen Jiping smiled warmly and replied, "Young comrade, my surname is Cheng. I heard that my nephew, Cheng Wei, is here as a sent-down youth, so I came to visit him. I did not anticipate that the snowy roads would be so slippery, causing me to fall into this ditch." Chen Jiping cleverly altered his surname to avoid raising any defenses in the young man upon revealing his true surname of Chen. "Comrade Cheng Wei, are you sure you have not made a mistake? There is no one with the surname Cheng at our sent-down youth station. We have a total of 150 youths here, and this is the largest station, quite populous." "Oh dear, perhaps I inquired incorrectly. No matter, you should focus on recuperating. Do you have a telephone at home? I can call them to come and pick you up." Jiang Tiecheng, despite his good intentions, could not keep the man with him indefinitely. Chen Jiping furrowed his brow, looking somewhat troubled. "Regrettably, my family does not have a telephone. Comrade, I apologize for being a burden." Jiang Tiecheng glanced at the middle-aged man, sensing an air of indecisiveness about him, but thought little of it. "In that case, you may temporarily reside with me, as it seems unlikely that you will return home for the new year. Today, the heavy snow continues to fall outside, rendering the roads out of the village impassable. Once the snow ceases, please provide me with your address, and I shall make a trip to arrange for your family to come and collect you." It is not that Jiang Tiecheng aspires to be a savior. Rather, the relentless snowfall has persisted for 3 days, completely sealing off all routes from the village. To venture out in such weather and undertake a long journey would be tantamount to playing with one's life. He would never be so reckless with his own life or that of others. Chen Jiping expressed his sincere apologies. Comrade Xiao Jiang, I fear I may impose on you for the next few days. Rest assured, when my family comes to fetch me, I will certainly compensate you for the provisions I have consumed during my stay. Jiang Tiecheng did not contest this, for in these times, a morsel of food can be a matter of life and death. Why should he risk his own well-being and sacrifice his sustenance for another? Chapter 93, Is this reasonable? Chen Jiping made a commendable recovery today. At least he was able to get out of bed. The young man before him did not seem to pay him special attention. Upon seeing him up, they resumed their own activities. After putting up the couplets, they busied themselves in the kitchen. At that moment, several other young male, educated youths bustled in. Upon spotting Chen Jiping, they suddenly remembered him, as he had been in a state of unconsciousness, lying on the Kong, and everyone had somewhat forgotten about him. Wu Dashan and Lu Junkai greeted Chen Jiping with cheerful smiles before rushing over to assist Jiang Tiecheng. Tell me what you need to do, Brother Jiang. Yes, we can all help. We are having a good meal today, and I know Brother Jiang is a skilled cook. It is a pity that Comrade Xiao Chen is not here. If Chen Ruishua were here, she would certainly indulge heartily. Indeed, that little girl is quite the glutton. Chen Jiping, sitting on the Kong, felt a twinge of nostalgia as they spoke of the daughter. However, the small room had become overcrowded. Alas, Xiao Chen is fortunate. Coming from a family of officials, her brother has already taken her to the county town. I heard she got a good job as a broadcaster at the textile factory. This little Chen is ungrateful. Remember how well Brother Jiang treated her back at the educated youth site? He treated her like a daughter-in-law. Lu Junkai felt somewhat indignant, especially since Xiao Chen had not returned since her departure. Chen Ruishua has never come back to see them, he lamented, harboring a bit of resentment, particularly for Jiang Tiecheng, who had treated Chen Ruishua so well. Everyone had assumed that Jiang Tiecheng harbored feelings for Chen Ruishua. Chen Jiping perked up his ears. Do not speak such nonsense. I regard Xiao Chen as my own sister. What daughter-in-law are you talking about? A girl like Xiao Chen, clearly raised in luxury, could one truly have a good life with such a bride? Jiang Tiecheng spoke pragmatically. In his past life, he had already married a spoiled and willful wife. He had toiled relentlessly for her, even enduring infidelity, while nurturing their child. In this life, he was determined not to devote himself wholeheartedly to anyone else. He truly regarded Chen Ruishua as a sister. Wu Dashan was taken aback. Brother Jiang, you do not like Chen Ruishua? Then why have you been so kind to her? I genuinely consider her as my sister. I once had a sister who was incredibly good to me, but she passed away too soon. Seeing Chen Ruishua reminds me of her. Jiang Tiecheng recalled the woman from his past life who had given everything for him. Across 2 lifetimes, perhaps only she had been sincerely devoted to him. In this life, should he meet her, he would quietly protect her. Ah, Brother Jiang, I have never encountered someone like you. I did not expect you to truly consider Xiao Chen as a sister. However, even as a sister, Xiao Chen has been rather callous, leaving without a word to check on you. Enough of this talk. I met Xiao Chen in the county town. Chen Ruishua said she would return for the new year. We will have a proper gathering then. For a girl like her, arriving at a textile factory in an unfamiliar place, it is only natural to find her footing difficult. It is unreasonable to impose moral obligations on her. What I detest most is the expectation of reciprocity for kindness. We should act according to our conscience. If we give, we should not seek returns. If one seeks returns, they should refrain from giving altogether. I give for my own peace of mind, seeking solace within myself. Waiting for others to reciprocate will only lead to disappointment. I do not test human nature. I act in accordance with my true intentions. This profound discourse immediately silenced everyone present. Chen Jiping nodded, appreciating Jiang Tiecheng's commendable disposition. To articulate such wisdom was truly remarkable. He had never encountered such an insightful young man, and even at his own age, he doubted he could possess such open-mindedness. Indeed, the pupil surpasses the master. The group busily prepared for several hours, and finally, the dishes were served. 2 small Kong tables were pushed together. 6 individuals sat cross-legged on the Kong, with Chen Jiping leaning against a pillow. Although he felt much better, he had still been gravely ill. The table was adorned with 6 dishes and several steaming plates of dumplings. Jiang Tiecheng's erguotu was also on the table. Each young man had brought a bottle, resulting in a total of 6 bottles of erguotu on the table. Come, come, today is New Year's Eve, a celebration of our first year away from home. Let us toast to this. From now on, we shall establish our roots here and support one another. The camaraderie among educated youths is something we may find hard to encounter again. May we grow ever more prosperous and navigate our paths smoothly. Everyone raised their glasses, and under the dim light of the oil lamp, they engaged in lively conversation, laughter ringing out. Some shed tears of homesickness, while others passionately made wishes for the future. The wine was rich, and the food was fragrant. Observing the group of young men before him, especially the rosy-cheeked Jiang Tiecheng, Jiang Tiecheng grew increasingly fond of this young man, who remained composed regardless of the circumstances. Even after downing a bottle of liquor, he remained clear-headed, unlike others who became disoriented and rambled. Through their conversations, it was evident that Jiang Tiecheng was not at all what Lao Si had imagined. Jiang Tiecheng assisted each inebriated individual back to their respective homes before he himself returned, slightly tipsy, against the cold wind. Amid the sporadic firecracker sounds, they welcomed the first new year at the educated youth site. Meanwhile, at the Jiang household, several children sat at the table. Outside, firecrackers could be heard, but the atmosphere inside was rather desolate. Jiang Tiecheng looked at the cornbread and the sliced pickled vegetables before him. Unable to contain his frustration, "Mother, today is New Year's Eve. Why are we still having cornbread and pickles? In the days when elder brother was present, at least we were treated to a meal of dumplings on New Year's Eve, even if they were vegetarian. But now, it seems we are relegated to consuming only steamed cornbread on a daily basis." Jiang Tiecheng, visibly dissatisfied, placed her chopsticks on the table and exclaimed, "Mother, can't you spare a bit of meat for us? We should at least enjoy a meal of dumplings to celebrate the new year. This frugality is excessive. Just look at second brother, who indulges in luxurious meals outside every day. What kind of life are we leading at home? You cannot be so unreasonable." Jiang Tiecheng, feeling equally aggrieved, added, "Mother, both fourth and fifth siblings are right. We are your biological children too. How can you show favoritism towards second brother while neglecting the rest of us? Each day, he earns a salary and treats himself to extravagant meals outside. Just the other day, I caught him buying peach crisps at the convenience store, only to retreat to his room to devour them alone, without sharing a bite with anyone. Meanwhile, we are left to eat cornbread at every meal. Is this fair?" Chapter 94, Gender Bias? Mother Jiang could not help but shed tears as she sat there. "How could you accuse me of favoritism? Have I ever shown bias towards any of you? The money I earn from crafting paper boxes every day is all spent on your food." Mother Jiang was filled with unspoken grievances. She had asked her second son for his salary multiple times, yet he stubbornly insisted on keeping 5 yuan for himself each month. Just as she had surmised, the second son was far less manageable than the eldest. Previously, Mother Jiang had no responsibilities at home, but now she had to do all the chores herself and earn money by crafting paper boxes. She toiled late into the night, yet the meager earnings from her labor were barely enough to fill their bellies. Despite this, her children failed to understand her struggles. Each of them acted as if they had no obligations, not only refusing to assist with household chores, but also neglecting to help her with the paper boxes. Her fingers were chapped and cracked from handling the glue and paper. Yet, no one inquired about her well-being, and now they had the audacity to complain to her. Mother Jiang had no one to confide in. The letter she wrote to her eldest son had vanished into the void, and he had yet to respond. She was uncertain if he had even received it. If he had, he surely would not allow the family to starve. Perhaps it was simply too far for a registered letter to reach, let alone a regular one. Upon seeing their mother in tears, the 3 children did not feel sympathy. Instead, they were filled with indignation. "Mother, do you see this? This is our second brother, so irresponsible. Are you planning to let us continue starving alongside you? If you don't take action, I will go to the factory and speak to the management. I want to take over a job. After all, it was our father's job. Why should our second brother be the only one to benefit? We all deserve a fair chance. Watching him indulge while the rest of us starve is simply unacceptable." Jiang Tiecheng, though only 16, felt it was possible for her to take over a job at the factory. She could easily inflate her age by a couple of years. With the school now in disarray and classes sparse, she knew that it was futile to remain idle at home, crafting paper boxes like her mother or subsisting on meager meals. Observing her second brother enjoying a lavish lifestyle only fueled her resolve. If he were as responsible as their eldest brother, providing for the family, she could enjoy the comforts of home. However, the situation was dire, and she realized that if she did not strive for her own future, she would be left with nothing. A lack of a good job meant no income, which in turn meant she could never find a suitable husband. At just 16, Jiang Yiping was already contemplating her future. Upon hearing these words, Mother Jiang glanced at her daughter, knowing that in her heart, her sons held a more significant place. What do you mean? You, a girl, think you can just take over a job? Your second brother has been working for over 6 months. How could you possibly replace him? I forbid you to even entertain such thoughts. If you don't want to eat porridge and pickled vegetables, then leave. Without you, I can still live well. You all have the audacity to complain when it's time to work, yet when it comes to supporting the family, you are nowhere to be found. If you lack the ability to earn a living, then be quiet. Mother Jiang, who usually treated her children with kindness and gentleness, had never raised her voice before. This was the first time she had truly lost her temper, leaving her children in stunned silence. They quietly consumed their meager meals, inhaling the lingering scent of alcohol in the air. The siblings' dissatisfaction with their second brother intensified, fueled by their mother's favoritism and his lack of responsibility towards their family bond. For the first time, Mother Jiang finished her meal without cleaning up and retreated to her room. Life had become unbearable. The 3 siblings did not clean up either. After tossing their chopsticks aside, they retreated to their small room, closed the door, and began to conspire. With our mother showing such blatant favoritism, if we do not band together, we will face a bleak future, Jiang Yiping declared vehemently. She understood her mother's bias against daughters and knew that she would never invest in her future, let alone help her find work. But she could not simply return home and craft paper boxes like her mother or survive on meager meals. Observing her second brother's indulgence ignited her determination. If he had been as responsible as their eldest brother in supporting the family, she would have been able to enjoy the comforts of home. However, the situation was different now. If she did not fight for her future, she would be left with nothing. Jiang Tiecheng, with a deep voice, remarked, "What can we do? Banding together won't change anything. Our second brother doesn't contribute financially, and our mother lacks the means to earn money. We are at a loss." Suddenly, the youngest, Jiang Yiping, spoke up. "I have an idea." Both individuals stared blankly at Jiang Yiping. "What is your plan?" After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yiping glanced at her elder sister and said, "Third sister, if second brother cannot go to work at the factory, then it falls upon you. You must promise us that, unlike second brother, you will not act selfishly with your salary. You must contribute your earnings to the family, otherwise, I will not assist you." Jiang Yiping aspired to attend university, yet such ambitions required financial backing. Given the current circumstances of second brother and their mother, it was evident that she and fourth brother would not be able to continue their education. Jiang Yiping yearned desperately to escape this dilapidated household. She needed to fight for her own opportunities. Jiang Yiping's eyes sparkled with realization. She had always known that despite her sister's quiet demeanor, she was the most insightful and intelligent person in the family. "Very well. I promise that once I take over second brother's position at work, I will contribute my salary to the family, keeping only 5 yuan for myself each month. Third sister, it is imperative that you keep your word, otherwise." Jiang Yiping's threat hung in the air. "If I can bring down second brother, I can certainly do the same to you." Upon hearing her sister's words, Jiang Yiping suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. For Jiang Yiping's gaze was so icy that it revealed a resolute determination. "I will keep my promise." Chapter 95. Ruthless individuals. On the evening of the first day of the new year, Jiang Tiecheng hummed a cheerful tune as he strolled with his hands tucked into his pockets towards Lu Lauter's courtyard, knocking on the door with familiarity. Upon hearing his voice, someone inside promptly opened the door, allowing him entry before peering outside to ensure no one was watching. Once satisfied, the door was swiftly closed. Soon, Jiang Yiping and her siblings appeared outside the courtyard, taking refuge behind the wall to eavesdrop. When they heard the sounds of cards being shuffled and the raucous chatter within, Jiang Yiping decisively pulled her third sister and fourth brother away. "Where are you going?" Jiang Yiping exclaimed excitedly, rubbing her hands together. "This is the perfect opportunity to corner them inside. We can finally catch them red-handed. If Lauter dares to withhold wages from the family, we shall report him." Jiang Yiping glanced back at her with a look of incredulity, causing Jiang Yiping to feel a twinge of indignation. "What else with that expression? Speak your mind. It would only make you seem more astute. Do you really think Lauter would be intimidated by you? You have no evidence. If you threaten him, he won't heed your words. You know what kind of person Lauter is." Jiang Yiping recalled how domineering their second brother was at home. They had already confronted him for not contributing financially, but had he listened? Indeed, Lauter was impervious to their concerns, disregarding them entirely. "What should we do then?" "We should inform Mother," suggested Jiang Yiping. "Don't be ridiculous. Can mother really rein him in? What kind of person is he? Jiang Tiecheng interjected. Let's see what fifth brother plans to do. At that moment, Jiang Tiecheng found himself somewhat swayed by his younger sister's perspective. We could call the police station. The mere mention of this sent both Jiang Tiecheng and Jiang Tiecheng into a state of shock. What? The police station? Of course, the police station. This constitutes illegal gambling, he replied, inhaling sharply. He had not anticipated fifth brother's ruthlessness. Jiang Tiecheng regarded fifth brother with newfound respect, realizing she had underestimated him. Not only was he cunning, but he was also merciless. They all understood that if Lar were apprehended for gambling, it would spell his doom. The factory would undoubtedly dismiss him for such an offense, thereby creating an opportunity for one of them to take his place. Lar would remain oblivious to the fact that it was his very siblings who orchestrated his downfall. Jiang Tiecheng observed the two brothers, her expression one of disdain. Their fierce demeanor was a facade. They were simply driven by self-interest. Oblivious to whom they were truly harming. Consider your choices. If you don't want to proceed, then go home and sleep in this cold weather, she stated coldly. Wait. Jiang Tiecheng was clearly anxious, as securing a job was of utmost importance to her. With employment, she could acquire everything she desired, even if it meant accepting an unequal agreement with Jiang Tiecheng. Yet, this was still preferable to languishing at home. At this point, what does our older brother matter? Are you truly willing to report law? Jiang Tiecheng felt a chill run down his spine. Their home no longer felt like a sanctuary. Why were his siblings so intent on stepping on each other to get ahead? Of course, if Lar is around, none of us will go hungry, he retorted. But if he is absent, I am confident I can secure a job and contribute to the household. You must weigh whether you wish to continue your education. Without this income, you won't even be able to attend school, ending up like me, idling at home. Stop labeling me as ruthless. You should reflect on your own choices and decide for yourself. Do not distance yourself from this situation and assume the role of the virtuous. Jiang Tiecheng looked at her fourth brother with frustration, feeling the weight of his indecision. It was as if only she and fifth brother possessed any resolve. However, such actions would lead to their second brother facing prison time. Jiang Tiecheng and Jiang Tiecheng clasped their hands in front of their chests, silently assessing Jiang Tiecheng. Aren't we family? Is this truly fair? Jiang Tiecheng's voice grew softer. Enough, stop looking at me like that. I want to study. I refuse to waste away at home. He clenched his teeth, realizing that he would rather see Lar imprisoned than continue living as he was. After all, Lar did not care for the family as their eldest brother did. Inwardly, he blamed the eldest brother, wishing he had stayed behind to prevent their current plight. Jiang Tiecheng and Jiang Tiecheng scoffed. Do not exalt yourself too highly. This decision was made collectively among the three of us, and we will all bear the consequences together. No one will escape. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiecheng was merrily playing a game at the table, having recently developed a fascination for card games and mahjong. This pastime was intoxicating, and though he occasionally lost, he sometimes won small amounts of money. He reasoned that this was a harmless diversion, perhaps even a potential source of great wealth in the future. However, while he was engrossed in the game, someone unexpectedly scaled the wall and burst through the door. The 5 individuals inside were promptly taken to the police station. Jiang Tiecheng's mind raced as he pondered how to explain his predicament to his mother. After all, he was merely having fun. Could he not enjoy himself during the festive season? Yet, upon hearing the phrase illegal gambling, he froze in terror. The factory's loudspeakers had been announcing warnings about such activities daily, and now he grasped the gravity of his situation. Word of Lar's arrest reached Jiang's mother, nearly causing her to faint. At the police station, the officers informed her that the evidence was irrefutable. Those present could attest to her son's involvement in illegal gambling, with substantial amounts of money at stake. Each participant had brought 50 yuan, and the others were not of good character, with several having prior offenses. Consequently, her son was inevitably perceived as a wrongdoer. The potential sentence could be up to 2 years, and it would depend on the final ruling. Returning home, Jiang's mother felt as though the sky had fallen. How would they manage with Lar in prison? Upon inquiring about Jiang Mu's situation, Lao San, Lao Si, and Lao Wu were informed of Lao Er's impending incarceration. Upon hearing this news, a subtle smile graced Lao San's lips, for his desire had finally been fulfilled. The 3 siblings provided Jiang Mu with a thorough analysis of the advantages and disadvantages, leading her to accompany Lao San to the factory the very next day in search of the factory manager's office. Within a week, Lao San, Jiang Tiecheng, had seamlessly stepped into Lao Er's position. This shift in employment sparked a fervent discussion among the factory workers, as many were now aware of Jiang Tiecheng's impending imprisonment. In this era, being sentenced to prison was a significant disgrace. Meanwhile, Jiang Tiecheng, who was awaiting Jiang Mu's visit to the factory manager for an explanation, had merely perceived this as a trivial game. To his dismay, he received the grim news of being sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment. Chapter 96. Rolling in pain with Jiang Tiecheng's incarceration, the Jiang family returned to a semblance of tranquility reminiscent of days gone by. Even Jiang Mu, the matriarch, began to contemplate that perhaps her second son's imprisonment was the most favorable outcome. Ever since his confinement, the third son had taken over his duties, contributing 2/3 of his monthly earnings to the household. This significantly alleviated Jiang Mu's financial burdens, and life at home visibly improved. Although she still engaged in making paper boxes, her newfound financial flexibility allowed the family to enjoy at least a modest meal, unlike before when even cornbread was a luxury beyond reach. Jiang Mu resumed her correspondence with Jiang Tiecheng, increasing her letters from 1 a month to 1 a week. She wished to inform him of the family's current hardships, urging him to send food and money post-haste. Unbeknownst to her, Jiang Tiecheng was preoccupied with his own endeavors in the earth dwelling. Early on the first day of the Lunar New Year, the cacophony of firecrackers roused everyone from slumber, prompting Jiang Tiecheng to join in the festivities by igniting firecrackers. In an era where such traditions had waned, the booming sounds were a rare and celebratory indulgence. After the firecrackers, he returned to prepare dumplings, but just after finishing his meal, the ailing comrade Cheng suddenly clutched his abdomen. Drenched in cold sweat. "What's wrong, Comrade Cheng?" Jiang Tiecheng inquired, alarmed by his pallor and the beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. I have a stomachache," Cheng stammered. Seeing his distress, Jiang Tiecheng was taken aback. Some acute illnesses could indeed be fatal. He hurried outside, confronted by the blinding snow that rendered the path unrecognizable. With great effort, he managed to carry the ailing Cheng to the makeshift shelter. The good news was that while he assisted Cheng, no ill omens appeared, suggesting that Cheng had not encountered any misfortune. At least he wasn't on the brink of death. The bad news, however, was far graver. It did not assure that Cheng was free from life-threatening danger, as many ailments were beyond the simple remedies that the old man could provide. The elder felt Cheng's pulse, his expression betraying uncertainty. Though he was a barefoot doctor capable of diagnosing common ailments, he had no idea what affliction could be afflicting someone who appeared so close to death. "It seems to be acute gastroenteritis or something similar. We must get him to the hospital quickly. Delay may prove fatal," he insisted. Cheng Zhupeng, lying on the Kong, gritted his teeth, nearly losing his facade. "What sort of heartless doctor are you? You can't even determine my condition, yet you claim I'm dying." Fortunately, the elder's cooperation allowed Cheng to maintain his ruse. Cheng Zhupeng had spent a sleepless night pondering how to test Jiang Tiecheng's character, concocting this scheme. Coming from a military family, he knew how to apply pressure to certain acupoints to simulate acute illness. He wanted to see if Jiang Tiecheng, whom his daughter had described as brave, selfless, and eager to help, would indeed rise to the occasion. Jiang Tiecheng, oblivious to the elder's ploy, was now in a state of panic. "What shall we do, Comrade Cheng? The heavy snowfall has blocked the roads to the county. Though you are a stranger, a life is at stake. I cannot bear the thought of having someone perish in my shelter." "Do not worry about it, Jiang. This is my fate. The King of Hell has decreed my time. I cannot escape this. If my presence brings you misfortune, find an abandoned dwelling to take me to. Rest assured, I will not burden you." Cheng moaned dramatically, clutching his belly. Seeing this, Jiang Tiecheng gritted his teeth in determination. "I will seek the captain to see if I can borrow a horse cart." He dashed out, racing to the village, only to find Huang Yuqing shaking his head in resignation. "Xiao Jiang, I wish I could assist you, but with such heavy snow, the livestock may slip into a ditch. You know how treacherous our roads are. Each animal is communal property. If fate demands a life, there is little we can do." Huang Yuqing's words were not callous. They reflected the grim reality of many who succumbed to illness at home, unable to reach the county for treatment. Jiang Tiecheng understood that Huang's refusal was justified, yet he was at a loss for a solution. He was acutely aware of the treacherous conditions. Heavy snowfall had sealed the roads, particularly along a desolate stretch that was easy to get lost in. This was precisely why they always relied on seasoned drivers from the village when heading to the county. Upon returning to the earth dwelling, Jiang Tiecheng was met with the harrowing sounds of anguished cries. Bursting inside, he found Chen Zhupeng writhing in agony on the Kong. In this dire situation, there was no time for contemplation. He hoisted Cheng onto his back. The weight was negligible, lighter than a stack of firewood. The pressing need to reach the county was paramount. Suddenly, Cheng let out a pained cry and lost consciousness. With urgency propelling him, Jiang Tiecheng dashed out into the blizzard, forgetting his outer garment as he trudged toward the county. Halfway there, he realized he was utterly lost. The indistinguishable landscape offered no guidance. If he continued this way, they both risked succumbing to the snow. In desperation, he invoked his skills, knowing that he needed to navigate the wilderness and track a path. Thankfully, after acquiring the ultimate skill, he quickly mastered the ability to discern direction. 2 hours later, panting heavily, Jiang Tiecheng finally arrived at the county hospital, still bearing Chen Zhupeng on his back. As he burst into the emergency department, the doctors and nurses were taken aback. For a snowman had entered. Upon seeing Jiang Tiecheng, completely encased in snow, everyone gasped in astonishment and hurried to assist. They swiftly placed the patient onto the emergency bed while simultaneously guiding Jiang Tiecheng outside to shake off the snow. A warm ginger syrup was prepared for him. Jiang Tiecheng, shivering from the cold, was clad only in a fleece jacket, having neglected to wear a proper coat. In his moment of desperation, he had carried the patient all the way here, enduring the biting chill. As he gulped down the ginger syrup, he urgently informed the emergency physician that the patient had been writhing in pain at home, had lost consciousness for 2 hours, and implored them to save him. Chapter 97: Enemy Agents. Chen Zhupeng was uncertain how long he had been unconscious when he gradually regained awareness. A cacophony of voices reached his ears. This individual was indeed fortunate. An acute intestinal obstruction could have proven fatal had he delayed even a moment longer. It was fortunate that a young man braved the heavy snow to bring him to the hospital. Otherwise, he would have surely perished. That comrade Xiao Jiang was particularly earnest, trudging through the snow in a thick coat for over 30 miles to carry him here. I heard that the path he traversed was fraught with potential for getting lost, and a moment of carelessness could have cost him dearly. Indeed, when I saw Xiao Jiang on duty that day, I was nearly terrified. He was covered in snow, resembling a snowman. After consuming 2 large pots of ginger syrup, he was still icy cold. This man was truly lucky. Chen Zhupeng slowly opened his eyes, recalling that on the first day of the new year, he had intended to feign illness. However, at the moment Jiang Tiecheng sought the production team leader in the village, he was overtaken by genuine abdominal pain. It felt as if he were being cut by knives. The agony compelled him to roll about on the Kong. He had lost track of subsequent events. Astonished that Jiang Tiecheng had actually taken him to the hospital, a bitter smile crept onto his lips. What was he thinking? He had shot himself in the foot, attempting to deceive fate only to encounter real danger. He was acutely aware of the peril inherent in acute intestinal obstruction. It could indeed lead to death. The nurse, witnessing him awaken, was both surprised and elated, promptly notifying Xiao Jiang that the patient had regained consciousness. Jiang Tiecheng was seated in the corridor, resting on a chair, exhausted. The doctors at the People's Hospital were truly commendable. Upon seeing him shivering in his inadequate clothing, they lent him a thick coat. Otherwise, he might have feared freezing to death. After the surgery, it had been a full day and night, with the medical staff indicating that the patient remained in critical condition. Jiang Tiecheng could do nothing but wait outside. At that moment, apart from Comrade Cheng before him, no family member was present. Fatigued, hungry, and drowsy, Jiang Tiecheng wrapped himself in the coat and dozed off on the wooden chair. When the nurse informed him that Comrade Cheng had awakened, he sprang to his feet and rushed to the bedside. Seeing Comrade Cheng's eyes open and fixated on him, he finally smiled. "You've finally awakened. Do you have any idea how frightened I was? If anything were to happen to you, I wouldn't know how to explain it to your family." Jiang Tiecheng was genuinely shaken. He feared no unreasonable outbursts from the other party. In these times, people were not prone to extortion. However, witnessing a living person on the brink of death was an experience he could not ignore. More importantly, as he bore this patient, he finally encountered misfortune. Yet, the misfortune presented before him regarding Comrade Cheng was somewhat inscrutable. The silver lining was that this Comrade Cheng could earn him 5 points, compensating for the 4 points expended on the journey. Chen Zhupeng managed a frail smile. "Thank you, Xiao Jiang. I owe my life to you. Otherwise, I would have truly met my end this time." Chen Zhupeng had never anticipated that a fabricated illness could turn into reality. Indeed, one should not engage in unethical deeds, for virtuous actions often invite retribution. Now, Do not speak. Rest well. By the way, where is your home? I shall inform your family to come and care for you." Regardless of whether this individual was Comrade Chun or Comrade Chung, he wished to avoid further entanglements. He had earned his points and performed a good deed. Who would want to spend the new year in a hospital? Jiang Tiecheng rolled his eyes and fainted again. He certainly could not divulge his address, for if Jiang Tiecheng went to inquire, it would surely reveal the truth. At this juncture, he could only pretend to be unconscious. Jiang Tiecheng glanced at the patient before him and stepped out to consult the nurse and doctors. He learned that the patient's condition was currently stable and that he had escaped the danger zone. However, after surgery, a week of recovery would be necessary before discharge. The patient had succumbed to fatigue and fainted once more, and with no knowledge of the family's whereabouts, Jiang Tiecheng could do nothing but continue his vigil. With not a penny to his name, he could not afford to starve, and given that Comrade Chun required nourishment, they could not both go hungry. Suddenly, Jiang Tiecheng realized that being a good person often meant becoming a fool. Not only had he expended his strength, but he was now also spending money. Perhaps it was because he had done too many good deeds in his past life, that in this life, every action seemed to come naturally, without any resistance in his thoughts. Jiang Tiecheng helplessly tapped his forehead, pondering how long it would take to shed the deep-seated impression of being a coward from his previous existence. If he were to harden his heart now, after all, Comrade Chun had already been saved. He could simply abandon him and leave. That was not impossible, but for Jiang Tiecheng, such an option had never crossed his mind. Shaking his head in resignation, he turned and hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative. Su Fengtian handed Jiang Tiecheng a net bag containing a basin, towel, toothpaste, toothbrush, soap, and a lunchbox, among other necessities for hospitalization. Here is 50 yuan and 50 jin worth of grain coupons. You can manage to eat at the cafeteria for now. I will send my wife to the hospital to bring you meals. To think you, on such a cold New Year's Day, would trek through wind and snow for miles to bring a stranger to the hospital. What can I say? To put it nicely, you are a good person, a model of bravery. To put it bluntly, you are quite the fool. Su Fengtian held a deep admiration for Jiang Tiecheng. This young man, a few years his junior, was so good-hearted that it seemed he was not quite human. While he appreciated this compassionate nature, Jiang Tiecheng's actions could lead to potential risks, which he may never have considered. Understood. Once he awakens and I notify his family, I will take my leave. I will return the money you lent me when we settle up later. Jiang Tiecheng was acutely aware that his actions would be deemed foolish by everyone around him. Yet what could he do? He had already taken it upon himself, and what meaning would there be in abandoning it midway? At the same time, he found it rather peculiar that this comrade, surnamed Chun, would choose to conceal his identity for no apparent reason. Suddenly, a possibility struck him. Could it be? Judging by the man's attire and the battered bicycle he had once owned, he hardly appeared to be an enemy agent. A sense of unease crept into Jiang Tiecheng's heart. He certainly did not wish to become entangled in any troublesome affairs. Chapter 98. The arrival of the police, Chun Jiping grimaced, one hand pressed against his wound, while the other supported himself on the iron frame of the force stand, desperately wishing to reach the restroom. Yet, his body betrayed him. He had not anticipated the difficulties following the surgery, and as a man, he felt embarrassed to relieve himself in front of the female nurse. Gritting his teeth, each step he took sent waves of pain coursing through him, causing cold sweat to break out on his forehead. Just then, a large hand grasped him effortlessly, lifting him onto a shoulder with one arm around his waist and the other supporting his injury. It was as if a sudden crutch had appeared to aid him, showing no regard for the fragility of his post-surgical state. Jiang Tiecheng observed the stranger's lack of concern for his wound and felt a twinge of reproach, while his curiosity deepened. The man appeared to be an educated individual, so why was he so harsh on himself? Chen Jiping managed a wry smile upon seeing Jiang Tiecheng. With his assistance, a trip to the restroom had transformed into a trivial task, and he soon returned to his hospital bed. Jiang Tiecheng prepared warm water for him to wash his hands. Comrade Chun, now that you are awake, please provide me with your home address. I will notify your family, as they are best suited to care for you. Jiang Tiecheng spoke deliberately, keen to observe Chen Jiping's reaction. Chen Jiping felt a pang of guilt at these words, his gaze darting elsewhere as he stammered. My home is not in the county, but in Shangjing. I am here on business. My family is not local. After uttering this, he felt a surge of confidence. He was indeed speaking the truth. However, Jiang Tiecheng, noticing the nervous flicker in his eyes, quickly realized that this man was not as simple as he appeared. He might be walking into a trap. Jiang Tiecheng calmly fetched some food, a bowl of hot noodle soup, which was a rare treat in this day and age. Yet, Chen Jiping could only manage a few bites before losing his appetite, closing his eyes to rest, clearly indicating his desire to avoid further conversation. His fear of saying too much and making a mistake was evident. Jiang Tiecheng, witnessing this shift in attitude, felt his irritation peak. Did he think himself an easy target? After all, he was a reincarnated individual, blessed with the fate of a protagonist. Though not decisive or particularly wise, he deserved at least a modicum of respect for having been reborn. Given this, he would not hold back any longer. An hour later, Chen Jiping was dozing off when he was abruptly awakened by a tap. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to see police officers before him, feeling as if he had not yet fully roused from sleep. Why were the police here? Rubbing his eyes, he opened them again, and to his astonishment, they were still there. "Comrades, what brings you here?" he inquired. The two officers scrutinized the pale patient before them, clearly having undergone surgery as reported. Such a person could not escape scrutiny, and they had to remain cautious. The young officer blocked the window, while the older officer positioned himself at the door. Observing their actions, Chen Jiping recognized the instinctive maneuvers of seasoned law enforcement. He knew precisely what they intended. "Comrades, what is the meaning of this? Have I committed a crime?" The officers smiled and replied, "Comrade, someone has reported you as an enemy agent." At this, Chen Jiping felt a mix of disbelief and amusement, glancing at the empty ward. It was clear something significant had transpired while he was asleep, leading someone to accuse him of being an enemy agent. This is absurd. "Comrades, you misunderstand. I am not an enemy agent. The person who reported me has ulterior motives. This is slander. I am the one who reported you." As Jiang Tiecheng entered the room, Chen Jiping was left stunned. How could this be? Why would Jiang Tiecheng, of all people, accuse him of being an enemy agent? "Xiao Jiang, why would you report me as an enemy agent? What about me suggests that I am one?" Seeing Jiang Tiecheng, Chen Jiping's demeanor softened considerably. He no longer appeared so grave, sensing there must be some misunderstanding. "You have too many suspicious elements. First, what is your surname?" This question caught Chen Jiping off guard. After all, he had initiated the deception. He could not very well change his surname in front of Jiang Tiecheng. How could someone not even know their own surname? "When you woke up in the den, you told me your surname was Chung. But what is your actual surname, Comrade Chen Jiping?" Jiang Tiecheng's resolute inquiry caused Chen Jiping's expression to shift dramatically. When had this fellow unraveled his ruse? Had something transpired while he was unconscious that he was unaware of? He recognized no one here except for his children and old Wu from the Investment Promotion Bureau. If it had been his children who exposed him, they would surely be by his side, given his condition. Their absence indicated they were oblivious to the situation. "Are you unable to answer? How can you claim to be a respectable person when you cannot even state your own name?" The two officers nodded in agreement, questioning why a normal person would hesitate to reveal their name. Chen Jiping, feeling helpless, sighed. "Allow me to explain. Xiao Jiang, I did indeed deceive you at first. My surname is not Chung, it is Chun. As you said, my full name is Chen Jiping. Now that is more like it. You are a decent person. Why fabricate a story or change your surname? It is uncommon for someone to alter their ancestral name. If you are not an enemy agent, why hide your identity and change your surname? Moreover, what was your purpose in riding a bicycle to our Hongqi brigade?" The officers applauded Jiang Tiecheng's acute insight, affirming that good people do not change their identities. "Xiao Jiang, you are truly mistaken. I did not intend to deceive you. If you did not intend to deceive me, then what was it? Is this not intentional? What then constitutes intent?" Jiang Tiecheng scrutinized Chen Jiping with vigilance. This individual appeared cultured and refined, seemingly devoid of malice. However, the essence of a villain is not inscribed upon their forehead. He had grown weary of being perceived as a mere pushover. This time, he would demonstrate how the seemingly submissive could retaliate. "Are you taken aback? Unaware that I have summoned the Public Security Bureau? Let us see how you, this enemy agent, continue to feign innocence." Chen Jiping found himself at a loss for words, as the two public security officers beside him spoke up. "Comrade, since he has already exposed your ruse, it would be prudent for you to confess candidly. Our policy favors those who admit their transgressions, while those who resist face stern consequences. If you cooperate and provide a thorough account, we may even consider your actions as meritorious." What a dissonance this is.